Chapter 59, 01 Remedial Lessons. It took a bit of time for Furia to act on Vess' advice. As powerful as she may be, she possessed no intrinsic understanding of the advanced technologies that made up the dominion of man. Simply flooding a weapon system or propulsion system with an excessive amount of fire energy was not safe. It was far too easy to cause components to overheat and melt. It was also easy to waste a lot of fire energy because they failed to do anything useful. The transformed fire elemental had to take her time to explore the tolerances of every weapon and thruster. She had to make gradual adjustments and work together with the Brain Trust and Karamond to make sure her contributions made a positive difference. Fortunately, true gods were not constrained by mortal limitations. They were able to think a lot faster and multitask to an insane degree. The dreadnought gradually began to speed up as her sublight propulsion system generated increasingly more thrust force. While the dominion of man was still way too massive to win a race against a courier vessel, it was quite impressive how a more effective utilization of fire energy enabled the dreadnought to boost her acceleration without resorting to any technical improvements. While the dominion of man was still way too massive to win a race against a courier vessel, it was quite impressive how a more effective utilization of fire energy enabled the dreadnought to boost her acceleration without resorting to any technical improvements. Her weapon systems began to inflict more damage as well. The increase in firepower was particularly noticeable with any energy and thermal-based weaponry, such as plasma cannons and energy beam cannons. Simply making it so that the attacks launched by these massive cannons carried more fire energy was enough to make them inflict greater harm. The crew cheered several times when the massive energy weapons managed to inflict moderately greater wounds than before. The two-headed beast's flesh even regenerated a bit slower as it took time for its physique to clean up the burns and lingering fire energies. Dread Captain Argyle did not look too happy, though. This is a good first step, but it has not tipped the scales in our favor. The two-headed beast's acceleration has increased in order to maintain its speed advantage over our ship. I appreciate Furia's efforts to improve her contribution to the fight, but it has not closed the gap. The god beast's flesh is still able to regenerate its wounds faster than we can make them. The most we have accomplished so far is to delay our demise. The captain made a good point. While Furia was constantly working to tweak her ability to improve the firepower of the ship's main cannons, there was a limit to how much fire energy they could tolerate. At the very least, the transformed fire elemental learned the concept of distributing her power in a more rational fashion. She gained the very useful ability to strengthen the performance of specific aspects of the dominion of man by sacrificing performance elsewhere. I have another suggestion for Furia. Vess spoke up again. This goes a little deeper. I suspect that your original self may have already mastered these techniques, but they failed to transfer to your current incarnation. Vess felt an obvious surge of interest from the true god. I am listening. He waved at the display that depicted the attacks that landed on the enormous body of the two-headed beast. The previous wave has taught me that any fight against a true god is more than just a physical confrontation. It is also a contest between will, technique, and domain. From this perspective, the reason why our ship has failed to gain the upper hand so far is because your domain and power expression is holding us back. That did not sit well with Furia. The temperature in the command center rose even further as she felt affronted by the words spoken by her progenitor. Vess quickly raised his palms. Whoa, whoa. Before you get all angry at me, let me finish my argument. Just think about it. When anyone transcends to the level of a true god, the differences between matter and energy begins to blur. The dominion of man is strictly speaking not a true god, but it is starting to fight like one. Her impressive tech makes up the material aspect, while you make up much of the spiritual aspect. While our current adversary has very developed strengths in both aspects, the same cannot be said for us. And that is mostly because you are lacking centuries, if not millennia's worth of accumulation. Though Furia clearly remained indignant at Vess, she was not irrational enough to deny his description. What is your solution? I think the best way to address this problem is to give you a crash course on how to wield your fire energy more effectively. You have a lot of raw power, but lack the techniques to get the most out of them. You will need to remedy that in order for the attacks blessed by your power to inflict actual harm on our adversary's domain. So long as the two-headed beast's domain remains in good condition, it is impossible to fell the creature. Vess decided to enact the knowledge transfer through an unconventional method. Emro. Blinky emerged from his head and began to spit out a ball of E-energy. Absorb this. It contains systematic knowledge of basic theories and spells on the fire element that I managed to learn from somewhere. The knowledge is very basic, but it is fairly comprehensive and covers a lot of different ways to shape your fire. Most of the spells were never designed to be channeled through modern human weapon systems, but I am sure you can figure out how to adapt the techniques to modern times. I also threw in a lot of scientific understanding of fire as an exothermic reaction. The ball of energy disappeared in an instant. Blinky clearly sensed that Furia had extended her power and absorbed it in totality. The Star Cat could clearly sense that Furia was no longer angry at Vess anymore. The temperature did not subside, but that was because she began to grow excited. Already, Furia started to apply the brand new theories she had learned by tweaking the expression of her fire energy. The sensor systems of the Dominion of Man began to record numerous deviations from the established patterns. Missiles generated hotter explosions. Plasma bolts seared more flesh. Energy beams became hotter. The beginner 5-element spells manual proved its value once again, as Furia readily applied her teachings. As much as Vess enjoyed the spectacle, there was little direction or planning involved in all of this exploration. Furia was like a child who just discovered that she had the ability to mold fire to her will. Her approach might lead to comprehensive improvements in the future, but there was not enough time for her to make the gains she needed to turn the tide of this battle. Furia, focus, please. Defeating the two-headed beast comes first. You can explore all of the different aspects of the fire element later. First, you need to figure out how to make your empowered flames stick onto the body of our enemy. Let me give you a few examples of what I mean by that. It just so happens that I designed an expert Mech a few years ago that is tailored to a Mech pilot who has a penchant for burning her enemies to death. Vess quickly began to project pieces of archival footage that showed short clips of the Promethea in action. The Promethea was nowhere close to reaching the power of the Dominion of Man, but the living expert Mech clearly possessed a key advantage. It was piloted by Venerable Isabel Coton, an expert pilot who knew how to play with fire. The beautiful blackened purpose expert Mech with flame accents danced through space as fiery energy beams spat from her Ignitrone Luminar crystal rifle. The beams generally produced two different reactions on impact. In some cases, the beams exploded upon impact, causing them to unleash all of their accumulated energies in a single instant. This was particularly useful in depleting energy shields. In other cases, the Promethea unleashed fire beams that caused her targets to catch fire and keep burning long after the initial attack. The purple flames powered by Isabel's willpower and companion spirit seemed to gain a life of their own. They were remarkably effective at burning the hulls of enemy warships. Even the smallest of sparks could start a wildfire that could engulf an entire battleship when given enough time. The display was mesmerizing for a true god who only truly came to life a short time ago. The conflagrations spread by the Promethea over the course of numerous engagements against alien raiding fleets had never failed to inflict outsized damage. There was hardly any Mech in the expeditionary fleet that could cripple and destroy large warships with greater efficiency. The only reason why the Promethea did not receive license to burn down all of the exposed warships of enemy fleets was because her purple flames usually destroyed much of the value of enemy hulls. Remarkable. I understand your intentions. The sight of this Promethea is making me recall memories that are not mine. Vess grew a bit concerned when he heard that. What sort of memories did she regain, and how much did they impact her mentality? Furia took action right away. The footage of the Promethea in action served as a catalyst and a key that rapidly caused the true god to gain comprehension on how to flex her metaphorical muscles in order to produce specific outcomes. The changes happened quickly. Vess previously expected that it would take minutes worth of trial and error before Furia was able to make her flames stick. What actually happened was that the attacks launched by the Dominion of Man already started to light bits of fur on fire after only half a minute. We are detecting dozens of flames on the surface of the two-headed beast's body. They are mostly burning the fur for the time being, but the fires are already beginning to spread to the hide. You can still do better, Furia. Your fires haven't spread beyond their impact sites, Vess said. I think you are encountering resistance from our enemy's domain. You need to launch your flames with the intention of burning and pushing back the monster's domain. Vess provided additional guidance based on his general understanding of how these battles were fought. It seemed to help as Furia applied her power in increasingly more effective ways. While she was still far from matching the likes of Cynthia Larkinson, when it came to executing powerful techniques, the transformed fire elemental at least mastered the basics. It was not fair to hold Furia to the same standards as an authentic true god. Vess was sure that Furia would rapidly be able to increase her mastery over the fire element by relying on her amazing affinity and the foundation of knowledge gifted by Vess. In any case, the assistance provided by Vess finally increased Furia's lethality, to the point where she was inflicting actual damage onto the god beast. The two-headed beast's powerful physique and domain worked hard to douse the flames that regularly appeared across its body. While the powerful god beast was able to snuff out a couple of flames in a short amount of time, the problem was that the Dominion of Man possessed so many primary gun batteries that she was able to ignite dozens of fires with every salvo. More and more of the god beast's fur caught on fire. Parts of the creature's hide also began to burn as well. The two-headed beast had to expend a lot of power to prevent the flames from penetrating through its hide, but it was starting to lose this battle because more fires just kept coming. Even though there were still a lot of differences between the Tribulation manifestation and Furia, the former's savage nature finally proved to be a detriment. If the two-headed beast possessed greater intelligence and rationality, then it would have been able to figure out a more efficient way to put out all of the flames. Unfortunately, the two-headed beast was so inflexible that it continued to stick to its tried-and-true approach, as if it knew how to do nothing else. By the time the god beast's entire exterior had been lit on fire, its domain had weakened to the point where the Dominion of Man's conventional attacks started to inflict more serious damage than before. Vess relaxed a bit after seeing this. If the two-headed beast isn't hiding any further surprises, then this battle is ours. Chapter 59, O2 Finer Power Expression. If the 7th wave of the 8th round was all about Caramond, then the 8th wave was about Furia. The transformed fire elemental was a contradictory existence. The entity's original incarnation started out as a defective clone of the mythical creator of the Fire Scroll. The shenanigans pulled off by Vess caused her to assume a fresh new identity, but only partially. It was more apt to consider Furia to be a split personality of the fire elemental that just so happened to gain dominance. So long as Caramond continued to divert a portion of his faith energy to Furia, Vess remained confident that the now feminine true god continued to remain loyal to red humanity. He just found it a bit regretful that the indoctrination process started way too soon after the fire elemental initially woke up from its original state. If Karamond waited for a few minutes before he started to overwhelm the rapidly recovering consciousness of the creator of the Fire Scroll, Furia would have gained access to a much greater wealth of theory, comprehension, and technique. However, Vess had made a judgment call back then. His plan called for Karamond to take action as soon as possible in order to take advantage of the fire elemental when it was at its weakest. The threat posed by this being rose exponentially with each second that passed. The more the immortal traces of the creator of the Fire Scroll came back from the dead, the more difficult it became to defeat the remnant of such an eminent deity. Though Vess liked to take a gamble every now and then, he did not dare to underestimate the original creator's strength and resourcefulness. The fact that Furia still couldn't get rid of the remnant of the original creator in her spirituality was proof that Vess had made the right decision. He still found it uncomfortable to realize that he could have single-handedly doomed red humanity to subjugation or extinction if he made the wrong decision at the time. Even now, Furia was still at risk of losing control at any time. She was a sword of Damocles that Vess had personally hung over red humanity. There was a considerable chance that the sword would swing down on red humanity's neck sooner or later. Vess just hoped that they would be able to buy enough time to grow stronger and gain the ability to deal with the breakout of the original creator of the Fire Scroll. In any case, Furia in her current incarnation fought like a descendant who was just starting to come to grips with her enormous inheritance. Vess had given her a nudge in the right direction by sharing his basic cultivation knowledge and giving her a bit of inspiration. The transformed fire elemental absorbed his lessons and ran with them. She applied her powerful fire domain in ways that went beyond the basic spells that Vess had learned from an enlightenment fruit. Everyone serving on the dominion of man could see the changes in real time. Furia's powerful domain integrated into the dreadnought a bit more precisely than before. The true god channeled more fire energy in the places where it was needed. There was no need for her to waste her efforts into augmenting less important functions, such as life support. What impressed the fleeters the most was how Furia was able to induce drastic changes to the damage profile of the armaments of their ship. None of the primary cannons of the dreadnought had been designed with spreading flames in mind. They were mostly developed to penetrate transphasic energy shields and hull plating with as much power as possible. That meant that they needed to unleash a lot of destructive energies at once. At most, the Dominion of Man was able to launch incendiary missiles and bombs at her targets if she really wanted to start wildfires. This was not enough against an opponent like the two-headed beast. The creature's defenses were so strong that it took the power of a true god in order to light the massive creature's body on fire. If Furia truly started out as a true god with a blank slate, then there was no way in hell that she could overcome the tribulation manifestations' much more mature domain and body. However, as Furia continued to recall memories relating to the finer applications of her central element, she began to display more and more hints of power, far in excess of what a relatively new true god should possess. Although Vess did not possess a complete understanding of cultivation at the true god level, he possessed enough common sense to know that the flames generated by Furia shouldn't be able to roast the body of the two-headed beast with such ease. From a spiritual perspective, Vess vaguely determined that Furia had taken his words to heart. The transformed fire elemental did not focus all of her efforts on burning the fur, hide, and flesh of the hostile god beast, but also tried to attack the creature's domain. At first, Furia's flames clearly had trouble with making her flames burn the two-headed beast's basis of power. The creature's body as well as domain were nowhere near as weak and fragile as that of the mirror beast. The current god beast clearly managed to evolve into a god beast by preying on a lot of different entities. There was no way that such a scrappy and aggressive monster was vulnerable to a bit of flame. Yet as Furia continued to empower the main guns of the Dominion of Man with her power and techniques, she eventually made a breakthrough that caused her fire energies to eat away at her enemy. the transition happened quietly. In one moment, the flames generated by the dreadnoughts' attacks only deposited flames that burned for a half a minute before gradually subsiding. In another moment, the attacks not only generated much more flames upon impact, but they actively spread over the course of several minutes. It was only when the unceasing attacks of the Dominion of Man had managed to engulf the entire creature in flames that Vess realized that Furia had improved far beyond her initial point. This was not the kind of power that a newborn or ignorant true god should be capable of wielding. Vess already figured out that Furia had somehow managed to tap into the hidden knowledge of her other progenitor. The question that bugged him was what she managed to master. Somehow, he did not think that Furia had managed to get her hands on the equivalent of the intermediate and advanced editions of the spell's manual. In order to investigate this matter further, Vess called up a projection that displayed an exterior view of one of the Dominion of Man's primary positron cannon turrets. Many of the turrets featured 3 massive cannon barrels, and this one was no exception. The crew had opted to fire them sequentially in order to maintain a high and consistent rate of fire. As the powerful transphasic hyperpositron cannons continued to fire concentrated beams of positrons at the god beast in a distance, Vess and Blinky were able to get a decent impression on how Furia's fire energy channeled into the weapon hardpoint and piggybacked off every energy beam. The concentration of fire energy was so high that the entire turret became engulfed by illusionary flames. While Vess was already familiar with this visual phenomenon, what was new was that these flames began to display a lot of different runes. Yes, runes. Vess immediately zoomed in on the feed in order to make sure he did not make any mistakes. The more he looked at it, the more the illusionary flames occasionally formed into strings of runes before disappearing. Furthermore, runes also showed up on the surface of the positron cannon turret. These runes turned out to be a lot more persistent, which showed that Furia deliberately generated them and kept them in place. Vess switched the active feed so that he could take a look at the other active gun turrets. Each of them showed the same phenomena. They only varied depending on the nature of the weapon systems that Furia augmented. He could even see the runes being changed. Strings of runes switched into other ones. This tweaked the way that Furia's fire energy interacted with the gun turrets and slightly altered their damage profiles. Vess couldn't hold in his curiosity any longer. Furia, can I ask you a question? Where did you learn how to apply these runes? I distinctly remember that they are not part of my knowledge package. The temperature rose slightly as Furia directed a tiny bit more attention in his direction. You already know the answer to your question. Vess pressed his lips. I just wanted to obtain confirmation, but oh well. Do you understand the fundamental theories behind these runes, or are you just applying them based on instinct or muscle memory? I understand them, Furia readily responded to her progenitor. I would not be able to apply them to the weapons of this ship if I do not understand the purpose and meaning of each rune. I have only recently gained awareness of a small collection of fire runes for the time being. I have reasons to believe that there are many more fire runes that are currently out of my reach. This was interesting. Furia not only confirmed Vess' suspicions, but also hinted at more. She was still far from reaching her full potential as a true god. Given that the situation was going well enough, Vess decided to satisfy his curiosity by requesting clarification. What are runes, according to your understanding? That is a heavy topic to explain. Runes are related the fundamental building blocks of reality. If I have to describe IT in the framework of human science, runes can be treated as the programming language of our fabric of reality. They are far more than that, but this is how they are often used. I see. How are they used? There are many possibilities, most of which I do not know myself. Runes can be used to strengthen objects, which I am currently doing on a temporary basis. Runes can also be used to strengthen and shape your own cultivation or the cultivation of others. Elaborate on the latter, please. From what I have learned, runes are very essential for true gods. Those that master them to a more comprehensive degree are always able to defeat those that do not understand them as well. I have also discovered that when anyone becomes a true god, they embed a permanent piece of themselves into reality by forming a personal rune. This rune represents their unique domain and is added to the lexicon of runes that already exist. What? Furia presented a lot of new information to Vess, much of which had massive implications for his future. His mother had never told him about personal runes and other stuff. This was understandable, as this was only relevant to more advanced cultivators, but Vess would have liked to know about this anyway. Learning that every true god developed their own personal rune, and that other people may be able to employ it in their own works or cultivation was mind-boggling. How many true gods came into existence? How many of them contributed their personal runes to reality? The number had to be huge. Far more runes came into existence than Vess could ever learn and master. Are you using your own personal rune at the moment? No, I have one, but IT is not truly mine. I do not fully comprehend IT, and I dare not use IT in my current workings. I will have to be cautious in exploring IT, as I do not want to cause any undue harm to humans. That sounded rather ominous. From what Vess managed to figure out, Furia would never be able to become as strong as a proper true god so long as she maintained her distance from her personal rune. This was disappointing news, and would definitely set her back in the long run. However, she was doing quite well by employing a set of basic fire runes for the time being. The lightning tribulation may have gotten rather ridiculous by forcing the dominion of man to fight against a god beast, but at least the ascended creature had made little progress in mastering runes itself. This was why the Furia ultimately gained the upper hand. The difference in comprehension and mastery of runes became the decisive factor in this bout. Chapter 59, 03 Rune Study. Vess gained a lot of basic insights and understanding by quizzing Furia about runes. He learned that there were so many runes that it was impossible for anyone to learn and master them all. This was especially the case when personal runes got added to reality all the time by true gods who were located in many distant galaxies. It was even possible for runes to be forgotten. This mostly happened with personal runes that true gods took great care to hide for one reason or another. If these true gods perished without leaving any inheritance behind, other cultivators practically had no means of learning and mastering the personal runes of these deceased and mostly forgotten deities. That did not mean the personal runes disappeared. They continued to exist in the fabric of reality, but without resorting to exceptional methods, there was no way for other cultivators to discover them and utilize them for their own purposes. Runes differed from each other by many factors. Their strength and potency varied by complexity, related concepts, and the strength of the true god who originally produced their own personal runes. Vess found it quite important to learn that true gods were able to strengthen their own personal runes. In fact, it was their domains that got stronger. Their personal runes merely caught up to this development and became more potent even when they were utilized by other cultivators. Furia did not know how far this could go. She did not have access to any information that could explain how personal runes changed when their creators ascended to the rank of God King. Vess had a few guesses, but the fourth major cultivation rank was so far away from him that it was pointless for him to engage in speculation. The transformed fire elemental also granted Vess with another crucial insight. Is it possible to mass-produce runes in any way? No, these runes that you have become obsessed with are not purely material shapes. They are formed out of E-energy through specific methods. As far as I am aware of, you cannot simply program a machine to carve runes on an object and power them with E-energy. IT does not work that way. The runes have to be manually formed by a cultivator. Just to be sure, you don't necessarily have to be a true god in order to apply these runes, correct? Ves grew disappointed when he heard that. The limitation on mass production meant that he would be churning out millions of rune-carved mechs anytime soon. Just to be sure, you don't necessarily have to be a true god in order to apply these runes, correct? No, but we are qualified to use more powerful runes. I am aware of at least 3 categories of runes, of which I can name 2, lesser runes and greater runes. I am currently employing lesser runes in my workings, as I have yet to recall any greater ones aside from my personal rune. This was important information. Even though Ves had no right to work with greater runes as of yet, he already understood the potential of mastering a set of lesser runes. Ves wondered why his scattered knowledge of traditional blacksmithing did not go into so much detail on runes. It was clearly an essential component in creating powerful artifacts. Then again, what could he expect from a set of tattered and highly incomplete records? Can I work with lesser runes, whether in my personal cultivation or in my design projects? I do not think so. I know enough about lesser runes to know that only cultivators who have initially formed their domains and begin to shape them are able to do so. This is because runes are derived from domains themselves. Ves grew disappointed. A senior mech designer still fell into the category of the first major cultivation rank. He would have to advance to the rank of master mech designer if he wanted to reach the second major cultivation rank. Are there any exceptions to this general rule? There may be exceptions, but I am not aware of them. What I do know is that everyone with a domain makes use of lesser runes to one degree or another. The only difference is whether they are applying them consciously or instinctively. Even savage beasts, such as the one I am burning, has unknowingly mastered its own set of runes, simply because its domain is resonating with the most compatible runes. Does this apply to ace pilots and master mech designers as well? Probably. I have never seen them in person. No ace pilots and masters are present on this ship. As long as they possess domains, they have already started to make use of runes, whether they are aware of IT or not. Lesser runes are highly universal. Any domain is able to resonate with them and tap into their power. I see, Ves thoughtfully said. There should still be a huge difference between deliberate and instinctual use of runes. For example, the two-headed beast is clearly finding it difficult to resist your power, because you are able to string your runes into combinations that produce more powerful results. That is true in most cases. IT is indeed better to take control over your own power rather than allow IT to define you. IT would be a mistake to underestimate beasts who are not as inclined to study runes. They have their own advantages, though I am not entirely aware of them at the moment. The two-headed beast before US is losing ground because IT has not developed its domain much further after reaching its present stage. Older beasts are much more formidable as a rule. That was easy enough to understand. The power scaling of the tribulation event was quite harsh, but not unreasonable. There shouldn't be too much of a leap in strength from the mirror beast and the two-headed beast. Ves just hoped that the one that came afterwards did not manage to master too many greater runes. The battle continued, while Ves continued to learn more about runes. A part of him hoped that he was able to incorporate them into his mech designs and other works in spite of the fact that he was still a senior mech designer. There were exceptions to every rule. Ves personally theorized that as long as Blinky became strong enough, he would be able to imbue works with runes. Manipulating E-energy was one of Blinky's core strengths. Aside from that, Ves did not overlook the fact that all of his third-order living mechs all started to accumulate ascension runes as they grew stronger. With the knowledge imparted by Furia, Ves had a much clearer understanding of the nature and the significance of this phenomenon. He understood how important they were. What he did not understand was why they showed up in mechs that might not necessarily be masterworks or directly related to powerful cultivators. The only reasonable explanation based on the facts he was aware of was that third-order living mechs were actually natural domain shapers. Ves did not believe in this conclusion. It sounded too absurd to him. He had worked hard as a Mech designer, but only managed to reach an advanced stage of the first major cultivation rank after all of this time. It would be extremely silly for his living Mechs to breeze their way to the second major cultivation rank just by relying on their natural growth. There was clearly something very weird going on here. Ves grew more motivated to solve this mystery and get to the bottom of ascension runes. Perhaps doing so might just allow him to figure out a method to apply runes to his works without becoming a domain shaper. As Ves continued to contemplate this subject, the two-headed beast steadily began to falter as the flames had begun to burn his internal organs. The voracious fires continued to burn enormous quantities of flesh at Furia's direction. They grew hotter and became increasingly harder to suppress as time went by. The transformed fire elemental had grown so comfortable with employing lesser runes that her usage of them decisively harmed the god-beast's domain. This was quite a remarkable result, as Furia still did not make use of any greater runes. The dominion of man herself also provided indispensable help. Initially, her primary gun batteries were only useful for helping Furia extend her power to the two-headed beast. Once the flames destroyed the god-beast's resilient exterior, the attacks launched by the dreadnought started to inflict much more telling damage. Organs as well as softer body tissue crumbled apart with greater ease. The decline of the two-headed beast's domain meant that its physical body was receiving less of a boost than before. It also helped that Furia's flames were remarkably effective at stopping the creature's natural regeneration. Together, the dominion of man and Furia inflicted progressively greater damage to the poor beast. Its threat level decreased as a result. It not lost the ability to catch up to the dominion of man, but also had no fur left to launch at its prey. Of course, the fleeters insisted on keeping a certain distance from the god-beast. The creature probably had a few tricks left up its sleeve that were most likely effective at closer ranges. It still took a relatively long time to defeat the two-headed beast. The creature was simply too massive, and its thick flesh simply took a lot of effort to destroy. The dominion of man was not in a hurry to end the 8th wave, though. Her damage control teams continued to patch up holes and fix a lot of hazards. Damaged gun turrets received much-needed repairs, while the more intact ones received light servicing. Everyone knew that they had a more difficult fight up ahead. It only seemed prudent to service the dominion of man as much as possible, while they still had the luxury to do so. If the final challenge of this tribulation event was as powerful as everyone feared, then anything could make a difference. Even so, the fleeters did not dare to drag out this fight. Once the two-headed beast finally succumbed from all of the fire and other attacks, the dominion of man had flown close enough to receive a large dose of tribulation energies. While everyone on the ship benefited from the latest lightning baptism, Furia received the greatest reward due to her outsized contributions. Ves could clearly sense that Furia became more solid and stable. She even found it easier to keep her dangerous side in check. "We will need your strength for the test to come." The tribulation storms became more restless than ever. It had already begun to gather an increasing amount of energy in preparation for rolling out the final and most difficult challenge. Ves glanced at the projection that showed the hazy alien face of the Subjugation King. Ever since his clone got defeated, the God King's connection to the storm had degraded. It had not been cut. Ves could still feel that the storm possessed a hint of subjugation and tarnish from those dark storm clouds. The Subjugation King was still watching. He just did not bother to interact with his future slaves anymore. Ves grimaced when he recalled the fact that he got marked by this powerful alien bastard. His greatest fear was that once the tribulation event had come to an end, the God King would still be able to monitor what took place in the Red Ocean through the soul mark. That would really be bad for Ves, because it meant that he had turned into a massive security risk for Red humanity. Vess just hoped that this was not the case. The soul mark was already absurd for several reasons. There shouldn't be any room for more. Wait a second. Having just learned about runes, Vess suddenly realized that the soul mark was probably made out of a complex array of runes. It was highly unlikely that they consisted entirely of lesser runes, though. They had to incorporate greater runes or a more superior variant in order to exhaust the tribulation storm to such an enormous extent. That just made Vess more upset. The stronger the runes, the harder it became for him to get rid of them. This was especially the case if one of them just happened to be the Subjugation King's personal rune. Chapter 59, 04, the final challenge. The ultimate test has come. To think that the 9th wave of the 8th round was not supposed to be the final challenge. If the Subjugation King had not done Red humanity a favor and expended so much energy to plant a soul mark on Vess, the Dominion of Man would probably have to endure 9 more true God-level threats of increasing intensity. Vess became more and more thankful that this was the final test, because the energies concentrating in the storm clouds already exceeded the power of the two-headed beast. "How is the ship, Captain?" he asked the massive, glowing figure resting on the command seat. "Damaged but unbroken," the man spoke with an empowered voice. "The Dominion of Man has become greater than she had ever been. I have the utmost confidence in her crew and her tech. Karamond and Furia have also improved at a rapid pace. Their help will be indispensable. I have enough confidence that our ship will survive the coming battle. Every dreadnought was designed and built with the express intention of fighting against a god Mech. She will not falter now that she has finally gained the essential pieces needed to fulfill her original goal." The original purpose of dreadnoughts was the ultimate dream of the Red Fleet. It continued to motivate the fleeters even when it seemed that their grand experiment had fallen short of expectations. There were far more fleeters rooting for the success of the Dominion of Man than her crew. The men stationed on the other warship in the star system were hoping that the dreadnought would be able to surpass the last and most arduous challenge set by the tribulation storm. Many other fleeters, who had gained the right to be appraised of the situation, wanted the Dominion of Man to succeed as well. From Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle to the spacers stationed on the other 7 dreadnought, the Dominion of Man carried many of their hopes and dreams for a bright new future for the warships of the human race. All of their hopes and aspirations translated into faith. After a bit more waiting, the tribulation storm finally presented the final god beast. Though Vess was unable to track the movement of faith energy, he liked to think that the warship continuously absorbed the faith of millions of fleeters, all without needing to borrow Karamond's faith. That should have meaning. The only question now was whether all of this was enough to pass the final test. After a bit more waiting, the tribulation storm finally presented the final god beast. It's small. A compact form is usually faster, especially when its energy density is much higher. This is not a god beast that we can outspeed. Wait, is that bird on fire? Our temperature readings indicate that its fires burn hotter than the flames generated by Furia. This is just the flames that the god beast is generating at rest. Vess and everyone else gradually grew shocked when the learned what the tribulation storm chose to present to everyone. They initially thought that the storm would produce a completely alien monstrosity that could only be encountered in Messier 87. Instead, the storm spat out a very accurate depiction of a mythical phoenix. Vess began to recall an archival image of the first Flames god Mech, which also happened to be called the Phoenix. The machine in its base form did not look anything like the bird that had just come out of the storm. That changed when Vess switched the image to the god Mech, when it had transformed into a special existence during Operation Night Jazz. It had been the most dramatic show of power during the entire series of simultaneous battles. The most powerful god pilot in the Red Ocean had transformed his god Mech into a being made out of blazing fire energy. Even though the first flame was not able to hold this form on a permanent basis, the transformed god Mech nonetheless managed to burn several ancient phase whales without encountering any significant resistance. Vess began to feel more and more apprehensive when the comparison images displayed very few differences. The phoenix produced by the tribulation storm was obviously smaller and weaker, but that did not mean that it was a pushover. The heat of its flames, along with the apparent speed of this creature, meant that it probably excelled in both offense and mobility. The only way the dominion of man would be able to survive this final confrontation was to land enough shots to take out this god beast in the shortest possible time span. Professor, is this phoenix based on a beast originating in Messier 87, or is it derived from an ancient life form in the Milky Way? I don't have enough information to issue a verdict, Vess responded to the captain's question. While this tribulation storm is mainly powered by Messier 87, the Milky Way and the Red Ocean are also connected to it. There is a realistic possibility that the Milky Way managed to save enough strength to send out a phoenix for whatever reason. It is also possible that this species of mythological birds is so ancient and powerful that it has managed to spread its bloodline across the cosmos. Since Messier 87 is one of the regional giants in this cosmic neighborhood, it is probably a destination where such powerful beasts are likely to congregate. The dread captain nodded. Those are reasonable deductions. Whatever the case, the phoenix is regarded as one of the most powerful mythological beings. There are tales that describe them as godlike beings who possess the ferocity of beasts and intelligence that matches and surpasses humans. I fear that this tribulation manifestation's command over fire is greater than what we can handle. That was another reasonable deduction. A phoenix was a creature born in flames. There was no way that such a gifted being possessed little mastery over fire. What is your judgment, Furia? Vess asked. Do you think you can stop its flames from burning down our ship? It will be a challenge, the true god replied with obvious reluctance. The god beast's domain is not that much stronger than the two-headed beast, but it is much more solid and better constructed. I cannot say this is the case because the phoenix is intelligent enough to improve its own domain, or because it is relying on excellent inheritance. The creature is actively making use of multiple greater runes. Its familiarity and mastery over them surpasses anything else I have seen. That was bad news. While the two-headed beast from the prior wave also made use of greater runes, it was not as familiar and proficient in their use. It was also a savage beast that never put a lot of effort into studying and mastering greater runes on a systematic basis. The current evidence suggested that the phoenix wouldn't be as stupid. The powerful firebird's eyes sparked with a sense of intelligence, and its control over the flames that were coursing across its body was impressive. What was even worse was that it was not a pure fire phoenix. As a construct made out of tribulation lightning, the phoenix was also able to combine its fire energy with lightning energy, thereby producing considerably more explosive results. Vess suddenly thought up a possible reason why the tribulation storm generated a phoenix. Furia, do you think that you will be able to advance your comprehension and mastery over fire runes and the fire element after defeating this giant bird? I think so. This may be a test that is targeted towards myself as opposed to our fine ship. I have a feeling that if I am able to defeat this phoenix, I may be able to devour it. If that happens, I have reasons to believe that it will advance my evolution by a large extent. Is this what you think, or what can you gather from the tribulation storm? Both. I know I can absorb this phoenix even if it is ultimately a false being. It will be difficult. We will need to exhaust and injure this creature for me to devour whole. That was interesting to hear. Vess could see the logic behind this theory, though he had no way of verifying it himself. The phoenix has begun to move. Its acceleration is far greater than that of the two-headed beast. Open fire with our primary and secondary armaments. Teleport 5 antimatter bombs in its trajectory. The dominion of man responded so fast that it had to be automated. Many formidable primary cannons opened fire at the Phoenix, only for half of the shots to miss due to the Phoenix's elegant dance through space as if it was playing a game. It took a huge amount of effort and processing by the brain trust to predict the creature's trajectory and to form optimal targeting solutions for each unique weapon system. The fact that the dominion of man still managed to land half of her shots on a nimble target at this range was impressive. Unfortunately, it was not enough. The attacks that were on the verge of striking the fast and nimble Phoenix encountered resistance in the form of a fire shield. Energy beams disappeared into the fire without producing any noticeable results. Kinetic projectiles slowed down and burned into ash. Missiles only produce short-lasting disturbances. Plasma bolts only seem to feed the flames. Just because the Phoenix was relatively small did not mean it was fragile. The Phoenix has closed the distance and has begun to circle around our hull at a rapid pace. Our primary turrets are unable to track the Phoenix. They are too slow. The god beast is circling around us with many variations in her flight pattern. Our secondary turrets are unable to track the Phoenix as well most of the time. The only armaments that are effective under the circumstances are explosives. Teleport and detonate 3 antimatter bombs in her trajectory. Sir, the Phoenix is circling too close to our hull. Our ship will get affected by the explosions. Then strengthen our Azure energy shields and reinforce our hull as much as possible. We cannot allow this Firebird to continue to circle so close. The Phoenix had yet to launch a proper attack, but its blazing heat was already starting to take a toll on the dominion of man. More importantly, the proximity of the god beast also suppressed Caramond and Furia's domain. Neither of the two true gods possessed the raw strength to push back the Phoenix's aura completely, so their only way out was to develop stronger techniques. This was like the last 2 waves all over again, but now with a much greater disparity in strength. The surrounding bridge officers suddenly had to address a lot of crises, as the passive heat and flames generated by the Phoenix already started to take a toll on the dreadnought. Furia struggled to push back the Phoenix's encouraging fire domain. This battle pretty much took place completely outside ordinary reality. That was what made it difficult for Vess and the others to intervene. While the dominion of man began to employ her firepower increasingly more intelligently by organizing her turrets better, many of the hits ended up inconveniencing the Phoenix at Beast. The powerful creature's control was too strong. It had a much better command over its own domain and greater runes. The disparity started to get so bad that the Azure energy shields themselves started to catch on fire. Furia, have you gained any access to any greater runes? No, as I have informed you, that knowledge is locked or missing. I fear that unlocking IT will be the end of my present existence. I do not have any greater runes at my disposal aside from my personal rune. I am reluctant to use the latter because I do not know what will happen. This was really bad. While it was still possible for Furia to overcome greater runes with lesser runes, the demands were far too great this time. Chapter 59, 05 Failure in Design. The final fight definitely lived up to people's expectations and more. A powerful phoenix spawned from the clouds and went on to besiege the dominion of man. Though the bird only settled on circling around the large dreadnought for the time being, the heat and licks of flame emanating from its burning shape already started to exert a lot of pressure on the fleeters. Our Azure energy shields are straining. The generators responsible for generating them are experiencing numerous malfunctions. The Phoenix is somehow destroying or repelling the water energy that is responsible for augmenting our energy defenses. Ambient temperature throughout the ship has risen by at least 2 degrees and rising. The fire energy generated and distributed by Furia is no longer being channeled as efficiently as before. The hostile fire energy, generated by the Phoenix, is disrupting the operation of hyper-technology throughout the ship. It became clear to Vess that the fight between the Phoenix Beast and the Dominion of Man had started out as a contest between domains. Though it was not obvious to most people, Vess and Blinky clearly sensed the immense taking place in a different realm. Furia had long functioned as the power source of the Dominion of Man. Even in her previous incarnation, the fire elemental had long claimed the dreadnought as her territory. Due to the consistent exposure of fire energy, every part of the Dominion of Man had undergone a long process of adaptation and acclimatization. Furia's awakening, along with all of the lightning baptisms, had supercharged this process and caused the ship to become strongly imprinted to her energies. In other words, Furia had gradually reshaped the Dominion of Man into her personal stronghold and seat of power. Her influence could be felt from every part of the ship, and it should have been a lot harder for hostile beings to intrude into her territory. While friendly true gods such as Caramond remained welcome on the ship, the Phoenix should have been blocked from intruding. Unfortunately, Furia was still too underdeveloped as a true god. While she had made a lot of progress in mastering the use of many different lesser runes, the current confrontation brutally told her that her efforts amounted to little in the greater scheme of things. Without proper understanding and mastery of greater runes, Furia had no choice but to cede ground as the Phoenix continually encroached on her territory. This conflict played out as a collision between two invisible domains. While the Mirror Beast was able to take advantage of the many shortcomings of Furia's domain by sneaking past her guard, the Phoenix clearly favored open confrontation. The domain of the Firebird pressed upon the Dominion of Man like a flaming sun. Its heat was much more hostile and oppressive. The creature possessed plenty of fury and heat, but completely lacked Furia's warmth and sympathy towards humans. The Phoenix's domain posed a very real threat to the physical structure of the Dominion of Man. The creature made no efforts to moderate its influence or ensure that its fire energy did not inflict harm on any delicate components. Damage reports continued to arrive at an increasing rate. Sensor arrays have melted. 2 of our missile launchers have been destroyed after several missiles detonated in their tubes. 0.30% of our energy cannon batteries are unable to fire further as they have exceeded their heat capacity. The consumption rate of coolants has risen by 600%. This is an unsustainable rate. If we do not remedy this issue, our most heat-susceptible systems will begin to overheat in 20 minutes. The damaged exterior sections that have yet to be repaired are beginning to melt and collapse due to excessive exposure to heat. The Dominion of Man was under siege by a mythical bird. The entire creature behaved like a miniature sun, as its constant release of thermal energy and fire-attributed E-energy steadily cooked the dreadnought as if it was gigantic sausage. What frustrated the fleeters the most was that there was very little they could do to fight back against the powerful creature. While the Brain Trust and the weapons specialists had made a lot of adjustments to the targeting systems of the gun batteries to enable them to land more hits on the circling monster, many of the attacks failed to inflict any actual harm on the creature. Our tertiary and secondary gun batteries are completely ineffective against the Phoenix Beast. Their hit rates are higher, but they lack the power to penetrate or overwhelm the God Beast's fire shield. What of our primary armaments? Our primary gun batteries and our largest missiles and torpedoes are able to destabilize the fire shield, but they are unable to break through this protective barrier, especially when the hit rates are low. Our weapons are also unable to concentrate their firepower on a single part of the Phoenix due to its swift and inconsistent movements. Our superweapons. The Phoenix is producing too much interference at close range for our Rubicon spatial transfer system to work, sir. We can only deploy our antimatter warheads by housing them in our most heat-resistant missiles before launching them. Even then, there is a small risk that the God Beast will cause the warheads to prematurely lose containment, resulting in an early detonation. The blasted monster had already demonstrated the capability to detonate warheads before they had even launched. If the Phoenix was able to pull off this trick on the dominion of man's antimatter ordnance, then the ship would definitely suffer a heavy or outright crippling blow. This shouldn't be happening. Though Furia and Caramond were hardly the strongest true gods to emerge, they should at least be able to protect the dominion of man from outside interference. Unfortunately, the Phoenix displayed so much superiority that her domain easily pressed back the combined domains of Furia and Caramond. It turned out that having a home-ground advantage along with access to lots of faith energy was not enough for them to hold their ground against a proper god-beast, especially one with such an impeccable pedigree. The difference in comprehension, mastery, experience, and age were simply too great at this time. Vess could scarcely comprehend why the Tribulation Storm sent out such an excessively powerful god-beast when this wasn't originally supposed to be part of the final round. If the Subjugation King hadn't intervened, the Dominion of Man should have endured at least 9 more challenges, each of which pressured the Dreadnought to a much greater degree than this Firebird. Though Vess felt even more relieved that this was not the case anymore, it hardly made a difference if the Phoenix ended up destroying the Dominion of Man anyway. Vess and many other people tried their best to figure out ways for the ship to take the initiative and gain the upper hand, but none of their ideas sounded viable. Furia, the reason why you're losing ground is because you haven't been able to employ any greater runes. Can you do something about this? I suggest you study how the Phoenix utilizes its own greater runes if you can. It is clear that the gap between you and the Phoenix is the overarching reason why we are doing so poorly at the moment. There are good reasons why the Tribulation Storm sent out a powerful god-beast that is aspected towards the fire element. The storm is challenging you to beat the Phoenix and its own game. Vess became increasingly more convinced of this theory. The Dominion of Man lacked the means to defeat the god-beast by herself. None of her weapon systems proved to be effective against the creature so far. This was a rather serious design failure on the part of the fleeters, as dreadnoughts were originally designed to fight against god mechs. Granted, the Dominion of Man was also designed to deploy her dread marines in order to capture enemy starships, fortifications, and so on. But it was still disappointing for Vess to learn that she lacked the means to fight against an extraordinary threat like the Phoenix. The current predicament proved that the dreadnought still had a long way to go before she could realize the ultimate dream of the fleeters. For all of the strength demonstrated by the Phoenix, Vess was pretty sure that god mechs were even stronger. The latter were much smaller but also much faster. They struck harder, possessed more resilient defenses, and their god kingdom was the most combat-effective domain that Vess had ever witnessed. While it was true that the Dominion of Man along with her partner true gods still had a lot of room for growth, this did not avail them in the current situation. The Tribulation Storm had come to test the Carmine Dreadnought's starting qualifications. Even if the intense hostility of Messier 87 towards human civilization had amped up the difficulty of the challenges, the Dominion of Man should have performed better under the circumstances. Alas, the inability of the Dreadnought to cope against this type of opponent meant that all of the pressure rested on the friendly true gods. Caramond had no chance of beating the Phoenix by himself. Vess had kept his goals modest when he created the ancestral spirit. He refrained from adding any strange ingredients into the mix in order to preserve the purity of the end product as much as possible. The result was a spiritual product who aligned perfectly with red humanity, but was only able to provide support during combat. Only Furia could carry this fight. Vess did not wish for this to be the case, but he saw no other alternative. He could sense Furia's turmoil. Before the start of this wave, the transformed fire elemental had grown enormously during the preceding waves. She had steadily developed greater control over her power. She gained more comprehension over her fire domain and learned how to exercise her fire energy in increasingly more effective ways. If the final wave of this lightning tribulation presented any other god beast, then Furia would have been able to maintain a strong mentality even as she struggled to overcome the enemy creature's defenses. Unfortunately, the tribulation storm directly targeted Furia's confidence by spitting out a phoenix that was able to wield the power of fire a lot more proficiently. As their domains continually collided against each other, Furia was forced to acknowledge the brutal reality that she was still a neophyte of a true god when it came to wielding her flames. Again and again, the phoenix humiliated the transformed fire elemental by demonstrating many of the same tricks, but better. More conventional true gods were normally much older and more experienced. They had received enough tempering to maintain a stable mindset and address their problems with a rational mindset. Furia was different. Her new personality was not only less than a day old, but the irrational impulses generated by the remnant of her original self constantly urged her to go berserk. I cannot tolerate this insult. IT is too difficult to learn the Phoenix tricks by seeing IT in action, but I have a better idea. If I open myself up to the knowledge that is hidden within the darkest depths of my being, I can master all of the greater runes I need to teach this overgrown bird a lesson. While that certainly sounded like a viable plan, both Vess and Dread Captain Argyle grew alarmed. "No," Vess shouted. "Don't even think about it. The risks are too great. We cannot allow any further remnant of the original creator of the Fire Scroll to contaminate your current personality. He has already proven that he only needs a single opening in order to take control and engineer the revival of his old self. There is no other way, progenitor." "I refuse to believe that. You managed to learn how to wield a lot of lesser runes by recalling them somehow. I think you can do the same in terms of your greater runes. Do you have any suggestions on how to start?" "Yes, let us start with exploring the greater rune that has always been in your reach. The first step to mastering your greater power is to figure out your personal rune." Chapter 59, 06, My Least Favorite Consultant. Vess inwardly cursed the current predicament. The tribulation storm had targeted their weaknesses too well. The Phoenix exerted so much pressure onto Furia that the awakened fire elemental actually thought about giving the original creator of the Fire Scroll a chance to make a comeback. As bad as it was to lose the dominion of man, Vess had good reasons to believe that the return of such a tyrannical figure may be worse. He was sure that a lot of leaders who kept track of the ongoing situation might think differently about this subject, but Vess was a strong believer that red humanity could still win without giving up any of its sovereignty. If Vess had to choose between an underpowered Furia and an absurdly strong tyrant from ancient times, he would always prefer the former over the latter. This was why Vess strongly urged Furia to not give in to temptation. "We can still figure this out, Furia. Caramond, make sure you continue to feed her with plenty of faith energy. We need her to remain loyal and friendly towards humanity." "You do not need to remind me, progenitor. Do not despair, Furia. Mankind has always prevailed against the aliens. Now that you have become more human yourself, you have become a part of our community. Take heart and face your test with courage." The encouragement from Vess and Caramond seemed to work, at least for the time being. The heat emanating from Furia had subsided a bit, which indicated that she was still open to alternatives. Vess feared that this might not last if they failed to figure out a proper solution to the problem. Time was short. The longer this crisis persisted, the more the dominion of man melted apart. While the potent alloys used to construct her extremely resilient hull plating and internal structure held out remarkably well, the Phoenix's powerful and hostile domain caused a lot of hyper-technology to fail, thereby weakening the structural integrity of the ship. Already, plenty of small and vulnerable systems had succumbed to the heat. A lot of gun turrets that had already incurred a certain degree of damage started to malfunction as well. The automatic repair systems of the Dreadnought were already working at full capacity to prolong the lifespan of all of these modules, but they were far too sparse to solve all of the problems that piled up with each passing second. Since Vess possessed enough of a technical understanding of the ship to understand the enormity of all of the damage. He hurriedly tried to figure out how Furia could tap into her hidden potential. Have you been able to explore the personal rune that describes the nature of your domain? No, IT is not responsive to me. I lack the context to resonate with IT and make use of IT. The rune may as well not exist. IT is not giving me any clues or impressions on what IT can do or what IT is based upon. That was bad news. Vess would have thought that Furia would at least be able to glean a few clues. The lack of responsiveness was probably a consequence of generating a divergent personality. Furia possessed a radically different personality from the original. Her values, principles, and even her origin shared little resemblance to the original creator of the Fire Scroll. This caused her to become severely misaligned with her own domain. The differences were so great that Furia found herself completely unable to tap into the greater powers that belonged to a proper true god. I see. Now that Vess figured out a plausible theory why Furia remained stuck at this juncture. He could figure out a strategy to resolve the problem. Information. We don't have enough information. Captain, are you still in contact with High Command? We still maintain contact, but our ability to communicate with others is continuing to deteriorate. The storm clouds already produce a large amount of interference, but the Phoenix has exacerbated the problem. The more this monster's domain engulfs our ship, the harder it becomes to maintain outside contact. I see. Please get in contact with a high-ranked official who has information on the creator of the Fire Scroll. We need to learn more about him if we want Furia to properly leverage her own domain and power over fire. The Dread Captain agreed with this suggestion and immediately conveyed the request. Since the situation was growing more urgent by the second, there was hardly any delay before a powerful figure established a communication link with the dominion of man. You have toyed with forces that are far beyond your ability to control. A very familiar powerhouse spoke in an accusing tone. Now, you and your flailing fleeters find yourselves unable to extricate yourselves from a crisis of your own making. I should not have expected any better from a troublemaker of a Mech designer. I originally expected you to subside for at least a year before causing another incident, but I have underestimated your capriciousness. Despite all of the noise, hardly anyone aboard the Dominion of Man failed to recognize this voice. That was because it was the voice of a god pilot. While Vess was normally happy to receive the guidance of 7 out of 8 god pilots, his mood instantly sunk when he realized that he just so happened to get into contact with the sole god pilot, remaining who he didn't like. Vess did not exactly end his first encounter with the First Flame on good terms. The farcical public inquiry had caused the two to stand on opposite sides of a far-reaching political issue. The way the public inquiry unfolded ultimately forced the First Flame to cease his resistance and retreat into a corner, but that had done nothing to solve the animosity that existed between Vess and the cranky old god pilot. Though Vess really preferred to talk to any other Tier 1 galactic citizen aside from the First Flame, he had to admit that there was probably no one more suitable to talk to in the Red Ocean. The First Flame probably knew more about phoenixes than anyone else. Since his god Mech was able to transform into one during combat, he should be intimately familiar with the strengths and weaknesses of this mythical species. The god pilot also possessed a huge amount of understanding of fire. Perhaps only the Lord of Thermodynamics was able to beat the First Flame in a few aspects, but only one of them made a living out of wielding fire in battle. What made the First Flame even more relevant in this situation was that he was by far the oldest among the god pilots. Many public sources stated that the First Flame was over 600 years old. This meant that he was born 200 years before the start of the Age of Mechs. The man grew up during the twilight of the Age of Conquest. Whatever Mechs existed during the First Flame's childhood had to be incredibly rudimentary and probably looked completely different from Mechs from the current generation. Yet what Vess prized the most about the First Flame was that he most likely possessed an intimate understanding of the 5 scrolls compact, and the fire shrine in particular. While none of the biographies of the First Flame mentioned anything related to this secret cult, it was easy for Vess to guess that the God Pilot had been one of the many soldiers who fought against the compact and contributed to the nefarious organization's defeat. The only point of uncertainty that bothered Vess was whether the First Flame used to be a member of the compact before the Big Two initiated their rebellion. Please save your recriminations for later. I am sure you understand that there are greater concerns at stake than rehashing our philosophical disagreements. Right now, there's an awakened and indoctrinated fire elemental inside the spark reactor of this ship that desperately needs a crash course on how to tap into her greater potential. I have already relayed my request. Do you have answers that you are willing to supply to us, or are you just going to waste our time? Your lack of respect is disturbing, but I am aware of the pressing situation. I happen to possess a large amount of information about the creator of the Fire Scroll, much of which is too dangerous for me to disseminate. Can you give us a name, at least? Vess asked. It is getting rather tiresome to refer to him as the creator of the Fire Scroll all of the time. No. What? Why? Names have power. Did no one teach you that? I am aware of at least some of the names and titles that are tied to the identity of the creator of the Fire Scroll, but mentioning them is dangerous. For beings of such power and comprehension, merely saying one of their names is enough to draw their attention on you. IT may even revive him to the point where he will regain control of that fire elemental of yours and express his ire towards US for ruining his great plan. Damn. Vess had heard the phrase several times before, but he didn't think it was so bad. Who the hell was this creator of the Fire Scroll? Was he a god king, or had he reached a higher level of cultivation? Whatever the case, Vess made sure to remind himself to never mention the Subjugation King out loud. Okay, forget about the name then. What can you tell me about this fellow's domain? It is very obvious that this guy has delved into fire, but I very much doubt that he has dabbled in everything. What is his specialization? How does he prefer to wield his power over flames? A short pause ensued before the First Flame was willing to respond. That I can share with you, if only briefly. The creator of the Fire Scroll does not specialize in an aspect of fire in the manner you are accustomed to. That man, that god, is fire incarnate. He is the campfire that provides warmth to hunters. He is the energy that allows factories to work their metal. He is the heat that enables laser beams to melt or vaporize their targets. Air, okay, that is a lot. That doesn't really help us out that much. Does he have any favorites? What aspect of fire symbolizes him the most? The star. The creator of the Fire Scroll is known to be versatile, but the most constant symbol that represents his power is the star. IT is told that he is able to incarnate into a blazing star that can light up an entire star system and provide light and energy nearby satellites. He can do much more than that if he ceases to hold back his power. That was impressive. Vess had already figured that the creator of the Fire Scroll was a powerhouse that surpassed the strength of god pilots, but this was incredible. Is his domain tied to a star? I dare not say. My judgment is that he practices one or more cultivation methods that are complex and convoluted beyond your imagination. IT is highly likely that his domain, back when he was a true god, was already elaborate and precisely constructed to a degree that is impossible to replicate. Fixating on the meaning of a star alone is a mistake. IT is no different from judging a Mech by examining its power reactor alone. Vess understood the First Flame's analogy. He was inclined to agree with this description, as he already felt that the fire elemental's domain was in no way simple. Be that as it may, will Furia be able to strengthen her command over her own domain if she starts to concentrate on stars? That remains to be seen. We are in uncharted territory. Chapter 59, 07 Terrible Legacy. The First Flame was the most powerful god pilot in the Red Ocean. He was most likely the most powerful true god in the dwarf galaxy period. Yet when this old and immensely strong soldier spoke about the creator of the Fire Scroll, he lost all of his arrogance and assumed an attitude that was completely unlike that of a confident god pilot. Vess found it disconcerting to hear the First Flame speak, as if he was genuinely afraid of inviting punishment from an ancient being that should have been dead already. The way he cautiously shared bits and pieces of information made it seem as if saying the wrong word would cause him to suffer instant punishment. Surprisingly enough, Vess was inclined to believe that all of this caution was justified. This was not because he fully brought into the First Flame's narrative. He merely deduced that a cultivator, who was powerful enough to produce an artifact of supreme power, as the Fire Scroll, was probably a lot stronger. Whether the creator of the Fire Scroll was powerful enough to snuff out every star in a region remained unclear. Vess was pretty sure that the First Flame had not witnessed such acts himself. He lived in the wrong era for that to be possible. It was likely that the god pilot was merely retelling a lot of old tales and legends, much of which originated from the Fire Shrine. When the Big Two attacked the Great Temple, they managed to come away with the Fire Scroll in possession. Vess already received confirmation that the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance was still in possession of this sacred scroll after he previously inquired about the origin of the fire elemental. If the Mechers and the Fleeters managed to steal the Fire Scroll, they likely plundered everything else that was still intact over at the Fire Shrine. They probably made off with a huge amount of written records, as well as prisoners who possessed a lot of secrets in their minds. The problem was accessing all of that juicy information. The Big Two most certainly kept all of this dangerous information in their most restricted archives. The amount of people who enjoyed the right to access the secret records must be very low. This meant that the First Flame was probably the only authoritative source on the creator of the Fire Scroll. Every piece of information shared by this old and stodgy geezer had already been tainted by his many biases. It was difficult for Vess to interpret the actual truth when the god pilot held strong opinions about the subject. The creator of the Fire Scroll is arrogant beyond all measure. He is not at fault for this, as he truly reached a state of cultivation where none but his peers could hold him back. Even then, he is known as the strongest and most power-hungry among the 5 creators. His rage can evaporate the oceans of entire planets. He can burn any true god to death who dares to insult him by name. While all of this was interesting to know, Vess seriously doubted whether any of it was relevant. If the creator of the Fire Scroll used to be so powerful, then why did he die like every other powerful cultivator when the Milky Way broke? Why didn't he leverage his power to prevent this calamity from happening or migrate to another galaxy like Messier 87? You do not understand. You are an ignorant child who speaks far too lightly of grave events that has wiped out the precursor to modern humanity and reshaped the Milky Way galaxy into a form that is unrecognizable to the primordial humans who lived in ancient times. If you wish to understand the creator of the Fire Scroll better, then know that he is not a victim of this terrible calamity. IT is more apt to describe him as the architect behind the Milky Way's fall. What? Vess knew that the Milky Way used to resemble Messier 87 a lot more. Then a disaster happened that somehow caused the power of heaven to disappear, thereby causing everything that could only exist in a high-energy environment to starve and break apart. While Vess always knew that this short description only scratched the surface of the incredible history of ancient times, yet to hear that the creator of the Fire Scroll had actually played a major role in the breaking of the Milky Way was a surprise. What happened? Cultivators. The First Flame spoke that word with ire. Each of the creators of the sacred scrolls are ruthless in their pursuit of eternity. The galaxy that spawned them has generously given them the resources they need to ascend to a height that allows them to tower over all other beings. Yet that is not enough to satisfy their greed for power. They fear death so much that they have done the unthinkable. They conspired together to disregard the well-being of everyone else by attempting to plunder the source that sustained the Milky Way. Vess widened his eyes. This was a massive revelation, one that not only unveiled a crucial gap in the history of ancient times, but also provided crucial context on all 5 creators of the sacred scrolls. Vess and Furia both developed a better understanding of the personality and the ambitions of the creator of the Fire Scroll. "Does any of this story resonate with you, Furia?" Vess asked in the hopes of obtaining confirmation. As much as the first flame's retelling made sense, Vess had to remind himself that there was no guarantee that the source was accurate. Perhaps a lot of historians at the time wrote a lot of embellishments or outright distortions of the truth. Perhaps the creators of the sacred scroll fought to save the prosperous ecosystem of the Milky Way, but ended up on the losing side of a battle, thereby allowing the victors to malign their enemies. The only way to obtain a real indication of whether any of this was accurate was to go right to the source. Vess could feel that Furia's domain had become unsettled. Hearing that her other progenitor used to be one of the biggest war criminals that the Milky Way ever produced throughout its history was quite an unpleasant surprise. No wonder the first flame sounded so cautious about this ancient figure. This was a cultivator who had demonstrated so much selfishness that he was willing to doom everyone who lived in an entire galaxy just to advance his own cultivation. "The stories are stirring up new impressions," Furia responded. "They are uncomfortable, but they ring true to me. The first flame is not exaggerating. The creator of the Fire Scroll is truly willing and able to drain the energy of an entire galaxy to promote his evolution. He has no regard for how others will suffer from the consequences of his actions. He does not respect the weak, nor acknowledge that fellow humans belong to the same species as him. He is antithetical to everything modern humanity stands for. I am his worst possible incarnation." It sounded as if Furia was on the verge of suffering an identity crisis. Vess could not allow Furia to question her identity any further. "All of that is in the past," Vess hastily spoke up. "We have moved on from those ancient times. The current era is no longer the era of the creators of the sacred scrolls. If this fellow was truly responsible for reshaping the Milky Way for the worse, then he truly deserved to lose much of his power and perish. The humans of our generation have no desire to see him restored. The 5 scrolls compact during the Age of Conquest may have gotten close to reviving him, but in the end, the people have chosen to leave behind the past and pursue their own future." Furia's domain grew a little more stable after hearing that. "You are correct. His shadow looms large over me, but that is no reason to enable his return. He is too great of a threat to all of US. I have found the purpose of my existence now. Learning about the legacy that I have inherited has made me understand my mission." She sounded increasingly more certain as she said this. Her domain also became more solid again. At the very least, she was starting to cede less ground against the Phoenix. This was valuable progress. "Would you like to share, Furia?" Vess asked in an encouraging tone. My purpose is to master his power, but not his ambition. Instead, my mission is to atone for his many crimes and seek absolution in his stead. He would never be able to do this, which makes it all the more important for me to utilize what little might he possesses for the good of the humans under my charge. Although Furia hadn't really come much closer to understanding her personal rune, she had gained so much certainty and purpose that she became more assured in her own existence. This seemed to do wonders in the ongoing struggle. Not only was she beginning to muster up a better defense against the Phoenix, she also regained her sense of confidence. Vess was quite impressed by all of the changes. He did not think it was coincidence that the Fire Flame's ramblings produced such a positive result. It was a mistake to characterize the first flame as a stubborn old fool that was way too inflexible to adapt to the changing times. While I am glad that you have strengthened your domain, the gap in strength still remains. Have you come any closer to comprehending your personal rune? Perhaps. I have finally begun to resonate with IT, but IT is still closed to me. The creator truly sees himself as a star that shines across the entire galaxy. Yet there is more to his domain than that. I am missing many pieces of the puzzle. Do you have any guesses on how Furia can complete the picture, Your Holiness? I have said on this subject, the powerful god pilot said, I do not agree with your strategy. Furia's domain may not fit her well at the moment, but she is still a fire elemental. There is great meaning in that. Her command over fire should already enable her to command the greater runes that you obsess over. Much like the Phoenix, she does not need to put any deliberate effort to construct these runes. The creator of the fire scroll has already supplied her with the right abilities. All she needs to do is to leverage her will to dominate the power of fire, and everything will automatically follow suit. Though Vess did not want to agree with the god pilot, he knew far more about this kind of stuff than himself. Vess was just a senior Mech designer, while the First Flame was the most powerful god pilot of Red humanity. The latter definitely understood true gods a lot better than almost everyone else. Certainly, his guidance already brought Furia on the right track. All she needed to do was push herself further and become more proactive in the use of fire energy. She was already beginning to do that with renewed enthusiasm. She no longer paid the gap in strength in mind and tried her best to strengthen her workings as much as possible. Though she was only able to manipulate lesser runes for the time being, the difference was that she pushed a lot harder to break the boundaries and seek greater strength. It was as if she was trying to strengthen her need so much that she would eventually be able to recall one of the creator's memories on how to perform a more powerful technique. It was as good of a strategy as any, though Furia had yet to produce any positive results. Vess needed to decide whether he should put his faith into Furia's current approach. Chapter 59:08 Finding Humanity. The key to winning the final challenge was to help Furia come to grips with her inherited power. The dominion of man by herself was not yet able to cope with a mythical god beast like the Phoenix. Her vaunted weapon systems that could easily demolish any alien battleship she came across were ultimately outclassed in this fight. The Phoenix utilized its blazing speed and agility to frustrate the tracking of many slow-moving primary gun turrets, and relied on its true god-level fire shield to block the errant shots that managed to land true. To their credit, the crew of the Dreadnought did not settle for the status quo and tried their best to improve the results. They tweaked and modified their targeting and tracking parameters so that the weapons of the Dreadnought could better cope with a circling opponent. They analyzed the Phoenix's behavioral patterns. With the huge amount of help provided by the Brain Trust, the science officers managed to construct a detailed mathematical model that significantly increased the hit rates of every weapons system. The ship's materializers worked overtime to fabricate spare parts as well as missiles in order to sustain the vessel for a longer time. Crew members worked above and beyond to repair broken systems and improvise expedient solutions in order to save time. Yet despite all of their efforts, the dominion of man was dying. Too many surface modules had melted from the heat. If not for the fact that the Dreadnought's gun turrets were designed and built to resist a lot of damage, many more of them would have crumbled already. For the time being, the Dreadnought used up virtually all of her reserves of coolants and other heat-mitigating solutions to preserve the operation of her most powerful cannons, but time was increasingly running out. If the ship did not start with repelling the Phoenix's overwhelming domain, her ability to strike back at the powerful god beast would soon be crippled. This was unacceptable. This was why everyone was banking on Furia. The transformed fire elemental was the only asset of the dominion of man who possessed the raw power to contend against the Phoenix. What frustrated Vess was that his plan had already gone off track. Instead of helping Furia master the personal rune that was left behind by the creator of the Fire Scroll, First Flame instead rambled about all kinds of topics related to the mythical creator. Fire is one of the most volatile elements in existence. Those who studied IT and mastered IT understand that they must constantly align with its temperamental nature in order to make further progress. Yet that is exactly where the danger lies. Too many fires will only result in unbridled destruction. Those lost in the flames lose all sense of respect for life. They only consider others as tinder that should be lit aflame in order to feed their own fire. The creator of the fire scroll is the archetypical example of a cultivator who became a slave of his own desires. The tales that describe the cruelty, the selfishness, and the madness of the creator of the fire scroll had an outsized impact on Furia. A part of her despaired that she was descended from such a deplorable god. Another part of her rebelled against the path of her predecessor. It was the latter part that started to become a more prominent part of her being. While Furia began to find her purpose and strengthened her ego, her domain not only started to grow stronger, but also started to gain a different accent. This was an interesting development to Vess. He never thought that it would be that easy for true gods to change their domains. Then again, nothing about Furia was conventional. She was a newborn occupying the form of another true god. She was no different from a squatter who just happened to break into an expensive mansion and had little idea how to manage it properly. The solution that Vess originally proposed was for Furia to learn how the previous owner arranged and utilize the mansion. The goal was for her to emulate the creator of the Fire Scroll as much as possible, with the idea that it would be a lot faster and easier for her to recall the mythical figure's command over fire. What happened instead was that the first flame encouraged Furia to redecorate and repurpose the mansion. Its foundation and structure were immutable and could not be changed, but the newborn incarnation could still change the furniture and find new ways to use existing facilities. Perhaps that was why Furia's domain started to undergo modest changes. It still retained much of the same feel, but the change in accent caused it to become a little narrower in scope. As a being of fire, you should already be aware of the impulses generated by your own nature. The hotter you burn, the greater the risk of losing control. Yet many still do so because the fanning the flames is too much for them to resist. Will you do the same, Furia? Will your desire to overpower the phoenix, tormenting your ship, drive you to throw all caution to the wind and pursue power at any cost? The way the first flame framed his argument sounded incredibly manipulative to Vess. It was very clear now that the old god pilot wanted to steer Furia's development in a direction of his own choosing. Vess should have known that the crotchety old god pilot pursued his own agenda. Though the first flame's advice was still helpful enough, Furia would clearly begin to diverge from the creator of the Fire Scroll if she continued to go down this direction. Vess had no idea whether that was even possible. It would be as if a companion spirit took over its principle and started to live a completely different life. Would this cause Furia's domain to bend and stretch to the point where it started to change on a more permanent basis? Or would Furia push too far and break herself into pieces due to diverging too much from her original personality? All of this touched upon matters that were far beyond his understanding. Vess was not yet qualified to mess around with true gods, and his understanding of domains was still too superficial. Vess was losing control over the situation. The outside consultant had taken over the initiative and continued his ploy to single-handedly indoctrinate Furia. The fact that the first flame's plan seemed to be working was the main reason why Vess and Dread Captain Argyle did not insist on closing the communication channel. Even so, Vess did not feel comfortable with every proposal from the first flame. You are changing for the better, Furia. Embrace your fire, but not too much. One of the strengths of humans is that they understand the value of moderation. As long as you do your best to control your own flames and resist the urge to keep fanning them, you will always be a better god than the creator of the Fire Scroll. Do you have the strength to use your fire with restraint? Do you have the conviction to employ your fire to the benefit of red humanity rather than yourself? Make your decision, Furia. Something about the first flame's words stirred Furia's burning heart. The transformed fire elemental began to produce more heat, but did her best to restrain her output lest she damage the ship. I have made my decision. Earlier, I embraced my new calling by doing the opposite of what my original has done so long ago. Now, I have decided to forego the obsessive pursuit of personal power and do my best to arm red humanity with the fire they need to enact retribution upon their alien foes. Her domain strengthened by another notch. Her improvement was so significant this time that the Phoenix was no longer able to press its hostile domain deeper into the dominion of man. The god-beast clearly did not take a liking to that, and intensified its attempt to engulf the entire dreadnought into its sea of flames. Supported by Caramond and the hopes of all of the crew, Furia shouldered the growing pressure with increasing fervor. The transformed fire elemental no longer saw herself as a shadow of her mythical origin. She had begun to define her own identity, one that began to make her resonate with the faith of the human race on an independent basis. Ves widened his eyes when he saw how easily Furia became a deity cultivator. It appeared that there was a reason why true gods were called this way. They all possessed an inherent ability to tap into faith energy. There was no need for them to practice a specific cultivation method. Intent and conviction were enough for them to leverage the power of faith. Unlike Caramond, who tapped into the power of human supremacy, Furia resonated with humanity's anger towards the aliens. There were many human soldiers who had taken up arms against the aliens. They fought against the encroaching enemy raiding fleets on a regular basis and lost many comrades in the process. For each soldier lost, and for each colony that got razed, the surviving humans became increasingly angrier towards the aliens. Many soldiers had become a vessel of their own fury and indignation towards the aliens that sought to make red humanity extinct. Each of them may have vastly different reasons to feel so angry towards their foes, but their hatred towards the invading aliens united them together. Now, Furia had begun to tap into those powerful flames. The injection of so much faith energy not only bolstered her connection to red humanity, but also began to alter her even further. Her domain reflected all of these changes. The faith of many strong and courageous soldiers fueled her fire to the point where Furia struggled to contain her growing fury towards the aliens. Many fleeters who continued to crew their stations located around the spark reactor began to feel uncomfortably hot. Despite the efforts of their suits to keep their bodies at a tolerable temperature, the rising power and heat emanating from Furia's changing domain was beginning to make their lives a lot more difficult. Furia clearly sensed how her rising power was starting to make it unbearable for people to remain in proximity to her, so she tried her best to clamp down on her rising heat. What was the point of becoming more powerful when she ended up burning more humans in the process? My fire shall never pose a threat to loyal humans. After she made this powerful declaration, her domain shifted even further. It gained another accent that significantly altered its expression. Many people relaxed. The engineers assigned to monitor and maintain the spark reactor experienced the greatest relief. Their bodies had been drenched in sweat despite the fact that they wore the most heat-resistant suits. As the accents affecting Furia's domain continued to strengthen their influence, the transformed fire elemental became increasingly more in sync with the dominion of man. The Bloodfire Pact grew stronger. The fire energies generated by Furia propagated faster through the hull. The various systems and modules of the dominion of man were able to leverage a greater concentration of Furia's fire energy without exceeding their safety limitations. In the end, Furia had chosen to place her confidence in the dominion of man as opposed to herself. Ves did not know whether she had made the right decision, but now that it had come to this point, he had no choice but to respect her decision. Captain, Furia has chosen to give us the power to resist the Phoenix. She won't be able to play a leading role in resisting this god beast. It will be up to your ship to do the heavy lifting. Are you ready to initiate a counterattack against this obnoxious firebird? Dread Captain Argyle smiled beneath his helmet. We have been waiting for this. If we are to pass this final test, we shall do so as a team. Chapter 59:09 Commanding Fire. Many people who possessed the privilege of watching the live feed of the Dominion of Man started to grow concerned at how this final test unfolded. Regardless of whether they understood the mechanisms of a lightning tribulation, they could see from the progression of the battle that the dreadnought was not doing so well. Every viewer thought that the powerful warship would be able to repel the Phoenix and blast it apart. Not even the members of the Mech community wanted the Dominion of Man to succumb to this challenge. As all of these people placed their expectations on the ship that had managed to overcome 71 consecutive waves, each of them became pleasantly surprised when the dreadnought finally started to display greater power. The entire warship had been bathing in the Phoenix's relentless heat for far too long. Occasionally, the Phoenix even sprayed a spurt of flame from its beak, causing the massive warship's hull to melt and her external modules to become unusable. The crackle of tarnished lightning accompanied each of these breath attacks, causing the defenses of the warship to crumble at a faster rate. Already, entire sections of the ship had already been condemned due to suffering too much damage. If not for the fact that the hull of the warship was just so damn big, the total amount of damage she accumulated so far would have disabled any smaller warship by this time. This was why the Dominion of Man's resurgence came at the right time. The dreadnought began to get engulfed in a different kind of fire, one that instinctively felt a lot tamer and more controlled. Illusionary orange flames sprung to life and covered the exterior of the massive hull. Far from burning or melting all of the alloys they came into contact with, the friendly flames actually dispersed a lot of excess heat and protected the damaged hull against additional fire attacks. The Phoenix began to express indignation when it noticed that its domain was no longer able to press inside the dreadnought. So long as Furia continued to utilize her domain to protect and augment the warship under her charge, she would never allow a hostile alien god to harm the vessel and her crew. As Furia continued to alter the expression of her domain, her newfound purpose and conviction continued to guide her into applying her fire energy in increasingly more effective ways. However, the Dominion of Man only managed to hold her ground against the Phoenix for the time being. This was far from being able to defeat the Firebird. The ship had lost many gun batteries during the previous minutes. Many powerful and expensive primary cannons had succumbed from the heat and flames. While the crew were risking their lives to conduct whatever repairs they could to restore the more salvageable weapon systems, it was impossible for the dreadnought to fire as many shots as before. Our primary gun batteries are hitting the Phoenix at an increasing rate. The damage inflicted by our heaviest cannons are also beginning to destabilize its fire shield increasingly more. Is our remaining firepower enough to wear down the defenses of the Phoenix? Regretfully, we have lost too many primary and secondary gun batteries. Our diminished salvos and the evasive maneuvers of the Phoenix are preventing us from inflicting real harm. Furia's growth may have allowed the Dominion of Man to shore up her defenses, but it was far from allowing the dreadnought to counterattack. It was still frustrating for the fleeters to allow this powerful firebird to circle around their ship with impunity. The creature let loose another blast of fire at the damaged hull. The strengthened protective barrier managed to block most of the damage, but the concentration of power was still too much for Furia. The hull gained another melted hole. "Sir, the Phoenix is preparing to launch another fire breath attack." "So soon. It appears the Phoenix is starting to take this fight more seriously." Whether it was due to pride or complacency, the Phoenix initially sought to defeat the Dominion of Man by burning her with its domain. Now that Furia mustered up enough resistance to prevent the hostile domain from encroaching on the ship, the Firebird evidently decided to complete its goal by employing more direct attacks. The wings of the phoenix started to blaze in reddish flames. Its flames grew hotter and its speed started to pick up. The unexpected boost in speed caused many gun turrets to miss their shots as they failed to anticipate this change in pattern. The phoenix did not mindlessly radiate its blazing heat, but started to channel much of its excess power into a steady barrage of fire breath attacks. The escalating offensive exerted a lot of pressure on Furia. She found herself losing ground again as she was unable to protect the hull against further damage. It was a disappointing turn of events. Just when she started to feel more confident and optimistic in her changes, the Phoenix started to display even greater strength. While Vess was trying to figure out a way to boost the firepower of the dominion of man even further, the first flame just so happened to provide helpful guidance. "You are doing better, Furia, but you are not taking full advantage of your power as a god. As a fire elemental, you are more than a single flame. You are a sovereign of flames. From the moment you were born, you already inherited one of the most talents imaginable. It should not be difficult for you to beseech and command the fire of the heavens." That was right. Vess suddenly recalled that one of the reasons why Kai cultivators were so immensely powerful was because they were able to borrow the power of heaven to amplify all of their techniques. While Furia had already been doing that on a subconscious level, she was clearly able to do more if she concentrated on this aspect. However, it was not so easy for Furia to take control over a vast amount of ambient E-energy. There was one powerful obstruction that prevented her from taking control over all of the fire energy in the environment. The Phoenix had been hijacking the vast majority of fire energy flowing through the surrounding space. There were many myths that described phoenixes as the darlings of the fire element. Their innate talent and affinity towards this attribute were so high that it was hard to defeat them at their home game. Yet this was exactly what Furia needed to do in order to gather enough power to finally gain the upper hand against this awful firebird. Vess inwardly groaned when he realized this. The tribulation storm's demands towards the dominion of man were too excessive. It was almost impossible for a true god to surpass a phoenix in this aspect. If not for the fact that the fire elemental was originally derived from one of the strongest fire cultivators of the Milky Way, Vess would have thought that the tribulation storm had set an impossible goal. Yet because Furia inherited such excellent conditions, she still had a chance of matching and possibly surpassing the Phoenix in this game. She just needed to improve fast enough to save the dominion of man. Do you feel it, Furia? Do you feel how Phoenix is taking energy that should rightfully be yours? Do something about it. Expand your domain and increase your aggression. Staying on the defensive will only cause you to cede your ground. Push against the Phoenix domain and try your best to take over the surrounding fires. How? Furia inquired as she struggled to implement what the god pilot had taught. I can push back the Phoenix domain, but the power of heaven still prefers to remain under the god beast's control. It is resisting my efforts to take control over it. The more aggressive I behave, the more it rejects my domain. That is not a surprise. You are not a god pilot. You cannot bend reality to your will to the same extent as I can. You need to persuade the power of heaven to work with you. There are many possible philosophies and cultivation methods that can allow you to command the flames. There are numerous approaches that are suitable for a fire elemental, but it is not my place to tell you which one you should employ. Only you can make this decision. Choose a strategy that aligns with your talent and your nature. What kind of an approach fit Furia the best? It was difficult for the transformed fire elemental to figure out the answer. She was too new at this. She may have learned a lot of lessons, but the lack of accumulation prevented her from making the necessary connections. Once she adjusted her attitude and started to consider herself as an imperious star who commanded all of the fire and heat spread across an entire star system, a very deep part of her original self began to rouse and enter the forefront. Ves finally found an opportunity to provide his own guidance. While I admire your willingness to diverge from the path of your original creator, remember that your affinity and talent comes from him, he said. This means that it should be easier for you with his approach to commanding the power of heaven. Remember how he sees himself. One of his most prominent symbols is the star. Those words seemed to resonate with Furia. Once she adjusted her attitude and started to consider herself as an imperious star who commanded all of the fire and heat spread across an entire star system, a very deep part of her original self began to rouse and enter the forefront. Light and heat began to shine from the dominion of man in increasing intensity as Furia began to incarnate into a metaphorical star. The phoenix flew back in surprise as Furia's domain suddenly began to expand and harmonize with the surrounding environment. Though the god beast was still able to control the fire energy in its immediate environment, Furia began to contest it for control. The damage output of our remaining active gun batteries is rising. Our weapons are leveraging much more fire energy than before. The protective barrier generated by Furia has completely blocked the Phoenix's fire breath. The attack inflicted no significant damage as far as we can tell. Our thrusters are providing much greater thrust than before. We are able to gain greater advantages in our maneuvers. The way that Furia harmonized with the dominion of man and the surrounding environment reminded Ves a lot about the teamwork between high-ranking Mech pilots and high-ranking Mechs. Just as how expert pilots were able to boost the performance of their expert Mechs by resonating with them, Furia was harmonizing with all of the systems and components of the ship, causing them to reach performance levels that should normally be impossible. Though the methods were not the same, there were enough parallels that it seemed clear that Furia was trying to develop a similar relationship with the dreadnought. Ves had a feeling that this may have been the main goal of the fire flame. The god pilot feared rogue cultivators so much that he had tried his best to encourage Furia to increase her dependence on the dominion of man. The more they grew inseparable to teach others, the lower the chance that Furia decided to set off on her own in the future. It was a good strategy. While Furia might possess the qualifications to fight against the Phoenix in person, it was much better for the transformed fire elemental to fulfill her present purpose and join forces with the dreadnought. Together, Furia and the dominion of man began to gain increasingly more ground. Not only were they growing stronger, but the Phoenix also started to lose a lot of strength due to its inability to command as much ambient E-energy as before. The contest of fire started to tilt in favor of the humans. Everyone grew more confident as they saw that the most powerful shots of the dominion of man began to break apart the annoying fire shield that kept the Phoenix safe all the time. Keep at it, men. We are on track to win this final fight. The end of the tribulation event was in sight. Chapter 59, 10 Sketchy Transaction. As Furia continued to grow in strength, the Phoenix suffered increasing setbacks. Now that the transformed fire elemental had become a much more worthy contender for control over the power of heaven, the Phoenix found itself in the rare situation where it was unable to monopolize all of the fire energy in the environment. Such an occurrence had almost never happened in the lifetime of the original god beast that the lightning manifestation was based upon. Phoenixes were truly the darlings of fire. Even in a galaxy as large, dense, and prosperous of Messier 87, it was unlikely to encounter any cultivator who possessed a greater connection to the power of fire. However, it just so happened that a so-called fire elemental actually possessed the ability to surpass a phoenix in this aspect. Ves actually grew impressed at how quickly Furia was able to delve one of the greater abilities of the creator of the Fire Scroll and turn the tables against the god beast with such speed. The talent of one of the cultivators who broke the Milky Way was much scarier than he thought. As Furia continued to dominate the fight by blazing like a star, Ves took advantage of the situation to study how she expressed her abilities. Though Furia shone so brightly and generated so much heat that it was dangerous to look too closely in her direction. Blinky was still able to perceive a lot of clues. Vess analyzed the data and began to make an important discovery. Furia likely managed to tap into her original creator's personal rune. This explained why her strength and her command over fire had skyrocketed to such an extent. Even a rudimentary usage of this powerful rune was enough to properly activate her domain and cause it to live up to the reputation of a true god. By combining her human-derived ability to harmonize with the dominion of man and augment all of her hyper-technology far beyond its usual limitations, Furia finally managed to elevate the dreadnought to the point where the extravagantly expensive vessel finally lived up to her original promise. As the fleeters and the observers became awed at how extensively the tables had turned, they began to entertain a notion that they previously considered heretical. Do you think our ship can fight against a god Mech now? If not today, then maybe in a year. The Dominion requires urgent repairs and upgrades before she is even close to challenging a god Mech. It's possible, right? I think so. It's no longer as hopeless as before. Even the most optimistic fleeters previously thought that it would take decades for the dominion of man to grow to the point where she could become the equal to the weakest god Mech. No more. Even if the Phoenix was not as threatening as a god Mech, the creature still came a lot closer. So long as the dominion of man successfully vanquished the Firebird, she would definitely be able to repel a god Mech sooner rather than later. As the crew held onto this collective hope, they worked harder to ensure that their mighty vessel did not suffer a severe malfunction and falter just as she was on the verge of overcoming this final challenge. Good work, Furia. I am proud of you. The First Flame spoke in a much more charitable tone than Vess was accustomed to. Never forget what you are and what you are working towards. So long as you stand by humanity's side, you shall become the star that guides them to a brighter future. Your fire shall quench this ship and defend our territories against all alien encroachment. With the help of your boundless talent, you can become one of our greatest protectors. Furia felt invigorated enough to respond to the First Flame's kind words. I owe you my gratitude and my life. Your guidance has aided me into utilizing my powers as they were meant to be used. I shall dedicate this victory in your honor. Do not grow complacent. The Phoenix has not yet succumbed to your flames. Finish the fight before you think about other affairs. While the First Flame was right to caution about celebrating prematurely, the Phoenix was already losing too much ground. The powerful fire energy-enhanced plasma bolts, positron beams, and kinetic projectiles had managed to punch through the ragged fire shield and harm the structure of the Phoenix. Each salvo inflicted serious damage that the Phoenix was unable to cope against. While the Firebird proved to be surprisingly resistant towards damage due to the fact that it possessed the ability to elementalize its body into an energy form, that did not avail the god beast much when it was unable to command as much fire energy as before. The Phoenix's ability to convert its entire body into a combat-capable energy form was probably one of its trump cards. However, the demands for this innate ability were also sky-high. The less the Phoenix was able to leverage the power of heaven, the weaker and more anemic its elemental form became. It was quite sad to see the Phoenix doing so poorly when it had been dominating the fight not too long ago. The reversal came so suddenly that many people had not yet adjusted to the fact that the dominion of man was winning this fight. Several minutes passed by as the Phoenix became increasingly more desperate. The god beast's elemental form became increasingly less stable as it was unable to recover from all of the attacks launched by the dreadnought. The Phoenix has restored its material form. The god beast is heavily injured. The responsiveness of the Phoenix has dropped by 40% compared to its peak. Its attack power has declined by over 70%. The seemingly inexhaustible Phoenix had finally reached exhaustion. This caused the god beast's domain to cede even more ground. When the dreadnought had fired the umpteenth salvo of her surviving primary gun batteries, The phoenix let out a mournful cry that momentarily stunned the crew of the Dominion of Man before exploding in a spectacular fashion. Incoming tribulation energy release. Brace yourselves. The Dominion of Man became subjected to another lightning baptism. This one struck the ship considerably harder due to her much more burned and damaged state. Though her citadel and many of her internal systems remained in good condition, her exterior had taken a considerable beating. Many of them finally started to fail, as the exploding phoenix had pushed the most vulnerable components over the edge. Fortunately, the influx of creation energies magically restored a part of the damage and made everything else stronger. Nobody could even begin to explain how all of it worked, but that did not stop them from appreciating the anomalous effect. While the majority of the crew started to feel an enormous amount of relief for making it past the final wave of the final round of the lightning tribulation, a few people remained oddly vigilant. "The storm clouds haven't faded away," Vess said with a frown. "That last lightning baptism was also rather weak. The tribulation is still in progress." "I concur. I detected a nucleus of fire at the location where the phoenix perished." The crew quickly regained their composure and tried their best to prepare for any eventuality. When the dreadnought's degraded sensor arrays were able to gain a closer look at the site, Vess and the others became frightened at what they saw. "Is that a giant egg?" A massive flaming egg had appeared in the place of the phoenix's grave. Vess suddenly recalled that a phoenix was able to undergo nirvana. There were myths that described how they were able to reverse death and advance their strength by undergoing a unique rebirth process. He found it difficult to believe that phoenixes were able to do this in reality, yet the appearance of this egg showed that the legends may actually be correct. Attack. The Dominion of Man opened fire on the egg. There was no challenge in hitting a stationary target. While the egg did not move from its place, it strangely managed to resist every attack that struck its flaming shell. None of our attacks have inflicted any apparent damage. Its structure as well as its energy readings have remained constant. Neither energy nor kinetic weapons have produced any meaningful results. Though Furia tried to amplify the armaments of the Dominion of Man as best as possible, it quickly became clear that they were dealing with an exceptional phenomenon. As the seconds passed by, the egg not only remained undamaged, but also started to show signs of increasing activity. Its energy levels were rising. If we do not find a way to destroy this egg, then the chances are high that it will spawn another phoenix, one that may be stronger than the one we previously fought against. Dread Captain Volkert Argyle couldn't hold himself back any longer. "Arm all of our remaining antimatter missiles and bombs. Begin the process of retrieving as many usable superweapons from our secure vaults and laboratories. We must throw everything we have at this strange egg." That was a huge amount of destructive power. Vess did not know how many superweapons the dreadnought had left, but it was likely enough to crack several planets at the very least. He had a feeling that it wouldn't be enough to break the egg. "Halt!" The first flame suddenly spoke over the noisy communication channel. "Your firepower will not avail you this time. The nirvana of a phoenix is an expression of a greater rule. Neither this ship nor Furia can break it by force." "I suppose you know more about phoenixes than everyone else in the Red Ocean," Vess said. "I don't think you opened your mouth to tell us how futile it is to employ a lot of weapons of mass destruction. I take it you have a more elegant solution." "You are correct. I have been waiting for this occurrence since I learned that the final tribulation comes in the form of a phoenix. I would like to propose a transaction with you, Furia." "A transaction? Now, we need to defeat the phoenix as quickly as possible." Furia ignored her progenitor's complaints. "Terms. I shall teach you a method to neutralize the phoenix egg. Once the Dominion of Man has survived this tribulation, I shall come to you and ask you to transfer your detailed impressions of the phoenix. This remote connection has done me no favors in my attempt to study this magnificent beast. Only you, a fire elemental is able to study its essence. I agree. Then listen carefully. The fire flame quickly transferred the method over a separate and private communication channel. Vess found it annoying that he was left out of the loop. He had very good reasons to believe that it might not be a good idea to transfer so much data about the Phoenix to the first flame. Unfortunately, Furia had already agreed to the transaction. It was an enormously bad idea to renege on a deal with any god pilot, so there was nothing Vess could do to stop this deal from happening. Furia soon took action once again. She quickly managed to learn the technique taught by the first flame and soon began to extend her domain around the burning egg. The energy readings of the egg are dropping. It is weakening by the second. The temperature of the egg is declining as well. It is 30% cooler than before. It was as if time was going backwards. Instead of growing hotter and stronger, the egg was instead changing in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Furia started to absorb much of the fire energies that were previously condensed in the Phoenix egg. Soon enough, the egg had lost so much energy that a single salvo from the dreadnought's surviving primary armament succeeded in bursting it apart. The threat has been neutralized. We succeeded. Everyone began to feel a lot of relief once they finally confirmed that the blasted Phoenix was no more. Just as they started to let go of their concerns, the heavens finally began to deliver their final reward for the dreadnought's exceptional performance. Our sensors are detecting drastic changes from the storm clouds. Chapter 59, 11 Deep Desires. Lightning tribulations were mysterious phenomena. Many cultivators questioned why they existed in the first place. Did the heavens wish to punish them for going against the natural order? Was it a self-regulating mechanism designed to preserve the ecosystem of a galactic environment? Or was it simply a self-defense mechanism designed to channel the most valuable resources to the most worthy cultivators? Vess believed that all of these possible reasons could be true at the same time. In a universe that was restricted by limited resources, struggle and hardships became an inevitable fact of life. Letting the weak or undeserving obtain power without earning it would only lead to a wholesale collapse. Perhaps the calamity that caused the old Milky Way to lose all of its prosperity and degenerate into a galaxy devoid of the power of heaven served as an example of what happened if this enforcement mechanism failed to do its job. Whatever the case, one of the universal rules that governed all lightning tribulations was that there was always a symmetry between punishment and reward. The only justice in the cosmos was strength. Those who possessed the strength and resilience to survive a brutal punishment were entitled to receive a more magnanimous reward. Vess personally detested this rule. It basically encouraged the rise of selfish tyrants and trampled on the interests of the collective masses. It was a principle that was wholly contradictory to modern human society. Yet, Vess also understood the warped logic behind this universal rule. It rewarded success and promoted a type of order that made sense in medium to high-energy environments. Lightning tribulations heavily rewarded the powerful. Given that Vess endured multiple tribulations sent by the heavenly authorities and largely passed the challenges sent by them, it was only logical to conclude that he was quite strong himself. Aside from the abject failure of the elemental lord, Vess had proven his chops as an exceedingly competent and inventive creator of life and machines. The vast majority of Mech designers and creators had never managed to trigger a lightning tribulation, let alone heard of this phenomenon. Given that Vess was one of the few who not only triggered them, but also enabled most of his creations to survive the brutal punishments, he had begun to take a liking to their existence. Though a part of Vess wondered whether he was actually a masochist, there was no doubt in his mind that the phenomenon of lightning tribulations enabled the rise of some of his greatest creations. The Superior Mother, Veronica, and now the very first living warship in existence were all game-changing existences to him. The rewards they received for surviving baptisms of lightning served as the vital element that elevated their existence beyond any reasonable norm. The present lightning tribulation was by far the most powerful one that he had completed to date. Transforming the dominion of man into a unique and unprecedented Carmine dreadnought provoked a huge response from the heavens. Both the ship and her associated true gods had been forced to exceed their limits many times in order to keep up with the escalating challenges. Most ships would have never been able to make it out intact. The dominion of man shouldn't have been able to survive this ordeal in the first place, considering that she had originally attracted a 81-strike multimodal lightning tribulation. However, the intervention of a certain god-king had changed the fate of the dreadnought. The challenge turned into a 72-strike multimodal lightning tribulation. This was still a nearly impossible challenge to overcome for any ship, even a dreadnought as excellent as the dominion of man. Nonetheless, the fact of the matter was that the ship had managed to survive with dignity. Sure, it received a bit of help from Vess and the First Flame, but the mysterious rules that governed tribulation events did not declare this to be a violation of its rules. Vess played an instrumental role in transforming the dominion of man. The First Flame limited his intervention to words. This experience had taught him many lessons about lightning tribulations. One of the greatest rewards that he gained from this long, painful, and exhausting ordeal was the knowledge he harvested from all of the events. From learning about the threats that were native to Messier 87 to obtaining a huge amount of insights on relevant subjects, such as runes and fire-attributed E-energy, Vess managed to accrue a huge amount of inspiration today. There was nothing more satisfying to a Mech designer than to obtain the answers to many long-standing questions. Vess believed that as long as he took the time to process these gains, his ability to design Mechs would undergo a qualitative leap. Already, his mind was filled with hundreds of new ideas. He wanted to design Mech so badly that he felt the urge to ignore everything that was happening around him. He would rather be in his design lab than on this ship if he was being honest. Yet the magnitude of what had happened today made it impossible for him to shirk his remaining duties and responsibilities. The successful transformation and the evolution of the dominion of man was too big of an accomplishment for him to sneak away and pretend as if nothing had changed. Vess found it incredibly frustrating that he wouldn't be able to act upon all of the wonderful inspiration he obtained in the past few hours. Instead, he braced himself to receive the largest lightning baptism to date. The storm clouds are converging above our ship. They are growing increasingly more dense. We are detecting massive amounts of spatial activity. An enormous concentration of E-energy is pouring from the condensed storm clouds. A new light source has emerged. It's a rainbow. A large rainbow has formed above the star system. The size of this rainbow was incredible. It looked completely absurd, yet conveyed a huge amount of positive energy. Everyone who looked at it would instantly yearn to dive into this paradise. The gigantic rainbow hovered above the dominion of man for a moment, before plunging straight into the massive ship. A transformation, unlike anything else, took place. The power granted by the heavens of multiple galaxies gave the dreadnought exactly what she deserved. A lot of damaged and broken components spontaneously became whole. Missing and utterly destroyed pieces of equipment appeared out of nowhere and slotted seemingly into the hull. The entire structure and materials that comprised the dreadnought shone with rainbow light as they comprehensively improved in any conceivable aspect. Each and every crew member received rewards of their own. No matter how much or how little they contributed to the survival of the dominion of man, their bodies became stronger and their spiritualities grew in power as well. The bloodfire pact that tied so many people to the ship also experienced a few upgrades. It not only became stronger and more difficult to break, but also gained a few mysterious properties that the crew would have to explore by themselves. The two true gods, whose existences were tied to the dreadnought, also received their respective rewards. Karamund not only completed his long-stalled transition into a true god without suffering any sequelae, but also strengthened his foundation in excess to any other ancestral spirit. While he still did not gain a lot of actual strength, his qualifications and growth potential was among the best of his kind, enabling him to enjoy a smoother journey in his future cultivation. Aside from that, Karamund also received an additional gift that strengthened his power as a newly ascended deity. The black scepter that Ves had added to his persona no longer held a symbolic meaning anymore. The heavens saw fit to transform it into a real artifact that was permanently bonded to the human god. The scepter could not turn physical or imaginary with a single command, but also started to get covered with runes that were intimately tied to the concept of human supremacy. The second true god that not only fought to save the dominion of man, but also struggled to secure her present existence, the rewards issued by the heavens were no less consequential. The heavens seemed to know exactly what she needed to improve her own circumstances. They did not grant her a direct boost of power, for she already had plenty of that for the time being. The power from beyond, instead, opted to alter her domain. Ves and Furia never expected that this could happen. Technically speaking, the fire elemental inherited its domain from its original creator. Since the latter was way more powerful than anyone else, it should have been unthinkable for Furia to casually alter such a fundamental inherited trait. However, the heavens appeared to possess a higher authority than the legendary creator of the Fire Scroll. The tribulation energies easily erased the structure that made the domain so solid and immutable. They subsequently started to make a lot surgical and targeted changes that subtly altered the expression and the meaning of the domain. For all of their generosity, the heavens did not do any further work than they deemed necessary. Furia's domain still remained for the most part. It was still based on the fire element, and it was also tied to the symbolism of a star. However, the accents that Furia previously imposed on it became more permanent elements of the domain. The boundless arrogance and contempt towards all lesser beings had become less pronounced. Instead, the domain started to take on a slightly more protective and benign aspect, especially towards the human race. Though these changes ultimately sounded trivial in comparison to the rewards bestowed to Karamund, this was literally a lifesaver to Furia. The reward she earned through her own efforts directly addressed one of her greatest concerns, which was the possible revival of the original creator of the Fire Scroll. By shifting the essence of the fire elemental to align more with her present incarnation, meant that it became easier to stave off degeneration. The creator of the Fire Scroll no longer possessed an absolute claim over his derivative creation anymore. The fire elemental had begun to drift away from him. Though the changes were not too great, even a minor shift was enough to make a difference during a crucial moment. In fact, the greatest reward that Furia obtained from this ordeal was not this relatively subtle shift, but the knowledge that it was possible to completely divorce herself from her original creator. So long as she continued to work hard and pursue greater opportunities, she knew that it would be possible to continue this shift until she no longer held any connection to that ancient but terrible cultivator. With the slight realignment of her domain, she became a lot more in tune with the dominion of man. The dreadnought had already undergone an extensive upgrade that made her more compatible with the fire energy generated by Furia. Her own evolution allowed her to meld with the ship considerably better. Combined, the two had become more capable of defeating powerful entities such as the Phoenix than ever. If there was ever a rematch, then the present iteration of the dominion of man could easily dismantle the Phoenix without incurring any significant damage. It made certain people wonder whether it was still favorable that the tribulation storm had skipped out on the 9th round. Of course, this was such a dangerous notion that no one dared to express any regrets. In any case, there was one more important individual who had managed to win the approval of the heavens, and earned a set of personalized rewards in the process. The only quirk was that his reward process was a lot different from that of anyone else. In one moment, Vess stood on the deck of the ship's command center. In the next moment, he appeared in an illusionary space that looked like a cloud cover. White and fluffy clouds floated beneath his feet, while a golden sky shone directly from above. Vess did not have the luxury of appreciating the view. This was because a shape that looked disturbingly identical to the subjugation king appeared in this space as well. Why are you here? Chapter 59, 12 The Divine Sails Guide. Vess did not know why he got transported to this mysterious cloud space. He strongly suspected that Messier 87 had a lot to do with this. The radiant golden light shining from above was a clear sign that the supermassive galaxy jerked him around again. Right now, Vess did not bother to examine the clouds or the golden radiance shining down on his illusionary form. Instead, his attention was solely directed towards the shape of the subjugation king. It was rather strange. The God King did not feel nearly as powerful as he did when he manifested in the storm clouds. His current form resembled a diminished shadow more than anything else. The tall and insect-like body of the alien cultivator only exuded a minuscule fraction of his total majesty. Despite experiencing a sense of fear and awe that was actively being amplified by his soul mark, Vess did not actually harbor any fear towards the manifestation of the subjugation king. He understood that this illusionary space was part of the mysterious reward mechanism of the tribulation event. Vess, along with the rest of the dominion of man, had already endured a lot of pain and suffering to make it this far. There was no way that he would have to endure another life-threatening test in order to get past this sequence. No, this was a different sort of circumstance. His eyes narrowed in suspicion as he decided to step forward until he stopped a short distance from the subjugation king. Even in a diminished form, the shadow still loomed over Vess. The apparition might be lacking the power and the domain of a god king, but it still conveyed the physical presence and gravitas of an all-powerful alien being that had managed to fight his way to the upper ranks of the galactic hierarchy. Just like the clone that Vess once fought against, the God King's physical manifestation came in the form of 16 limbs and an exoskeleton that was covered with black fur. The face was a hard surface that did not feature a nose, but was dominated by 3 glowing eyes and a mouth filled with carnivorous teeth. When Vess squared off against the clone, the alien appearance of the subjugation king was so frightening that it was difficult to devote any attention to studying the bizarre biological features. Now that Vess was able to study the body of the alien tyrant without facing any threat or urgency, he started to pick up a number of clues that he had previously overlooked. The more he looked at the body of this Krellian powerhouse, the more it looked like a product of bioengineering rather than a naturally evolved shape. As a Mech designer who developed a minor expertise in biomech design, he became proficient in distinguishing between natural and artificial biological traits. There were too many aspects about the subjugation king's physique that seemed far too optimized and calculated to be the product of natural evolution. It showed that the Krellian species were not perfect. They were born weak like any other species and turned to augmentation in order to improve their own physique and capabilities. This realization enabled Vess to relax even further. The Krellians were not all-powerful. There shouldn't be too many god kings among them. As powerful as the subjugation king may be, his ability to extend his influence to a distant dwarf galaxy had clearly diminished after his clone got defeated. "Why are you here?" Vess repeated in a tone that did not convey any respect. The shadow of the subjugation king responded with an echoing alien noise. "I have come to congratulate you on your success. You are indeed a creator worthy of my notice. Your craft and your dedication has allowed the ship to overcome a difficult tribulation. This is a great deed, as evidenced by the radiance that the great lighthouse has bestowed on you all." I am pleased by your accomplishments. Once I arrive at your recently alighted collection of stars, I have greater confidence that I shall be able to claim you with pride. While Vess was glad that the subjugation king's speech no longer pounded his spirituality like a hammer, he did not like the meaning of these words at all. The god king still treated Vess like a pig that had just grown a little fatter than before. I am not your slave, Vess insisted. Many slaves have said so, yet they have ended up in chains regardless. You are no longer free anymore. You continue to deny the truth, yet the chain that I have planted on your soul has already sealed your fate. Before I can claim you in full, I expect you to make greater progress. You are still too weak at present to serve as a worthy slave. The soul mark that Vess could still feel, for whatever reason, throbbed a bit. This caused his mood to plunge even further. I don't want to hear your nonsense any further. Tell me how to get out of this place. The subjugation king lifted up a limb. You are here because you have been granted a choice. The great lighthouse that shines upon the stars has recognized your excellence and has bestowed you with the power to decide your heavenly boon. Vess temporarily disregarded the fact that the subjugation king was his mortal enemy and widened his eyes. I can issue my own requests. Yes, but within limits. You cannot issue a wish that would allow you to become as strong as myself. It is better for you to inquire how much the great lighthouse is willing to grant you first before you confirm your choice. Time is frozen here, but you are not permitted to linger under this blessed light for long. Issue your demands. I shall offer my guidance and recommendations. Vess looked at the shadow of the god king with a dubious expression. He did not exactly trust the alien tyrant, nor appreciate his advice all that much, but it seemed that there was no other way to proceed. Besides, the subjugation king clearly valued his prospective worthy slave so much that his interests had become aligned with that of Vess. So long the arrogant and possessive god king treated Vess as his plaything, then it might not be a bad idea to listen to the recommendations of one of the most powerful cultivators in this entire galactic neighborhood. Vess had already put a bit of thought on what he would like from the tribulation storm. If he assumed that the destruction and creation energies produced by tribulations could change almost anything due to their exceedingly exceptional properties, then he should clearly be asking for rewards that could not be obtained through his own efforts. For example, it would be stupid for him to ask for any reward that would help him promote his progression as a Mech designer or a phase lord. He already possessed other ways to advance in these paths, though the latter one was a lot more ad hoc the preferred. Likewise, there was little point in asking for Blinky to advance his own cultivation. Even though it would take a long time for the Blinkhiverse to grow to the point of encompassing an entire galaxy, Vess was willing to settle for the long haul. What he should really be thinking about was upgrades to his fundamental and immutable qualifications. For example, Vess had a strong feeling that if he asked the subjugation king to upgrade his genetic aptitude for Mech piloting, the heavenly authorities would have a way to make that happen. His original genetic aptitude already got upgraded once. It went from a hopeless G grade to an abysmal F grade. The tribulation, this time, was a lot more powerful than the ones that Vess experienced before. Even if Vess was not the main subject and beneficiary of this tribulation event, he still made enough of a contribution to earn a sizable reward. He guessed that if he truly requested to upgrade his genetic aptitude, his grade might get upgraded by 2 major leaps instead of a single one. That meant that his genetic aptitude may possibly skip E grade entirely and go straight to D grade. This was a massive jump in piloting qualifications. Potentates with E-grade genetic aptitudes technically possess the ability to pilot mechs, but their ability to process data was so bad that they were only really useful for controlling slow and foolproof industrial mechs. Potentates with D-grade genetic aptitudes had it a lot better. Even though they were only really competent in piloting very simple frontline mechs, at least they had the ability to become proper soldiers. If Vess combined a newly acquired D-grade genetic aptitude with a carmine Mech of his own making, he would be able to pilot an exceptional machine that was always under his control. Though Vess was already able to fight his own battles as a Phase Lord, he never really felt comfortable with all of the strange and inhuman traits. He vastly preferred to fight with a Mech that he understood from top to bottom than to leverage a highly unfamiliar alien physique. Yet now that he was stuck with a Phase Lord body, it seemed redundant for him to upgrade his genetic aptitude. Besides, Vess had already gotten rid of his desire to pilot Mechs. The Mech piloting was mutually exclusive to Mech design. There was no way for him to transform his willpower and become a high-ranking Mech pilot. Instead of thinking about improving his combat capabilities, he should be thinking about improving his core competences instead. A situation like this was extremely rare. Vess had no confidence in his ability to provoke another powerful multimodal lightning tribulation and succeed in the challenge. Even if he managed to do it again, there was no guarantee that the heavens would be willing to give him the choice to shape his own reward. He frowned. What should he be asking for? What was the most suitable way to improve his design capabilities? I don't know how much you have learned about me, but it should be clear to you that I am a creator. Do you have any recommendations on what sort of boon I should be considering? Though the Subjugation King did not have an expressive face, Vess nonetheless perceived a sense of approval from the slaving bastard. This is my purpose. I have many suggestions. I have observed that you heavily rely on your perception to understand truths that are hidden from the sight of inferior slaves. Your eyesight is remarkably superior for a mortal at your level. The light of the great lighthouse can illuminate them further and allow you to see further. Ordinary illusions cannot deceive you anymore, and you will be able to locate treasures and opportunities that can advance your progress even further. That was actually an excellent suggestion. Though Vess still felt it was a waste to ask for this reward, he could certainly recognize the benefits of improving his perception. The Subjugation King was disturbingly astute when he mentioned that Vess relied a lot on his perception. This tribulation event had made it clear that Vess would have been able to contribute so much if his eyesight wasn't as good as it was today. Improving it further would grant a lot of benefits, especially now that red humanity had entered the Age of Dawn. Yet, upgrading his perception did not directly boost his ability to design better mechs. At most, he would be able to glean more insights and allow him to deepen his mastery in hyper-technology and e-technology. I think I would rather obtain a boon that is more directly helpful in my ability to design and create better artifacts, Vess ultimately said, making sure he did not breathe any mention about mechs. Can you give me a suggestion that is more relevant to craftsmen such as myself? There are several particularly suitable choices you can make. Chapter 59, 13 Precious Boons. Vess tried his best to interpret the Subjugation King's alien speech. Though Vess still harbored a lot of misgivings towards the God King, he at least became convinced that the powerful entity was both harmless and friendly for the time being. That did not mean that Vess was willing to believe in the credibility of the Subjugation King. It would be the height of foolishness to let the Krellian powerhouse dictate all of his choices. The alien clearly had his own agenda, and it did not always align with that of Vess. However, it was still undeniable that a God King knew his business around lightning tribulations, and the possible rewards a lot better than nearly anyone else. This was enough of a reason for Vess to tolerate the shadow of the Subjugation King and consider all of his words. I am not familiar with the quant craftsmanship of your race, but I have identified numerous universal boons that every artisan yearns to obtain. You are in an excellent position to raise your qualifications when you are still in an early stage of your development. Even the Subjugation King regarded senior mech designers as a weak and underdeveloped cultivator. Vess still had a lot to go before he could treat star designers and God Kings on an equal basis. Since you have yet to develop a proper domain, you have the rare ability to shape IT and alter its character in advance. Your blood carries a strong connection to the power of space, yet IT is not deeply integrated into your soul. You may ask the heavens to remedy this shortcoming if you recognize IT as such. This should allow you to more easily create artifacts that are much more capable of manipulating space. That was a much more attractive suggestion. Vess could recognize the merits of this change, even if he was a little wary about messing with stuff that he did not fully understand. Vess did not forget that he was a Mech designer first. He never fully appreciated his identity as a phase lord, and he was not so certain whether it was a good idea to change his stance on the matter. He feared that tying his status as a phase lord more deeply into his future domain would cause unpredictable mutations to his progression as a Mech designer. Right now, his design philosophy should be a perfect match to his nascent domain. If the two ever diverged significantly from each other, Vess was not certain whether it would be possible to progress his design philosophy any further. The only way such a change could make sense to Vess was if he incorporated a spatial aspect into his design philosophy. That would cause everything to fall into alignment again and stave off a conflict that could stall his cultivation forever. Vess furrowed his brows in thought. Despite the potential pitfall, Vess felt a strong attraction to this proposal. As long as he was able to incorporate a spatial element to his design philosophy, he could design stronger and more exceptional mechs right away. Vess could think of a lot of ways it would be useful for him to leverage such an advantage. He could design living mechs that started off with their own small imaginary universes. Just like the Blinkivers, the living mechs needed to cultivate their own personal pocket spaces for a long time before it became strong enough to serve a useful purpose in battle. Once the living mechs had grown powerful enough, they could leverage their own universes to accumulate E-energy and expend it to power up their own hyper-technology. Perhaps the more powerful living mechs might be able to convert their imaginary universes into real pocket spaces. This would not only allow his mechs to store a lot of supplies, but might also make them a lot more portable. The First Raiders already possessed the tech to store their cumbersome mechs into convenient pocket spaces, but the cost was far too prohibitive for most people. If Vess was able to gain such a mastery over the space attribute that he could impart every living mech with the ability to develop their own pocket spaces, then that would make his products a lot more practical. The advantages were too great. Even if many of these features were only limited to transphasic mechs, it was still a much more economical solution to grant pocket spaces to a large number of machines. I will consider this suggestion of yours, Vess told the shadow of the Subjugation King. It intrigues me, but I need to explore my possibilities further before I am ready to make a definitive choice. A natural talent in space is rare, even in a sea of stars as large as my own. Your collection of stars may be pitiful, but IT is greatly interesting to learn that it is flooded with the power of space. You will never make a mistake if you embrace this change. I will think about it. What are your other suggestions? They must be pretty good if they can compete against this idea. The shadow of the Subjugation King seemed to grow more comfortable now, that it became clear that Vess was willing to listen to the powerful alien's suggestions. Crafting artifacts is heavily dependent on thought and calculation. As with many mortal species, your brain heavily constrains your learning and working speed. If you wish to improve faster, then you can ask for a boon that allows you to transform your brain. You can also make IT stronger and less vulnerable to damage. This was a less attractive suggestion to Vess. He understood its value and definitely believed it would help him in many ways, but it did not introduce anything truly new. I appreciate your suggestion, but my productivity is already fairly high. I think that there are other options that can make a more meaningful difference. You can ask to strengthen your affinity with the elements. Your comprehension of life and metal is already high. I can assure you that you will be able to craft more powerful artifacts if your understanding of your core elements has improved. Those are not my only choices, correct? Almost anything is possible. the subjugation king affirmed. You have already developed a shallow understanding of the water element and recently learned much about the fire element. You can convert them into a core specialization that can allow you to produce artifacts with strong advantages. Aside from its traditional advantages, the water element also possesses a strong relation to space element in your native sea of stars. The fire element can more easily enable you to reproduce ships as powerful as the one that has endured the storm without relying on the power of a fire god. Vess was not too interested in developing a stronger specialization in the water element, but it was different for the fire element. Fire was energy, energy translated to power. Power was everything. There were good reasons why the Big Two prioritized the acquisition of the Fire Scroll over all of the other sacred scrolls during their rebellion. The Fire Scroll must have played a pivotal role in upgrading the overall power of their mechs and warships in the years after the Age of Conquest. If the Mechers and the Fleeters recognized the importance of mastering the power of fire in the modern age, then Vess was no different. The dominion of man's heavy reliance on the spark reactor and the fire elemental within was a strong example why everything ultimately came down to energy. If Vess was able to gain a stronger affinity towards fire, it would not be impossible for him to grant all of his living mechs access to greater energy. He would no longer have to rely so much on Master Benedict Cortez to supply his living mechs with an E-energy reactor like his signature index system. Vess would be able to install his own E-energy reactors to his works. His luminar crystal weapons also possessed a strong synergy with the fire element. It would be easy for him to enhance the firepower of many energy beams by infusing them with a greater concentration of fire energy. Aside from all of these possible benefits, Vess would find it a lot easier to design Carmine mechs that could establish bloodfire packs with their bonded mech pilots. I have the same concerns about improving my affinity towards fire as I do with space, but it is a tempting idea, Vess responded. I just need to figure out how to fully incorporate this additional factor into my work approach. The shadow of the subjugation king did not take any action to sway Vess to this choice. Your domain is of great importance. IT must be shaped into a form that fully conforms to your cultivation and your goals. This is not a light decision for you to make. If you are afraid of impairing your domain due to making the wrong decisions, then IT is better for you to let IT form in accordance with your original cultivation. Life and metal are already powerful and useful combinations. The risks were certainly considerable. Vess had to be absolutely sure whether he wanted to change his design philosophy before he was ready to go down this route. What about safer options? There has to be a boon that can improve my work without adding so many complications. You can allow your partially split soul to bear the risks instead. This purple parasite is an oddity that is interesting to see in a cultivator as weak as you. As impressive as it is to see that you have managed to split your soul without driving yourself to madness, the results are not too impressive. You are not fully utilizing the advantages of your condition. Though Vess wanted to dispute that, the powerful God King probably knew a lot better about these kinds of matters. What do you suggest, then? Blinky has been useful in my work. He is also helpful in combat, as you yourself have witnessed through your clone. IT is because a trivial shard of myself has fought against you that I am convinced that you are not making proper use of your Blinky. IT is impressive for a soul of this nature to develop its internal universe. Yet IT is not a true universe, for IT is absent of any actual matter. The heavens can change this. The boon you have earned may not be enough to convert your entire universe into a material space, but IT should at least be enough to open up a space that is large enough to host a ship, if not an entire planet. Vess lit up when he heard this suggestion. This was an incredibly attractive choice. He had always been wondering how the hell he was supposed to transform the Blinkhiverse from a purely imaginary space into a material space. He truly had no idea how he could make this conversion through ordinary means. Not even his mother was able to come up with a viable solution, and she was the one that expanded and optimized the imaginary universe method in the first place. It made far too much sense for him to ask the heavens to transform his Blinkivers, because Vess seriously doubted whether anyone in the Red Ocean could produce a similar result. There was a possibility that future advancements in the fields of facewater technology, hyper-technology and e-technology may change that, but it would probably take decades before Vess gained the chance to engineer this transformation. Vess also recognized that the larger his Blinkivers became, the more costly it would be to convert it into a material universe. If he chose to transform Blinky's internal universe at an early stage, then there was a large possibility that the material space would continue to expand further without requiring any exceptional measures. Vess could save a huge amount of effort and resources in converting the entirety of his Blinkivers into a material space in advance. Chapter 59, 14 Paradox of Choice. By helping the dominion of man overcome a nigh impossible tribulation, the mastermind and the most pivotal contributor to her success received a rare but exceedingly precious privilege. The heavens saw fit to give him a choice. Ironically, Vess actually preferred it if the storm just made this decision on his behalf and upgraded him straight away. Even if one of the previous outcomes randomly turned him into a phase lord, he would always make it work somehow. He was not a rigid Mech designer by nature. Novelty excited him, and he constantly craved new experiences. Yet that did not happen this time. Vess obtained the initiative without even asking to. Now that he was put in this position, he had an obligation to make the most out of this rare and possibly unique opportunity. Vess recognized that he had become afflicted by a classic case of decision paralysis. The paradox of choice described a circumstance where a multitude of choices left the decider with much less certainty on how to proceed. This effect was especially pronounced on people who wanted to weigh every decision. The sheer amount of viable choices resulted in an overload of calculations and considerations. Just the mental load of having to calculate and compare the opportunity costs for skipping the option of transforming the Blinkivers into a material space or adding another elemental mastery to his domain was maddening. Vess could think up at least 100 different design applications for every kind of boon that upgraded his productive capabilities. As he continued to explore his options with the shadow of the Subjugation King, his problem did not abate in the slightest. The opposite happened. His decision paralysis became worse by the minute. There were just so many juicy rewards to choose from that he truly couldn't make up his mind. It was as if Vess had won a radiant lottery ticket, yet instead of letting random chance exert a large influence over his eventual prize, he could pick out of tens of millions of possible choices. Not all of them were equal in value. Vess needed to put a lot of thought in determining the worth of every possible choice. Perhaps that may be the reason why the heavenly authority of Messier 87 had pulled the Subjugation King in this odd space. It helpfully invited the most qualified expert within reach to consult on this important matter. It did not even seem to matter that the Subjugation King was officially an enemy of red humanity, and that Vess did not like the enslaving bastard in the slightest. Perhaps the fact that Vess had been soul marked by Subjugation King had been enough of a reason to bring along the opposing God King. So long as this annoying mark remained rooted in his spirituality, Vess may as well be regarded as the Subjugation King's property. Thinking about the mark suddenly caused Vess to gain a fantastic idea on how he could make use of this opportunity. Is it possible for me to request a boon that can erase the soul mark that you have planted on me? He excitedly asked. A clear sense of amusement radiated from the expressionless alien bastard. That is a wasteful choice. You cannot escape my chains. You will only be able to delay your inevitable inclusion into my collection. Even if you persist in your decision, the heavens will not listen to you. The price of erasing my soul mark far exceeds the allowance granted to you. The fact that you have made this request in the first place betrays your utter ignorance. Vess had a feeling that this was the case. The soul mark technically devoured all of the energies devoted to the 9th round of the multimodal lightning tribulation. He was not arrogant enough to think that he was entitled to a reward that surpassed this energy budget. Of course, he did not take the subjugation king at his word. I choose a boon that will allow me to erase the subjugation king's soul mark. Come on, get rid of it already. Alas, the golden radiance from above remained completely unmoved. Was it because the subjugation king was right about exceeding his energy budget? Or was it because Messier 87 Heavenly Authority deliberately played favorites and bent the rules for one of its own dependents? Now that Vess found out that he wouldn't be able to get rid of the alien god king's mark that easily, he came back to his decision paralysis. What should he choose? What would he be missing out on if he rejected all of the other possible choices? Would he ever have a chance to replicate this situation in the future and select the most promising options that he previously set aside? All of these questions and more worsened the pressure on his mind. He felt as if he was on the verge of blowing up his brains, just like what he had done to many of his dwarven test subjects. No. Vess forcibly cleared up all of the messy thoughts in his mind. The sudden mental reset instantly cleared up the pressure and restored his mood. While he had yet to solve his problem, now that he had taken a step back, was finally able to approach his current circumstances from a more sober and analytical mindset. Let me start at the root of the problem. The reason why I am afflicted by decision paralysis is because I do not have a clear idea on what I want from this opportunity. Since I never thought that an occurrence like this would happen, I was psychologically caught off guard. It may be fun for me to explore the possible rewards that I can choose from, but that only helps me understand what I can choose from. I need to employ a different process in order to systematically filter out less suitable options and dial in the reward that best serves my current or future needs. Now that Vess approached this situation like a Mech designer, he chose to employ a basic and familiar heuristic process. There were many times where Mech designers like himself had endless choices available. From choosing between an endless amount of materials to selecting one of many available component designs, Vess had to limit his options and quickly settle on the choices that best suited his vision for a given Mech design project. Vision, that is what I am missing. If Vess approached this situation like he was upgrading a Mech, then the first step he should make was to define his goals. My goal is to become a more effective Mech designer. That was his overarching objective. Vess had many different competences, but he had never lost sight of his fundamental role and identity. Becoming a stronger phase lord, or whatever did not contribute enough to this goal. Vess thereby ruled out rewards such as increasing his face water concentration or trying to see if he could obtain his own face water production system. Vess had yet to inquire whether ordering his own PPS fit within his energy budget, and he was too afraid to ask. He might actually feel tempted to redeem this reward. While it would be nice to obtain the crucial organ required to advance to a greater phase lord, Vess really did not think it would help out his Mech design projects all that much. Of course, he was more than willing to surgically implant a PPS if he ever managed to obtain one, but he was not all that desperate to amplify the size of his true body any further. His previous duel against the clone of the Subjugation King had already taught him that size was not everything. Vess had watched enough footage of phase whales and phase lords in action to understand that he seriously fell behind compared to the Aboriginals. Not only did the aliens spend a lot more years on honing their fighting skills and their spatial abilities, they also developed their face water organs. A typical phase lord like the Trampler of Stars could easily smack Vess around because the powerful Nuncer had added specialized face water organs to his body, while upgrading his existing organs as well. Vess really needed to follow suit if he wanted to increase the utilization of his own face water concentration. Until he managed to get this done, Vess felt it was best to reject any further ideas about advancing his phase lord cultivation any further. Vess went back to his original goal. He had already settled on improving his design capabilities. Since there were still far too many choices available to him, he urgently needed to narrow his scope. Do I want a boon that will help me in the short term, the long term, or both? Vess preferably wanted to obtain a reward that would help him in the coming years, but also remain relevant in the years to come. Trying to have it both ways was a greedy choice that vastly limited his options, but Vess did not mind that this time. It was better for him to pursue a more difficult goal, if that helped to filter out 90% of his available choices. Upgrading the Blinkivers is no longer in consideration, he decided. Blinky never really played a useful role during the design phase of a project. He was able to contribute a lot more during a fabrication run, but it was not as if his assistance was mandatory. His companion Spirit was a bit of a generalist in that he possessed a range of different abilities. This turned him into a versatile all-rounder that could help out in many different situations, many of which had nothing to do with Mech design. The only other reason to upgrade the Blinkivers was to begin the process of converting it into a material space. Though Vess felt tempted to acquire his own portable pocket space that constantly expanded its capacity over time, it did not provide as much help to his design activities as he wished. That was reason enough to rule out this option. Let's see what is left. Expanding my domain with another core element is an attractive consideration. His current domain centered around life and mechs. There was nothing wrong with that, and he was sure he could achieve greatness by relying on them for a long time. However, he could think of many reasons why it would be a good idea to increase his elemental proficiency. Gaining a specialty in the fire attribute would help make all of his mechs more powerful. It would allow him to create bloodfire packs with greater ease, and may also allow him to produce Carmine starships in his newly acquired shipyards. He could also power up his Luminar crystal weapons, along with every other hyper-energy weapon that he chose to integrate to his products. In short, acquiring a specialization in the fire attribute will satisfy both my short-term and long-term needs. However, Vess could make similar arguments for many other possible elements. The water element had a powerful amplifying effect on face water. Vess even theorized, based on a lot of academic guesswork, that it might even be possible to synthesize face water so long as he developed a high enough mastery in both the water and the space attributes. Aside from that, water was the element that aligned the closest to organic tissue. Vess would have a much greater justification to design biomechs or cyborg mechs, as he could more easily amplify the effectiveness of any machine with organic parts. The decision on whether he should choose to specialize in the water element hinged on how much he valued face water technology and biotechnology. If he was willing to incorporate both of these fields into his core design philosophy, then gaining a specialization in the water element was a justifiable choice. There are also other elements that I have yet to consider. Aside from that, he could also choose a boon that did not relate to his domain. He needed to narrow his scope even further before he was ready to make his final selection. I'm getting closer, though. Vess was determined to make the most of this life-changing decision. Chapter 59, 15 New Elemental Advantages. When Vess learned that the second major cultivation rank was mainly about cultivating one's domain, he knew that it would play a large role in his future progression. It was not difficult to assume that the main reason why many master mech designers failed to advance to the rank of star designer was because their domains did not meet the exceedingly high standards. A more complicated domain granted Vess more options, but also weakened his focus. The choice to go for this reward was a double-edged sword for that reason. Vess still felt tempted. It was a great opportunity to increase the versatility of his works and make them more fault-tolerant. That was not to say it was impossible for him to design mechs without resorting to this option. He was doing pretty fine so far. He just wanted to do better, taking risks and enduring greater hardships in the hopes of obtaining a greater payoff. The more Vess thought about it, the more he became convinced that this was the way for him to break the game. He came closer to defining a specific vision that he wished to realize. He imagined himself as a mech designer who not only designed living mechs, but ones that tapped into at least one other major E-energy attribute. Whether Vess settled for the fire element or a more exotic choice, he was absolutely convinced that integrating the power of heaven more extensively in all of his products would lead to a universal boost improvement in performance. Vess could still opt for other rewards that could amplify his design capabilities. Upgrading the cranial implant that had pretty much fused with his brain on a permanent basis was the most attractive alternative in his mind. Ever since he experienced so many lightning baptisms, his Archimedes ruble bioimplant had mutated beyond recognition. It was no longer a product of science, but instead turned into an indecipherable wonder that merged so well with his brain that it remained fully functional even as his true body continued to expand in size. Unfortunately for Vess, the Archimedes ruble had always focused on offering as much data storage capacity as possible. It did not contain any of the nifty functions contained in proper mech designer implants. The lightning baptisms only strengthened the implant's existing features, but declined to any new functionality. This situation was an opportunity to correct this shortcoming and demand a proper expansion of his cranial implant. While it would certainly facilitate his design capabilities in the short term, Vess was not as confident that it would retain the same degree of significance in the long term. The closer Vess got to becoming a star designer, the more he transitioned into an energy-based life form. Once he managed to reach the third major cultivation rank, organic implants could no longer significantly boost his cognitive capabilities. From that perspective, it was a waste to ask for an upgrade to his cranial implant. It was not as if he developed a huge dependency on it in the first place. The partial digitization of his mind made it a lot more convenient for him to access databases and so on, but he never developed a liking for the data and calculation-heavy design approach of many first-class mech designers. Excessively obsessing over calculations and trying to achieve the most mathematically optimal results may fit well with Gloriana's design style, but Vess always preferred a more intuitive approach. Cranial implants were not important enough to justify an upgrade. Vess wanted to obtain a more qualitative addition to his design abilities. This quickly led him back to expanding his nascent domain. He could more easily envision and agree with a future where he became an elemental maestro. There were many different ways to leverage a greater specialization in the fire or water element. Perhaps he could even master both of them at the same time. Wait a minute. Vess suddenly came up with an extremely ambitious and subversive notion that took this idea a step further. It sounded so crazy to him that he almost discarded the idea as soon as it came up. The potential rewards were massive, but the requirements were equally as difficult to meet. If he ever wanted to realize this insane plan, he would have to trigger at least 3 more lightning tribulations of at least equal magnitude as the one that befell the dominion of man. Not only that, but he would have to play such a significant role in the creation of products that could almost rival that of a grand work that the heavens saw fit to pull him into this space again. The likelihood of success was too low. Even if he was able to make it work, it would likely take decades, if not centuries, of dedication in order to complete his grand plan. Still, if he ever wanted to embark on this incredibly ambitious path, now was the time to determine whether he should take the first step. "I have a question," he said as he turned to the tall but disturbingly unmoving shadow of the Subjugation King. "Do the cultivators of your galaxy have any special powers related to combining what my people call the 5 classical elements?" I am referring to the elements of fire, water, wood, earth, and metal. The subjugation king remained silent for a dozen or so seconds before he finally deigned to respond. You should not be exploring this at your stage. You are too weak. There are too many mad beings in my sea of stars who obsess over the elementals that they claim will unlock the power to reshape this entire universe. They are deluded gods who do not respect the great lighthouse and wish to usurp it. I advise you to end this inquiry. That's not good enough for me. Vess frowned as he tried his best to push back against the stupid alien tyrant. Explain to me why it is such a bad idea to pursue mastery over the 5 elements. You are not the first fool that thinks to master the 5 elements. It is impossible for the heavens to assist you in this fool's journey. The more elements that become central to your domain, the greater the cost of subsequent boons. True mastery can never be granted by others. You must rely on yourself to comprehend the meaning of every element and their relation to other elements. It takes the time for hundreds of generations of the descendants of my slaves to live and die before you can obtain sufficient mastery. Though Vess did not know how many years that was, he got the message all right. If the subjugation king was not lying, then he would have to embark on an incredibly long and exhausting journey in order to fully master the 5 elements. Vess could easily imagine becoming far more powerful than practically any other Mech designer or Kai cultivator for that matter. But did this align with his goal? Not necessarily. The long-term payoff was astronomically high, but it was set so far in the future that he would not be able to realize his most powerful state for centuries, if not millennia. That was way too long for his liking. He needed to be strong enough to make a decisive contribution in the inevitable war between the Red Ocean and the invaders from Messier 87. Vess followed the subjugation king's suggestion and discarded any ideas about mastering the 5 elements. That said, specializing in one additional classical element shouldn't do too much harm. The difficulty in mastering 2 classical elements and figuring out synergies between them was not too high. It only really started to get complicated if he wanted to combine 3 or more classical elements. Though Vess would inevitably make it more difficult to deepen his comprehension of life and metal, he was surprisingly fine with this trade-off. He had never been a Mech designer who liked to narrow his scope and focus on his specialization to the exclusion of alternatives. He respected the approach of Kedis, but that did not mean he was willing to adopt a similar approach. Given his preference for variety and his propensity towards distraction, he would not have to change his behavior all that much in order to accommodate this new change. He just wished that he had spent more time on exploring the other classical elements. Vess currently possessed enough insights in the metal, water, and fire elements to know how they might synergize with his existing works. He could not do so for the wood and earth elements. Sure, he read a lot of theories and could engage in plenty of speculation, but that was not enough to form a proper judgment. Wait. Vess glanced towards the other presence in this space. Perhaps this big guy might be able to provide additional insights. Seeing that it would be better if the subjugation king understood the greater context, Vess quickly explained his interest in mastering another element. Of course, Vess made sure to leave out any word about Mechs. I approve of your thinking. IT is not good for your cultivation to chase after an impossible goal, but IT is also detrimental if you lack the willingness to expand your perspective. Craftsmen such as yourself are more easily able to explore different elements. Since you understand my purpose, what can you tell me about expanding my domain with the wood or earth element? Earth bears metal. One feeds into the other. You can rely on earth to make your artifacts stronger and more resistant towards damage. That is not the true potential of mastering this element. IT will allow you to tap into geomantic power. If you develop the correct theory and methods, your works will become solid and inviolable when placed on planets. You will be able to strengthen your planets and transform them into large-scale fortresses. That sounded quite attractive to Vess. Making his mechs tougher directly increased the survival rate of his products. That would end up saving lots of lives and help reduce the attrition rate of human forces. However, Vess did not form a strong desire for this option. He did not specialize in defense and did not feel the need to start with doing so today. He also did not like the fact that the only way to fully draw out the potential of the Earth element was to work with planets. Any Earth-aspected mech would therefore miss out on a lot of boosts if they were forced to fight in space. While Vess was sure that the Earth element could offer far more benefits than this, he had already gone over the easiest and most obvious applications. What about the wood element? Wood chops wood. Combining wood with metal will be challenging, but also rewarding. Wood grants flexibility that metal lacks. Wood also possesses regenerating properties that can make your works restore themselves more easily as long as they receive abundant energy. There is also an alternative approach you can take if you choose to master the wood element. Elaborate, please. Wood is highly related towards life. Instead of altering your domain to add a third specialization, you can choose to let the former subsume the latter. You will retain all of the insights and abilities you possess at this time, but you will more easily be able to master the other aspects of the versatile wood element. Doing so will cause you to forsake several opportunities to master the true meaning of life. Vess initially became attracted by this idea, but that last part caused his enthusiasm to drop. He had a feeling that switching his life domain to a wood domain would open a lot of new doors, but also close the ones he might have reason to care about a lot. These future possibilities may be incredibly relevant to his greatest and most difficult ambitions. If that was the case, then he absolutely could not afford to diminish his life domain. Chapter 59, 16 Exotic Possibilities. Vess discovered that the Subjugation King was an excellent sounding board for his ideas. So long as the alien tyrant did not mention any talk about enslaving Vess, subjugating the human race, and all of that other nonsense, he served as a useful font of insight on matters relating to cultivation. It was not at all different from asking for advice from his mother. In fact, the Subjugation King was considerably more generous in his willingness to supply information. As a cultivator who sat close to the top of his extremely powerful society, rules no longer constrained him as much as other life forms. The fact that he was already strong enough to hijack a tribulation storm was proof that he could dictate the rules to an extent. There are more choices you can make, my worthy slave. IT is not a mistake for you to expand your domain by specializing in the elements that you are already considering, but there are many other alternatives that can improve your works. There are rare talents that you can acquire that many craftsmen would be willing to sell themselves for. The difficulty of mastering the rare elements is higher, but they will help you become a creator without equal. Vess actually took this into serious consideration. There were way more E-energy attributes beyond the obvious selection. Since Vess did not aim to master the 5 elements, why should he obsess over them? He did not find it unacceptable to continue to stick with the metal element alone if there were better options available. Please give me a few suggestions. You are wise to seek my counsel, my young slave. I would normally make this decision on your behalf, but I am too distant to fully understand your work and cultivation. Since you possess the greatest understanding of yourself, I will provide you with several suggestions that combine well with your existing domain. For example, you should consider mastering the death element. No, Vess shook his head. I can already understand some of the logic behind this recommendation, but I do not have a strong desire to explore it further. He already had access to Helena if he wanted to borrow her expertise or powers related to the death domain. Sure, borrowing her power might not be as good as mastering it himself, but Vess did not think that his own attempts to comprehend this concept would surpass his eldest sister. The only real gain from mastering this negative attribute was to develop powerful synergies between life and death. Then you should consider the light element. I can discern that you possess a small affinity and comprehension of light. If you decide to develop IT properly, then you will be able to raise your status within the Krellian Empire. All slaves acknowledge the great lighthouse, and receives its blessing shall be treated to a higher standard. I shall have reason to grant you greater privileges, such as being able to decide your own work or request to spend additional time in my glorious presence. Ves directed a suspicious glance towards the shadow of the subjugation king. What sort of slave wanted to spend more time with the cruel and merciless tyrant who was responsible for enslaving him or her in the first place? No thanks, Ves irreverently said. I indeed devoted my time to study the properties of light so that I can improve certain aspects of my work, but I am not that passionate about it. Choosing to specialize in light will cause me to deviate from my goals. You are making a mistake. Light is the quality that illuminates our soul. Light is responsible for making USE. Light is the purifying force that strips US from impurities. IT is not as limiting and narrow in scope as you think. There is great promise in mastering the power of light. There was no way the subjugation king was neutral on this subject. Given that light played a central role in his belief in the great lighthouse, this was a religious matter to him. The alien was so fixated on light that he acted as if Ves should readily acknowledge the advantages of this element. The subjugation king wanted to impose his own faith on Ves. I will not choose light, Ves firmly stated. Before you say anything else, let me tell you that my decision is final. At least the subjugation king was tactful and understanding enough to drop his urging. Very well, you will come to regret this decision. Just give me another recommendation. You have a special connection with karma. Your soul is drenched with IT. IT may be useful for you to add IT to your domain. There are many different uses for karma. IT can be used to track your targets no matter how well they hide themselves. Karma can also be employed as an attack vector. IT is most often used to exterminate entire bloodlines or every clone of an enemy cultivator. You can also inhibit more powerful enemies by burdening them with greater debts of karma. This was definitely an interesting suggestion. Karma was a weird and incredibly abstract concept, but it definitely had its uses. Ves could already foresee the benefits of adding this to his specialization. Karma would allow him to design mechs that could do the stuff that the subjugation king had mentioned, and more. It would not play a pronounced role in his mech designs, but would instead serve as a subtle addition to his existing design solutions. He liked that. Ves wouldn't have to make too many changes to his design philosophy. In fact, he could continue to design almost the exact same mechs as before. He just needed to add an explicit karma component to them in order to conform with his altered domain. The only issue was that karma was such an ephemeral concept that it would be difficult to come up with any useful design applications in the short term. It would take years or a decade for Ves to develop a strong enough design application based on this elusive concept. The advantage was that it would absolutely be unique. There were many mech designers who developed a specialization that was tied to the 5 classical elements. Ves did not think that there was any mech designer who would choose to develop a design philosophy based on karma. Even if a few oddballs emerged in the future, their numbers shouldn't be too large. In the end, Ves shook his head. Karma is an inventive suggestion, but it will take my work in a weird direction. I am not too sure it is the best fit for me. I do not discount the value of comprehending karma or dismiss the utility of works that can directly affect it in different ways. I just think that it may not synergize well enough with my existing specializations. Disapproval radiated from the shadow of the subjugation king. You are not decisive enough. You are not at fault for being careful and considerable, but you are clearly lacking in experience and wisdom for not preparing a response for a blessing from the heavens. I order you to put more thought into this situation so that you may have a clear answer if the great lighthouse bestows another blessing to you. I have every confidence in your ability to earn its appreciation again. I will endeavor to witness your performance again." That certainly sounded alarming. Did the subjugation king have the ability to hijack every tribulation storm that took place in the Red Ocean? It would be too crazy if that was the case. He could not only gather intelligence on red humanity's most resplendent works, but also interfere to cripple the results. The amount of damage that the alien god king could do to human civilization was too great, and this was when he was still hundreds of light years away from his destination. This prospect was far too scary for Vess. He refused to believe in this scenario. There had to be a price for meddling with the natural order to this degree. Vess distinctly recalled that the subjugation king never showed up during the disastrous tribulation of the elemental lord. This indicated that the alien tyrant shouldn't be powerful enough to meddle with the new frontier with impunity. He forced himself to relax and focus on his current situation. He was coming closer to making a decision. He just wanted to obtain a few more bits of information before he was ready to announce his choice. "Your suggestions have given me ideas of my own. What do you think about networking or connections?" he asked. "If you have taken a good look at the ship, you will find that networking forms the basis of her strength." There was no way to hide anything as obvious as the blood fire packed to the subjugation king. The powerful cultivator likely encountered far more sophisticated versions in his native galaxy. "Your networks are interesting, but weak. I caution you to not depend on them too much. If I can see them, I can destroy them. In fact, IT will make my effort to enslave your race much easier. There are indeed cultivators who have turned their bonds with others as a source of strength. I am one of them. This is why I judge that you do not have the temperament to go far on this path." Vess frowned. He disagreed with the subjugation king. The fact that this bastard derived his strength from his slaves was not a surprising revelation. Vess did not have any ambitions to abuse his own ability to form spiritual networks in the same manner. His design philosophy was centered around mutual growth. Every relationship had to center around a win-win agreement. If one side exploited the other, then Vess could no longer call it mutual growth. It would be much more apt to say that the former effectively enslaved the latter. In any case, the concept of networks should be versatile enough for Vess to take it in a completely different direction than the subjugation king. The only concern he possessed was that it was not a neglected specialization. The webmistress was by far the strongest Mech designer who worked with networks. Many of her design applications may have been purely technological in nature, but now that red humanity entered the age of dawn, it shouldn't be too difficult for her to develop her own version of spiritual networks. Vess was quite cognizant of the fact that cultivators who possessed similar or overlapping domains might be forced to compete with each other sooner or later. If he ever made it far enough to get within reach of promoting to the God King, he may be put in a situation where he had to fight directly against the webmistress in order to realize his greater ambitions. Vess did not think it was a good idea for him to compete against a star designer who developed a far greater obsession with networks than himself. Then again, if he allowed his potential fears of conflicting with fellow professionals in the distant future to restrain his own works, then that was stupid. If Vess chose to expand his domain to accommodate the fire element, then there might come a day where he would have to compete against the Lord of Thermodynamics or one of the many other Mech designers with similar design philosophies. As long as he disregarded this distant concern, then Vess felt it was not a bad idea to develop a deeper specialization in networks. The fact that it synergized extremely well with the Carmine system and his other network-related works was a powerful motivation to deepen his understanding of this concept. A few minutes passed by as Vess asked for additional insight and clarification from the subjugation king. Knowing that time was running out for Vess, he finally managed to make up his mind and settle on a choice that would change his life forever. He took a deep breath and stared up at the shadow of the subjugation king. "I have made my decision. After a lot of thought and consideration, I have decided to ask for a boon that will expand the composition of my nascent domain. The element that I have chosen for this is... Chapter 59, 17 The Ultimate Choice. After Vess engaged in an exhaustive exploration of every possibility, he narrowed his selection down to 4 different choices. He had already decided that he would make the risky but promising decision to expand his domain. Vess knew this was not a light decision to make. His current domain, nascent it may be, was a full and honest reflection of all of his studies, effort, principles, and life experiences. It was a natural construct that fit his inclinations perfectly. If he altered his domain in any way, he would cause it to become misaligned with his personality. There were 3 possible consequences to creating a misalignment. First, Vess and his domain would remain out of sync, causing his productivity and effectiveness to drop. At worst, he wouldn't be able to make any further progress in his design philosophy until he solved this problem. Second, Vess easily adjusted to his altered domain. This was the best-case scenario, as it was his intention to change himself for the better. A more versatile domain would add a lot more handy solutions to his toolbox. Third, Vess underestimated his capacity for change and continued to stick to his original design philosophy. Over time, this might cause his domain to backslide back to its original state, where it was only dominated by life and Mechs. This was clearly the worst possible outcome, as Vess would throw away the opportunity granted by this encounter. Suffice to say, Vess feared that he would end up in the first or third scenario. The risk of wasting this priceless opportunity to request a custom-made reward from the heavenly authority of Messier 87 almost persuaded him to opt for a safer reward instead. He mentally shook his head. In the face of all of the threats targeted towards him, his family and red humanity as a whole, he could not afford to play it safe. Since Vess had the confidence to proceed with this course of action, he no longer immersed himself with doubts and settled on moving forward. The only point of uncertainty that remained was what element or concept he wished to acquire from this opportunity. His previous activities had done a lot to curb his decision paralysis, but he was still left with 3 attractive choices in the end. He considered the fire element to be the default choice. The Subjugation King was right that Vess could not go wrong with this element. It had obvious synergy with every machine because they all had to run on at least one form of conventional energy. Fire could fuel people's passion and encourage them to perform at their best and beyond. Fire was also fantastic in enhancing his direct combat power. Wood was another classical element with incredible strategic value. It would allow him to broaden and diversify his life domain. His mechs would be able to absorb wood energy to speed up their self-repair functionality. Wood may also allow him to work with mutated exoplants and enable him to develop his own elixirs. He might even be able to develop solutions that could prolong the longevity of everyone he cared about. The final element that Vess considered was light. It became clear that the light element possessed a lot of weight in Messier 87, or at least the portions occupied by the powerful Krellian Empire. What better way to learn how to defeat an overpowering opponent than to learn one of his greatest strengths? At the very least, so long as he understood the secrets of light, Vess was confident in his ability to deepen his comprehension of luminar crystal technology, which always possessed a lot more potential. When the time had come for Vess to announce his choice, the shadow of the Subjugation King expressed more interest than at any point during this encounter. The element that I have chosen for this is. His words trailed off. A part of him wanted to say the final word that would change his life forever, yet as he continued to look up at the eerie 3 eyes of the Subjugation King, he suddenly became beset by doubts once again. He had settled on the element of light. He not only took a liking for it because he had been tinkering with luminar crystal technology for so long, but also because it was one of the prevailing trends of Messier 87. It seemed logical for him to follow the existing pattern and do his best to understand his future opponents. However, a growing part of Vess rebelled against this logic. It might make sense, but the reasoning did not align with his heart. Since when did humanity surrender themselves so easily against their alien and inhuman foes? Vess suddenly felt as if he had become as dirty and hypocritical as the cosmopolitans. He realized that he had been placed in a similar position to the ancient diplomats who steadily forgot the people they were supposed to serve and gradually came under the thrall of their alien masters. The sole mark in his spirituality did not seem to produce any activity that encouraged him to obey the directives of the subjugation king. But what if its influence was not overt? What if this incredibly insidious spiritual construct had been nudging his thinking process without making it too obvious? Since the subjugation king was able to extend a tiny part of himself to this mysterious space, what if he was able to induce the soul mark to subtly warp Vess' thinking? This was an incredibly scary prospect. All Vess knew was that the subjugation king clearly favored the light element himself. Settling on this E-energy attribute would play right into the God King's hands. While Vess could argue that there was no apparent conflict between his own interests and that of the subjugation king in this situation, that did not mean his first choice should be to align with his puppet master. In addition, Vess could not ignore the fact that the subjugation king absolutely saw no threat in Vess adopting the light element. This meant that the God King, or one of his fellow Krellians, already possessed such great mastery over it, that it was unlikely that any other being could beat these aliens at their own game. Vess had never been particularly good at playing other people's games, especially when they were hostiles. He usually liked to flip the table and impose a completely different game on his enemies instead. It always made sense for him to do so, as it would be stupid for him to compete against his enemies in the aspects they favored the most. The proper way to deal with his enemies had always been to target their weaknesses. You have not finished your sentence. What is your decision? Vess deliberately ignored the subjugation king's urging and continued to think about how he almost made a terrible mistake. Although his reasoning was far from perfect, he rejected the light element. So what if it was the most dominant element of Messier 87, similar to how space was the favorite element of the Red Ocean? Vess had never been a Mech designer who mindlessly followed all of the trends. His vision for Mechs partially conflicted with the status quo. Instead of bending to the industry standards, Vess boldly swam against the current and got rewarded for his efforts. This circumstance was no different in his opinion. Messier 87 had already begun to invade the Red Ocean, and the first step to properly subjugating the quaint and ignorant natives was to convert them to the culture and customs of the supermassive galaxy. Vess felt ashamed that he had almost followed in the footsteps of those dirty cosmopolitans. He understood what he truly needed to do in order to resist the constant encroachment of Messier 87. Just as Supreme Marshal Karam and Pearl made the seemingly suicidal decision to go to war against every alien empire in the Milky Way, Vess needed to draw a line and make a stand. Logic did not necessarily matter anymore. Even if he made an objectively bad decision, as long as it aligned with his heart, Vess believed he would find a way to make it work, just like how he managed to turn living Mechs into reality. The fire in his heart burned hotter as he truly felt he was moving in a direction that aligned with his ideals. Humanity did not bow down to aliens. If anything, it should be the aliens that should conform to the will of mankind. A vicious grin appeared on his face. Vess made no intentions to hide his hostility and defiance against the subjugation king. It felt so liberating to channel the emotions that define the fist of defiance. Vess had always felt close to that particular god pilot, even though he barely talked with the survivalist leader at all. He spent a lot more time with the Destroyer of Worlds and the Evolution Witch, but that did not necessarily mean he vibed with their domains. The truth was that Vess always resonated more with the Fist of Defiance. With that thought in mind, He became absolutely certain about how he should make use of this opportunity. You know, there is an old but timeless human expression that I wish to share with you, he said as he continued to direct a vicious grin towards the shadow of the God King. The powerful figure did not deign to respond to such an impertinent remark. Well, here it is, screw. You, no really, screw you. I am not your slave and you are not my master. Your stupid attempts to assimilate me into your light will not succeed, because I will fight and oppose you until I finally manage to break your tarnished chains and snuff out that disgusting light of yours. Blasphemy, you are committing a great affront. And I don't care, Vess shouted back. You are an enemy of me and all of mankind. While I admit that you are powerful enough to defeat the strongest protectors of the Red Ocean, direct confrontation is not the only viable means to oppose you. Hear me now, you filthy alien. I request a boon that will expand my nascent domain with the element that opposes light. I choose darkness as my third core element. A surprisingly strong wave of revulsion and rejection emanated from the shadow of the Subjugation King. The alien tyrant really did not like what Vess had said. You are making a terrible mistake, blasphemer. Recant your decision. It is not too late. If you proceed to embrace the unholy taint known as darkness, you shall soil your soul forever. I will never allow myself to collect a slave that has surrendered himself the darkness of the universe. If you do not return to the light this instant, you shall no longer receive the recognition of a worthy slave. I will declare you a heretic that deserves no mercy and an eternal enemy of the Krellian Empire. Ha 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 ha. Vess burst into laughter as he could already feel the press of darkness onto his spirituality. If you think that will persuade me to return to the light, then think again. I thrive from your opposition. I feel more certain than ever that I have made the right decision. I would rather die than live as your slave. The fact that you think I would do the opposite is a serious misjudgment of my character. This is who I truly am. From today onwards, darkness shall be my greatest ally in my fight against your tyranny. He actually found it surprising how well he resonated with darkness. He realized that all of the stereotypical associations between darkness and evil was only a fraction of its full meaning. Darkness symbolized far more concepts than evil or the absence of light. To Vess, this element embodied many other meanings. Darkness represented defiance against a flawed and corrupt order. Darkness was the protective veil that shielded the weak against the persecution of the strong. Darkness stood for a willingness to break the laws that stopped people from doing what was truly right. As Vess continued to grasp all of these alternative interpretations, he found that his design philosophy was already starting to shift based on his brand new realizations. His entire being was already starting to adapt to the onset of darkness. Chapter 59, 18 Reformulated Design Philosophy. The entire space seemed to dim as darkness engulfed the entire space around Vess. Even the shadow of the Subjugation King became diminished as his pale light held no power in this area. Vess initially feared that he had bitten off more than he could chew by making an impulsive decision. Yet now that the power of darkness started to engulf his body, his mind, and his spirituality, he quickly believed his fears were overblown. As much as Vess saw himself as an honest and fair Mech designer, he recognized that he always harbored a dark streak. He never really held much respect for rules. He often chafed against the prevailing customs and traditions of different people, especially when they were clearly past their due date. His first thought when he collided with them was not to conform to them, but on how he would be able to evade, bend, or break the forces that constrained his actions. This was not the attitude of a goody two-shoes. Vess had always possessed a rebellious streak. To be fair, there were many other people who possessed similar traits. What separated Vess from many others was that he often succeeded in his attempts to go against the grain. With the help of the system, the relationships he built, and the organization he built over so many years, He continually rose up until he had become the most powerful Tier 3 galactic citizen in his own society. He would have never been able to rise so high and contribute so much to his civilization if he always conformed to the establishment. While Vess never considered himself to be an anarchist who wanted to tear down every structure that kept people safe and happy, he was not willing to stand by and let official institutions lead everyone to their dooms. Every society possessed a dark side. While it was true that much darkness hid many evils, Vess did not ascribe to such a simple perspective. Darkness was a necessary component to life. It provided a welcome space to the outcasts and rebels who did not fit into mainstream society. It obscured necessary secrets that would do far more harm than good if it ever leaked to the public. It provided shelter and concealment to the troops that got defeated and routed by their enemies. While none of these connotations sounded pleasant to any upright member of society, Vess felt far more at home with the weak and powerless who relied on the protection of darkness. It was true that Vess had been making a lot of inroads in his quest to climb towards the top of human civilization. He knew that the successful transformation of the dominion of man completely changed his relationship with the Red Fleet. There was no way the skeptics amongst the fleeters would oppose him to the same extent as before. Many of them would instead become his staunchest supporters, as Vess had managed to fulfill one of their greatest desires. Vess could easily foresee that his political capital had doubled after this dramatic event. He had taken one more step towards the top of the hierarchy. Yet even as he shone brighter in the light, Vess would never feel comfortable when he attracted so much scrutiny. He rejected the notion of becoming leader and standard-bearer of red humanity. It was not in his nature to take up such a prominent leadership position. He was a Mech designer. That meant he was much more suited to remain in the shadows and facilitate the real heroes who fought the good fight. Vess was completely okay with letting the flashy and powerful god pilots take the lead. They were much better equipped to bear enormous pressure of serving as an example to countless humans. As waves of darkness continued to integrate in every part of his being, he gradually felt calmer and more subdued. His temperament went through subtle shifts. Though Vess was a little concerned about the changes to his personality, he consoled himself by recognizing that he was not acquiring any new traits. Instead, it was more like his existing traits got selectively boosted. Vess vaguely felt more inclined to hide his secrets, to withdraw from the public spotlight and start controversial secret projects that were sure to make a lot of people angry. In other words, he just felt like doing stuff he had always engaged in, but stronger. It would be easy for him to repress these amplified urges, but that defeated the point of this exercise. Vess embraced the power of darkness because he needed to rely on it to enhance his works and strengthen his resistance against the enemies of red humanity. Even if his fellow humans condemned his actions one day, he would never regret the necessary choices he made. The more he believed in these stances, the more he resonated with the darkness. A miasma of pure dark enveloped him to such an extent that the golden light of the heavens no longer shone on him anymore. It was as if he was actively rejecting the light that represented Messier 87. As one of the largest galaxies in the neighborhood, the light levels of this galaxy were far stronger and more ubiquitous than any other place. Many natives came to worship the endless stars that dotted the skies of their local planet. The plasma jets that constantly produced powerful torrents of light and matter from the supermassive black hole also strengthened their reverence towards the power of light. Vess completely opposed this trend and openly declared his opposition towards Messier 87. Naturally, the heavenly authority of Messier 87 did not like him at all. If it had a choice, it would have rained down so many powerful lightning bolts on him until he finally succumbed from all of the punishment. Alas, Vess had no reason to fear the hostility of Messier 87. He, along with everyone else who resided in the Red Ocean, were already being treated like garbage anyway. It hardly made any difference to him if he antagonized it even more. The only grave consequence of continuing to oppose the heavenly authority of Messier 87 was that he was making it more difficult for him to reconcile with it. There would never be a time where Vess would be able to get along with this hostile authority. "It's a good thing you can't do all that much to me," he smirked. The heavens needed to abide by the rules set by a greater authority. Sure, they could express their biases and skew the variables against his favor as much as they could get away with, but so long as Vess continued to develop his strength, he remained confident he could overcome every adversity. What was even better was that the heavenly authority would be forced to shower him with greater rewards. Perhaps this was the true meaning of the universal order. The strong got rewarded because they managed to vanquish the efforts of those who had proven to be flawed and inferior. As Vess made this realization, his affinity for darkness increased even more. It was as if he was born to represent the darkness in people's hearts. During this special circumstance, where the heavens were forced to expose all of the facets of the darkness element to him, Vess easily adapted to its embrace. He did not overlook the necessity of changing his design philosophy in order to fit with his evolving inclinations. He thought it would take a lot of time and effort to contort his design philosophy so that it aligned with the power of darkness, but that was not the case. Instead, Vess already managed to figure out a way to properly reformulate his design philosophy. "There is no need to discard any of the existing aspects of my design philosophy," he muttered. "My ideals have not changed. My living mechs are always designed to foster growth in themselves and their mech pilots. This symbiosis is the root of the value of my products." The addition of the darkness element gave Vess an opportunity to expand his design philosophy in a specific direction. As long as the change conformed to an aspect of darkness and did not contradict his existing philosophy, Vess believed that anything would be fine. He grinned as he settled on an alteration that completely aligned with his own principles and values. "My mech designs all derive their value from growth, so why not strengthen it further? While my products are certainly useful to those who already bear great strength, they are even more precious to those who are still weak and mortal. I have always found great fulfillment in facilitating the growth and evolution of people who were previously regarded as ordinary. There is nothing that makes me happier than to see my customers and clients become the powerhouses that they previously looked up to. The lower their starting point, the more my products can make a difference in their lives." Vess thought back on all of the people whose lives changed for the better with the help of his products. Venerable Joshua Larkinson, General Ark Larkinson, Venerable Benjamin Larkinson, Patriarch Reginald Cross, General Axeler Strion, the Destroyer of Worlds. This was just a small selection of people who likely would have never become as strong and successful as now if Vess did not come into their lives. The Dominion of Man and her entire crew had become the latest beneficiaries of his works. Sure, his work on the Dreadnought had little relation to mechs, but it was still an earnest expression of his design philosophy. What Vess currently focused on was the transformation from weak to powerful. The capacity for growth was one of the most precious gifts he could bestow upon them, but the reason why his customers yearned for it so much was because their need had been great. Of course, none of these people received their rewards for free. True growth could only be obtained through hardship and struggle. The greater the challenges, the greater the progress. This was a universal concept that applied to far more phenomena than lightning tribulations. His works also encapsulated this rule. This recognition led him to settle on a revision of his existing design philosophy. "From today onwards, my design philosophy will no longer be defined by mutual growth alone. It is more correct to define it as mutual growth in adversity." Mutual growth in adversity. The phrasing might be odd, but Vess could think of no better combination of words to represent his ideals in relation to his design work. Darkness was the most archetypical negative attribute he could think of, By incorporating an aspect of it into his design philosophy, Vess formally recognized that there was a dark side to his works. Mechs were not primarily made to be displayed. Most mechs were not made to compete in harmless sports. Mechs were predominantly made to fight and kill. Mechs were inescapably tied with conflict. They fought on many battlefields and did not always return from a fight intact. No one got lucky forever. Not even his living mechs were exempt from this rule. For every living mech that successfully grew into a powerful third-order living mech, there were many more living mechs that got blown apart by their enemies. However, it was exactly because so many of his products had to endure so many threats and difficulties that the survivors among them grew so strong. This was the true meaning of adversity. True strength can never be obtained through peace and stability. Only a state of conflict and disorder will grant my living mechs, and their mech pilots the chance to rise above their station. The only caveat is that they must put their lives on the line if they want to complete their journey to the top. Vess knew now that he would never be able to feel comfortable in a peaceful society ever again. He would always feel restless if he spent too much time in a bastion of civilization. Just like his products, Vess believed with all of his heart that the only way he could grow into his own power was if he proactively sought adversity. Chapter 59, 19 A Human Gesture. All good things eventually came to an end. The dark miasma that surrounded him for an unknowable amount of time gradually started to disperse and fade. The golden light of Messier 87 eventually shone on Vess yet again, much to his regret. He wished he could have immersed himself in the darkness a bit longer. It had been so easy for him to connect a lot of dots and recognize how so many parts of himself already shared an existing relationship with darkness. Vess had emerged from the darkness as a different person. He did not feel as if he lost any part of himself. Instead, he had the illusion that he had always been incomplete and that his embrace of darkness had just managed to fill up a lot of missing parts. He was still not quite complete, though. This was because he only managed to identify and resonate with a handful of concepts related to darkness. Vess felt an intimate connection with conflict, disorder, secrets, adversity, weakness, concealment, and a few other related meanings. None of them sounded benign or pleasant, but Vess did not regard them as undesirable. Each of these words had always been an intricate part of his life. He would have never been able to become the mech designer he was today if he was not shaped by all of these concepts. Vess understood that if he wanted to maintain or strengthen his relationship with darkness, he would have to continue to live his life in a way that conformed to the spirit of these keywords. It shouldn't be too difficult to maintain his new state. The real challenge lay in forging ahead. Without the handy miasma of darkness at his disposal, it would become a lot harder for him to develop this brand new aspect of his nascent domain. He would have to put a lot of work into progressing his design philosophy, gaining new inspiration, and subjecting himself to a lot of adversity. Nonetheless, his vastly improved understanding of darkness also gave him the confidence that he would definitely be able to master its greater potential in time. As the heavenly authority was about to retreat now that it fulfilled its mandatory obligation, Vess looked forward to getting out of the sight of the shadow of the subjugation king. Vess grinned in a vindictive way. "This isn't what you expected, eh? I am so sorry that I managed to spoil myself. I am tainted now according to you. I guess I have desecrated myself so much that I am probably the least valuable worthy slave in your collection now. I hope I have taught you a lesson about messing with humanity. We may be weak, but we shall never bow down to your tyranny." The God King had reigned in his temper by now. The subjugation king recognized what had happened and accepted the outcome. What else could he do now that the heavens had taken action? Though the subjugation king was practically incapable of feeling regret, he did convey a sense of profound disappointment towards Vess. "You were weak and ignorant, but you had great potential as a worthy slave. I exercised my power to plant a mark of ownership on you. Through your foolish and short-sighted actions, you have turned IT into a mark of shame. You have doomed yourself to destruction at my hand. The first action I shall undertake once I reach your dim and miserable sea of stars is to track you down and punish you for the grave insult that you have delivered unto myself and the great lighthouse." Vess had a very simple response to the subjugation king's parting remark. He raised his middle finger at the alien. There was no need for him to explain the meaning of this quintessential human gesture. His attitude and open defiance provided enough clues that this was anything but a flattering move. It was over. The empty heavenly paradise disappeared. Vess returned to the command center in an instant. The shadow of the subjugation king was nowhere to be seen. As he started to take stock of the situation, he quickly learned that the dominion of man had just completed her profound restoration and transformation. The giant rainbow-colored beam that shot through the hull had bestowed everyone with the gifts they deserved. Even if the multimodal lightning tribulations skipped out on the most arduous ninth round, the dreadnought and everyone related to the vessel still performed above and beyond to make it past the final wave. Each of them clearly deserved additional recognition for their noteworthy contributions. The heavens may be harsh, but they were ultimately fair. Vess became amazed by how much improvement the giant rainbow beam had left in its wake. The crew of the Dominion of Man each became stronger than ever. It did not matter whether they knew nothing about cultivation. From the moment they tied their lives to the ship, they had automatically become contract cultivators. Not only did they receive a round of direct strengthening, but the comprehensive evolution of the Dominion of Man herself also fed back into significant boosts to the fleeters who had forged a bloodfire pact with the vessel. Alas, not everyone had been willing to place their dedication to the dreadnought on top of every other concern, so they clearly missed out on the latter benefit. Regardless, no one was truly unhappy with what they received. It was already unimaginable for mortals to feel as if they had magically grown stronger, smarter, tougher, and more prepared to face the tough challenges ahead. Everyone gradually began to smile and laugh as they celebrated their survival and embraced their new and improved dreadnought. Vess still possessed temporary guest access to the Dominion of Man's control system, so he activated a few projections and quickly inspected a lot of different data points. Masterwork. He could already feel and see the difference, but he wanted to take a peek at other parts of the massive hull before he felt confident enough to make this conclusion. The Dominion of Man had successfully been elevated to a masterwork. Her vastly restored, though not quite complete hull exuded an undeniable charm that signified that her overall quality had reached a transcendent level. Even if it was just the second rung of Senfaven's ladder of craftsmanship, the appearance of a masterwork dreadnought was far more significant than the emergence of another god Mech. The reason why this was the case was because there was already an existing pipeline of the latter. The difficulty of producing another god Mech was insanely high, but at least humanity managed to produce 100 of them. The method to create another one was no longer a mystery. The Dominion of Man held an entirely different meaning. She was the first and only living warship and Carmine dreadnought for the time being. Vess was vaguely aware that masterwork starships were not unique. Many star designers dabbled in this area for one reason or another. However, Vess was not aware of any masterwork that possessed the exceedingly mighty combination of size and power as a dreadnought. He had definitely broken a record in this aspect. As the reality of the outcome of the lightning tribulation settled into his mind, a deep sense of satisfaction flooded his mind. The pure and simple fulfillment he gained from helping the Red Fleet acquire a uniquely powerful trump card was indescribable. Strangely enough, his sense of satisfaction was not as strong as he expected. I'm a Mech designer, after all. Dabbling with warships is nice and all, but it is not satisfying as designing another bestseller. To be honest, Vess derived a lot more satisfaction from publishing his Fae Fiona and Ultimatum designs. He needed to wrap up his affairs on this ship as quickly as possible so that he could finally get back to designing mechs. His head was filled with so much inspiration that he needed an outlet for his overactive imagination. Professor Larkinson. Vess turned around to face the Dread Captain. Ah, yes. Before we proceed with other affairs, let me state on behalf of the Dominion of Man and the Red Fleet that you have done an invaluable service to us all. We shall never forget your priceless contribution to our cause. Salute, an aide of the Dread Captain barked. Each and every fleeter stood up if they were seated and saluted in the direction of Vess. Their gratitude was so strong that Vess could feel it. If he was a true god, he bet that he would have been able to harvest extraordinary rich faith energy from all of these spacers. Alas, the pure and authentic faith slid right off him, making him feel regretful that he was 2 major cultivation ranks away from becoming a star designer. Once the fleeters completed this short but necessary ritual and went back to inspecting their evolved dreadnought, Vess finally managed to retire to Dread Captain Argyle's opulent office compartment. Too much had happened to the Dominion of Man. The Dread Captain and his entire staff had no time to entertain Vess. The departure of the tribulation storm had removed all of the interference and fully restored communications. Even now, the Brain Trust was in the process of transmitting huge amounts of raw data directly to High Command. Many high-ranking fleeters wanted to study the data, reconstruct what had happened, and learn how to replicate the evolution of a warship themselves. Vess was pretty sure that a lot of Tier 1 galactic citizens must be discussing furiously amongst themselves. They would probably make a lot of decisions above his head. It didn't matter, as Vess had already provided his side of the story to the Dread Captain in advance. The reprieve granted him time to take stock of his own changes. Vess was still in the process of acclimating to the new and improved version of himself. Acquiring a brand new affinity to darkness attribute changed his entire perspective towards reality. His thoughts became biased in a different direction. He also felt greater comfort when he placed himself away from brightly lit areas. This was why he issued a command that lowered the light levels of this compartment. Even though the change in luminosity resulted in very little functional differences, he still felt a lot more at home in the shadows. This did not mean he turned into a vampire and became allergic to light or anything. He just felt invigorated if he was residing in an area that was plunged in the dark. His thinking sped up, and he found it a little easier to solve complicated design problems. He became more perceptive towards his environment and became a little more sensitive towards his own personal space. It was quite interesting for Vess to learn how much a domain affected one's entire state. Few people had ever experienced such a drastic change to themselves, so they had never gained the opportunity to compare their before and after states. Vess was different. The clear and obvious contrast not only taught him a lot about domains, but also made it easier for him to understand his past and present condition. As Vess continued to explore these fascinating changes, the hatch suddenly slid open. The heavily armored form of Dread Captain Argyle strode through the oversized entrance. "Thank you for being patient, Professor. I have just concluded a number of high-priority meetings with the Red Admiralty. I have time now to resolve your remaining affairs." Vess grinned and rose to his feet. "It's about time. Are there any further problems or delays, or are you finally allowed to fulfill your side of our agreement?" Volkert Argyle smiled back. "We will not withhold the transfer any further. You have done far more to us than we have promised to you. The fleet admirals have agreed to bestow you with additional rewards, but we can address those topics later. Given your restlessness, I believe you would rather follow me to one of our vaults, where we have stored our precious reserves of EE-343F00334R. Damn straight. Chapter 59, 20 Despicable Dreadnought. Vess and the Dread Captain did not teleport directly over to the most secure and sensitive vault of the Dominion of Man. Instead, they took the scenic route and traversed across all of the hallways and spaces that led to their destination. Fortunately, they did not walk all the way through. Both of them stepped onto floater platforms that quickly ferried them across the large and wide corridors at a moderate speed. The lengthy journey gave the two plenty of time to talk about all kinds of topics. While they refrained from bringing up any sensitive topics, they spoke with much less restraint towards each other. Bonds forged on the battlefield were much more powerful than many other kinds of relationships. In addition to that, Vess was the great benefactor of the dominion of man. It did not matter anymore that Vess was a Mech designer who had always aligned himself with the Red Association. Though the fleeters were certainly aware that Vess had literally been playing with fire, a successful outcome possessed the capacity to forgive many misdeeds. "You have changed, Professor." The man who wore an upgraded version of an officer dread armor spoke, "and I do not mean physically. Our state-of-the-art sensors have detected that your real body has certainly grown larger, but there is another change that is not as easy to measure with our technology. My subjective impression has shifted. It is peculiar. The tribulation storm rewards everyone based on their merits. Aside from promoting my phase lord cultivation, the tribulation has also gifted me with brand new insights on E-energy manipulation." Vess spoke frankly. "I am still adjusting to my new state. It's not supposed to be obvious, though I think that the rewards you have been showered with has made you more sensitive to such matters than before." As the captain of the Dominion of Man, he played a crucial role in the running of the mighty ship. He deserved great credit for keeping up morale and providing direction to his entire crew. Aside from that, he had also become the chosen representative of both Caramond and Furia. This meant that he had gained a lot of strength compared to his original state. His body became revitalized. The lethargy brought on by living for almost 3 centuries had disappeared. His spirituality had grown by several orders of magnitude. Though the Dread Captain was not suited to become a spiritual sorcerer, his massively strengthened spirit allowed him to harmonize with the Dreadnought and her associated true gods a lot easier than before. Vess even suspected that Dread Captain Argyle gained the ability to invoke Caramond or Furia as well. The captain probably gained many other benefits that Vess had yet to discern. Vess personally disliked contract cultivation, as it was completely dependent on the care and attention of external forces. However, the advantage of engaging in contract cultivation was that the practitioner did not have to wrestle with any convoluted cultivation methods. He simply had to demonstrate his value to a deity cultivator and do his job to the best of his ability. It was actually an incredibly suitable cultivation method to modern humanity. It was not easy for most people to keep up with the demands of their jobs. They had to study hard and learn all kinds of advanced sciences. How could they possibly have any time to devote to cultivation? Rather than try to wrestle with weird and anachronistic cultivation methods, they could continue to work their jobs like before and get rewarded for their efforts. The only difference was that aside from earning a regular salary, they could also gain a boost to their cultivation. This was quite an interesting scheme to Vess. He had a hunch that contract cultivation actually had a very good chance of becoming the most dominant form of cultivation in the new frontier. After all, both Mech pilots and Mech designers had always been disguised contract cultivators for a very long time. It was not until they made enough progress that they received the right to know about the Kingdom of Mechs, or the Red Kingdom. Everything has changed so much that we urgently need to take stock of our new condition. The Dread Captain spoke. Now that we have lived through this ordeal, the Red Fleet must conduct a long and extensive study to examine what has changed. This will be a lengthy process that may take months, if not years. Only when we have gained a thorough understanding of what has taken place will there be room for a possible repeat. Can the Red Fleet count on your assistance? Vess immediately frowned. I am not too sure. Many coincidences happened this time that ultimately contributed to a good outcome. While I am sure that we can learn a lot of lessons from our first attempt, our second attempt might not be as good. I have already expended several opportunities to facilitate the transformation of the dominion of man, so we can't count on a number of easy solutions to help us out. Furthermore, the subjugation king is a huge risk factor in itself. Whether he comes or not will have a major influence. Even if he drops by again, he may try his best to destroy the dreadnought at all cost. He won't do us a favor by removing the final round of a lightning tribulation again. In fact, much of the reason why Vess did not feel too enthusiastic about upgrading another dreadnought was because he did not want to confront the subjugation king again. The powerful alien tyrant planted a soul mark onto Vess during their first encounter. What else would the god king do if he came across Vess a second time? After Vess chose to embrace darkness, he had completely turned himself into a pariah to the subjugation king. There was no way the slaving bastard would forgive such sacrilege. What Vess feared the most was that the subjugation king would find a way to strengthen the original soul mark. It was already bad enough for Vess to carry around this persistent spiritual parasite. If it became any stronger, it could pose a huge threat to his life. I fear you may be correct about the danger of attracting the powerful alien leader. The dread captain frowned. The godlike abilities he has already demonstrated earlier has reminded us all why cultivators are so feared among the oldest generations of our organization. It is frustrating to learn that for all of our technological progress, we ultimately have to rely on our own true gods to repel powerful alien gods such as the Mirror Beast, the Phoenix, and the aforementioned three-eyed leader. Vess smiled and gestured around him. Don't be too concerned. I don't know about other ships, but the future of the Dominion of Man is bright. She has become a fully fledged living warship, similar to my living Mechs. She has gained the capacity to grow in a metaphysical manner. To put it in terms that you can understand, she has gained a huge upgrade based on e-technology, one that automatically grows stronger over time. The dread captain looked hopeful. I have already read many reports on your living Mechs. It is still difficult to believe that you managed to apply the same technology to a warship, and a dreadnought at that. Is this growth unconditional? No, Vess shook his head. The Dominion of Man is still very young at this stage, so you can expect her to undergo a growth spurt for a number of years. However, if you keep her in the rear and refuse to field her in serious battles, as she was meant to be used, then you will find that her growth rate will begin to plateau. My living Mechs always grow when they are serving their true calling. Your dreadnought is no exception in this regard. As dangerous as it sounds, if you want your magnificent ship to grow strong enough to defeat a god Mech, then you must throw her into the crucible of war. The dread captain felt ambivalent about this. On the one hand, he wanted his proud ship to demonstrate her new strength and forge a legend in the Red Ocean. The fleeters had always been suppressed by god Mechs for a long time, but now they had a god ship of their own. On the other hand, he did not want to put her ship at risk while she was still in a development stage. It would be ruinous if a bunch of ancient fays, whales ganged up on the Dominion of Man and brought her down by relying on a numbers advantage. Oh well. The decision was out of Volkert Argyle's hands. Only his father and the rest of the Red Admiralty had the authority to decide how to make use of the new and improved living dreadnought. That said, the dread captain, along with everyone who forged a bloodfire pact with the Dominion of Man, no longer held as much reverence towards the Red Fleet as before. Whether they were aware of it or not, their loyalty to their mighty ship surpassed all of their existing loyalties. This was the price they paid for bonding with the Carmine dreadnought. As the pair entered a high-security section and came close to reaching the entrance of the vault, Vess decided to ask a different question. You possess a bit of insight on how the other 7 dreadnoughts work, correct? Can you tell me more about the Heart of Darkness? That surprised the old captain. Why the interest in that particular dreadnought? Did you not mention in a previous discussion that if you were willing to upgrade another ship, that you would choose the indignation of righteousness? The variables have changed, Captain, Vess smoothly replied. The original plan did not call for the emergence of Furia. Now that we have gained a fire god that metaphorically feeds off human anger, I do not think that I can apply a similar transformation to the indignation of righteousness. It is still possible to turn her into a living dreadnought, but we have to figure out a different way to do so. In the meantime, it is best to prepare for the upgrade and conversion of a different hull. I agree with your logic, but there should be other choices that can better satisfy your requirements, Professor. There is great interest in upgrading the Doom of Xenos. Out of all of our dreadnoughts, she has by far the great offensive power. Transforming her into a godship will give us a much more powerful weapon against the ancient phase whales and possibly other deity-level threats. Vess was not quite sure about that. The Doom of Xenos most definitely possessed the largest caliber gun in the entire Red Ocean, but her spinal cannon was so slow and unwieldy that any decent ancient phase whale would be able to get out of the line of fire. I can understand the attraction for greater firepower, but the Heart of Darkness is much more valuable in a strategic sense. The ship has the potential to debilitate or maybe brainwash entire populations of aliens. She can play a much better role in the conquest and possible conversion of captured alien territories. I also think it will be a lot easier for me to upgrade into a living dreadnought than the other hulls. It became quite clear that Vess developed a strong interest for this particular vessel for whatever reason. The Dread Captain remained silent for a few seconds before he shared a bit of information. The Heart of Darkness is unsettling. Her signature tech is much more unorthodox than the tech that allows the Rain of Frost to freeze her targets. I do not have proof of this, but I personally suspect that the Heart of Darkness employs more taboo tech derived from the infamous Compact than any other vessel. Her name is truly apt. The ship is largely dedicated to fighting our enemies through the most despicable means imaginable. How bad? Let me put it this way, Professor. Back when dreadnoughts were designed to fight against god mechs, the Heart of Darkness was never meant to be employed directly against a god mech. What she was actually built to do was to evade god mechs whenever possible and attack their support base. She is meant to drive god pilots crazy by attacking the population under their protection. So long as their entire organization, state or society collapses due to the madness spread by the Heart of Darkness, the entire pillar of faith and logistical support surrounding these god pilots will collapse. Does that answer your question? That was crazy. Yet, the more Vess thought about it, the more he realized that it was a brilliant way to kneecap an undefeatable opponent. It's a brilliant strategy. Chapter 59, 21 over completion. If Vess had as much honor as a typical Larkinson Mech pilot, then he would condemn the entire concept surrounding the Heart of Darkness. However, Vess actually thought it was a rather brilliant way to deal with a god pilot. God pilots were extremely powerful, but they were never truly solitary. Their combat power was top-notch, but their ability to project power over interstellar distances was quite poor. Their god mechs may have transformed into a divine creation, but only star designers were qualified to upgrade their tech and design. Star designers, in turn, depended heavily on an active mech industry, and the high-end resources that could only be produced by a large and developed civilization. God pilots therefore relied heavily on the support of their state or organization to function at their best. If the Mechers and the Fleeters ever fell out with each other, then there was no way the latter would win in the long term if they failed to eliminate the God pilots. However, it was suicide to fight directly against these powerhouses. That was the reason why the Common Fleet Alliance invested an insane amount of resources into the development of the Heart of Darkness. The ship might not fare that well against God pilots, but she had the potential to inflict the greatest amount of misery onto these beings. You should be familiar with the phenomenon of expert pilots losing the basis of their power due to breaking their oaths or failing utterly in their duties. The Dread Captain spoke as they went through a security checkpoint. I am. My grandfather was afflicted by it. I managed to make him whole again." The captain smiled. "He is a lucky grandparent for having a diligent and capable descendant such as yourself. The point I am trying to make is that expert pilots are not the only champions who can break. Ace pilots are also susceptible to it. While it has never happened to any of the god pilots that we know of, we theorize that they are also vulnerable to an attack from this direction." Vess looked shocked. "That is an extremely spurious guess. I have met my fair share of god pilots, and from what I can tell, their willpower is one of the strongest forces that I have ever witnessed. They will not break as easily as others." "We are aware of that, Professor, but we still have to be ready to make the attempt. The Heart of Darkness is uniquely suited for this purpose because she is capable of doing more than other warships. Inspired by the insanity that took hold of our civilization during the twilight of the Age of Conquest, one of the more insidious strategies associated with that dreadnought is to drive the masses mad. Outright killing the people who contribute to the functioning of a god pilot in any way is too simple. By utilizing the unique tech of the Heart of Darkness, she can drive countless people mad, either in an overt or more covert way. The point is not to remove them from the equation, but turn them into a drain on resources. Damn, how despicable. This will make it much harder for a society to support a god pilot." "Exactly. Aside from that, the Heart of Darkness can also destabilize societies to the point where it begins to collapse. When a god pilot is incapable of saving the people that he or she has vowed to protect, there is a very real chance that the powerful pilot will break an oath. This may have devastating consequences, even at their exalted level. Even if that does not happen, the damage should be great enough to set god pilots back. The more the backbone of the Mech industry becomes destabilized, the less their support base is willing to fight. The god pilots themselves may still wish to continue the fight, but their states or organizations may already be looking to sue for peace." As the Dread Captain elaborated on all of the dirty tricks the fleeters had devised to counter the threat posed by god pilots, Vess truly became impressed by how much thought the fleeters put into a possible confrontation against god pilots. For all of their battleships, the CFA and the RF both knew that their chances of defeating even a single god pilot was slim to none. While it was difficult for the fleeters to admit their inferiority in this aspect, they were rational enough to admit their own inferiority. This had led them to devise all kinds of strategies and measures to attack god pilots in an oblique manner. By destroying everything around god pilots as much as possible, it became theoretically possible to weaken or maybe even collapse them outright. This was truly an approach that broadly aligned with the element of darkness. The ends justified the means. So long as a strategy enabled the weak to defeat the strong, then anything was permissible. While Vess ideologically agreed with the contingency plans prepared by the fleeters, personally he felt incredibly relieved that the relations between the big two had never deteriorated to the extent that they engaged in open warfare against each other. The first-rate superstates also kept their heads down and restrained their own god pilots from seeking confrontation against the current hegemons of humanity. If total war truly broke out, then the fleeters would single-handedly prove why warships needed to be restricted in human society. "Thank you for sharing this to me, Captain," Vess gratefully said. "I have a feeling that you aren't supposed to be sharing all of this information. It does not exactly paint you fleeters in the best light." The old but invigorated man directed a genuine smile at Vess. "We trust you, Professor Larkinson. After everything that you have done for us, we no longer consider you to be an outsider. Let me be honest. The Red Fleet has a strong interest in deepening its relationship with you, so we are willing to treat you with much greater sincerity than before. I hope that you will find enough reason to regard us as your friends, much like you already do with the Mechers." How delightfully honest. The fleeters were anything but stupid. They studied his record and history to an exhausting degree, and easily figured out that Vess preferred honesty and directness over convoluted plots and schemes. Though Vess was well aware that the Red Fleet would probably dump him without hesitation as soon as he had lost his value. There was at least an element of honesty in a transactional relationship. It was exactly because the Fleeters saw great promise in their continued cooperation with Vess that he had reached this point. The closer Vess came to the vault, the more effort it took to suppress his excitement. The passing of each second slowed down as Vess, and the Dread Captain continued to undergo dozens of strict security measures. The probability that either of them would try to steal or destroy the critical resources and objects stored within the vault was virtually zero, but that was no excuse for the Dread Marines on guard to skip procedure. Wary of any sabotage committed at a moment at a time where the crew was likely to go lax, the elite soldiers assigned to guard this strategically valuable vault employed extra security measures. Once the two were finally able to enter the vault, the Dread Captain slowly approached a terminal and went through the process of verifying his identity and permissions. Vess looked around and tried his best to discern what else the Fleeters stored in the vault, but the material qualities of the storage cells were so exceedingly high that he was unable to perceive anything special. It is done. A large vault door began to slide open. It moved so slowly that it would take 3 whole minutes just to get out of the way. The delay was a deliberate feature. Multiple security departments became alerted to the movement. If just one of them transmitted an override, the heavy vault door made out of materials that exceeded the toughness of the dreadnought's hull plating would instantly close shut. Even if a thief was able to squeeze past the gap, while the vault door had yet to close, there were still Azure energy shields in the way that took an awful lot of damage to destroy. This was just a handful of the security measures that Vess was able to detect from his position. There were definitely other safeguards that were not as obvious. All of this increased his excitement level. The more serious the Fleeters treated their precious asset, the more value it would bring to Vess. We can step inside now. Vess followed the Dread Captain inside the extremely sturdy vault. The Azure energy shields had already been deactivated, so nothing else barred their way to the center of the large compartment. A metal lockbox floated in the middle. Vess could not identify the material, but he was sure that he had only seen similar alloys in the most powerful first-class ace mechs. Dread Captain Argyle raised an armored finger. A high-tech key extended from it and slid inside the lock. After a minute-long delay, the lockbox finally opened up on its own. "Come, your prize is here." Vess slowly stepped forward and stood next to Captain Argyle. He couldn't help but grin when his eyes finally graced upon the reward he had been striving to obtain during his visit to the Dominion of Man. The metal bar looked a little small, but its material qualities were so exceptional that it was already distorting reality while it remained at rest. "This is the correct material, right? I hope I am not looking at another exceedingly rare metal alloy." "Do not be concerned, Professor. I have positively identified and confirmed many times over that we are looking at a genuine sample of the superclass alloy, codenamed EE343F00334R. This single bar consists of precisely 5.0000000 kilograms of this experimental material. The original agreement states that you are only entitled to receive 2.353 kilograms of it. The Red Admiralty has decided to amend this term by granting you the right to claim this entire alloy bar." The bonus did not come as a surprise to Vess, but he still felt jubilant now that it actually happened. 5 kilograms. That was more than double the amount requested by the Mech designer system. Vess wondered whether it was possible to overcomplete his supply mission and whether he would earn a massive bonus from his dedication. However, Vess did not think the system would play this kind of game. His experiences with it had taught him that it was quite precise about such matters. If it asked 2.353 kilograms, then it needed this amount but no more. It was useless to give the system extra. The supply mission would have already mentioned this possibility from the beginning, if the opposite was the case. All of that meant that Vess would retain a surplus of the key material that was responsible for making the Rubicon spatial transfer system so awesome. It didn't matter that Vess lacked the knowledge and the technology to make full use of EE 343F 00334R. Just owning whatever was left would allow him to study it and derive all kinds of insights from the first superclass material that he was allowed to keep. Aside from that, Vess could also feed bits and pieces of it to Lucky in order to promote his development. Perhaps his cat would gain the ability to teleport after ingesting enough EE 343F 00334R. Do you prefer to keep your prize in this container, or have you prepared other means of transportation? I will take it straight away, Vess decisively said. He reached out and stored the alloy bar inside the Vault of Eternity right away. He made no attempts to hide that he had the capacity to store stuff inside his own personal pocket space. Perhaps the Fleeters would conclude that this was a manifestation of his Phase Lord abilities. In any case, Vess briefly paused to confirm that the system had not yet devoured the entire material in an instant before he relaxed. There was nothing stopping him from completing another supply mission and initiating a major upgrade to the Mech designer system. Chapter 59, 22 The Red Fleet's Generosity. A huge sense of relief overcame Vess. He had no idea what kind of change would ensue once he completed another supply mission, but it was sure to expand his options. Vess desperately needed the help, especially now that he got soul marked by a god king who hated his guts. There was only a limited amount of time for Vess to prepare for the inevitable arrival of the extragalactic invaders. He could not afford to be too restrained in his use of the system anymore. He had to be more proactive in earning ascension points and spending them on enlightenment fruits, items, and other benefits. As long as it facilitated and sped up his journey to become a star designer, then everything was permissible. Vess needed to spend a long time surveying his available means and devising a revised development plan that would help him survive the storms to come. Before he was able to do that, he first needed to conclude his meeting with the Fleeters. Once they left the vault, Dread Captain Argyle invited both Vess and Captain Zonrad Rizet to one of his private offices. Now that the Dominion of Man had lowered her alert level, the Dread Captain finally saw fit to exit his cumbersome dread armor and return to wearing his uniform. Vess found it rather interesting that Sigrund got invited to this meeting as well. The alien hybrid AI looked excited. Many of the changes applied to the Dominion of Man, and the Brain Trust in particular, had taught him a lot. If he had any choice, then he would have definitely preferred to stay on the ship for a few years and thoroughly study all of the changes in the programming of the Dreadnought's primary control system. Alas, Sigrund still had to captain his own ship. The Red Fleet still had many other AI specialists in their employ who could do the same job. Since the fake human aspired to become a fleet admiral, it remained crucial for him to serve as a line officer. The stodgy fleeters did not have a strong tradition of promoting staff officers to the highest ranks. Have you prepared a report on your findings? I have, but it is not yet complete. There are still many more novel changes to the ship's control system that I have yet to examine in great detail. Then write a report that contains your recommendations to the experts dispatched by High Command. Once this meeting has come to an end, you are instructed to take Professor Larkinson back to his fleet and remain with him until the Babylon excavator has caught up with you. Since you have already formed a good relationship with him, the Red Admiralty has designated you as our official liaison. You are charged with representing the interests of the Red Fleet while you remain in his company. Captain Rizet did not betray any hint of emotion as he took in his latest orders. There was no doubt that these orders disrupted his own plans. However, there may be other opportunities if he joined up with Vess. What was important was that the orders from above did not give Sigrund any choice in the matter. There was only one possible response he could make. Acknowledged. I shall endeavor to improve Professor Larkinson's impression of the Red Fleet. Good. You are intelligent enough to deduce our expectations for you. That said, you shall receive a more thorough briefing at a later date. The Dread Captain turned to Vess. Much has changed. It will take far too long to explain how much of a shockwave your dramatic actions have produced. You will learn a part of what you have wrought on our organization later on, but much of our deliberations will remain behind closed doors. There is not enough time for us to go over the information that I am allowed to share with you. We must depart from this star system with haste, as the native aliens have undoubtedly noticed the magnitude of what transpired here. Our highest priority is to transfer the dominion of man to a highly secure location, where our best shipwrights and naval engineers can examine our dreadnought from top to bottom. Vess nodded in understanding. It is best to be safe and sorry, but don't forget what I said earlier, Captain. We shall not neglect the needs of our dreadnought, especially now that she has become alive. There is no need to burden you with any further information on our future plans related to our ship. The main purpose for inviting you here is to grant you your remaining rewards for going above and beyond what you promised to deliver to the Red Fleet. The Red Admiralty has put considerable thought in what you are entitled to receive from us. The admirals initially considered more mundane rewards such as CFA merits, exclusive tech or materials, but they quickly concluded that you should not be short of them. The Red Association can already satisfy most of your needs, so we must present you with a reward that only we can issue. The good stuff was coming. Vess grew more and more eager to hear what the fleeters decided to award him with. It had to be a really massive reward in order to make the transaction more equitable. Captain Argyle's expression turned deep as he retrieved 2 different decorative boxes from his desk drawer. The Red Admiralty has put considerable thought in what you are entitled to receive from us. The admirals initially considered more mundane rewards such as CFA merits, exclusive tech or materials, but they quickly concluded that you should not be short of them. The Red Association can already satisfy most of your needs, so we must present you with a reward that only we can issue. He opened up both boxes to expose the heavy metal medallions resting inside. Vess' eyes immediately lit up as he recognized these iconic objects. Warship tokens, 2 of them, he uttered in excitement. Since these tokens are considerably larger, heavier, and more expensive than my frigate token, I can already surmise that they correspond to much larger ship classes. The Dread Captain raised his palm. Before you get too excited, let me inform you that you are only permitted to leave with one of them. The Red Admiralty has seen fit to give you a choice. He tapped the slightly smaller and less ostentatious token. This is a RF battlecruiser token that is already pre-registered to your identity. Owning this token gives you the right to own and field your own battlecruiser in combat. Do take into account that we are not giving you a battlecruiser outright. You will have to make separate arrangements to purchase, construct, or capture a warship that conforms to the requirements. Vess was already familiar with the rules relating to warship tokens, so he immediately waved Argyle to continue. The old captain tapped the largest warship token that Vess had ever seen. This is an RF battleship token that is also pre-registered to your identity. It gives you the right to own and field your own battleship in combat. You should already be aware of the differences between battle cruisers and battleships. The former has the firepower, but not necessarily the defenses of the latter. The advantage of battle cruisers is that they are much cheaper and easier to build and maintain. Do not underestimate the price disparity. A battle cruiser can be up to 100 times more affordable than a battleship. Vess knew enough about warships to know how outrageous it was to fund the construction of a proper human battleship. Just as how the armor system was often the most expensive element of a Mech, a similar rule applied to warships, but to a much more exaggerated degree. It was practically impossible for private individuals and organizations to completely fund the development and construction of a modern battleship. The amount of money needed to procure billions of tons of high-grade exotics and other top-end materials in bulk, was so insanely high that Vess had no confidence in financing such a prestige project. However, that did not deter his attraction towards the RF battleship token. As far as he knew, the Red Fleet had yet to award the most coveted and luxurious warship token to anyone at this date. Vess may very well be the first private individual to earn a battleship token through pure merit. He suddenly frowned. If the admirals are willing to give me a battleship token, why give me an alternative choice in the form of a battlecruiser token? Are you guys afraid that I won't be able to finance the construction of an entire battleship? Perhaps you are correct about that, but according to the rules, RF warship tokens can also be tied to warship of a lower class than what they permit. If Vess owned a battleship token, he could still use it to build a smaller and more affordable warship such as a heavy cruiser or even a tiny corvette. He could always wait a few decades before he finally built up enough infrastructure to support the construction of a proper battleship. By that time, he could either retire the stopgap warship or bind it to another warship token. The Dread captain probably knew what Vess was thinking, so he quickly offered further clarification. These tokens are not as simple as they appear. The Red Admiralty has decided to attach additional conditions to the battleship token. You are permitted to receive it as long as you involve our shipwrights and naval engineers in the design and construction of your own battleship. We also require you to accommodate our guest officers on your new battleship once she is commissioned. What? In exchange for these concessions, we are willing to provide extensive financial and technical support for the entire project, Captain Argyle continued. We offer millennia's worth of expertise that can help you develop the strongest possible battleship of her tonnage. You can also negotiate with us to make use of our best capital-grade shipyards. To summarize, we can remove many of the barriers that make it much more difficult for you to obtain your own private battleship. Vess looked pensive as he processed the terms of this offer. His excitement for the battleship token had dropped to an enormous extent now that he learned that the fleeters wanted to get involved every step of the way. There was no way he and his clan could design and build their own battleship in peace. Much of her secrets would become exposed to the fleeters. Though Vess did not really mind it if the Red Fleet deciphered a lot of details about his possible battleship, the premise to this was that relations remained friendly. As soon as the fleeters turned into his enemies, their thorough understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of his personal battleship may turn into a massive vulnerability. Let me guess, Vess spoke up in a bitter tone. The battlecruiser token that you guys present as an alternative does not come with as many strings attached. The Dread captain adopted a slightly apologetic expression. We already calculated that you would not find the terms surrounding the battleship token palatable. This is why we are mindful enough to give you the option to claim a battlecruiser token with no additional strings attached. The terms are almost identical to the frigate token that you already possess. As long as you do not make use of the formidable firepower of your warship to slaughter humans on a large scale or violate any other taboo, you are free to employ your battlecruiser as you see fit. I see. That is much more to my liking. Yet, it is really hard to resist the allure of a battleship token. Vess was faced with an incredibly difficult decision. Each token had the potential to drastically change his life. A battleship token would allow him to field a warship that was superior to any other vessel, aside from a dreadnought. The security offered by a human warship was indescribable. The cost of building one may be extravagant, but Vess could definitely count on the massive vessel to endure punishing attacks for an extended duration. Combined with all of the shenanigans Vess could pull off to make the battleship alive, he would definitely become much better equipped to fight and survive against the toughest alien enemies in the new frontier. The battlecruiser token did not provide him with nearly as much assurance. Battle cruisers were still formidable capital ships, and their capacity to mount battleship-grade gun batteries allowed them to punch far above their weight. However, the bulk exotics used to construct their entire hull were significantly more fragile and less resistant towards damage. Even if the Larkinson clan was partially able to compensate for this weakness by installing excellent Azure Shield generators, that was not enough to provide total security. Vess knew that if he ever ended up in a difficult battle, he would come to regret the decision to pass up the opportunity to obtain his own battleship. Yet, if he resisted the temptation and settled for a battlecruiser token, he would be able to keep much of the details of his future flagship confidential. It had been rather fortuitous for him to acquire E-66 Experimental Yard a relatively short time ago. Since he fully owned this fantastic Rubarthan shipyard, it would be much easier for him to prevent the fleeters or anyone else from figuring out the full details of the battlecruiser. This was incredibly important to Vess. Owning his own shipyard allowed him to go to much greater extremes to augment his private battlecruiser with controversial and maybe outright forbidden technologies. Even if the Mechers or the fleeters obtained a few clues that all was not right with the ship, it wouldn't matter so long as they continued to value Vess. "Ugh, you guys are not making this easy for me," he grunted. "I thought that I was already done with making difficult decisions. You just had to present me with another headache-inducing dilemma." That said, he would happily suffer 100 more headaches like this in order to secure his own warship token of this caliber. Chapter 59, 23 Simple Decision. Vess faced another incredibly difficult dilemma. He wanted the battleship token. He wanted to obtain it real bad. The benefits were simply too great. The difference between battleships and battlecruisers were huge. The latter may be cheaper and faster, but they had often proven to be too fragile to withstand the rigors of frontline combat. In the current pattern of warfare, battleships had proven their worth many times over. The warships fielded by most of the 13 major races of the Red Ocean were not vegetables. Their powerful transphasic armaments possessed enhanced shield-breaking and armor-piercing properties, allowing them to punch significantly above their weight class. Armor mattered. It could mean the difference between returning from a battlefield with a few scratches or with a lot of holes and crippling battle damage to the hull. According to the reports and battle footage that Vess had perused in the last year, the Red II employed their battleships and battlecruisers very differently. One of the most persistent problems in space was that it was usually a giant, empty void. There was no cover at all if a battle took place away from a planet or an asteroid belt. Battleships served as the most reliable forms of cover, as their powerful Azure Shield generators, and their thick and reliable armor belts allowed them to withstand a huge amount of punishment. While it was true that shield link technology enabled smaller and more fragile warships to tank a surprising amount of attack salvos, there were limits to every technological solution. Once the firepower of an opposing fleet managed to inflict so much total damage that it had practically exhausted the energy shield capacity of all of the vessels in a friendly fleet, then the only effective form of protection during this phase of a battle was plain hard metal. Battleships truly began to show their value during the later phases of a battle. When both sides effectively lost the protection of their energy shields, one of the most important factors that determined victory or defeat was toughness and endurance. Any serious warfleet that included battleships in their lineup possessed excellent qualifications to participate in the most intensive battles of the Red War. Even a single battleship could make a huge difference for the Larkinson clan, as possessing one allowed his troops to gain the upper hand in attrition warfare. So what if the enemy brought a lot of firepower? A modern human battleship of the Hyper generation was the most powerful kind of warship in the Red Ocean, especially if she was built to the technological standards of the Red Fleet. Vess understood the greater value of the offer. While the cost of development and production of a battleship depended heavily on her size and tonnage, even a relatively modest 3-kilometer-long warship was still far beyond the means of the Larkinson clan. This was why it was so important that the Red Fleet subsidized the construction of a battleship. Aside from that, the technological demands of a battleship was much greater than a battle cruiser. After all, the defense of a battleship relied far more than employing a lot of tough and expensive high-grade exotic materials. A whole array of advanced technologies and high-tech production equipment was needed in order to build a vessel that could withstand a huge amount of punishment while still retaining as much combat effectiveness as possible. Dreadnoughts were the quintessential example of how much punishment the warships of the Red Fleet could endure. Vess had witnessed firsthand how the dominion of man was able to absorb and endure blows that would have shattered dozens, if not over 100 battleships. The lightning tribulation had tested the Red Fleet's top defenses measures, and ultimately became satisfied with how well the dominion of man was able to withstand the might of the clone of the subjugation king, as well as numerous god beasts. Such threats may be rare, but Vess did not think his luck would remain high enough to avoid an encounter against opponents of similar strength. He had become way too high-profile nowadays. Not only was he responsible for a swathe of strategic technological contributions, he had also masterminded the transformation of the dominion of man into what the fleeters had already taken to calling a god ship. All of this painted such a giant target on his back that any serious enemy would definitely try to bring an excess of firepower to wipe him from existence. A regular battleship might not be able to withstand as much damage as a proper dreadnought, but it was better than all of the other alternatives. It was just that Vess did not feel comfortable with all of the conditions that he and his clan needed to abide by in order to make use of a battleship token. The more Vess thought about this option, the more he realized that he wouldn't be able to own the battleship in full. The RREF's shipwrights and naval engineers were much better at their jobs than anyone that the Larkinson clan could employ. Combined with their unsurpassed accumulation in battleship development, this effectively meant that the entire design and the vast majority of the high technologies incorporated into the hull effectively fell under the control of the Red Fleet. The fleeters would know every detail that they got involved in. They were also in a fantastic position to implant all of the backdoors and listening devices they wanted into every important ship component or system. Given that the RREF's exclusive technologies were so advanced that it was impossible for the Larkinson clan's scientists and engineers to understand how they worked, there was no way to get rid of all of the tampering. While Vess recognized that exclusive high technologies would make his battleship a lot more powerful than if he relied on homebrew technologies, the expertise required to operate, maintain, and repair all of these incredibly advanced parts and systems remained in the hands of the fleeters as well. The reason why the Red Fleet offered to supplement the crew of the battleship with its own personnel was because the Larkinsons did not have the permissions or training to operate all of this high technology. Suffice to say, Vess really disliked it when his strongest naval asset remained highly dependent on the goodwill of an external organization. He would effectively hand over a large amount of intelligence and control to outsiders. This was an insane security risk, no matter how Vess viewed this situation. The battlecruiser, Token, became more attractive by the second. The warship he could obtain with the help of this permit might not nearly be as good as a proper battleship built to the most up-to-date standards of the Red Fleet, but Vess would have much greater guarantees that the warship would remain under his full control. Vess just lamented that the price of trying to become more self-sufficient was rather high. There was no way that he and his clan could be so cavalier about deploying a battlecruiser in a serious battle. The enormous capacity of a battlecruiser easily allowed for the mounting of enormous primary gun batteries that were no different from that of a battleship. Yet the enormous shortcoming in the armor belt heavily limited the battlecruiser's tactical flexibility in combat. Sure, a battlecruiser was generally a bit faster and more agile, but this was only in a relative sense. Capital ships could never match the speed and grace of a frigate or a destroyer of the same tech level. The resilience of a battlecruiser was disproportionately low compared to the value of such a vessel. This caused them to occupy a rather awkward position on the battlefield. Despite being designed and built for combat, every fleet treated their battle cruisers like fragile treasures. They were always placed in the back line and were mainly used as enormous artillery platforms. While they were technically suited to be employed in flanking squadrons and fast reaction units, very few people wanted to assign high-risk missions to them. They were mostly placed in the rear or center of massive fleet formations. This meant that it was not that easy to make full use of their mobility advantage in many situations. Vess frowned deeper. The inadequate armor belt of a battlecruiser really annoyed him. The best way to mitigate these shortcomings was to build a highly mobile fleet around this vessel. If the design of the battlecruiser emphasized mobility over any other consideration, then Vess could foresee the creation of a warfleet that was highly suitable for mobility warfare and guerrilla warfare. There was no need for the Larkinson clan to imitate the Red Two and collide against the Red Cabal's strongest warships. It was much more suitable for Larkinsons to engage in raids and hit-and-run battles. So what if the Larkinson forces targeted the weak and vulnerable? It was only sensible to avoid any encounters with powerful enemy fleets that could pose a real threat against a battlecruiser. The lack of subsidies, material support, and technological support would make it much harder to develop a battlecruiser that could outperform an RF ship of the same class. But at least the Larkinson clan would retain full ownership and control over their hull. The upcoming deep strike operations made it more important than ever to engage in this style of warfare. In short, so long as Vess was able to stomach the critical lack of hard defenses of a battlecruiser, he did not feel as if he missed out on too much. The lack of subsidies, material support, and technological support would make it much harder to develop a battlecruiser that could outperform an RF ship of the same class. But at least the Larkinson clan would retain full ownership and control over their hull. Vess would also find it a lot easier to implement and upgrade all kinds of crazy hyper-technologies and e-technologies to his personal battlecruiser. He took a deep breath and tried to weigh his decision as best as possible. "You're not making this easy for me, huh?" he idly asked. Captain Argyle smiled back at his honored guest. "We are deeply interested in your innovative approach to shipbuilding. If you are willing to cooperate with us, we believe our collaborative efforts may further revolutionize the landscape of our industry." Vess understood the score now. He had a strong hunch that the Red Fleet deliberately gave him a choice between two different tokens as a test. The fleeters wanted to test his willingness to deepen his cooperation with them. If he selected the battleship token, then he pretty much signaled his willingness to trust the Red Fleet and collaborate with them on a more long-term basis. The two would no longer maintain a pure transactional relationship. They would instead be able to form a true alliance, similar to the one he already enjoyed with the Red Association. If Vess opted for the objectively inferior battlecruiser token, he would signal his continued reluctance and apprehension towards developing a closer relationship with the fleeters. It was a sign that he remained mistrustful of outsiders. His willingness to settle for less just so that he could maintain the confidentiality of his upcoming personal warship essentially showed that he wanted to maintain his distance from the Red Fleet. Vess would probably continue to favor the Mechers over the fleeters in the times to come. While there was still room for cooperation between Vess and the Red Fleet, their relationship would continue to be defined by transactions as opposed to intangibles such as genuine trust and friendship. The question now was how much Vess was willing to cooperate with the Red Fleet. This was the crucial variable that determined his choice. Vess grew pensive as he failed to make up his mind. Each selection was equally as attractive to him. They both possess a lot of pros and cons that pretty much evened out the score. He was confident that he could make either option work. If he took the battleship token, then he would make sure to maintain friendly ties with the Red Fleet. If he took the battlecruiser token instead, he would stick to his original diplomatic stance, by making sure he would never be at the mercy of an external partner. Ah hell, I am done with making tough decisions. Let's do it this way. Before Captain Argyle could ask for further clarification, Vess grabbed the extremely precious battleship token and tossed it into the air. The heavy medallion flipped as the exquisite metal piece soared over everyone's head before plunging straight onto the dark. Clack! The token landed on the desktop with the rear side facing upwards. Everyone stared for a moment before Vess calmly reached out for the battlecruiser token. I'll be taking this, Vess declared. Chapter 59, 24 equal. Isn't this too impulsive? Sigrund couldn't help but open his mouth. Both Sigrund and Captain Argyle couldn't believe that Vess would settle such a deep and profound decision by flipping a battleship token as if it was an ordinary coin. That was a battleship token. Its material composition and design were already valuable enough, but the permissions associated with it was the real prize. Anyone bestowed with a proper battleship token had the right to field one of the strongest and largest warships that humanity could build. So long as Vess did not go too far by trying to build his own dreadnought, he could gain a battleship that was no worse than the battleships employed by the Red Fleet. Anyone who understood the significance of a battleship token would never treat such a symbolic object in such a frivolous and disrespectful manner. This was especially the case for fleeters, who revered battleships to an enormous degree. Sigrund always aspired to command a real battleship. The Babylon excavator was merely a reconnaissance cruiser that wasn't designed to participate in standing battles. He would never dare to take any matters concerning battleships lightly for fear of ruining his chance of working with them in the future. Dread Captain Volkert Argyle was a lot older and had already climbed his way up to his most ideal position. However, it was exactly because of all of the blood, sweat, and tears he put into his career that he understood how much an officer needed to outcompete so many rivals in order to earn a limited battleship assignment. To fleeters as serious as the two captains, flipping a battleship token as if it was a coin was such an enormous faux pas that it broke their minds. Unfortunately for them, Vess did not care. He was a Mech designer, not a naval officer or a shipwright. He inherently possessed less reverence towards battleships. Why not? Vess practically taunted as he casually tossed his new battlecruiser token in his hands. I needed a quick and convenient way to make up my mind. I don't have a coin in my pocket, so I grabbed the nearest acceptable substitute. These tokens look like big coins, and their mass distribution is roughly even, so they can be flipped just like normal coins. Dread Captain Argyle looked pained at how extensively Vess violated decorum. Let us set aside the issue of using a battleship token to guide your decision. I am concerned that you are making a hasty decision. Have you considered all of the variables? I have yet to explain the full support package that the Red Fleet is willing to attach to the battleship token. You do not possess a full understanding of how much we are willing to fund and assist in the development of a battleship. Sigrund backed the Dread Captain up. Your decision affects far more than yourself. It has enormous ramifications for your clan. Since Captain Argyle did not mention a time limit, you do not have to claim a warship token right away. I suggest you go back to your clan and solicit the opinions of your clansmen. You can inform the Red Fleet of your definitive answer once you have conducted a systematic cost-benefit analysis based on an extensive prognosis of your clan. Vess shook his head in rejection. There's no need to go through all of that trouble. I am not stupid. I know enough about warships and the circumstances of my clan to understand the ramifications well enough. In my opinion, both tokens hold equal weight to me. Their pros and cons may differ from each other, but when I add them all up, their scores are so close to each other that there is no obviously superior choice. Since that is the case, I might as well let fate decide. I am fine with either outcome. He revealed that he did not treat this situation as frivolously as the two captains thought. While his judgment and decision-making process were both highly questionable, His logic was pretty reasonable. Perhaps he may be the only human in the Red Ocean who was willing to forego a priceless opportunity to acquire and field his own battleship. But Vess did not care about the opinion of others. He was sure he could make good use of his new battlecruiser token. He may even be able to develop and apply enough new and revolutionary technologies to close the performance gap between a battlecruiser and a battleship. Several minutes passed by as Vess repeatedly confirmed his decision and rejected any offer to reconsider. The Red Fleet really did not like it that he chose to settle for a battlecruiser token. The fact that Vess ultimately claimed this token because of a coin flip was especially galling to the fleeters. Alas, there was no way to change the outcome now that Vess had made up his mind. Vess grew tired of all of the pushback. Look, if you want me to accept a battleship token, then don't attach so many conditions to it. At least remove the sketchy requirement that my battleship must partially be crewed by your own personnel. I am deeply uncomfortable with entrusting my safety and the safety of my clan to crucial personnel that answer to a different master. He was not opposed to renegotiations, but the Red Fleet refused to budge on this matter. Opinions are divided within the Red Admiralty, Captain Argyle ultimately explained. Fleet Admiral Argyle is more willing to relax the conditions, but Fleet Admiral Jameson insists on greater supervision. You have to realize that battleships not only carry enormous weight in our organization, but are also tainted with stigma due to the twilight of the Age of Conquest. There are good reasons why we have never seen fit to award a battleship token to any outsider in the past. Vess crossed his arms. That makes me want to stick with a battlecruiser token even more. Battleships evoke so much fright and concern among people due to the centuries-long propaganda against this ship class. Battlecruisers are able to destroy entire cities just as easily as their more massive counterparts, but they don't sound nearly as scary. Everyone seems to downgrade their threat level because they are always known to be easier to repel or destroy. I am fine with that. The development of Azure energy shields has made warships significantly less dependent on their armor belts for protection. The shipbuilding sector of Red humanity was increasingly diverging from classic human warship paradigms. The shortage of high-end resources and the growing possibilities of face-water technology caused many members of the naval industry to pivot away from armor. Vess and the Larkinson clan might as well follow the rising trend and put greater emphasis on Azure energy shields as the primary form of defense of their future flagship. Once Vess had definitely proved that he had no intention of reconsidering his choice, the Red Fleet had little choice but to respect his will. As much as the fleeters wanted to cooperate more extensively with Vess and learn his unique technologies, it was more important to maintain a friendly and cordial relationship. Perhaps there may be other opportunities to collaborate with him in the future. The Red Fleet just had to stay on his good side to make that happen. Since an unrestricted battlecruiser token already represented a huge amount of value in human society, the Red Fleet saw no need to grant additional rewards to Vess. It had already cost the fleeters quite a lot by giving away so much extra EE 343F 00334R. This was an experimental superclass alloy that the fleeters were unable to reproduce under the current conditions. Vess tactfully expressed his satisfaction of the two prizes and did not push for more. Let us discuss follow-up arrangements. Dread Captain Argyle spoke next. This was a rather brief and boring talk. There was no need for Vess to stick around anymore, but the fleeters wanted to make sure that Vess would be willing to provide answers and clarification about the transformed dominion of man if asked. The Carmine Dreadnought gained so many extraordinary traits that it was impossible for the fleeters to decipher every new feature. Since Vess was partially responsible for all of the changes, he did not object to this demand. It was a good way for him to keep up to date with the evolution of the powerful living warship. As far as he was concerned, the dominion of man served as a partial test bed for numerous critical technologies that he intended to integrate into his future battlecruiser. "We have no more pressing matters to discuss," the Dread Captain said as he stood up from his seat. "Since we must depart from this star system with haste, we shall not demand your presence any longer. Captain Zonrad Rizet here will serve as our spokesperson while he remains in your company. Much of our correspondence shall go through him while he remains assigned to you. Do not hesitate to bring your questions, requests, or proposals to him if you need to contact the Red Fleet for any reason." "Understood." They shook hands for a final time before they finally ended this impactful meeting. Vess put his shiny new battlecruiser token back into its original protective case before tossing the small container into the vault of eternity. With that taken care of, he and Sigrund both got teleported to the primary hangar bay of the Dominion of Man. The large and expansive space had incurred a decent amount of battle damage, but a lot of repair crews and bots were already working to restore everything. Both Vess and Sigrund boarded a docked frigate that quickly lifted off and departed from the dreadnought. The journey back to the Blue Jay fleet was quiet and uneventful. It was rather amazing to see the star system return to tranquility when it previously hosted one of the largest and most violent tribulation storms in the Red Ocean. Once the frigate approached the Tarask, Vess finally relaxed now that he had exited the immediate reach of the Red Fleet. Meow, meow, meow. Lucky instantly arrived and flew around Vess' body like an overeager puppy. "Ha ha ha, I missed you too. I suppose you can smell it, right?" Lucky nodded so vigorously that it looked like he had been starving for multiple years. "Be patient. I need to give an accounting to the Mechers before I can take care of you," he said as he gently pushed his gem cat away. Meow. Jovi Armelin, Vector Lobin, and Kelsey Ampatok all behaved as if they greeted a superstar. None of the people on the Blue Jay fleet had missed the massive and explosive tribulation event. Even when the R-ray warships were only able to observe what was happening with the help of remote sensor probes, the data and footage was already enough to blow their minds. Every Mecher who had the privilege of witnessing the entire spectacle was filled with questions. Vess smiled at his fellow Mech designers. "I'm not allowed to explain everything, but I can give you a brief explanation on what I have been able to engineer in these past few days." "That would be most welcome, Vess," Jovi cordially responded before turning to the additional guest. "Would you like to introduce us to this fleeter?" This is Captain Zonred Rizet. He's a friend that is also assigned to me as a liaison. He's actually the captain of a fairly big cruiser. I believe he needs to speak with Rear Admiral Tenson about having his warship join up with our fleet." That did not sit well with the two Mechers. The Blue Jay fleet was fully in the control of the Mechers. It would mess up their coordination and cohesion if they were forced to add an RF warship to their formation. Vess did not really care too much about this tension. The Mechers and the Fleeters had proven their ability to work and fight alongside each other plenty of times during the Red War. "Play nice, please. I like the both of you, and I have no qualms with maintaining friendly relationships with both the Red Association and the Red Fleet." Chapter 59, 25, Getting Closer to the Truth. It took hours of meetings and discussions for Vess to broadly summarize what he had done while he stayed aboard the Dominion of Man. There was no way that Vess could freely discuss extremely sensitive matters relating the truth about the spark reactor. However, Vess was free to speak broadly about the emergence of both Karamond and Furia as humanity's latest ancestral spirits. He just had to refrain from mentioning that Furia was originally a fire elemental that held the repressed consciousness of the original creator of the Fire Scroll. Vess actually found it quite frustrating how much fun stuff he was forced to leave out of his story. For example, there was no way the Mechers would be able to maintain their composure if they learned that the brain trust was made out of a lot of brains with A-grade genetic aptitudes. Despite the fact that there were a lot of glaring holes in his retelling of events, there were still plenty of details that occupied the attention of his audience. There were also pieces of information that Vess obliged to disclose. "So you went ahead and turned the Dominion of Man into a Carmine dreadnought," Jovi flatly said. "This is disappointing. You violated the terms of one of our agreements. The Carmine system is designated as restricted technology. It is far from ready to be rolled out to the public. Now that you have exposed its existence to the fleeters of all people, it becomes much more difficult to control the narrative." Though Vess felt genuine remorse for breaking the trust of the Mechers, he ultimately convinced himself that it was for a good cause. He deliberately went through with his ambitious plan without disclosing all of the details to the Mechers in advance. Now he had to pay the price for his rash decision. Fortunately, the benefits of a successful outcome were so massive that it would be hard for the Red Association to blame his unilateral actions. "You should be grateful that your plan ultimately succeeded," Vector Lobin said. "I think the survivalists are more inclined to forgive your transgressions, but the evolution which may not be so forgiving. If I was in your place, I would put more thought on how to placate her the next time you correspond with Her Holiness." Though Vess felt a bit more nervous about attracting the ire of the evolution witch, he did not harbor that much fear towards the leader of the transhumanist faction. He already learned through Veronica that his mother had already begun to cooperate extensively with the evolution witch in secret. So long as his mother and the evolution witch remained dependent on each other, it was nearly impossible for the latter to have a falling out with Vess. In other words, Vess could get away with a lot more than usual. "I think the evolution witch won't remain upset once she learns about the advancements I have made in relation to the Carmine system." Vess grinned. "Trying to apply it to a dreadnought of all possibilities has allowed me to make a lot of new discoveries. I even managed to come up with an innovation that is so powerful that it has the potential to change the entire game." The discussion continued on for several hours as Vess tried to sate the curiosity of his friends while revealing as little information as possible. He simply wasn't allowed to share much of what he had learned during his life-changing visit to the Dominion of Man. He had to wait until he came into contact with a star designer or god pilot before he could divulge more sensitive details to the Red Association. The leaders of the Red Association likely received a report from the Red Fleet already. The incident had too many repercussions. The entire status quo had changed as soon as the first god ship successfully came into existence. Fortunately, the Tier 1 galactic citizens became so preoccupied that none of them reached to Vess for the time being. This allowed Vess to finally retire to his stateroom and prepare to end his long and exceedingly exhausting day. "I really want to put all of this excitement behind me and go back to my family," he said as he loosened his uniform collar and sank into a couch. "Mio Tilda." Lucky floated over and started to sniff all around his body. The darkened gem cat did not give up on his quest to find the exceedingly precious metal that Vess had managed to obtain from the Red Fleet. The cat's silly behavior reinforced the perceived value of EE-343F00334R. Lucky did not want to leave Vess alone until he had a bite of this precious substance. Okay, I won't tease you any longer. Give me a moment to prepare a portion." A few seconds passed before a small chunk of EE-343F00334R appeared on his palm. Vess had carved out precisely 300 grams from the alloy bar. Meow. A dark flash zipped towards the chunk of alloy and engulfed it in the blink of an eye. "Hey, be careful about that. Its potency is much higher than your regular diet." The cat quickly discovered this for himself as his dark-plated body began to shake. "Meow, meow, meow." Lucky squirmed and shook in the air as if he had eaten a mouthful of spicy peppers. Though Vess had a lot of confidence in Lucky's digestion capabilities, he still remained on alert to see whether his gem cat was able to contain his latest meal. It turned out that feeding him with a portion of 300 grams at once had been a mistake. "Mew, mew, mew." Vess relaxed when several minutes passed by without any further signs of deterioration. Lucky may be in considerable pain for the time being, but the cat would probably bounce back pretty quickly once he managed to absorb his luxurious meal. Okay, I think you'll be all right for the time being. That will give me time to settle one important matter. Vess traditionally visited the bathroom to do his system business, but he was so tired that he no longer bothered with that step this time. He returned to the system space with a single thought and returned to the mountain top. Vess first visited the Vault of Eternity and carefully utilized a tool to slice away 2.353 kilograms of EE343F00334R. This left him with a sizable reserve that he could save up for other purposes. Vess had yet to make up his mind on whether he wanted to feed the remainder to Lucky or figure out a different application for it. He needed to conduct a lot more studies on the materials before he was ready to plan out a proper strategy. There was no need for him to wait that long in order to complete a supply mission. The only reason why he held off on submitting the right quantity of EE343F00334R to the Mech designer system right away was because he wanted to check up on a few matters. He first climbed all the way up to the sacred temple and checked up on his status as well as his divine cores. The latest tribulation had led to drastic improvements of most of his attributes. Vess could still feel that his body was continuing to adjust to his new condition, so the numbers were still subject to change. When Vess inspected the divine cores that represented himself and Vulcan, he grew more concerned about his current state. The iron resonant crucifix crown continued to stick to Vulcan's divine core like a barnacle. While Vulcan definitely took advantage of the powerful symbol of authority to speed up his cultivation, it was not quite clear how much this nasty artifact influenced the incarnation's thought process. Vess had always remained confident his clean perspective would prevent Vulcan from descending into madness. That confidence had dropped as soon as he inspected the current state of his divine core. The strange manifestation that Vess had taken to calling the hand of creation had changed considerably after his embrace of the darkness element. Life and Mechs still played an essential part of his work, but now they needed to share space with darkness. Vess grew relieved that his newly acquired affinity and comprehension for darkness merged seamlessly into his spirituality. There were no signs of incompatibility or conflict. Not all was well, however. The hand of creation no longer looked as pure and pristine as before. A small spot of tarnished green had burrowed its way into the divine core. Ugh. The only consolation to Vess was that the soul mark remained dormant. It did not seem to exert any active influence or damage to his divine core. That did not reassure him. The less energy the soul mark spent on messing with him, the more energy it devoted to rooting itself into his spirituality. It would be a nightmare to erase it. His only hope was to strengthen his darkness manipulation abilities to the point where he could leverage the murky properties of this E-energy attribute to dampen or suppress the soul mark. Vess believed that since the subjugation king partially drew strength from light, his soul mark should ultimately be vulnerable to darkness. This was just a theory, though. He had no proof that it could actually make a difference. Whatever. There was nothing he could do about the soul mark, so he simply decided to leave it alone. Once he exited the sacred hearth, he looked up at the pale blue skies. A lot of thoughts flowed through his mind. "All right, let's get this over with," he muttered. Mission, Material Supply 2. Difficulty, S rank. Prerequisites, Advanced to Journeyman Mech Designer. Description: the Mech Designer system needs to be supplied with several rare materials to facilitate future upgrades. This supply mission can be completed by offering 2.353 kilograms of EE343F00334R. Reward: 1 use of the Inventorize ability, 10 golden lottery tickets. The nominal rewards for completing this supply mission were trivial to Vess these days. What he truly valued was what kind of major upgrade the submission would initiate. Vess recalled that when he submitted the Timpala steel, the system presented him with 7 different upgrade tracks, each of which promised vastly different benefits. System, I know you're listening. Stop with the silent treatment. I think I deserve a few answers from you now that I am on the verge of completing another S-rank mission. He wondered whether he would gain access to the same upgrade tracks, or be presented with an entirely new set of choices based on the properties of EE 343F00334R. Perhaps the material was so limited in use that the system upgraded itself directly without asking for his input. System, I know you're listening. Stop with the silent treatment. I think I deserve a few answers from you now that I am on the verge of completing another S-rank mission. Vess curled his lips upwards. First, please tell me how long it will take to complete your transformation once I submit this special alloy. Wait, what? How come it's so much faster than before? Is EE 343F00334R much less powerful than Timpala steel? Okay, I can accept that. Will you give me a choice on how the Mech designer system will be upgraded next? I see. Why give me a choice anyway? That caused Vess to think about who shaped the metal scroll fragment into the Mech designer system in the first place. Who created the system? What was its purpose? Why did it end up in his hands? All of these questions and more had always plagued him. With the information he accumulated over the years, Vess was no longer as clueless as before. Though he lacked a lot of solid answers, he believed he may have finally pieced together enough clues to come up with a theory that he was confident about. Chapter 59, 26, An Accident of History. The Mech designer system was clearly an artificial creation. There was no way that the fragment of the metal scroll spontaneously decided to reconfigure into the present system. Someone had to program its functions. Vess had a pretty good clue who might be responsible. I have a theory, system. Would you like to listen? The system remained silent. It had never really been a good conversation partner. During the Great Betrayal, when the Big Two rebelled against the 5 Scrolls Compact, the metal scroll somehow got broken into pieces. The fragment that comprises you is one of them. It is difficult to obtain a complete and accurate recounting of what exactly took place during this battle, but I guess that the shattering of the metal scroll was an inside job. Vess smirked wider. The progenitors of Mech, who shaped the very foundation of the Mech Trade Association, must have taken it, caused it to break, and immediately reused most of the fragments to form the Kingdom of Mech, or upgrade it if it already existed. During this process, many of the progenitors of Mech sacrificed their lives to create the pinnacle work that would end the scourge of the Compact and consolidate the resurgence of modern human civilization. This was where his theory got interesting. These days, the upper echelon of the MTA and RA all worship the progenitors of Mech as if they were selfless and idealistic freedom fighters. That is nice and all, but I seriously doubt that all 13 of them were as perfect and altruistic as the Mechers always make them out to be. History is written by the winners, and they always have a tendency to erase plenty of unflattering details. As much as the progenitors have contributed to the restoration of the rights of ordinary humans, I do not believe for a second that they have lost all of the selfishness and cruelty that is typical of traditional cultivators. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. I bet that not all progenitors of Mech perished during the Great Betrayal. At least one of them may have managed to get away, either because it was part of their greater plan or because one of them chickened out at the last minute. Perhaps this may have damaged the cause of the MTA, or maybe it wasn't necessary for all 13 progenitors to contribute their lives to the establishment of the kingdom. Whatever the case, I think that one of them managed to get away from the metal shrine with a spare fragment of the metal scroll. The system still remained silent and unresponsive, but that was okay. The Great Betrayal was a massive battle. Vess continued his speculation. A lot of powerful cultivators got killed, but not before doing a lot of damage in return. None of the cultivators stationed in the most sacred site of the 5 Scrolls Compact is weak, as they always have to possess enough fighting power to defeat their rivals. I don't know how the progenitors fit the hierarchy of the Metal Shrine, but it is doubtful that they managed to subvert its entire leadership. The secret battle that ended the Age of Conquest and brought forth the Age of Mech was shrouded in mysteries. Vess developed an increasing desire to witness this historic battle and obtain the truth of what had happened. Too much had spun from this historic turning point. From establishing the hegemony of the Big Two to turning his mother into an interstellar fugitive, so much of his life was shaped by a huge event that took place more than 4 centuries ago. The Great Betrayal should have been ancient history to Vess, yet the aftermath of this grand battle still affected his life on a daily basis. Could Vess ever disentangle himself from this old conflict? He could not. As long as he held the Mech designer system, he would forever remain a product of those historic events. One of the progenitors of Mech may have survived that battle. No, I am convinced that one must have gotten away. However, the fighting inside the Metal Shrine and beyond was so brutal that the survivor may have suffered fatal injuries. With not much time left for him, he or she probably didn't feel like becoming a martyr like his other conspirators. The progenitor likely invested whatever power he had left to reshape the fragment of the metal scroll into you, the Mech designer system. If the system possessed the capacity to experience emotions, then it certainly did a good job of hiding it, because there was no apparent response to his explosive speculations. Vess continued to smirk as he finished his guess. No one wants to die when there is an alternative available. I can recognize that the progenitors of Mech has done humanity a great service by fighting for a greater cause than themselves, but whoever managed to escape the battle probably did not want to follow suit. This was why the survivor did the same thing that the original creator of the metal scroll had done in ancient times. He or she transformed the fragment into a resurrection device. Cultivators were able to die like any human, but Vess found that not all of them managed to stay dead. If his mother was able to claw her way back from death, then others should be able to do so as well. The only issue was that the requirements were so harsh that returning to life had to be a rare occurrence. Cynthia Larkinson only ever managed to become whole again after Vess provided a huge amount of help. The progenitor may have been dying at the time, so the fragment is the only means left to secure a second life. I can understand his or her position. My mother told me that in general, every cultivator is eager to pursue power and eternity. The other progenitors gave up on the former, but secured the latter by leaving behind a lasting legacy. The survivor, on the other hand, was not satisfied with that and wanted to cling to life. The Big Two had already succeeded for the most part. The downfall of the 5 Scrolls Compact became assured, and many humans became freed from the madness that the cultivators had wrought during those dark times. It makes a lot of sense to create you, system. Vess chuckled under his breath. As terrible as they may be, the sacred scrolls presented a successful model on how to hoodwink cultivators to serve a specific cause and work towards resurrecting their original creators. Your own maker probably did the same thing, but on a smaller scale. It made too much sense to Vess. It was exactly the sort of approach he would take if he found himself in a similar situation. This is why you are geared towards Mech design. As a progenitor, your expertise on Mech is immense. It is the field that you have mastered the most, and it is also doomed to become a dominant occupation after the Mech Trade Association's dominance became assured. I believe that your original plan may have been to turn you over to the MTA, as the people over there can make the best possible use out of you. However, that hasn't happened. A cruel grin appeared on his face. An accident occurred. I guess that there shouldn't have been a long delay before the Mechers started to make good use of you. It would have been an irresistible combination. There is no way those Mech-obsessed people would be able to keep their hands off you. The more you get used, the more sustenance you derive from them. It might not take more than a century to accumulate enough energy and extraordinary materials to return your maker to life. History would have looked a lot different if that happened. Not only would the development of mechs sped up during the first mech generations, but the return of a real war hero would have united the Mech Trade Association under a single leader. That hasn't happened, Vess amusingly said. There are many possible explanations why this has happened, but let me share with you my favorite theory. When you died and passed on the Mech designer system to your trusted subordinates, my mother randomly bumped into the holder during her escape from the Great Temple. The outcome of such a coincidental meeting should be obvious. Cultmaster Original Sin was known to be one of the most powerful cultivators within the Compact. Ha ha ha! Vess couldn't help but laugh when he speculated that this accidental encounter may have affected the entire course of human history in the centuries to come. Since she used to be a lot more violent and less constrained at the time, my mother immediately killed your inheritors and looted all of their valuables. It was what I would do. Somehow, she managed to obtain the system, but since her cultivation is completely incompatible with Mech design, you weren't able to establish cooperation with her. Perhaps she may have figured out your true origin and purpose. Vess did not know how strong his mother and the survivor had been at the time, but the chances were great that both of them used to be fairly close in cultivation. They may have known each other in person and understood each other's inclinations well. At this time, Vess grinned so widely that it almost became unhinged. My mother must have spoiled the plans of your maker and kept you all to herself. The leaders of the Mech Trade Association, who may have known about your existence, became very upset about that and pursued her across space in order to snatch you from her possession. However, multiple centuries have passed without that happening. The MTA grew and developed into a powerful organization under a different regime. So many years went by that much of the awe and respect directed towards you has faded, just like many other aspects of history. True death was not the passing of one's mortal coil. True death was the passing of one's memory and legacy. The old guard of the Mech Trade Association has slowly died out. The ones who are left alive, such as the First Flame and the Lord of Thermodynamics, have stayed in power for so long that I do not think they are as eager to welcome your revival anymore. Meanwhile, newer generations of leaders have risen up. Since they were born after the Great Betrayal and never fully understood all of the sacrifices made by the progenitors of Mechs, they are not inclined to welcome your return. In other words, the Mechers who are aware of your existence increasingly feel like my mother has done them all a favor. As far as Vess knew, the system never got used by anyone before it fell into his hands. By the time he inherited the system from his parents, so much time had passed by that the survivor's original plan became ruined forever. At this point, humanity had moved on from the progenitors. There was no way that the survivor would have been able to assume control over the MTA, especially when enough god pilots had emerged that could beat up the powerful cultivator even when he returned to the height of his power. Perhaps one of the reasons why the god pilots guarded over the kingdom of Mechs was to prevent a resurrected progenitor from accessing it and transforming it into a seat of power. Since all 13 progenitors of Mechs were originally part of the conspiracy to create the kingdom of Mechs, it stood to reason that each of them enjoyed the highest permissions. This put the polymath's attempted coup into a better context. Had she and her crown tried to take advantage of this backdoor to secure the position that was reserved for any surviving progenitor? Vess became even more glad that this hadn't happened. Well, system, have I gotten close enough to the truth? Say something. I deserve at least this much for everything that I have done to further your original cause. The system acted stupid and declined to give out any information that could confirm or deny any of his guesses. Vess eventually shrugged. Fine, if this is how you want to play this game, then whatever. Let me make my own stance clear to you. I do not mind it if my actions contribute to the resurrection of your original maker. Even if he or she has hostile intentions towards me, I am not without the means to defend myself. I have earned so much favor from god pilots, star designers, and fleet admirals that they will not stand by and let you screw me over. Whether they could intervene in time was another matter, but at least they could take revenge on his behalf. The threat of that should be enough to constrain any untoward behavior. The point I am trying to make is that as long as I do not have to sacrifice my life or my fundamental interests, you are free to work towards the resurrection of your maker. I prefer win-win agreements the most, as neither party will turn against the other. I will let you do your thing while I pursue my own ambitions. As long as we make sure that none of our goals collide against each other, we can both have what we want. Is that a good enough accord for you, system? Chapter 59, 27 Spoiled Good. Vess would be lying if he said he wasn't afraid of the Mech designer system. Similar to the legendary sacred scrolls, it had probably been engineered this way in order to serve a specific purpose. The only purpose that made sense to Vess, given the available context, was to engineer the revival of a progenitor of Mechs. Vess had seen enough fantasy dramas in his youth to know how such a story was supposed to unfold. He was supposed to unwittingly use the system to such an extent that it gained enough power and resources to realize its ultimate goal. At that time, the system should turn against Vess and reveal that it had molded him into the perfect vessel of its true master. Once the system brought a sliver of the progenitor of Mechs back to life, possibly with the help of Vess' own design philosophy, the resurrected cultivator would immediately inhabit the nearest available vessel. Just like how the bones of a primordial human served as an ideal vessel for Cynthia to come back to life stronger than ever, Vess was probably one of the juiciest hijacking targets available for the progenitor. Not only did he accrue an escalating debt of karma with the system, but his preoccupation as a Mech designer strongly aligned with one of the original developers of Mechs. The system had been a part of his life long enough to mold and nudge aspects of himself to increase his compatibility with the surviving progenitor. Though Vess doubted that this compatibility reached 100%, it should still be high enough to achieve a high success rate. Suffice to say, Vess did not like to work so hard, only for an old fossil to swoop in and pluck the fruits of his labor. Do you know why I am not afraid to share my speculations with you anymore, system? He asked, what may as well be a rhetorical question. That is because I have enough reasons to believe that the original plan to resurrect your maker has become invalidated due to changing circumstances. He continued to smirk as he gained greater confidence in his theory. It must be frustrating, right? I don't believe that whoever is responsible for making you has accurately predicted the future. He or she may have prepared a lot of contingency plans, but I seriously doubt that any of them included the Great Severing, the Age of Dawn, and my first encounter with the Subjugation King. Vess raised his hand. A ball of darkness energy coalesced above his palm. I have great reason to believe that certain events have caused my compatibility with your maker to drop. First, the heavenly authority of the Red Ocean has turned me into a phase lord. That should at least increase the difficulty of a physical takeover. Second, the Subjugation King has planted his exceedingly powerful soul mark on me. Even if your maker succeeds in his takeover, he will just end up in the clutches of a really angry alien god king. Third, my embrace of the darkness element has mutated my old domain. This has caused me to diverge even further from your maker, assuming that darkness is not part of that progenitor's strength. That was highly unlikely to be the case. In the relatively short time that Vess grew familiar with the darkness element, he realized that it was a broad and subversive element. It took a truly different sort of mindset to gain mastery over just one of its aspects. What surprised Vess was that darkness encompassed a large amount of abstract concepts, many of which did not share strong relations with each other. E-energy was both psychoactive and psychoreactive. This meant that there were a huge amount of cultivators in the past and present of the universe that collectively shaped the metaphysical meaning of darkness. Certain races regarded darkness as the absence of light without any other symbolic messages. Other races regarded darkness as the favored element of evil and a force of destruction. Many other alien species or population groups regarded darkness as an element of chaos, a patron of thieves, or the personification of the end of the universe. All of this belief and superstition caused the darkness element to swell up and become an umbrella for many different interpretations. There was no need for Vess to comprehend and master all of these meanings. He had no aspiration to become a god king that gained supremacy over this immensely broad element. Vess feared that a top alien powerhouse already laid claim to this powerful domain. He did not know what his own journey to God King would be like, but he believed it would be okay if he only took bits and pieces of the darkness element that aligned with himself. Darkness had become his latest ally and tool. He believed that its addition to his life not only expanded his options as a Mech designer, but also helped to protect his life and freedom from the system. The more Vess diverged from the blueprint set by the system, the more he became assured that he wouldn't get hijacked and subverted like what happened to the polymath. He had turned himself into a spoiled good. In any case, he did not become discouraged by the system's lack of response. It was probably the best action that it could take when Vess started to ramble about the motivations of its maker. Okay, story time is over. Let's get back to business. Vess did not hesitate any further and submitted 2.353 kilograms of EE-343F00334R to the system. The system space started to shake as a lot of energy began to accumulate. Vess could already feel that he was being pushed back to reality. A few seconds later, the system unceremoniously kicked Vess out of the system space. 15 days was not too bad. It was on the longer side, but it was hardly an unacceptable wait duration compared to before. He would probably regain access to the upgraded system when he finally returned to New Constantinople Roman 8. That should give him enough time to deal with the aftermath of upgrading the dominion of man and sort out all of the other messes that had sprung up in the past month. Let's hope nothing exciting happens anymore. Lucky. Mediua. As the Blue Jay fleet finally moved away from the border regions of human-occupied space, Vess tried his best to keep his head down and handle his duties without causing any further incidents. The ripple effects of playing a leading role in transforming the dominion of man into a godship were still in the process of spreading. The Red Fleet remained mum on most details, but it allowed a lot of speculative rumors to proliferate across society. Nobody seemed to have a clear answer of what exactly happened, but they had a lot of opinions about what the dominion of man had turned into and how a Mech designer like Vess got involved somehow. Caramond became a topic of conversation as well. As the true god settled into his new existence, the Red Two were not that eager to set up any form of organized worship for the ancestral spirit. Instead, the Mechers and the Fleeters remained content to let the heat die down, and any excitement surrounding Caramond to fade as other hot topics started to dominate the conversation. Vess knew that Caramond wouldn't get starved of faith anytime soon. Human supremacy was a principle that was rooted in the hearts of every modern human. Furia did not come up at all. The true god still remained an obscure existence, as the Red Two were still grappling to figure out a coherent policy on how to handle this unexpected new ancestral spirit. As the days passed by, it became clear that the Tier 1 galactic citizens continually argued on what they should do with the mess that Vess created. Vess strongly suspected that the leaders of Red humanity still hadn't come to a broad consensus. It would explain why the Red Two refrained from publishing any statements or instituted a coherent policy to reshape the narrative. Vess was not bothered by the lack of action. People left him alone during the return trip to the New Constantinople system. Nobody asked for his input on future plans or compelled him to account for his previous actions. That was just the way he liked it. He had made so much progress and harvested so many gains during his long and eventful business trip that he needed to devote a lot of time to digesting all of his gains. For example, he showed off his brand new battlecruiser token to his newly acquired group of Rubarthan shipbuilders. The physical projection of Chief Shipwright Kezuramus Demodian cautiously stepped forward and held the heavy metal medallion that bestowed the right to field a powerful warship. He looked like he wished that he was aboard the Tarask for real, so that he could touch the actual RF warship token. This, so the rumors are true, you engineered the creation of the first god ship. The 108-year-old leader of the E-66 experimental yard spoke. If the dominion of man has truly become powerful enough to rival a god Mech, as people are claiming, then the Red Fleet should have given you a better reward. The fleeters are too stingy and prejudiced against Mech designers. You deserve a battleship token. Vess smiled but shook his head. Let's not talk about what-ifs. I know you guys are really curious about what I have done, but I am not allowed to share military secrets with you. Please drop whatever questions you may have about the dominion of man. The shipwrights employed by the E-66 experimental yard quickly recomposed themselves, though it was impossible for them to truly remain calm when they caught sight of a rare and precious battlecruiser token. Still, all of these shipbuilders had taken part in many different classified R&D projects. They should already know how to keep their curiosity in check. They wouldn't have lasted in this shipyard if they were bad at keeping secrets. Vess took back the warship token and held it aloft. As you can already deduce, I showed you this for a reason. With this token, my clan has the right to acquire and make use of its own battlecruiser as part of the RF's famous warship quota program. I don't want to rely on outside help for this. As difficult as it may sound, I want us to construct our battlecruiser completely in-house. I only own 2 shipyards at the moment, and I have chosen yours as the principal yard to develop and construct the Larkinson clan's first battlecruiser. Once you have proven your abilities by completing the Grave Exemplar project, I want you to work on our future flagship right away. Though the shipwrights were all smart enough to anticipate this order, they still reacted with delight when Vess confirmed that he gave them the right to design the first proper warship in their long careers. All of the decades and centuries spent on designing unarmed starships had left them with a constant yearning for more. Now, their greatest dreams were finally coming true. Thank you, Patriarch Larkinson. The E-66 experimental yard welcomes this challenge. Not everyone looked as happy to receive this career-defining opportunity. Kezi looked a lot more ambivalent at this prospect. Not everyone looked as happy to receive this career-defining opportunity. Kezi looked a lot more ambivalent at this prospect. Sir, far be it for me to question you, but are you certain about letting our shipyard develop your battlecruiser? Oh, Vess raised his eyebrow. Are you having doubts about your ability to deliver a battlecruiser? There are numerous complications and restrictions that you need to be aware of, sir. Chapter 59. 28 Crazy Loophole. The excitement among the shipwrights quickly died down as their leader's words brought them back to reality. Just because their shipyard received the privilege of developing the first battlecruiser for the Larkinson clan did not mean it was the most ideal choice. Kezi, the chief shipwright, badly wanted to accept this enormous assignment and create what may very well become his magnum opus. Kezi, the administrator, had a duty to make sure that its owner made the best possible use of its facilities. Please explain your misgivings, Vess instructed the projected man. Let me address the most obvious point of concern, sir. The E-66 experimental shipyard in its current state is only able to construct warships up to a total length of 2.3 kilometers. This is considered acceptable for most fleet carriers, but it is not a satisfying length for a fully armed capital ship. I thought that battle cruisers tended to be smaller and shorter than battleships. The losses would be too great if a large but relatively fragile battlecruiser ends up getting blown to pieces. It is better to hedge against this possibility by limiting their size. Kezi nodded in understanding. These considerations are valid, but our situation is drastically different from the Red II. Both the Mechers and the Fleeters are permitted to field all of the warships they want without restriction. You are confined to only 2 that correspond to the tokens in your possession. I am not sure how easy it is for you to obtain another battlecruiser token, but I think it is safe to assume that the Red Fleet will not award you with another one in the foreseeable years. That is a prudent assumption to make. That means that your first-class fleet can only accommodate a single battlecruiser. Since this is the case, it is much more optimal for our clan to acquire the largest and most massive battlecruiser that we can realistically obtain. A hull with a length of up to 2.3 kilometers is far from an ideal choice. We will effectively waste the potential of this precious battlecruiser token of yours. It is almost as if you are using it to field a heavy cruiser instead. In my opinion, you should use it to construct a 6-kilometer-long battlecruiser instead. Vess had already taken this issue into consideration. It did not escape his mind that the E-66 experimental shipyard was totally unsuitable to construct larger and more formidable starships. The first Larkinson battlecruiser does not necessarily have to be the last one, Vess pointed out. This is an unrestricted token, which means that it does not have to be tied to a single hull. None of the shipbuilding operations at my disposal have any form of experience with constructing actual warships, especially larger ones. I think it is extremely foolish to undertake the most technically challenging project with zero practical experience. It is much faster, easier, and manageable to tackle a more modest warship project first. It is also much easier for our clan to finance the construction of a smaller vessel. We can think about replacing our first battlecruiser with a larger and more superior hull in a few decades. These arguments all sounded reasonable. Vess demonstrated that he had put real thought in his decision. Be that as it may, you do not have to rely on your own shipyards and shipbuilders to complete this project, Kezi retorted. There are much more competent and capable shipbuilding companies in the new frontier that would love to develop your battlecruiser on your behalf. Cooperating with Major Rubarthan or foreign institutions will allow you to acquire the best possible battlecruiser that you can obtain. It must be difficult for Kezi to actively discourage Vess from working with the E-66 experimental yard. Vess recognized and appreciated the fact that Kezi looked out for the interests of his new employer by playing devil's advocate. Relying on external help is unacceptable, Vess firmly replied. Warships can make an outsized impact in our fleet. It is crucial that a battlecruiser remains firmly in our control. I can accept the fact that she will be smaller and inferior than the battlecruisers fielded by the Red Fleet. What I cannot stomach is that our supposed allies and business partners tampered with our battlecruiser to such an extent that they can shut down her weapons or energy shields by remote. I will not allow our clan to depend on a warship that is never truly ours in the first place. No. The first Larkinson battlecruiser must remain under our control. I will not accept any alternatives. His tone clearly suggested that he rejected every other alternative. Vess did not want to build up a reliance on outside tech or expertise. He knew that this would not do his first battlecruisers any favors. The shipwrights understood this as well now that the immediate excitement had died down. They became more and more intimidated by the humongous prospect of building their first actual warship. Vess put away the battlecruiser token and crossed his arms. I thought you guys regularly practice your skills by designing all kinds of speculative starships. I bet that a fair amount of them should be warships. Even if they are never designed with the expectation of realizing them, you should at least know how to mount warship-grade armaments onto starship hulls. The line between an unarmed starship and a properly armed starship was not simple. However, it shouldn't be too challenging either. There were many new variables that shipwrights had to take into account to prevent the weapons from destroying the hulls they were mounted upon, but any decent naval engineer should be able to handle the additional complications. This was especially the case for first-class ship designers. Now that Kezi learned that Vess was truly committed to this course of action, he did not object to it any longer. If you are truly willing to trust us, despite our lacking record and practical experience, then we would be honored to accept this heavy responsibility, sir. Do you wish to replace the Grave Exemplar project with a new battlecruiser project? We can change the schedule so that we can complete the design and construction of the warship first. That was a difficult question to Vess. I have my thoughts, but I would like to hear your recommendations, Kezi. Let me remind you that our clan will soon be participating in the first deep strike operations that will commence in a few years. We need all of the hulls and firepower that we can get. It would be great if you can complete the construction of a complete battlecruiser by that time. That was crucial information that helped the chief shipwright formulate his recommendation. If that is the case, then I suggest we begin the development of the battlecruiser after the Grave Exemplar project. The concept that we have devised for our first-class fleet carrier is fairly innovative, but it is still familiar enough for us to comfortably complete her in time for you to employ the new hull in a deep strike operation. I can guarantee you that we will not be able to complete a battlecruiser within this time frame. Why not? Vess asked. There is too much that needs to be done. We need to expand and install extra shipbuilding modules to the E-66 experimental yard. We need to hire hundreds of additional engineers and specialists who are capable of assisting in the development and construction of large-scale weapon systems. The design of our first proper armed capital ship will also take at least double the time of a fleet carrier, because we need to employ extensive measures to calculate, simulate, and test all of the new solutions that we have never fully explored in the past. Even after the construction of the first battlecruiser is complete, I expect the new hull to be plagued with many teething problems. She will need to undergo at least a year of trials to work out many of the bugs and glitches that have the potential to endanger your entire fleet. The process of developing a new warship was much more cumbersome than developing a new Mech. How long? At least 5 years if you insist on rushing the battlecruiser project. 10 years if you want to have enough guarantees that your new warship will not rupture herself when subjected to challenging conditions. Vess possessed enough of a technical background to know that Kezi was being fairly generous. The E-66 experimental shipyard possessed no real experience in developing warships, so he and his men will stumble a lot more than normal. Aside from that, battle cruisers were among the most difficult warship classes to design. They were as large as battleships, but possessed a fraction of their hull strength. Enormous battleship-grade gun batteries tended to exert a titanic load on the hulls they were mounted upon. They also had to be accompanied by hundreds of auxiliary systems that all took up a lot of space and added further complications to the ship. Battleships may be insanely expensive to build, but they were also a lot more fault-tolerant as a result. Battle cruisers did not enjoy this expedient advantage. It was not accurate to characterize them as glass cannons, but it was not completely wrong either. Of course, the shipwrights could always reduce the caliber and firepower of the primary gun batteries of the first Larkinson battlecruiser, but going too far with this would defeat the point of this ship class. Vess sighed. As a Mech designer, I understand how dangerous it is to rush the development of a powerful new weapon platform. I am not stupid enough to force the issue and insist that your shipyard deliver a working battlecruiser in just 2 or 3 years. Our clan will just have to settle with undertaking our first deep strike operation without a proper warship. We should at least be able to count on the upcoming Grave Exemplar. This was for the better. The lack of immediate time pressure would give his shipwrights and naval engineers plenty of time to properly work out a solid design with all of the robust high technologies necessary to turn the battlecruiser into a formidable vessel. Vess could also use the time to flesh out his own unique technologies related to living warships. He wanted to develop or acquire an imitation of the spark reactor for obvious reasons. Just as Vess came to grips with the new schedule, the projection of the chief shipwright made a surprising suggestion. Right now, his ability to recreate the dominion of man on a much smaller scale was too inadequate. He needed to spend a lot more time on research and development before he was qualified to develop the first living battlecruiser. Just as Vess came to grips with the new schedule, the projection of the chief shipwright made a surprising suggestion. Your battlecruiser token does not necessarily have to remain unused by the time your clan commences its first deep strike operation, Kezi said. If my interpretation of the rules of the warship quota program is accurate, there is no explicit rule that prohibits you from tying your token to an alien warship. If you truly think it is worth the effort, you can order your forces to capture an alien capital ship as whole as possible. If your men can unlock and decipher the operation of the alien vessel with the help of outside experts, it may be possible to repurpose the captured warship in time for the deep strike operation. This is the best stopgap solution that you can employ in the short term. Vess became amazed by this suggestion. Even though the idea was extremely controversial, Vess had no principal objections about using a captured warship against their former owners. The risks were not small, but the benefits were also great. This is a brilliant idea, Vess grinned. The expeditionary fleet happens to be a lot better at capturing large enemy warships without inflicting any damage to them with the help of a certain battle formation. Perhaps the Larkinson army already captured a few hulls, but didn't have time yet to sell them to the salvaging companies. There was a possibility that the Larkinsons could begin the conversion process as soon as Vess issued his new orders. Kezi grinned as well. What is particularly advantageous to you is that all alien warships are valid targets for this scheme. Most people refer to armed alien capital ships as alien battleships, but if we apply our human technical standards on them, their hulls are more properly categorized as battle cruisers. Their hull structures are entirely comprised of inferior facewater alloys of inadequate thickness. Vess immediately understood what the other man was getting at. Wait a minute, this is an obvious loophole. Surely the fleeters won't be stupid enough to allow for this shenanigan to happen. That is because no one has been awarded with a battlecruiser token in the past, sir. Even if I am wrong, the recipients are most definitely powerful groups that are fully capable of developing their own warships. We are different. We have much greater reasons to employ captured and converted alien warships instead. And this will actually work. It will so long as the Red Fleet does not move quickly enough to change the rules. Think about it, sir. The defenses of alien battleships may be tough due to their heavy reliance on transphasic energy shields, allowing them to come close to matching the performance of human battleships. But that is not how shipwrights such as myself see them as. According to the outdated definitions of human warship classes that the Red Fleet has yet to revise, every alien battleship is the equivalent of a human battlecruiser. Vess understood the true value of his battlecruiser token at the moment. Before the Larkinson clan could construct its own proper battlecruiser, his clansmen could make do with turning some of the greatest alien vessels against their former owners. It was a deliciously ironic scheme. It was also a much faster and cheaper way for the Larkinson clan to gain an asset with the effective combat power of an actual battlecruiser. Chapter 59, 29 Homeship Conversion Difficulty. After Kezi came up with the fantastic idea of resorting to captured alien battleships as a stopgap solution, he quickly looked up the relevant rules and regulations. The Rubarthan shipwright's efficiency was high. He only needed a couple of minutes to dig through all of the dense and complicated legal and technical language to gain a clear idea on how to proceed. The idea is viable. The physical projection of Kezi told Vess with a grin. It has never been done before, but that means we will be the first to take advantage of this loophole. We have the fleeters to thank for that. They are so proud and boastful about their battleships that they have constantly raised the requirements that an armed capital ship has to meet in order to earn the classification of a battleship. The majority of alien battleships in the Red Ocean simply do not meet those standards. They are not just lacking in terms of alloy hardness and thickness, but also other parameters such as redundancies, FTL drives, information security, and mandatory design features. In other words, the alien battleships were not actually battleships according to human definition. They were battle cruisers for all intents and purposes. To be honest, it was not as if the native aliens used their own version of the term battleship either. Many of them treated their vessels as homes, as evidenced by their ability to land on the surface of planets and serve as fixed structures. The aliens themselves preferred to call their vessels homes or homeships in their own native languages. There was no distinction between a home and a warship, so they readily combined the two so that they could enjoy the advantages of both. This was also one of the reasons why their homeships were so poorly armored despite the use of transphasic alloys. The native aliens had to abide by hard mass and volume requirements in order to enable a homeship to land on a terrestrial planet with a certain amount of gravity. If the homeship became too heavy or too big, it would become too difficult to safely descend to or ascend from the surface of a planet. This was why they needed to be more frugal in how much metal they added to their hulls. The fact that it saved them a lot of face water by cutting down on the mass and volume of their homeships also helped. The native aliens never minded this drawback because they heavily relied on transphasic shield generators to compensate for the lacking material defenses of their homeships. Transphasic shield generators offered superior defenses at much lower costs. They were far smaller and lighter than a thick application of hull plating. Even if the good ones had to be built with high-grade materials and larger quantities of face water, it still beat trying to pad the structure and exterior of a homeship that was several kilometers long. While these shield generators were certainly not small or light, the amount of capacity they took up on a homeship was not too significant. They were the perfect solution to employ if a homeship needed greater defenses without burdening down the hull with lots of mass. Of course, transphasic shield generators came with their own downsides. They vastly increased the energy requirements of a homeship. If the power supply ever got interrupted for whatever reason, these devices wouldn't be able to last long by relying on their batteries or other backup power sources. Humanity had a very long tradition of emphasizing armor over energy shields. It was only relatively recently that the face water generation had changed the game. Though more and more people began to get accustomed to relying on the surprisingly effective Azure energy shields, not everyone was rich and powerful enough to supply the face water required to obtain the necessary generators. Armor was still the most preferred and dominant form of protection to most humans. This contributed greatly to the slow pace of change in human society. The best energy shields that the general population had access to were hyper-energy shields. So long as there was no face water involved, the defensive performance was not that spectacular. It all came down to resources in the end. If red humanity had access to just as much face water as the native aliens, people would have embraced the superiority of Azure energy shields to a much greater extent. There is only one cumbersome condition we have to meet before we can employ an alien battleship in combat, Kezi said, pulling Vess back from his musings about energy shields. Is it troublesome? The chief shipwright nodded. It will cause significant delays, but I consider this to be a necessary step. The Red Fleet will not allow humans to actively make use of any alien starship unless the hull in question has undergone a full inspection and conversion. Whatever is done to the vessel in question, the end result must abide by the minimum standards that the fleeters apply to any starship. Just as how the Mechers regulated the use of Mechs, the fleeters took responsibility over the usage of starships, armed or otherwise. From what Vess knew about the fleeters, they generally did not really care about third-class and second-class starships. The standards they had to meet were fairly generous and easy to satisfy. The story was a bit different for first-class starships. That was when the fleeters really started to pay attention. Every starship of this tech level was equipped with much harder alloys and always made use of much more potent power reactors. This turned them into greater hazards if anything went wrong. The fleeters therefore insisted that first-class starships had to meet a lot of safety requirements in order to permit people to make use of their powerful features. Vess frowned as he pondered over this demand. The home ships of the 13 major races are equivalent to first-class warships. Is that correct? They vary considerably, sir. The most premier alien forces under the Red Cabal make use of newly constructed battleships that are heavily integrated with stolen human technologies. These are by far the most modern and powerful enemy vessels that Red humanity has encountered. These are the enemies that are keeping the Red 2 occupied. There is little chance that the expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance will be able to bump into those powerful alien warships. Vess replied with a frown. Even if our forces encounter them, it is extremely unwise to confront them in battle. Even if our fleet enjoys the protection of several ace mechs, they are all built to second-class standards. There is no need to force a battle when there is a clear and obvious tech disparity. Kezi did not argue with that. Then your expeditionary fleet should target the hulls that they have already defeated in their previous battles. The home ships that accompany the alien raiding fleets are inferior in every way. They are often decades or centuries old. They have often been damaged and repaired multiple times over the course of their lifespan. Much of their tech is either outdated or not that high-end in the first place. Despite these common flaws, the home ships in question often straddle the line between first class and second class, which means that the Red Fleet often treats them as first-class warships. They are too powerful for second-class fleets, but too weak for first-class fleets. I see, Vess mildly said. These older and outdated alien warships are hardly ideal for my purposes, but I guess there isn't much grounds for me to complain. All I want to know is how much work is required to convert a typical alien warship. Kezi responded with a helpless expression. That can only be determined on a case-by-case basis. Of the 13 major races that employ home ships, each of them have developed their own distinctive home ship doctrines. Even then, different groups within a single alien society may have developed their own unique and distinctive design philosophies for their vessels. It can take half a year to a decade to convert a single alien home ship into a usable warship for human usage. The reason why the range was so wide was because the necessary modifications could easily range from a quick refit to a whole redesign project. Time is of the essence, Kezi. I need a powerful warship sooner rather than later. If it takes a decade to convert an alien home ship, then we might as well wait for the E-66 experimental yard to complete the Grave exemplar before starting our new battlecruiser project. What sort of alien home ships will take the least amount of time for us to convert? Kezi smiled at that. He already anticipated this question. Of the 13 major alien races of the Red Ocean, there is only one that resembles the human race the most. The Orvans may be taller and much furrier than us, but they are still bipedal organisms that share many habits and inclinations with us. The Orvans also maintain a strong presence on this side of the dwarf galaxy, so our race has managed to encounter and defeat many of their home ships. The Red 2, along with many other powerful groups, have already captured so many Orvan home ships that they have managed to crack their security features and reverse-engineered much of their distinctive technologies. Much of that knowledge is either publicly available or easily accessible, as long as you are willing to spend MTA merits. Orvan home ships were indeed easier to deal with than the hulls of other races. The Zamiels, for example, were not only rare on this side of the Red Ocean, but their warships were also a lot weirder, especially on the inside. Since the race was made up of slime-like organisms, the Zamails had the annoying habit of making their entrances and exits extremely small and slim. This hindered the ability for any aliens other than the Zamails to move through the interior of their own home ships. The Pulmers were smaller and shorter than almost every other race. They took advantage of that by making the corridors and compartments of their own home ships a lot smaller and harder to navigate. Trying to convert the captured vessels of either race into warships fit for human use was a nightmare. The best way to tackle such a difficult demand was to break down the original hulls and use much of the salvaged materials to construct a proper human warship. In contrast, Orvan warships did not have to be rebuilt from the ground up in order for humans to make use of them. The new owners just had to apply a lot of easy fixes, such as reprogram the alien operating systems, eliminate a lot of well-known vulnerabilities, and replace the larger and taller Orvan-sized furniture with smaller equivalents. As Kezi quickly summarized the major steps that a shipyard needed to take to convert a typical Orvan homeship into a converted battlecruiser, Vess found that pretty much any first-class shipyard of the appropriate size could do the job. The time needed to complete the conversion process still varied widely depending on the specific cases, but it shouldn't take more than 2 years to convert the largest Orvan hulls. This has been an informative discussion, Vess said as the meeting eventually came to an end. Please prepare a thorough report for the expeditionary fleet. I will instruct them to prioritize the capture of Orvan homeships, but they vary so wildly that you need to help them pick the right targets. We will get on it right away, sir. It should not be difficult to form a list of desirable properties. The most important criteria is the amount of face water invested in the hull. It is very difficult and expensive to improve the face water density of the entire structure of a homeship, so it is better to target an existing alien vessel that already scores well enough in this area. I agree, though I doubt the ones assigned to raiding duty have that much face water in the first place. The expeditionary fleet may have to venture deeper into enemy space in order to seek out a suitable hull. That was riskier, but also a lot more rewarding. Chapter 59, 30 Glorious Surprise. The journey back to the new Constantinople system took a little over a week. The most exciting event that took place during the return trip was the addition of another warship. The Babylon excavator awkwardly joined the Blue Jay fleet. As much as the Mechers of the Blue Jay fleet resisted the entry of an RF reconnaissance cruiser, it could not be denied that the vessel provided a lot of help to Vess' personal escort force. There was no need to force the Babylon excavator to line up with the other ships of the Blue Jay fleet. As a heavy scouting vessel, the Babylon excavator was best suited to scout the route ahead and verify that no one had prepared any ambushes designed to ensnare Vess. Although the chances of this happening was small, it was not non-zero. The latest stunt committed by Vess most definitely painted a much larger target on his back. The Red Cabal was probably on the verge of doubling or tripling his bounty. Vess had already heard from Jovi and Sigrund that the Red Two were already thinking about bolstering the Blue Jay fleet even further. The Mechers already had plenty of reasons to invest in the security of the most successful senior Mech designer in the Red Ocean. Now, the fleeters also found a reason to join the party. They did not want anything to happen to the only person who successfully transformed the dominion of man into a god ship. One of the reasons why the Red Fleet urgently pulled the newly transformed Carmine Dreadnought back from the front lines was because its naval engineers wanted to decipher the methods used to convert her into such a powerful vessel. Vess personally wished them luck, but did not think that they would attain any significant breakthroughs. So long as the fleeters had no way of replicating or imitating what Vess had done, he would continue to remain valued by the Red Fleet. His protective detail needed to be raised for as long as he possessed the capability to convert the remaining 7 dreadnoughts into comparable living warships. The Red Association is standing in the way of dispatching additional RF warships. The projection of Captain Zonrad, Riza told Vess. The Mechers acknowledge the need for greater protection, but they refuse to let the Red Fleet dispatch more warships. Your old patrons argue that since you are a Mech designer, your security is their responsibility. They're correct in a sense, Vess said. That said, I am not opposed to receiving additional help from another source. I have no objection to receiving the protection of additional RF warships aside from your Babylon excavator. The larger my escort force, the greater the deterrence. I won't have to look over my shoulder as much. It was a pity that the decision was not in his hands. Vess found his situation to be frustrating. He lacked the strength to exert enough influence. There were a lot of Tier 1 and Tier 2 galactic citizens that made decisions on his behalf without bothering to take his own interests into account. This was an old problem. He knew that the only way to remedy this situation was to progress his design philosophy and advance to the rank of Master Mech Designer as soon as possible. Fortunately, he already had a clear idea on how to speed up his progression. His latest escapades enabled him to return to his design lab with a wealth of inspiration and design concepts. In fact, Vess spent much of his time during the return trip on accessing the Red Association and the Red Fleet's internal databases. His Tier 3 galactic citizenship, along with his improved relationships with both organizations, granted him greater access to restricted knowledge than before. The latest rounds of lightning baptisms had significantly advanced and sublimated many aspects of his life. His comprehensive learning abilities had taken a significant step forward. Not only was Vess able to digest complicated scientific theories a lot faster than before, but he also discovered that he was able to understand more convoluted and divergent alien-derived knowledge. Part of that was due to his new affinity for darkness. When Vess discovered that he was able to glean a lot of new insights related to stealth technology, he quickly decided to focus on this field. He was making clear strides towards becoming a first-class Mech designer. It shouldn't take too long before he passed the minimum qualifications to design a low-tier first-class Mech. However, Vess planned to continue studying after that in order to ensure that he was able to design proper multipurpose Mechs. He needed to gain additional proficiencies in lots of different miniaturized tech. It was not that difficult to learn them all if Vess had already mastered their larger equivalents, but the sheer quantity of miniaturized parts and modules still required a lot of time to comprehend. He also had to master the overall design principles of a first-class multipurpose Mech. This was by far the most difficult Mech type that he would have to learn. Unlike other first-class Mech designers, he had never been raised from the ground up to develop such versatile and complicated Mechs. Vess knew that he would have to fight an uphill battle to break his old habits and grow accustomed to making radically different compromises in order to design an acceptable multipurpose Mech. There is too much for me to learn, Vess lamented as he sat behind his desk terminal. You have it easy, Lucky. The only thing you need to do to grow stronger is to eat a lot of expensive metals. By the way, how far are you in digesting the piece of EE343F00334R I fed you the other day? Meow. Lucky's dark shape rested listlessly on the desk. The gem cat still hadn't recovered from biting such a significant chunk of superclass alloy. Whatever properties this artificial material possessed, it clearly took great effort for the current iteration of Lucky to process it. The cat hardly had any energy left to spare for other considerations. The fact that Lucky refused to eat any further meals was proof that he would remain indisposed for a while longer. Vess reached out and softly patted Lucky's head. Take your time. I hope you will become stronger and more capable than ever. I also expect you to produce a powerful gem from this. Don't give me a reason to believe that you have squandered my investment. Meow. As the days passed by, Vess looked more and more forward to returning home. He had spent too many days away from his family. While he was able to talk with Gloriana and his children over the galactic net on a regular basis, it was not enough. The communication channels were not secure enough for Vess to speak to his loved ones in total privacy. There was much that Vess wanted to share with his wife. He could tell that Gloriana also wanted to share a few developments with him. She looked and sounded a lot more upbeat than before, so she definitely managed to make significant progress while he remained away on his business trip. I'm finally back. 8 days after departing from the border regions, the Blue Jay fleet finally reached the port system that was located in the Agamemnon Upper Zone. The DeVos' ancient clan welcomed the return of their honored guest. Traffic control went out of its way to clear the space lines and grant the Blue Jay fleet a direct route to the 8th planet from the local star. Once the fleet settled into high orbit, Vess, Lucky, and Kelsey Ampatok all waited to get teleported directly to the surface of the planet. The journeyman Mech designer that Vess recruited during the recent Fae Shaper contest radiated a noticeable degree of apprehension. Though his training allowed him to maintain a brave face, this was just a facade. What's wrong, Kelsey? I should not be surprised that you noticed. There is nothing wrong. I am merely unused to the fact that I will be spending at least several years in Terran space. It is not what I signed up for, Professor. Vess overlooked the fact that a Rubarthan Mech designer wouldn't be able to feel at home in the Terran Alliance. That did not mean that he tolerated this kind of response. I can understand your apprehension, but please remember who you are. You are no longer a Rubarthan. You are a Larkinson. I won't ask you to forget your past identity, but do not allow it to supersede your new status. Right now, the Larkinson clan maintains a cooperative relationship with numerous Terran ancient clans. I do not want you to do anything that compromises these lucrative deals. Have I made myself clear? The young journeyman took the rebuke in stride. You are correct, sir. It is difficult for me to overcome my biases towards the Terrans, but I will try to keep an open mind. It will take time for me to grow comfortable in the presence of those I previously saw as enemies. Vess relaxed and gave the former Rubarthan an encouraging smile. You don't have to turn your behavior around in an instant. Just try to minimize your exposure to the Terrans until you have adapted to your new status. By the way, I already have a former Terran Mech designer in my employ. Alexa Strian is my latest student who has inherited much of my design philosophy, so I would appreciate it if you can learn to get along with her. Both of you are Larkinsons, so there is no reason for the two of you to hold any animosity towards each other. We are all working towards a common purpose. Kelsey Ampatok looked thoughtful at that. He had already learned that Vess employed a scion of the Strian ancient clan, but that was different from being able to accept the fact that he would become her colleague. The good news was that their specialties diverged from each other. Alexa Strian specialized in living mechs, while Kelsey Ampatok specialized in subversion systems. Soon enough, the compartment made a chiming noise. Everyone braced themselves just before the Tarask engaged the teleportation process. During the brief interval where his body was being transferred to the surface of the planet, Vess experienced the differences between regular teleportation and crossing the Rubicon. The latter was far faster, smoother, and stabler. It was difficult to adjust to a more low-end form of teleportation. His improved phase Lord cultivation made him a lot more sensitive to the flaws and the fragility of the teleportation method acting on his body. The Tarask had to pump a lot more power into the teleportation system in order to transfer his folded true body to his destination. This made everything riskier and more precarious than before. The Mechers needed to upgrade the teleportation system of the Tarask. It was never designed to teleport more than a couple of Mechs at most. Vess quickly transmitted a very brief complaint to Jovi before he focused on his surroundings. He arrived directly onto one of the open courtyards of Diandi Base. Lucky, you're finally back. The first person to respond was Andrast. The red-headed girl eagerly ran forward and embraced the floating gem cat in a hug. Miyuo. Naturally, the indisposed gem cat was not in the mood for a touchy reunion, but Andrast did not care about his discomfort. Vess had no time to pull the distressed cat away from his clingy daughter. That was because his wife had decided to greet his arrival with an unexpected surprise. "Gloriana." "Yes, my dear." "What is that?" His elegantly dressed wife smirked and patted the shiny and crystalline aquamarine archshell of the alien that stood by her side. Vess immediately noticed that the hand used to touch the archshell was wrapped in a glove that appeared to be made out of archimetal. "I managed to make several breakthroughs while you were gone. Did you know that Alexandria is able to do more than form design networks? I recently discovered that she is also able to dominate the minds and spirits of weaker minds. With the help of this new ability, I persuaded the Red Association to transfer one of their alien captives to me. You are now looking at Heckle, my very first glorious servant, but certainly not the last. Heckle, greet my husband." The translation module, attached to the alien's neck, translated the Archie's native speech. "Please do not mind his words, Vess. The Archie are highly hierarchical by nature. It is difficult to instill the concept of a servant into his alien mind." Chapter 59, 31 Heckle. Vess stared at Heckle. Heckle stared at Vess. The two had been going about it ever since they entered the living rooms of his current home. Meanwhile, Aurelia, Andrast, and Marvane giggled as they gathered around Lucky and poked him around. Meow, meow, meow. While the kids showered their attention onto the gem cat, Clixie conspicuously rested on the top of Heckle's distinctive archshell. Meow. The vigilant expression on the Rubarthan sentinel cat's head showed that she had been keeping an eye on the alien captive for a time. While there was no way an unarmed Archie could pose a threat to Gloriana or any of the kids on account of their personal shield generators, it was better to be safe than sorry. Not only were the guards keeping a close eye on the Archie, but they had also installed a couple of restraints and safeguards that could instantly immobilize the alien as soon as he made any threatening actions. Fortunately, the Archie had yet to rebel against his captivity during the weeks he had stayed in the company of the Larkinson clan. Vess did not stare at Heckle because he was weirded out by the alien's presence. He also did not stare at the alien because he was captivated by its relatively small but beautiful crystalline archshell, though it did make the Archie a lot easier on the eyes. It did not surprise Vess that his wife had actually taken a liking to Heckle. His archshell was beautiful, exotic, and symmetrical. It was as if the turtle-like alien had turned a large gem into his own shell. Despite the Archie's remarkable-looking shell, Heckle did not seem to take a lot of pride in his appearance. The alien's mind and spirituality expressed clear submission towards humans in general, but Gloriana in specific. Vess had a feeling that the Archie normally shouldn't be so subservient towards other races, even in captivity. It was rather pathetic to see how far this Archie had fallen. The alien had lost all of his spine. There was nothing left in Heckle aside from fear and a slavish desire to serve his supposed glorious queen. The hatch slid open to allow Gloriana through. The confident wife strode towards Heckle and patted the alien's archshell with her archimetal glove once again. The brief touch seemed to perk Heckle up. A strong surge of happiness and reassurance welled up from the alien as he derived a lot of positive feedback from the brief touch. Vess cleared his threat. "How have you kept your new companion so docile? Earlier, you told me that you made use of Alexandria's ability to connect with Heckle's spirituality to subdue him by force. I never imagined that she could be used this way, but I guess it makes sense. I don't sense any active connections, though. Is it safe for you to interact with him this way?" His wife smirked at him. "Heckle here is a good boy for an Archie. There is no need to employ Alexandria on a constant basis in order to keep my new glorious servant in line. He may be an alien, but he is not that different from humans once you become more familiar with Archie culture and society. I did not solely rely on Alexandria's persuasion to dominate Heckle all of the time. By combining my companion spirit's efforts with an intensive training program, it has taken remarkably little time to fully indoctrinate my new alien help." I no longer need to employ further reinforcement sessions to keep him in control. Gloriana's treatment of Heckle seemed to have produced the desired result, but it only made Vess more uncomfortable. It did not escape his notice that Gloriana's domination of Heckle shared a number of parallels with the subjugation king's attempted enslavement of Vess. The methods and techniques may be different, but the goals were similar enough for Vess to feel a lot of sympathy for Heckle. Slavery was a fundamentally repugnant institution to Vess. It was one thing if humans or aliens fell into captivity. It was another thing to strip them of their rights as sentient beings and reduce them to the status of property. From the moment someone turned into a slave, that individual was no longer able to enjoy as much fulfillment in life. This was antithetical to his design philosophy. The only reasons why he tolerated this new circumstance was because it clearly helped Gloriana and because the victim was an alien. There was no need for Vess to express any sympathy towards members of races that were hostile to red humanity. Aliens did not enjoy human rights by definition. Anything was permissible as far as most human powers were concerned. Besides, it did not look as if Gloriana mistreated Heckle. She had trained her alien captive so well that the Archie had learned to enjoy her attention. "So," Vess said as he leaned back on the couch, "tell me about your new friend here. Is this the Archie that you intended to connect with a neural interface?" His wife shook her head. "No, that was a different Archie. To be honest, the neural interface attempt did not proceed smoothly. There were complications." Vess picked up on her momentary distress. He instantly became a lot more alert. "This was a risky operation from the beginning. I'm glad that you made it out all right. What happened?" "The Archie selected for me has never shown too much aggression or resistance when the Mechers captured him and the rest of his crew. It was only when the neural interface established a connection between our minds that the captive became angry and violently tried to attack me through the connection." "Did you get hurt?" "I did, but I already managed to recover, so do not be concerned about my health. I do have to admit that the operation could have ended much worse for me. The reason why the Archie reacted so poorly to me was because he came into connection with a completely alien mind that did not possess an Arch-Shell. I belatedly found out that this is a completely abhorrent concept to his race. The Archie are able to interface with each other by touching their Arch-Shells. Never has there been a case when a human, especially one without an Arch-Shell, has interfaced with an Archie. The alien wanted to kill me. Since he was an Archie warrior, his aggression was strong enough to be able to inflict real harm. Vess had always taken into account the possibility that this poorly conceived operation would put Gloriana at risk. She went through with it anyway, because she was afraid of getting left behind by her husband. Since you managed to get out of it with your mind and sanity intact, I take it that you found a way to resolve the problem." Gloriana smiled. "I did. Before the Mechers in charge of the operation activated an emergency stop command, I managed to save myself." "Mao." A red spiritual cat emerged from her forehead. The elegant queen cat arrogantly lifted her head, as if she was afraid that no one would take the initiative to praise her magnificence. Vess put the pieces of the puzzle together. "I see. The Archie warrior gained the upper hand in the neural battle that you inadvertently started. You weren't able to fend him off by yourself, but once Alexandria forcibly pulled the resisting alien into her design network, the tables had turned. The combination between you and Alexandria has become strong enough to put the hostile alien in his place. Bravo, Vess. You successfully deduced the course of events. As soon as Alexandria came to my aid, I indeed managed to thwart the alien captive's effort to destroy my mind. My companion's spirit, and I ultimately managed to destroy his mind instead. So the alien is dead." "Yes." "Good. What was your state after you managed to extricate yourself from this dangerous experiment?" His wife let out a sigh. "My mind was in turmoil for multiple days. Part of it was due to the harm inflicted by the hostile Archie. However, much of it was due to the very messy alien knowledge that has passed through the neural connection. When the Archie attempted to harm me, he pushed his own thoughts, emotions, and memories into myself. I had to spend a great amount of effort to sort them and remove anything I deemed undesirable. After I managed to recover, I was left with just enough insight and understanding of Architect to determine that I partially succeeded in my goal. I see. The reason why you wanted to interface with an Archie so badly was to achieve a breakthrough in your understanding of Architect. Did you fail to get enough to be able to incorporate Architect into our Mech designs? Not necessarily. Gloriana elegantly shook her head. I already studied Architect on an intensive basis for the last months. I already know much of what the Archie had managed to pass on. What I did not understand during my literature reviews and tutoring sessions is how extensively Architect is tied into the Archie and their Archshells. One of the most important lessons I have learned that it is extremely suboptimal to work with Architect without interfacing with it like it was designed to. Architect is not an advanced form of machinery. It is a highly intricate form of organic tissue that happens to be made out of metal and other hard materials. That sounds reasonable. Shouldn't it be possible to control Architect without transplanting an Archshell onto your back? His wife nodded and lifted up her hand. It was covered by a beautiful multicolored glove that was covered with a relatively thick application of archimetal. As soon as I recovered, I set out to make my arch glove with the help of several experts from the Red Association. The arch glove is uniquely designed to interface with my advanced Arachne 01 cranial implant set. When I tested it out on several pieces of Architect, including the Archie ship that you managed to capture, I discovered that it was only partially effective. What do you mean by that, Gloriana? A disappointed expression appeared on her face. The arch glove is flawed. To be more precise, it is impossible for a human to properly interface with any piece of native Architect. Our species simply aren't wired to control this variety of advanced alien technology. That is to be expected, but I guess that you managed to find a workaround. Gloriana smiled. Indeed, I became inspired by the almost disastrous interfacing attempt. I requested another Archie captive, one that is much weaker and easier to control. The Mechers sent Heckle to me. He is a relatively young Archie engineer who is only over 2 centuries old. He is not trained to serve as a warrior and lacks the aggression of one. Instead, he is raised to serve as an engineer and a technician aboard the larger Archie ships. Heckle occupies a junior position in his militarized society, so he does not possess a deep understanding of more advanced Architect, but he has a solid understanding of the fundamentals. Vess understood why Gloriana valued Heckle so much now. His eyes widened as he realized what she had done. His knowledge has become your knowledge. With the help of Alexandria's design network, you can forcibly interface with his spirituality and directly copy his extensive understanding of Architect. This is brilliant. Vess wondered why he didn't think about it before. It sounded very similar to how Enlightenment fruits worked. That is not all, Vess. Heckle is more than a tutor of Architect to me. He is also my interface for Architect. You see, my arch glove is not able to fully interface with any Architect, but it is different if I use Alexandria's spiritual connections. While my companion's spirit is unable to form a connection with a lifeless Archie ship, she is able to do so with Heckle, even when he is interfacing with Architect. This has allowed me to invent a brand new methodology that has impressed the Mechers. Through my newly invented workarounds, I have managed to gain full control over Architect. Chapter 59, 32 Gloriana's New Ambition. Vess was not the only Mech designer who managed to make a lot of gains in the last few months. His wife had clearly made a lot of strides in her quest to understand Architect. The risks she took and the discoveries she made while Vess remained out of reach had allowed her to move out of her husband's shadow, if only slightly. Gloriana had plenty of grounds to be proud of herself. She had gone above and beyond what an ordinary Mech designer would have done and got rewarded for her efforts. Though Vess was anything but pleased that she went through with her risky plan to neurally interface with the mind of a hostile Archie, it would be hypocritical for him to blame her for subjecting herself to dangers. At the very least, Vess reminded himself that Gloriana was not as helpless as most Mech designers. Not only did she possess a companion spirit that turned out to be a lot more useful than they thought, but she also enjoyed the protection of several ancestral spirits. Vess suspected that if Alexandria did not manage to step in and help Gloriana gain the upper hand in her invisible contest against the Archie captive, the Golden Cat or the Supreme Mother would have done so on her behalf. The only downsides were that Gloriana wouldn't gain a boost in self-esteem, and that she might end up harvesting less from the Archie than if she won this contest by herself. What happened was the best possible outcome. Vess could tell that Gloriana's neural interface attempt had changed her in ways that she might not consciously be aware of. She had grown in a way that caused him to suspect that the Archie had managed to contaminate her spirituality. Of course, not all forms of contaminations were detrimental. There were certainly cases where Vess derived advantages from exposure to different extraordinary phenomena. "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger," Vess said. His wife grinned and raised her pretty arch glove. "That is an apt description. If I did not muster up the courage to meld my mind with an Archie, I would have never been able to gather the insights and knowledge needed to construct this primitive architect interface. I realize more and more why you have become so addicted to taking risks. The success that you can gain from crossing the threshold of what is reasonable is exhilarating. I might not be able to catch up to you in the short term, but I have every reason to feel confident that I will be able to surpass you in the long run." That was a big claim, especially since Vess just returned from a business trip where he not only produced the impetus for the formation of the Red Collective, but also masterminded the creation of the first god ship. Vess looked critically at his wife. He had already noticed plenty of signs of growth. Confidence oozed from her body. She no longer felt as insecure as before. Her spirituality had grown from her ordeal, and her mentality became a little less restrained than before. Her design seed had not changed, though. It was roughly the same as before, which signified that his wife had yet to bridge the gap between journeyman and senior. It seemed that aside from achieving a breakthrough that allowed her to understand the essence of architect, she had yet to trigger a significant evolution in her design philosophy. That did not mean that her prior efforts yielded insufficient gains. She had definitely made progress. More importantly, Vess detected numerous traits that looked familiar to him. That was because he exhibited similar traits whenever he became struck by inspiration. Gloriana looked like a Mech designer who had finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. She had found her direction forward. Understanding the fundamentals of architect was just the first step. So long as Gloriana proceeded down the route that she had discovered, she had great confidence that she would be able to realize her design philosophy. "You found it right?" Vess asked in a knowing voice. His wife nodded. "I have a solid idea on what I must do in order to advance to senior. The revision to the Dark Zephyr will serve as my first attempt. Mastering architect is the first step. If I cannot implement a very early proof of concept of what I have envisioned as of late, then there is no purpose in trying to deliver the unattainable. Only when I manage to upgrade the expert Mech into a work that more closely matches my vision will I know for certain that I have a chance of realizing my new ambition." "What is your ambition, exactly?" Gloriana responded with a coy smile. "My studies into architect has been slower than I would have liked. Many Mech designers and other scholars have fared much worse than me. Only a very small minority of people have managed to get started in architect. The majority of them are master Mech designers, which shows that you literally need to be superhuman in order to properly understand this convoluted alien tech base. There are many forms of alien signature tech that humanity has yet to decipher in full, Gloriana. This is not a rare circumstance. Luminar crystal technology is another obscure field that has remained a mystery for a long time. It also doesn't help that architect is currently not a high priority to the top researchers of our society. Most star designers and other bright minds are primarily working to expand our understanding of face water technology and hyper-technology. These are the techs that defined two whole Mech generations. I am aware of where most people's priorities lie, Gloriana calmly responded. I do not blame them for prioritizing those fields. Architect is much less suitable for immediate mass adoption. It is too alien, too convoluted, and too divergent from human technology. However, that is not a reason for me to give up on exploiting it. I see greater promise in it than most people, but I also realized that its flaws are too great for human adoption. So that's your plan, honey. Are you trying to make Architect more practical by solving some of its flaws? His wife grinned and spread her arms. I intend to do far more than that, Vess. You see, after I have grasped the essence of this alien and attempted to interface with examples of Architect with the help of Heckle, I have been thinking day and night on how to adapt it for human usage. Do you want to know the conclusion that I have reached? Well, it is impossible for humans to adopt Architect. No matter whether we try to achieve mass adoption or limit it to high-end products, Architect is too alien for us all. The Archie are far too different from humans. They are not comparable to the Orvans or the Puelmers, whose technologies share enough common ground with human technologies for us to understand after putting in a small amount of effort. Do you understand the point I am trying to make? The fit between Architect and Red humanity is so poor that it would be a mistake to force them together. She made a surprisingly good point. Vess and Gloriana had long become fixated by the incredible promise of Architect. However, obsessing too much over the end goal had caused them to overlook the significance of all of the challenges they needed to overcome to gain the qualifications to work with this alien tech. It was only when Gloriana put Architect in the context of her design philosophy that she was able to take a step back and realize how impractical it was to force others to understand Architect. Is this not just a matter of pioneering? Vess curiously inquired. We have only just begun to familiarize ourselves with Architect. I am sure that you and plenty of other clever minds will be able to decipher and reverse engineer Architect step by step. The same process is already taking place with face water technology. This is different. Gloriana shook her head. Face water technology used to be unfamiliar to us, but we have managed to make great strides in just a single decade. This is because you do not need to be a phase lord in order to learn and apply face water technology. Mech designers, as well as other scientists, have managed to gain so much proficiency in it that they can already rival alien scientists in this field. And you think that Architect cannot be treated this way because the barrier to entry is too high. She nodded. Architect is fundamentally different. The vast majority of our scientists and engineers simply cannot master it to the fullest extent. Their inability to interface directly with products derived from this obtuse alien tech will always serve as a fundamental hindrance. It is similar to how most people around you have little chance of getting started with e-technology. That was an apt comparison. Vess knew extremely well that it was unlikely that a lot of people would be able to master e-technology. Those who aspired to create their own spiritual constructs needed to learn both conventional science while also becoming an accomplished creation cultivator. So, what does this have to do with your new ambition? Gloriana grinned at Vess again. I was getting to that, Vess. You see, acknowledging the incompatibility between Architect and Red humanity is a necessary step for me. It is a recognition that if existing alien tech does not meet my demands, the logical answer to this problem is to develop my own version of Architect. My current goal is not to master Architect so that I can design vastly superior mechs by myself, but to extract its essence and use that as the basis of a more compatible tech base. If my efforts achieve the desired results, My work will enable every Mech designer to master a variation of architect that they can readily learn and apply to their own products. Vess widened his eyes. This was a much more ambitious goal than he expected from his wife. Mastering architect was in reach now that she managed to figure out a unique method to interface with architect. Yet instead of feeling satisfied with her latest specialization, Gloriana was already thinking about the distant future. This is not going to be easy, Vess commented. When is our work ever not? If you can chase after a seemingly impossible goal, then so can I. There are good reasons why humans are grappling with architect. Vess pressed onwards. If you try to dumb down this tech too much, you will lose too much of the charm that makes it so special and powerful. I have already taken this into consideration. Do you want to hear my solution to this problem? Vess, it is indeed true that it will be necessary for me to remove the most alien and unworkable elements of architect in order to increase its compatibility with our race. That will leave many holes that have weakened its structure to the point of becoming unusable, but it does not have to stay that way. I intend to fill up these gaps with substitutes based on different tech. That actually sounded rather brilliant. The concept made a lot of sense, but Vess knew that it was incredibly difficult for Gloriana to pull it off in a reasonable time frame. It was incredibly difficult for anyone to blend multiple different technologies of different origins and principles. From the look in your eyes, I take it that you already have an idea on what sort of tech you intend to use to plug the gaps in your stripped version of architect. Heh, you know me too well, Vess. What you have to remember is that the Archie developed their architect in a time long before the Age of Dawn. This means that it is not optimized for the latest era. I think that there is great progress in extracting the best components of architect and combining them with the principles of hyper-technology. What a bold plan. Gloriana stood and proudly declared her ambition. If my foresight is accurate, then the combination between these two bases will produce fantastic synergies while also maintaining full compatibility with existing human technologies. The differences will be so great that my end result deserves a name of its own. I call it Glorianatech. Chapter 59, 33 A Concrete Roadmap. Vess became shocked when he heard Gloriana's new master plan. It turned out that she no longer became satisfied with mastering architect. As powerful as it may be, the annoying requirement that people needed to possess their own art shells in order to properly interface with the tech was an insurmountable obstacle towards mass production. Vess initially thought that all Gloriana wanted to do was to master architect so that she could get closer to designing the perfect vessels for her individual clients. She already managed to get her foot in the door by grasping the essence of architect. She already conquered the most difficult step. All she had to do beyond this point was to continue her studies on architect and work it into her current and future Mech design projects. If that was all she aspired to accomplish, then Vess had very little hope that she would be able to advance to the rank of senior Mech designer anytime soon. This was because it was a selfish goal. Even if her unique take on Archimech went on to help her clients and customers to achieve great success on the battlefield, only his wife mastered the method of making these distinctive products. The transition from journeyman to senior demanded more than that. Developing new technologies and design solutions alone was not what their profession was about once they reached this level. High-ranking Mech designers were expected to look beyond their own worlds and think about how their work might contribute to the greater society they were a part of. Every senior Mech designer had made the essential realization that they had accumulated enough knowledge and experience to repay their debt to the Mech industry. Human society had generously granted a lot of space for Mech designers to pursue their passion and enjoy the fruits of their labor. There were so many Mech design universities in human space that anyone of decent intelligence could become a Mech designer if they wished. Although the competition in the Mech market ultimately prevented many Mech designers from earning easy profits, The best among them still received plenty of opportunities to shine and earn appreciation for their innovative works. It could have been much worse. Without the rules imposed by the MTA or RA, and without the widespread acceptance and support for the Mech industry, it would have been at least 10 times harder for Mech designers to make so much progress in their careers. In short, in order for Gloriana to make significant strides forward, she needed to move beyond the scope of serving her immediate customers and instead think about contributing to human society as a whole. From what Ves heard so far, his wife actually managed to make this crucial step. The only sketchy part about her new realization and goal was that she was primarily thinking about satisfying her ego. After all, it was clear that the primary reasons why she wanted to attain greater results were to catch up to Ves and to earn greater fame for herself. However, Gloriana was hardly the only egotistic Mech designer out there. Every human possessed desires of their own. Ves believed that her attitude was not unacceptable so long as she delivered material contributions to the Mech community and beyond. Ves himself had learned through enough instances that people mostly cared about the results as opposed to the process. It did not matter whether he had selfish goals or that he broke a few rules during his experimentation. As long as the outcome produced a considerable net benefit to society, his work still contributed to the advancement of human civilization. This was ultimately the point of the Kingdom of Mechs and later on the Red Kingdom. They introduced additional reward mechanisms for the sole purpose of turning Mech designers into productive members of human society. If this was not the case, then a lot of Mech designers would become much more selfish and less considerate of the needs of the greater whole. This was the opposite of what the progenitors of Mech wanted from their successors, so they implemented measures that would not lead to the extinction of the human race. As Gloriana continued to preen in front of Ves, as if she had taken great strides to catch up to him, she clearly looked confident that she had found the right track. The only issue was that much of her recent progress still remained theoretical for the most part. She still needed to apply her latest gains to an actual Mech in order to verify that her direction held enough promise to guide her way forward. Ves asked a few questions. His wife had truly gained a lot of insights on the nature of architect. If he wanted to collaborate with her on any archimechs, then he needed to put a lot of effort into catching up. It was not necessary for him to grasp architect well as Gloriana, but he at least needed to be able to work around her new specialization. What does Glorianatech actually mean to you? Ves inquired even as Clixie walked over and jumped on her lap. He automatically began to pet the purring cat. I know what architect can do more or less, but how does that differ from your own adaptation? His wife used her arch glove to tap Heckle's shell. There are many differences. One of the important ones is the interfacing issue. Architect is inherently designed as extensions of the arch shells of aliens, such as the one belonging to my first glorious servant. My plan is to remove this alien element and substitute it with an alternative that is more suitable for humans. Hyper-technology, and to a lesser extent e-technology, will provide the solutions. My research on this is still in the earliest stage, so I am not yet able to tell you anything specific. The next iteration of the Dark Zephyr will offer greater clarification. Ves looked skeptical at her answer. That is a bit too vague. I don't think your plan is bad, but I am afraid that you will get overtaken by other people. I doubt that you are the only Mech designer who is looking to combine architect with hyper-technology. I am pretty sure that star designers such as the Xenotechnician have already made huge strides in this research. What if you devote years of research on a goal that ultimately turns into a wasted effort when the Red Association introduces the next Mech generation? Do you have enough confidence in your ability to develop a truly new and innovative technological paradigm that is unmatched by other efforts? The temperature in the room seemed to drop. His wife no longer smiled at him. She did not appreciate his lack of confidence in her new plan. I am disappointed in you, Ves. Do you think so poorly of my judgment and my abilities? My cranial implant is better than ever, and my investment in Architect has turned me into one of the more authoritative experts in this exotic field. You may be correct that I am not able to match the xenotechnician when it comes to deciphering alien tech, but that is not what I am trying to do. My goal is to create my own technological paradigm, one that not only attains a perfect with human technology, but also integrates my own design philosophy. Please elaborate. Do you recall my original ambition? Vess nodded. You want to design the perfect vessels for individual Mech pilots. You aim to develop Mechs that achieve the best possible fit with their intended users, that there is no better alternative. That is correct. In my plan, one of the signature features of Glorianatech that makes it different from Architect is that my work will be able to grow and adapt to suit its users better. Architect can already accomplish a part of this through interfacing with the Archie. My own Glorianatech will use an alternate form of interfacing to physically evolve and adapt to become more perfect and suitable for their users in their current circumstances. Any Mech based on my tech will possess the same features of my God-body solution, but better. My work will also become much easier to reproduce, so that everyone will eventually be able to enjoy the advantages of my design philosophy. Though Gloriana's plan still possessed a lot of shortcomings, her Glorianatech sounded a bit less spurious than before. Vess recognized a lot of familiar elements in her work. She clearly took inspiration from his own fixation on growth and tried to incorporate this aspect in her own work. It was much harder to engender growth on tangible objects as opposed to intangible ones, but it was not impossible. Hyper-technology granted Gloriana a powerful bridge for her to realize this amazing effect. Her God-body solution already served as a successful prototype. All she needed to do was to expand on it and increase its practicality. Combining it with a stripped-down version of Architect was an ambitious way to do this, but success was anything but guaranteed. Gloriana needed to solve a lot of difficult technical and conceptual problems in order to work towards her new ambition. Vess did not envy her workload, as she needed to devote a lot of time and effort into mastering Architect, hyper-technology, material science, and many other related fields. His wife did not shy away from this nearly impossible challenge. Many of the problems she needed to tackle would test her intelligence and research ability. It just so happened that her Arak-01 cranial implant set was best suited to tackle this kind of work. The reason why Gloriana's progress stalled as of late was because she lacked a clear direction to go forward. That was no longer a problem. She roughly understood what she needed to do to promote to the ranks of senior and master. So let me get this straight. The upcoming Dark Zephyr may help you advance to senior so long as your early innovations prove some of your theories. I believe so, Gloriana responded. There is no guarantee that I will be able to get it right. This is not a disaster. I can rework my theories and conduct a different experiment on the next expert Mech design project. Our clan is not short on outdated expert Mechs that need to be upgraded to the hyper generation. That was indeed the case. That made Gloriana's effort to finally get rid of her identity of journeyman Mech designer a lot easier. It was only a matter of time before she advanced to senior, especially if she retained hold of her current motivations and goals. What about the next steps? What will you be working towards once you become a senior? Glorianatech shall be the central work that will help me realize my design philosophy, Gloriana firmly stated. It will play the same role as the Carmine system in your situation. Glorianatech is not the end, but the means that will allow me to do much better in designing the perfect vessel. I do not anticipate that this will be enough. I must continue to develop Glorianatech and develop other powerful solutions in order to earn the rank of star designer. Though Vess tried his best to identify flaws and shortcomings in her plan, he had to admit that his wife had truly managed to cobble together a viable roadmap for her career. She was no longer without direction. She had built up enough accumulation to advance to the rank of senior, and she already had a solid idea on what she needed to do in order to realize her design philosophy. Of course, Vess did not expect her to become a master sooner than himself. The technical challenges involved with trying to turn Glorianatech into a revolutionary technological paradigm that was suitable for mass adoption were way too big. It might take a century, if not several centuries, before she was able to complete the fundamental framework for Glorianatech. Chapter 59, 34 Teamwork and Hope. Once Vess learned enough about Gloriana's adventures with Architect, the two settled back into their old routines. Vess tried his best to make up for all of the days he had been away on his business trip by showering his attention on his children. He not only played with Aurelia, Andrast, and Marvane, but also taught them lessons based on his own recent insights. He also fulfilled his promise by devoting his time on crafting and refining tailored cultivation methods for his children and their developing companion spirits. While Marvane was a bit too young to get serious about this, Aurelia and Andrast possessed enough mental development to understand what they were dealing with more or less. Of course, Vess did not try to use his limited understanding of cultivation science to invent anything too complicated or ambitious. There was no need for him to come up with a cultivation method comparable to the imaginary universe method or the metal god method. He instead drafted a couple of simplified and low-threshold cultivation methods that primarily enhanced the remarkable natural cultivation of his daughters. You like to make friends with people and animals, right? Aurelia nodded. I do. Look at Clixie here. The two of us have grown so close that I know what she is thinking about all the time. Meow Tilda. The Rhubarthan sentinel cat squinted her eyes as she rested in the little girl's arms. Then how would you like it if I teach you a cultivation method that can speed up the development of this bond and help you forge closer relationships with others? His girl was not completely ignorant about cultivation. With Vess as her father and Cynthia as her grandmother, she definitely held a huge advantage in this regard. That sounds dangerous, Papa. I thought that we were not supposed to use our power to manipulate other people's minds. You are not wrong, but there is a difference between willing and unwilling manipulation, sweetie, he steadily replied. You were born as a designer baby. Do you understand what that means? The genes I was born with granted me talents in leadership, social engineering, and general intelligence. Aurelia studiously answered. It is much easier for me to make friends. Vess smiled and stroked her daughter's lovely black hair. That's the simple version. While it is true that you have been gifted with artificial talents, it does not necessarily limit your choices in life. You can choose to set them aside if you do not want to become a leader when you have grown into an adult. I will still support you to the best of my ability if you want to become a Mech designer like your parents. I will even help you become a Mech pilot if you happen to develop the right genetic aptitude. Aurelia frowned cutely at Vess. Mama does not like that. She wants me to make the best use of my talents. It is the most optimal choice. Children of her age shouldn't even be using the word optimal. Your mother wants what is best for you. I want what is best for you as well. The only issue is that both of us have different ideas on what constitutes best. I am not telling you to disregard your mother's wishes. I just want you to know that if you do not like her plan for you, I will support you if you want to do anything else. I don't care about efficiency, waste, or optimal results. What I want is for you to grow up into a happy woman that finds success in whatever calling that speaks to you the most. I love you, Aurelia. His daughter smiled and placed her tiny hand on his own. I love you too, Papa. You do not need to worry about me. I truly want to lead the Larkinson clan. This is what I was born for. There is no shame in admitting this. I like befriending people, living mechs, design spirits, and beasts. There is no one who is more suitable for this position than me. I am looking forward to taking over the clan for several years already. Though Vess had reasons to doubt whether Aurelia would be able to maintain the same conviction once she reached her teenage years, he was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. After all, her remarkable conditions had accelerated her mental development. She was already smart enough to understand the significance of her decision. Since that is the case, let me develop a cultivation method for you that will direct your growth and make you better at your job. I will need a little time to put it together, but once I am done, I hope you will be cautious in practicing it. I will be keeping a close eye on you to confirm that you are not inadvertently harming yourself. Aurelia obediently nodded. She held high expectations towards her father's work. Vess tried his best not to disappoint her little girl by developing a set of methods that were suitable for both Aurelia and Mana. Vess put a surprising amount of thought into deciding what sort of cultivation methods were suitable for the pair. He asked his girl a number of questions that gave him a better direction on what she wanted to accomplish in her life. "Here you go," Vess said as he transferred a set of documents to Aurelia's comm. "I have developed 2 simplified cultivation methods for you. They are not too serious, so you don't have to commit to them if you dislike them or want to pursue a different life." His daughter curiously activated her comm and projected both documents. The power of teamwork method. How does it work? It is a cultivation method that is primarily based on Kai cultivation and contract cultivation. I think I explained to you in the past what those 2 cultivation approaches mean, correct? You did. Good. Now, the simplified cultivation method that I have devised for you does 2 things. First, it speeds up and narrows the focus of your natural cultivation so that it enhances your spirituality and social capabilities. One of the secret weapons that I have relied upon in my career is my ability to read other people's spiritualities. I have become quite good at figuring out people's thoughts and emotions. I'm not sure whether you can already do this, but this method will help you hone your senses a little better. What about the teamwork elements? That's the part that makes this method a little special. Vess grinned. For whatever reason, you have developed a natural talent in forming close spiritual bonds with people such as myself or Clixie. The steps explained in your new method will make everything more systematic and orderly. You can purposefully forge new bonds, strengthen existing ones, or excise them if they become a burden to you. These bonds will not exist in vain. How so, Papa? The reason why this falls under contract cultivation is because your method is based on the concepts of reciprocity, among others. Do you know the definition of this word? I do. It is a word to describe a state where people help each other. That's a clever girl. Vess leaned down to kill her forehead. The power of teamwork method should hopefully allow you to forge mutually beneficial bonds with others. The purpose is to lend your help to your buddy while receiving an equal amount of help in return. The ideal is to develop multiple bonds with equal partners who work together to grow stronger and help each other achieve their goals. The more you work together, the more your cultivation advances. The method is not complete. The later stages are too complex for me to figure out at this time, but it doesn't matter for the time being. This is enough to accompany you in your teens. Aurelia grew fascinated by the promise of this kiddie cultivation method. While it was indeed a bit too simple and limited to satisfy a proper cultivation, it was enough for a particularly clever child. Papa. Yes, sweetie. This cultivation method heavily emphasizes bonds with partners of equal strength. What if I try to make use of a bond with someone as strong as you? It is much more difficult for me to adhere to reciprocity when I cannot do nearly as much as you. There is also Grandma. That was a good question. Fortunately, Vess already took this into account. The power of teamwork method may involve contract cultivation, but it is not suitable for unequal partnerships. The bonds you cultivate with buddies of different strength levels will only scale to the weakest partner. For example, the bond you share with me will not allow you to inherit so much stuff from me, even if I am willing to give you additional help. This is for your own protection. You cannot freeload off other people's efforts. You still need to do the hard work of comprehending your own strengths and exercising your own abilities. However, your cultivation method carries an implicit recognition that it is not a big deal if you borrow other people's help every now and then. You just have to make sure to provide similar help to your partners to make it even. His girl frowned as she struggled to understand her father's intent. Why add contract cultivation in the first place? Because it is most suitable for an aspiring leader such as yourself, Aurelia. If you don't want to become a Mech pilot, Mech designer, or other specialized profession, then you will have to accept the fact that you will depend on the strength of your subordinates and allies to get stuff done. The power of friendship method mirrors that in terms of your cultivation. One of the reasons why I want you to practice it is because it should give you the option of borrowing the power of your bonded partners. At the same time, your partners may be able to borrow your power in return, though they probably won't be as good at it because their cultivation is different. His daughter widened his eyes. She was clever enough to understand the implications of this claim. Will this allow me to create my own design spirits? Theoretically, yes, but don't get too excited. The cultivation method I gave you is not complete enough to let you do that, I think. Just practice it first. We will find out later on if you want to commit to this approach. After Aurelia learned enough about her new personal cultivation method, she turned her attention to Mana's own method. Mew. The spiritual kitten in question emerged from Aurelia's head and began to read the document as well. The white feline became engrossed by the details. The beacon of hope method. You want my companion spirit to combine light and purity to inspire hope. Vess nodded. If the power of teamwork method is meant to help you build a close network of trusted relatives, friends, and allies, the beacon of hope method will help you gain the loyalty and obedience of the masses. Whenever Mana shows up, she should be able to win over a crowd of receptive people all by herself. This is why her cultivation is largely based on Kai cultivation and deity cultivation. The goal is to help you gain the support of large groups and populations by presenting you as a beacon of hope. Mew mew. Is this necessary, Papa? No, it is not necessary, Vess gently answered. This is merely a possibility for now. I think that Mana is well suited for this role, and you did tell me that you want Mana to be helpful to others. Light and purity can assist any decent entity without needing to form a close bond with them first. There are dark times ahead in the future. Once red humanity begins to suffer serious losses, there will be a greater need than ever for a beacon of hope that people can rally around. Someone has to shoulder this responsibility, and I would prefer that person to be someone who can trust. I can think of no better choice than you, Aurelia. Vess was not sure whether it was a good idea to impart Aurelia and Mana with such a heavy expectation, but his hands were tied to an extent. The Red Cabal was preparing to launch a major offensive. The Subjugation King was coming. He could not afford to allow his children to grow up defenseless and ill-prepared to handle these powerful threats. If he had to encourage his daughter to turn Mana into a more benign version of the Subjugation King, then he would do so as long as it gave her the capital to survive and thrive. Chapter 59, 35 Repulsed by Light. Aurelia eagerly began to practice her new cultivation methods as if they were toys. Whether it was because she possessed a companion spirit from birth or because she was a partial primordial human, but she took to Kai cultivation as if she was the equivalent of a Mech pilot with A-grade genetic aptitude. Vess already expected as much, but he was pleased to see that his work was sound enough to do their jobs without endangering her daughter. He might not be as wise and knowledgeable as his mother, but he possessed enough of a foundation to develop his own low-level cultivation methods. He still needed to depend on her assistance if he wanted to do anything more complicated. This was why the power of teamwork method and the beacon of hope methods were not only simplified, but also did not stretch much further beyond the first major cultivation rank. Since Vess had yet to become a domain shaper, it was impossible for him to properly design a cultivation method that covered the second major cultivation rank. Still, as rudimentary as his work may be, it was more than enough for a beginner like Aurelia. The girl practiced the two methods with utmost diligence. She appreciated her father's gifts and did not want his efforts to go to waste. "Do your best not to deviate from my instructions," he told her. "There are cases where it may be necessary for you to do so, but you should only do so when you have a certain degree of confidence that it is safe." Cultivation deviation is a very real danger, and it often happens when people get too smart for their own good. Ask me first if you want to deviate from a method. Even if I don't have the answer, your grandmother will. Until then, try and follow the instructions as faithfully as possible. You need to follow the letter, but more importantly, the spirit of the methods. This is the best way to manipulate E-energy into strengthening you in a targeted fashion. Trying to diverge from the steps and theories outlined by Vess might cause all kinds of accidents, so he did his best to reduce that probability from the onset. He had deliberately simplified and weakened the cultivation methods in order to increase their fault tolerance. This reduced the effectiveness of the cultivation methods, but it would also make it easier for Aurelia and Mana to switch to completely different methods as they grew older. A small part of Vess wanted his oldest daughter to rebel against the track set by her genes and make her own choice on what she wanted to become. If Aurelia ever decided to defy her mother, Vess would support her as much as possible. For now, she learned and mastered the methods quickly with guidance from Vess. It felt nice to be able to teach her professional knowledge that would help her go further in life. He did not have a lot to teach to his eldest daughter. Sure, he was a good public speaker and knew his way around politics, but he lacked the systematic training and studies in these fields. His daughter had already started taking classes in these fields. The highly qualified first-class teachers of the Joan DeVos Elementary School could help her a lot more than a Mech designer who stumbled his way to a leadership position. Perhaps the only advantage he had over the first-raters, who received the best possible education on leadership and public speaking, was that he did not follow any of their established formulas. Vess was not sure whether he wanted to pass on that particular aspect to Aurelia. He did not want her to break taboos or flip the table whenever it was convenient. He envisioned a much cleaner public image for her daughter when she grew up. This was why he deliberately imparted a cultivation method that would shape Mana into a beacon of hope. He crossed a line when he did that. His daughter deserved more time to experience what life had to offer before she settled on a role for herself and her companion's spirit. Yet instead of giving her a few more years to explore her choices, he had given Mana a heavy push towards a very particular kind of deity cultivator. Perhaps his confrontation against the subjugation king had spooked and traumatized him more than expected. He had let his fears and hatred against the god king, who attempted to enslave him, influence his decision-making once again. It was only hours after he had given Aurelia her first tutoring session on how to practice cultivation that he realized he may have made a horrible mistake. The subjugation king told me that he values any slave who develops an affinity for light. Aurelia, or more precisely Mana, had managed to do that early in her life. Due to the nature of companion spirits, this effectively meant that his daughter would find it remarkably easy to deepen her understanding of this E-energy attribute. Vess grew a lot more ambivalent towards this process. Mana's inclination towards light made it inevitable for her daughter to embody the element of light to a degree. Light could be harsh, light was an annihilating force, light was indiscriminate, light passed judgment, light was blinding. While he did not expect her to follow in the footsteps of the subjugation king, the alien taught him that not everything related to light was pleasant. Light could be harsh, light was an annihilating force, light was indiscriminate, light passed judgment, light was blinding. Ever since he developed an affinity towards darkness, Vess had become more critical and repulsed towards light and its related associations. That was really annoying, especially because he relied heavily on luminar crystal technology to empower his ranged mechs. He was not quite certain how his changes affected his effectiveness in working with luminar crystal technology. He feared that by embracing the opposite element, he would find it harder to gain inspiration and insights into light. Though it was possible for cultivators to master two opposing elements, they always had to put a lot of effort and sacrifice into it. They needed to work hard to form and maintain a balance. Vess had only seen that done right in only a few instances. The Ouroboros was the most prominent example among them, and even then the old living Mech had gone astray due to letting its destroyer sword overwhelm its creation aspect. Vess already had enough on his plate. Life, Mechs, and darkness already caused his nascent domain to become a lot more complex than those of his peers. There was no good reason to add the light element to the mix. Sure, he liked luminar crystal technology, but it was not central to his design philosophy. He could live without it, especially now that he was transitioning into a first-class Mech designer. A huge set of advanced weapon technologies became available to him once he reached that point. Plasma weapons alone were powerful and potent enough for him to play around for a long time. While luminar crystal technology was incredibly versatile and synergized well with hyper-technology, it was not wise for Vess to treat it as the only acceptable ranged weapon system. He mentally shook his head. It was not quite clear to him how much his embrace of darkness affected his ability to work with luminar crystal technology. As a creation cultivator, he should be able to work with stuff that fell outside of his comfort zone. He might not feel as passionate about the alien tech as before, but he still retained his prior expertise and experiences with the tech. He could treat it as just one of many other fields of technology. Understanding the theories and knowing how to apply them was the basis of engineering. This should be more than enough to continue working with luminar crystal weapon systems. That reminded him of another consequence to his changed domain. Since there was a sacrifice, there should also be a payoff. He had already discovered that it became a lot easier for him to study tech that was at least tangibly related to the darkness element. His previous study sessions already caused him to make a lot of strides in understanding cloaking technology, ECM technology, and materials with sensor dampening effects. He also found it a lot easier to think about how to design mechs that were able to hide their presence a lot easier than before. It became a lot easier for him to devise meaningful upgrades for the Dark Zephyr and the Phobos, among other sneaky mechs. The Phobos alone captured his imagination like no other. He had always regarded the living expert stealth mech as one of his best works, and now he had even more reason to adore his existence. The powerful and fearsome machine oozed darkness. From the powerful Optar transphasic active stealth system to the mysterious and innovative Geist system, the Phobos embodied many of the best aspects of darkness. Even the way he was meant to be used was draped in darkness. The Phobos eschewed direct confrontation and preferred to assassinate his targets in an underhanded fashion. The expert mech should ideally remain unnoticed until the time for secrecy had passed. The stealth mech was also able to deceive his enemies by being effective in direct combat. Vess deeply wanted to pull up the design of the Phobos and improve it right away. His head was filled with so many ideas that it was frustrating for him to keep them contained. However, the Phobos was one of the expert mechs that least needed an upgrade for the time being. There were many older machines that were clamoring to be pulled up to the hyper generation, the Dark Zephyr chief among them. Vess and Gloriana kept poor venerable Tusa waiting for way too many months due to the insistence of incorporating Architect in every Larkinson expert mech. Soon, Vess murmured as he decisively shoved all of his ideas relating to the Phobos to the depths of his mind. It was better if he waited and upgraded other expert mechs first. This would grant him more time to deepen his mastery of relevant technologies. It would also give him time to research and experiment with hyper-technology related to the darkness element. Once he built up a robust accumulation in these areas, Vess had a hunch that he might be able to transform the Phobos into a resplendent machine. In any case, his musings about what he intended to do with the Phobos did not distract him for too long. Once he made sure that Aurelia was on the right track, Ves tried to devise a set of cultivation methods for his second daughter. A part of him wondered whether it was even necessary. Andrast had a strong desire to become a Mech pilot. If that was not possible, then she wanted to become a traditional swordswoman instead. Both of them were willpower-related professions, which meant that they were much less dependent on systematic cultivation. It was extremely difficult to hone willpower under artificial conditions. Only discipline, diligence, hardship, and to a certain extent talent gave birth to extraordinary willpower. Due to receiving instruction from caddies and a number of other expert pilots, the energetic girl had already taken strides to follow this lifestyle. Ves did not know whether Andrast might ruin her chances of becoming a powerful, high-ranking Mech pilot or swordmaster if she started to lean too heavily on Kai cultivation. Papa. Yes, Pumpkin. You never gave me a method that could improve my genetic aptitude. Can you make one for me, please? Ves got reminded of the flawed and dangerous cultivation methods that people with ulterior motives spread on the galactic net. His daughter had tried to practice one before he recognized the dangers and exposed its flaws. The Red Two put more effort into removing dubious and unverified cultivation methods from the galactic net, but people could always find a place to access them if they searched hard enough. He did not want his daughter to dabble with those shoddy works, so he needed to give her a resolution. The problem was that he felt out of depth when it came to this issue. He knew far too little about genetic aptitude to devise a proper cultivation method around this qualification. It might not even be possible for anyone to improve it due to its complexity. Fortunately, he knew of at least one person who knew more on this subject. Mother, I need help. Can you come and give me a hand? Chapter 59, 36 Difficult Wish. Though Ves hadn't felt the superior mother's presence as of late, he had a hunch that she was always keeping an eye on his children. This was especially the case when they engaged in cultivation in any fashion. It was dangerous for children to practice cultivation methods. Not only were they too young to properly understand complicated theories and subjects, their restlessness and lack of precision drastically increased the chance of accidents. Furthermore, their bodies, minds, and spiritualities were often far too weak to withstand the pressure of the changes wrought by rapid growth. His children were an exception to this rule, but only to an extent. He was sure that if they were on the verge of harming themselves due to harmful practice, the superior mother would step in and prevent them from getting truly harmed. This gave him a bit more confidence in devising custom cultivation methods for his children. That said, trying to improve one's genetic aptitude for Mech pilot was so far beyond his expertise that he did not have any confidence that he could fulfill Andrast's request by himself. As much as his mother wanted him to become more self-sufficient, there were times where he needed to recognize his own inferiority and enlist the aid of a true expert. This was one of those times. The superior mother evidently agreed with his judgment because she sent down a manifestation. Grandma. Andrast did not act with any restraint and ran towards the manifestation of a true god with her arms spread open. The superior mother immediately softened her harsh and matronly expression and picked up the giggling girl like any other ordinary grandparent. It became clear to Ves that his mother placed a lot of importance in this meeting. A part of her consciousness descended onto her incarnation. Andrast babbled to her grandmother for an entire minute. Ves watched with a bemused expression as he contemplated the odd family dynamic. Due to the great severing, it was impossible for any of his children to visit their paternal grandparents in the flesh. This caused his children to grow up thinking of the superior mother as their real grandmother. This was a great shame. The only way his kids could maintain direct contact with their grandmother was by using the superior mother as a medium. This caused his children to grow up thinking of the superior mother as their real grandmother. They did not regard the ancestral spirit as a completely different existence from the likes of their other blood relatives. In their eyes, There was no fundamental difference between the superior mother and Benjamin Larkinson. Both of them were family, and that was all that mattered as far as they were concerned. Vess also believed that Aurelia, Andrast, and Marvane also failed to make a distinction between Cynthia Larkinson and the superior mother. Both of them were one and the same, even though that was technically not the case. He gave up on any further attempts to clarify their misconceptions. They weren't all that important, and given how the superior mother acted around her own grandchildren, they might actually be correct. It just became a little more difficult to present this family dynamic to outsiders. Most people still considered the superior mother to be a made-up hexer myth. Vess, her incarnation, spoke in a more serious tone. "You are correct to seek my consultation. I have already devoted my time to researching what can be done. I even went as far as exchange theories with the evolution witch on this matter." That was incredibly helpful. Although God pilots weren't scientists by nature, their intelligence and learning ability reached absurd heights once they fully merged with their mechs. Out of all of the God pilots in the Red Ocean, the evolution witch was probably the smartest or the second smartest among them. She may be a lot younger than the likes of the First Flame, but she had dedicated a part of her life to studying biotechnology in order to save her life and to seek continuous evolution. As a God pilot, she already knew far more about the piloting profession than practically anyone. Her impressive expertise in biotechnology further strengthened her understanding on how Mech pilots worked. Vess looked hopeful at the superior mother. Unfortunately, she did not have good news for him and his daughter. "What you are asking for is absurd," she flatly told him. "Genetic aptitude is a biological aberration that is produced through a confluence of many supporting factors. There is no single solution that allows humans to become more adept at interfacing with mechs. There are no powerful genes, superfoods, planetary environments, or training methods that can guarantee that a child will develop the desired genetic aptitude grades. Since we do not understand how it can be formed, it is not possible to devise a cultivation method that increases the chance of turning someone into a potentate." Both Vess and Andrast looked dismayed when the superior mother brutally explained the truth. "Didn't the chosen human manage to find a way?" he asked. "The willpower of a God pilot is strong enough to rewrite reality, even in defiance of the heavens. This makes it possible for God pilots to break the rules that we take for granted, but only in exceedingly limited cases. Before you ask, the evolution witch cannot replicate this feat." "Why not? Her domain is based on evolution. Even if this is not her core specialization, shouldn't she be able to figure out a different way to develop one's genetic aptitude?" His mother shook her head. "God pilots are not miracle workers, even though it is tempting to see them that way. They are supreme warriors first and foremost. They are much more adept at destruction as opposed to creation. At most, the evolution which can harness her power to forcibly mutate Andrast into a biologically superior organism. The changes may or may not affect her genetic aptitude, but there are so many factors affecting this parameter that it is nearly impossible to make your dream come true." Vess frowned. This was a huge setback, but he did not give up right away. "What about coming up with a more abstract cultivation method? The properties of E-energy makes it so that it can make ideas come true if you think about them hard enough. Andrast's spirituality is pretty strong thanks to her companion's spirit. Is it possible to teach her a method that is solely concentrated on conjuring genetic aptitude into existence?" "You are overestimating the effects of the power of heaven," his mother said in a disapproving tone. "Your approach is doomed to fail. There are several reasons why this is the cause. Taking the abstract approach is too vague and has a much higher likelihood of producing a backlash. Many serious cultivation methods are dense and filled with obscure texts because they put their practitioners into the exactly right mindset. Your suggestion tries to do the opposite. Cultivation is not equivalent to making a wish come true. There are many constraints imposed by reality." Genetic aptitude is subject to so many of them that only the chosen human can guarantee that Andrast can become a potentate. Damn, so even that wouldn't work. Vess knew it was too good to be true. He still felt obliged to make the suggestion, if only to learn exactly why it was unfeasible. Though the news crushed Andrast's mood, she was not that weak. "It's okay, Papa. I will have to wait until I am 10 before I find out whether I can pilot a Mech like any other kid. I don't need special treatment. I will have as much of a chance of becoming a potentate like everyone else." The superior mother smiled and stroked her ethereal hand on Andrast's head. "That is the right mindset towards this matter. Fate is impartial. Only 3.5% of all humans are able to develop genetic aptitude. This statistic may have changed since we entered the age of dawn, but I doubt it has created serious deviations. Andrast here should actually have a slightly higher chance of developing genetic aptitude on account of her Larkinson bloodline. But even then, there is a strong possibility that she will be denied this profession. That may not necessarily be the case. There was always the Carmine system, which the Red Association wanted to roll out in the near future. The only concern was that Vess had no idea whether pure Carmine Mech pilots were able to undergo apotheoses. What if it was impossible for Andrast to become a high-ranking Mech pilot? That would invalidate many of the reasons for piloting Mechs for his daughter. She may as well become Ketty's personal disciple and become a swordmaster. At least there was no requirement for genetic aptitude for this profession. Cynthia was well aware of the existence of the Carmine system. She gave her own opinion on the subject. Genetic aptitude is a central aspect of the Mech piloting profession. It has become such a strong totemic belief to a huge swath of humans as well as strong Mech pilots that it is hard to eliminate it. You should know that any attack on the importance of genetic aptitude will be met with intense opposition from nearly every existing Mech pilot. To devalue this requirement is to deprive this class of warriors their unique gift. So that was why the Mechers repeatedly insisted to Vess that he should not spill the secrets related to the Carmine system ahead of time. He could truly envision the entire body of Mech pilots getting pissed at Vess if he botched the rollout of his powerful invention. It was stupid and selfish, but Mech pilots were never famed for being rational in the first place. Vess let out a tired breath. "Okay, I won't push this matter any further. I still don't think it is as impossible as you claim. We just haven't found the right solution yet. However, I recognize that it may be for the best to wait until Andrast is 10 years old before determining her future trajectory." In other words, Vess accepted that he could do nothing but to let fate run its course. He hated the complete lack of control. Vess knew that a huge amount of parents felt likewise about it, but they hadn't been able to do anything either. Andrast continued to cling to her grandmother as a moment of silence ensued. "So how do we proceed?" Vess asked. "Can we do something else for my girl?" The superior mother lightened up a bit. "We can. If we want to preserve Andrast's chances of developing a genetic aptitude for Mech piloting, then it is better if she does not engage in any active form of cultivation. That does not preclude her companion's spirit. Yeka is sufficiently separated from Andrast that she can develop by herself." That led to a discussion on what sort of cultivation method they should devise for Yeka. Perhaps Cynthia felt regretful that she was not able to help Andrast develop the right genetic aptitude, because she readily offered her assistance this time. Vess did not have to do all of the work himself. It was incredibly helpful and reassuring that his highly knowledgeable mother made suggestions and offered corrections. The biggest point of contention was the domain that Yeka should be working towards. "Death is not a pleasant element to work with," Cynthia said as she lifted the black companion's spirit and studied her carefully. "If Andrast does not make any special adaptations, then her health will begin to decline if Yekia ever grows powerful enough. We need to plan ahead and nip this problem in the bud." "Agreed," Vess said. The problem was not as serious as it sounded, as Yeka was still a part of Andrast. Still, who knew what sort of problems might occur if their strength ever became mismatched? If Yeka became a lot stronger than her principal, then a strong death domain might make Andrast's life miserable. Chapter 59, 37 Competing Visions. Andrast is too young to determine her path, the superior mother explained. She needs to be at least 10 years old to find out whether she is suited to become a Mech pilot. If this possibility is denied from her, then she will need additional time to choose what she wants to become instead. I already know what I want to do. I want to become a swordmaster, Andrast whined. The superior mother smiled at her granddaughter. There are more ways for you to become strong than to wield a sword, especially now that we have entered the age of dawn. I don't care. I want to become a swordmaster, the little girl repeated. Both Vess and Cynthia knew that Andrast might actually stick to this conviction a few years later. That did not mean they were ready to exclude every other possibility. There were still other ways for her to make good use of her gifts. She could study warfare and become a military officer if she wanted. Becoming good at swordsmanship was helpful, but there were better ways to boost her ability to command troops. Right now, there was so much uncertainty about Yeka's future role that the companion spirit needed to keep her options open. The best way to do that was to leave the spiritual kitten alone and allow her to continue to rely on natural cultivation. That was not the best solution, though. Natural cultivation may be safe and automatic, but it was also slow and inefficient. The biggest problem Vess had with it was that it was not directed enough to know where it was heading towards. The act of cultivation allowed a practitioner to take control over his or her own destiny. Vess believed it was always better to take control over the future rather than let someone dictate their lives. This meant that for Yeka to grow more efficiently, Vess and his mother needed to choose a cultivation direction for the juvenile companion spirit. This was where Vess and Cynthia started to disagree with each other. The companion spirits that you have created for your children are fascinating, the superior mother admitted. It is interesting how you have implanted them with the seeds of borrowed talents. Right now, Yeka has only managed to unlock her death talent. That leaves her with 5 more talents that she has yet to activate. With the right cultivation method and changes in behavior, she can steadily work towards unlocking a specific talent before increasing her comprehension in the new element. That does not mean it is necessarily a good idea to have Yeka work towards unlocking her life attribute. Vess frowned. You have always fixated on the idea of putting opposites together, but not everything has to turn into a yin-yang diagram. You are burdening my daughter with way too powerful stuff. She's still a kid. She doesn't even fully understand what it means for people to die, so how can she understand both death and life at the same time? His girl strongly objected to this statement. I'm not stupid, Papa. I do know what it means to die. Larkinsons die all the time whenever they fight. Vess did not really believe that was the case, but he did not bother to correct her on this point. Mastering the power of life and death will ensure that Andrast becomes more powerful than any other cultivator, Cynthia argued. Trust me on this, Vess. They may not sound impressive, but that is because you have outright cheated by artificially implanting the extremely rare talents related to life and death inside her companion spirit at the same time. Do you know how many cultivators would kill to possess even a fraction of Yeka's talents? Life and death are the most valuable elements that you have implanted into her, especially when they can be used in combination. She will truly be able to shine as a Kai cultivator or creation cultivator. Kai cultivation sucks in pure combat. Vess crossed his arms. Any high-ranking Mech pilot can counter a Kai cultivator of the same rank. This is an absolute fact. I seriously doubt that Andrast wants to become a Mech designer or traditional blacksmith. I would support her if she chooses to become one. But until then, it is best not to force her companion spirit to tackle a challenge that is way too big. He did not deny the attraction of being able to master the power of life and death, but he thought it was too wasteful and inefficient. The Ouroboros had taught him that it was a lot more troublesome to cultivate two opposing elements at the same time. The rewards may be insanely lucrative, but it would take a long time and a lot of needless hardship in order to fully master and fuse two conflicting E-energy attributes. Perhaps Andrast may grow ambitious enough to tread on this difficult path, but she should only do so when she was older and more aware of the implications of her choices. For now, he wanted her to take it easy. Her companion's spirit was still young and malleable enough that she could easily change her cultivation without suffering too many repercussions for the foreseeable years. What do you suggest, then? The superior mother frowned. Yeka has already embraced the death element, so that cannot be changed. The companion's spirit also has a part of Kalanxo inside of her. I think it would be a good idea to unlock this talent and comprehend the nature of protection. If Andrast wants to become a soldier, then I want to make sure that she possesses the means to protect herself. I have fought in enough battles to know that it only takes a single accident for people to lose their lives. If Andrast can develop a greater ability to protect herself, then I won't have to worry about her life so much. As a parent herself, Cynthia more than understood Vess' concerns. Soldiers die, Vess. If Andrast truly wants to become a fighter, then we should not coddle her too much. Death and protection do not synergize well with each other. They can even conflict with each other. Why do you want Yeka to develop a talent for protection? Vess adopted a complex expression. I don't want my daughter to fight for the wrong reasons, I suppose. Perhaps I am imposing on her too much again, but it is far too easy for her to embrace the act of killing for its own sake. She should fight to protect her friends and relatives. Whenever our clan is at risk, I want my second daughter to become a guardian for our fellow Larkinsons. Are you asking her to become a night Mech specialist if she is suited to become a Mech pilot? Cynthia skeptically asked. Not necessarily, Mother. Let me explain a potential vision for Yeka. I envision her to be a cat that does not specialize in the lives of others, but collects the spirits of the slain when they get loose. No matter whether Andrast is in the trenches or not, her companion's spirit should be able to make herself useful by roaming around and picking up the spirits of the dead before they dissipate. The combination between death and protection should allow her to preserve the spirits once they come into her possession. After that, my daughter can deal with spirits properly. You cannot bring the dead back to life so easily. Vess, what I have managed to accomplish is the exception rather than the rule. It takes age, power, and wisdom to define death itself. Vess was not so sure about that. Kalanxo had managed to transcend death as well, and she was originally a giant exobest, no, a mutated beast. Sure, Kalanxo accumulated both age and power back then, but her wisdom was rather questionable. How she managed to overcome death, while many other humans and exobests failed to do so, was a mystery, but Vess had no reason to complain. I am not ambitious enough to abolish death for all of our clansmen, Vess said. However, I think it is still useful for Yeka to develop the ability to harvest and contain the remnant spiritualities of deceased soldiers. We can put the ones derived from Larkinsons and other friendly humans into appreciative resting places. We can use the ones derived from our alien enemies as useful ingredients. Yeka can either absorb them to fuel her cultivation or hand them over to someone who can convert them into useful products. Someone such as himself. Cynthia pondered over the suggestion. Her expression softened. You want to turn Yeka into the equivalent of a priestess of the dead. No, not a priestess. Maybe a Valkyrie. Whatever characterization you use, it does not change the fact that this is an unusual combination. I know how to combine life and death. I have bountiful experience in doing so. I can mentor your daughter in how to best apply her companion's spirit's powers. That did not reassure Vess in the slightest. He believed that his mother may be an expert in this area, but he did not want her to exert too much influence over Andrast's growth. Who knew what kind of unrepentant war criminal Andrast would turn into after a few decades of taking lessons from a woman who was formerly known as Cultmaster Original Sin. As much as I want the best for my daughter, I still think it is inappropriate to place such a heavy burden on her shoulders. Mastering the power of death and protection is much more suitable for a soldier. Death will make her more lethal, while protection will help to safeguard her life. The combination between the two E-energy attributes will allow her to manipulate the battlefield in more profound ways. The two could not agree on Yeka's best course forward. Even if the companion's spirit would still be able to change to a different trajectory, spending several years on practicing the wrong method still amounted to a considerable waste. Instead of arguing with each other, perhaps we should let your daughter decide. That was not the best idea, but it should break the deadlock. You've been listening to us talk. Which combination do you prefer the most, Andrast? Do you want to explore the mysteries of life and death and wield mind-boggling powers, or do you want to get ready for the battlefield by comprehending the fusion between death and protection? Andrast announced her preference right away. She did not need to spend any moment of thought to contemplate her choice. I would rather become a Valkyrie. I think you are right, Papa. If I want to become a soldier, I should develop the powers that can best enhance my performance. Trying to study the combination between life and death is too academic. The superior mother frowned. Do not look down on this combination. Mastering the power of life and death can allow you to reap the souls of enemies from a distance. It will enable you to heal yourself when injured and consume the souls of the dead in order to replenish your energy. Those are extremely high-end abilities. How long will it take for Andrast to pull off these abilities? Yeka is a natural talent in these elements. It should not take too long. It is difficult to estimate a more precise range. It should take decades at the very least. Ves threw out his own guess. That is way too long. Yeka needs to become combat effective as soon as possible. Andrast walked over to her father and hugged his side. I think your idea is better, Papa. I love Grandma, but her ideas are too old-fashioned. Ha, well said. You're right. Your grandmother wants to revive a relic from the ancient past, but we live in different times. Many threats are on the horizon. Our clan will come under increasing threat. What we need the most are protectors, not mystics. You can change your mind later on, but I hope for now you learn a bit more about how to protect yourself and your fellow family. Does that sound okay to you, Pumpkin? My. Chapter 59, 38 Soul Protection. Now that Andrast took her father's side, Cynthia no longer insisted on pushing her ambitious idea. Mastering the power of life and death might turn Yeka into an extremely powerful companion spirit, but the difficulty of doing so was too great. Though Ves had high expectations for Andrast and her companion spirit, he did not want to turn into one of those overbearing parents that were all too common in first-class society. The pressure of competition was so great that children were being pushed to their limits far too early in their lives. Cultivation was not child's play. It was the process of guided self-evolution through generating and absorbing extraordinary energies. Too much could go wrong for Ves to take this matter lightly. His mother agreed. In my experience, it is always better to encourage a cultivator to follow his or her own path, rather than practice an objectively better method or technique. When you engage in the pursuit for power and longevity, it is vitally important to retain your sense of self. If your cultivation diverges far too much from your natural inclinations, you are at risk of losing yourself to your own cultivation method. If you do not pull back from the brink in time, nothing of your original self will be left. The being who occupies your body, dominates your mind, and took over your soul will be a different person that is fundamentally different from yourself. That was a deep and profound lesson. Ves had a feeling that his mother pointedly gave him a warning for fear that he might cause a mistake in the future. He could ponder over her words later. For now, he needed to provide Yeka with a proper cultivation method that would allow her to accelerate her growth in the next decade. Ves and Cynthia joined hands to develop an appropriate cultivation method. Though Cynthia was doing much of the heavy lifting on account of her much greater knowledge base and comprehension of the relevant concepts, Vess tried his best to pitch in whenever he could. As the creator of companion spirits, Vess possessed a better understanding of their fundamental nature. This allowed him to better attune Cynthia's work to Yeka's extremely specific conditions. Still, Vess had no illusions that Cynthia's work was significantly better than what he managed to make for his oldest daughter. The Valkyrie Guardian method that she managed to put together in a matter of hours was significantly faster, more powerful, and more optimized than the Beacon of Hope method. Compared to the relatively simplistic mechanisms of the latter, the former was superior in almost every aspect. The Valkyrie Guardian method was predominantly a Kai cultivation method that emphasized the strengthening of the spirit. One of the express goals that Vess had set was to enable his daughter to withstand hostile cultivators that were much harder to defend against. The most recent lightning tribulation had exposed Vess to the terror of cultivators, who possessed the frightening ability to bypass one's material defenses and directly target their spiritualities. For all of the dominion of man's excellent combat power, the dreadnought clearly was not sufficiently prepared to put up a fight against tricky cultivators. The mirror beast had almost caused the downfall of the dominion of man by relying on its unreasonable ability to hoodwink any living entity up to and including true gods. The fact that even the likes of Caramond and Furia failed to put up an adequate defense against such attacks said a lot about the importance of protecting one's spirit. Vess himself suffered due to this shortcoming. When the Subjugation King managed to hijack the Tribulation Storm, he managed to plant his soul mark onto Vess with disturbing ease. What pissed Vess off the most about this disastrous occurrence was that he never had a chance of defending himself against this attack in the first place. Sure, the gap in strength was so enormous that Vess would have ended up with a soul mark if he was better prepared, but he should at least be able to put up a better fight. Given that the Subjugation King was most definitely on his way to the Red Ocean, there was a decent chance that Andrast might encounter the powerful being in her later career. She needed to be ready. No matter whether she served as a Mech pilot or a military commander, she needed to possess the ability to protect herself and possibly others from the Subjugation King's less tangible attacks. Yeka happened to be in an excellent position to serve as Andrast's sole protector. The early stages of this cultivation method is primarily centered around accumulation, Cynthia explained to her granddaughter. Yeka will not be able to wield any special powers yet, but she will deepen her connection to the concepts of death and protection. Your companion spirit will also undergo a gradual transformation that will make her more sensitive towards dying and deceased beings. It will take at least several years to build a solid foundation based on Yeka's current talents, but it is necessary for her to obtain the qualifications necessary to connect with the power of heaven and borrow its power to amplify her abilities. Andrast tilted her head. She understood her grandmother's words, but failed to comprehend the underlying purpose and context. Yeka alone is not strong enough to do a lot of cool stuff, and she won't be for a long time, Vess succinctly explained for his girl. This is why the Valkyrie Guardian method uses a shortcut. It will change Yeka to make it easier for her to take control over the surrounding E-energy radiation. There is a lot of energy flowing through this region of space. If Yeka can leverage just a fraction to it, she should be able to perform feats such as killing enemies by snuffing out their spirits and harvesting all of the remnant spiritualities that have gotten loose on the battlefield. Oh, I understand. This is real cultivation. Vess smiled and leaned over to plant another kiss on Andrast's red hair. It is more than that. It is also a powerful form of protection. Yeka doesn't have Mana's purity element, so your companion spirit has to resort to a different means to defend your spirituality against external influences. The full mechanics are a bit too complicated for you to understand, but a big part of it involves turning ambient E-energy into a giant shield for you and the people you care about. A Valkyrie Guardian. Andrast said in an odd tone as she looked down at her small companion spirit. Can my companion spirit truly become so powerful? She can, but only as long as she is disciplined enough. The young woman was no stranger to this. She diligently kept up both her swordsmanship and marksmanship practice, all the while making sure she kept up at school. My. The black spiritual kitten sounded extremely eager to get started with this cultivation method. Let's get started. Since the Valkyrie Guardian method was more advanced, it took Vess and Cynthia a bit more time to ensure that Andrast did not misinterpret anything. She also had to receive instruction on how to practice the more obtuse parts of the Valkyrie Guardian method. Once Vess grew assured that Andrast and Yeka gained enough understanding to work out the rest of the cultivation method by themselves, he retreated to a secure chamber. The manifestation of the Superior Mother followed suit. Vess had already dismissed his guards, but he also activated a suite of security measures that jammed the surrounding area and made it a lot harder to eavesdrop on his conversation. The Superior Mother channeled greater power into her manifestation and deployed a tentative domain that should help with blocking more esoteric spying methods. The measures were not completely foolproof, but they should suffice for the time being. Ever since Vess had returned from his extremely eventful business trip, he was already aware that he had attracted a lot more attention. His attempts at remaining low-key did not deter a lot of spies from trying to infiltrate Diandi base and spy on his work. The Mechs and soldiers dispatched by the Blue Jay fleet, as well as the planetary branch of the Red Association, had strengthened their presence in Diandi base as a response. Its relatively isolated location in a remote region that was completely owned by the Larkinson clan already helped a lot in making it difficult for spies to infiltrate Diandi base. Alas, plenty of well-equipped infiltrators and high-tech bots still tried to get past all of the security measures every hour. Vess needed to become even more careful about sharing sensitive information, especially when the Mechers had already placed themselves in the perfect position to steal his secrets. He developed an increasing desire to obtain a starship that was built by a shipyard controlled by the Larkinson clan from beginning to end. He believed that living on a ship that had not been built by relying on outside help was the only way to gain a true measure of privacy in his life. His new darkness affinity practically screamed how unwise it was for him to remain in the light by residing in a relocated base that was originally built by the Terrans. It is safe for us to talk, my son, the Superior Mother said as she continued to channel her domain at great cost. Fortunately, the incarnation could easily bear the consumption since she was a true god. Vess knew better than to take his mother at her word. He had learned the hard way that she was more than willing to deceive her in order to teach him that he should always be prepared for treachery. Vess pulled out a multiscanner and diligently tested the more technological security measures. Meanwhile, Blinky appeared out of his head and began to check whether the chamber was devoid of any spiritual probes. The precautions were very much necessary in his opinion. Once he ascertained that it was unlikely for third parties to penetrate this room, Vess finally addressed his mother. Please take a closer look at the soul mark and tell me what you think. The manifestation of the Superior Mother floated closer and began to press into Vess. He had to put a lot of effort into suppressing his own spirituality, while his own mother examined it in a direct and intrusive manner. He could feel her roaming in his head and inspecting a lot of stuff aside from the soul mark. Vess gritted his teeth but kept his mouth shut. If he could not trust his own mother when his own life was at stake, then he was truly doomed. You have grown in many ways, she said. Lightning baptisms are really good at that. The premise is that you can survive the punishment raining down from above. Once Cynthia gained a better sense of Vess' current state, she cautiously started to examine the soul mark. She did so with excessive care. Not once did she try to touch or alarm the soul mark in any way. She did her best to reduce her presence and observe the parasitical construct without giving it any cause to trigger an unknown routine. 20 or so minutes passed before the superior mother withdrew her presence and floated back. The expression on her face looked anything but good. "You can't do it," Vess asked, even though he already knew the answer. The manifestation shook her head. "It is indeed a genuine spell cast by an alien god king. You are lucky that it is likely the most stripped-down version of a soul mark. It is clear to me that there are more complete and powerful variations of this mark. The one planted in your soul primarily contains two dominant components. One of them is positioning. The alien is likely aware of your location relative to his own at all times. The other component is entrenchment. The soul mark becomes increasingly harder to remove as it digs in further. This ensures that you can never remove it by advancing your cultivation." Ugh. Vess already figured out these effects, but they really started to sink in now that he obtained verification from a more qualified source. "So you can't remove it all, Mother?" "No, the answer remains the same even if I become 10 times stronger." Damn. Chapter 59, 39 Unsolvable. Vess never expected his mother to be able to get rid of the soul mark with ease, so her verdict did not affect him all that much. Sure, he grew disappointed that he wouldn't be able to get rid of this huge burden right away, but he quickly accepted his new reality and regained his composure. "Is there anything about the soul mark that allows it to record my thoughts and activities before transmitting them back to you-know-who?" The manifestation of the superior mother rolled her eyes at the banal way that Vess referred to his latest alien foe. "Do not act childish. The opponent you face is so much more powerful than any of us that he has earned our highest respect and fear. This soul mark is a masterpiece in itself. It has already exposed me to a novel and radically different approach to energy manipulation and soul manipulation. This God King is not only old and experienced beyond measure, but he is also a product of a highly advanced society that has made so many attainments in the application of E-energy that I envy the natives of Messier 87. Cynthia's respect for the Subjugation King's work made it clear that she truly felt outclassed in this area. This worried Vess quite a bit. Even though she was not the strongest true god that Vess had known, she had definitely been the most knowledgeable among them. It was hard for Vess to accept this truth. "Does this soul mark contain anything that can alter or influence my behavior?" "I am not certain," Cynthia responded. "The soul mark contains a number of elements that I cannot decipher without conducting a closer examination, but that might provoke all manner of undesirable reactions. I am reasonably confident that the soul mark does not have any other major functions. This includes remote transmission, monitoring, and indoctrination. To put it in terms that you can understand, the soul mark is a very limited vessel and does not possess a large amount of capacity. However, I cannot rule anything out. The creator of the mark prioritized the positioning and entrenchment functions so much that it is missing numerous obvious features." Vess grew a little more relieved when he heard that. "I hope that is the case. I think that attempting to manipulate the lightning tribulation into planting a soul mark on me by remote already forced the alien god king to pay an enormous price. Still, I find it a bit hard to imagine that this bastard is so amazingly wise and powerful. His behavior at the time did not give me the impression that I am dealing with a rational decision-maker." "Have you forgotten what I said earlier, Vess?" Vess briefly paused in thought. "You mean the stuff about how if we don't pay enough attention to ourselves, we become so obsessed with the baggage brought by our cultivation methods that we become hijacked by them. Are you claiming that the God King?" "It is a possibility, my son. I am not familiar with the cultivation culture of his civilization and Messier 87 as a whole. The aliens who reside in this enormous galaxy may not see this as a problem. Instead, they may have the impression that they are casting their mortal weaknesses and turning themselves into ideals that represent gods. During my time, there were plenty of human cultivators who believed in this theory." "I take it you disagree." The manifestation of the superior mother nodded. You can ponder over it in your own time. What is important is that the soul mark cannot be erased. Just as you have suspected, not even God pilots are able to get rid of it. The mark has already dug in too deep for that. Theoretically, they can apply so much force that your spirit will succumb much sooner than this mark. The mark was absurdly resistant towards attacks. Vess grimaced at that. Will it be any different if any of them managed to become a God-King pilot? That was an interesting suggestion. It is difficult to judge the answer when I know so little about God-Kings. I believe it should be possible for a God-King pilot to break the soul mark. They most certainly obtained enough hard power to compete against the mark, especially if the alien God-King is not in close proximity. However, if the soul mark has become too deeply entrenched, then removing it in a violent fashion will result in a great amount of collateral damage. This is one of the more insidious parts about the soul mark. It is not actually alive, but it is capable of leeching your power to fuel its own growth. The stronger you become, the more this mark burrows into your spirit. Vess felt as if he had jumped into an inescapable trap. From the moment he got marked by the Subjugation King, he fell into a permanent entanglement with this alien bastard's power. Wait, if you are saying what I think you are saying, the soul mark will become much harder to remove if I get stronger. In contrast, if I stop progressing my cultivation any further, it will not be too difficult to remove it from my spirituality so long as someone friendly grows powerful enough to erase the soul mark. Cynthia nodded. That is so. This presents a dilemma to you, though I can already tell your preferred answer. You are my son, after all. We do not allow fate to dictate our lives. If we do not like what it has in store for us, then we must fight to achieve a different outcome. She took the words right out of his mouth. Vess indeed chose to adopt a defiant attitude towards this problem. There was no way in hell that he wanted to give up on becoming a star designer. He had so many dreams and ambitions that he refused to let this annoying soul mark deter him from making further progress. I don't believe that this soul mark cannot be removed even if I grow stronger in the future, Vess firmly stated. We have several decades to figure out a solution. Since destroying the soul mark outright is not possible, we can still resort to subtler means to erase it from my spirituality. For example, I think my new affinity for darkness can be used in a way that it can dampen and suppress the connection between the soul mark and its creator. If it truly became impossible to get rid of the soul mark, then Vess would settle for the next best solution and suppress it to the point where it hardly posed a threat anymore. His mother approved. That is a viable strategy, but only when you have become stronger and better versed in the element of darkness. You need to become a star designer first before you have any chance of suppressing the soul mark. By the time you have reached this level of strength, you should be able to develop a powerful device that can suppress the soul mark. Can't I rely on Blinky to undermine the soul mark? No, absolutely not. Direct confrontation is out of the question. Your companion's spirit will explode. Vess got the message. It was safest to deal with this problem as a creation cultivator. If his tool provoked a backlash from the soul mark, then all Vess would lose was a single object. He needed to remind himself to not mess around with the soul mark. Cynthia's cautious examination already showed that not even his mother possessed the confidence of containing the mark once it reacted to her probing. Is there a more permanent way to deal with the soul mark? Vess asked. Vess directed a suspicious look towards the manifestation of the superior mother. You have an answer. I do. It's probably an incredibly dangerous scheme that may end up risking my life or sanity. Cynthia gave her son a rueful smile. You have become increasingly better at reading me. Impressive. That is because the more time I spend with you, the more I realize that we are not as different from each other as I previously assumed. Sure, you may be a centuries-old witch, but you are also an innovator. Just like me, you don't accept a reality where there are no solutions. There is always a solution. You just need to look hard enough and be willing to make greater sacrifices to fulfill your goal. The superior mother reached out with her arm and flicked Vess in the head. Cheeky brat, we are not that similar to each other. Our life experiences are too different for us to possess similar mindsets. I may appear reasonable and relatable to you, but that is because I am purposefully exhibiting more of my humanity to my family than I am typically comfortable with. This is not my actual persona, so do not try to predict my plans and behavior based on your biased impressions of myself. Can you just tell me your plan? Even if it is crazy, it is better to have one than be left without any solution. Cynthia did not withhold her idea any further. Very well. In my opinion, the price of removing the soul mark is far too great. The alien god king chose wisely by preserving its entrenchment aspect. He has effectively made it impossible for you to remove it. Since this is the case, why not promote this process and assimilate the mark? What? Won't that play into its maker's hands? Not if you assimilate it in a specific manner. His mother smirked. Think about how Lucky is able to break down anything that enters his stomach. If he eats an electronic device, then the item will lose all of its original functions as your cat reduces it to a collection of raw materials. Now imagine yourself adopting a similar approach to your situation. Treat your spirit as your intangible stomach and the soul mark as your meal. That was a good analogy. Vess never thought about it, but now that he heard the idea, he believed it might actually work. Maybe you're right, Mother. Maybe I can grow stronger and train my spirituality into assimilating the soul mark step by step. Won't that cause me to get contaminated, though? This is why I am reluctant to share this idea with you. There is no perfect outcome. Breaking down the soul mark may remove the alien god king's ability to track you and possibly sabotage you from a distance, but his raw energies will merge with your own soul. The difference in energy levels will inflict great suffering on you. If you are able to survive this painful sequence, you will become forever scarred and changed by what you have done. This strategy sounded far too dangerous for Vess to commit to it right away. He understood why his mother was so reluctant to share this crazy idea. There were too many points of failure. However, a part of Vess actually applauded this crazy idea. The contamination was awful, but there was a good chance that he might actually absorb a minuscule portion of the strength of a god king. This might grant him unmatched advantages that no ordinary star designer should possess. All Vess had to do was to bite the bullet and accept the consequences over his own decision. He just wondered whether enough parts of himself would remain intact after he devoured the soul mark. If the soul mark was powerful enough to completely change his personality, then he had already lost his sense of self. Vess could not accept this outcome. He would rather try to make peace with the soul mark than to change his personality beyond recognition. Fortunately, he should have plenty of time to refine this potential plan. Several decades of time should be enough for him to devise a powerful product that could reduce the negative consequences of assimilating the soul mark. Chapter 59, 40 My Own Choices. After a bit more discussion, Vess gained a more solid understanding of the soul mark. Cynthia did not understand how it worked in its entirety. Its design was a product of a completely alien cultivation community, so there were plenty of aspects about it that eluded her comprehension. However, the soul mark was small enough that she was able to recognize plenty of universal aspects that remained the same in any part of the universe. Just as how math had to be the same in every society, there were plenty of e-technology principles that probably remained identical enough that they showed up in every cultivation society. His mother was able to glean a number of insights on the subjugation king solely by admiring his craft. The god king that you have made an enemy of is a terrible opponent, she said. His desire to subjugate others is overpowering that it may compel him to make unreasonable decisions. Killing his enemies is not his preferred solution. This is good news for you, as I believe that he will not execute you despite his claims. If it is true that the element of darkness is offensive to him, he will keep such a tight grip on your life that you will not be able to die, as he will subject you to eternal torture. Given what Vess had seen and heard from the subjugation king, this was actually a realistic possibility. Killing him once he got caught by the alien tyrant was too easy an escape. Only punishment without end was the most suitable way for the subjugation king to make Vess suffer. This made it even more important to prepare Red humanity against the arrival of the invaders from Messier 87. Vess and his mother began to discuss other related subjects. They talked about the formation of the Red Collective, the creation of the first Carmine Dreadnought, the creation of Caramond, as well as Furia. Each of these subjects were heavy enough to occupy the two all day. Cynthia appeared to be both bemused and alarmed that Vess had managed to change the face of Red humanity several times in the span of a couple of months. Her son's capacity to stir up trouble was too great. While Cynthia refrained from sharing too much of her opinion on affairs that Vess should be able to handle on his own, she did express greater concern towards the existence of Furia. The Mechers and the Fleeters are right to fear the possible return of one of the ancient immortal gods. They are powerful. What is worse is that he is so far removed from humans that he has long lost all sympathy for his race. Human lives are no different from alien lives as far as such a powerful god is concerned. He will not hesitate to kill us all as long as it is beneficial to his interests. Since Furia is one of the potential gateways that can bring him to life in the present day, she will continue to pose an existential threat to Red humanity. I already figured that out, but is there a way for Furia to get rid of this really awful burden? No, Cynthia decisively shook her head. You do not know what you are dealing with. What you managed to do to Furia is already a miracle in itself. I advise you not to push your luck. Do not even make use of her as a design spirit if you can help it. Let the god pilots and star designers monitor this problem. Okay. I am being serious, my son. The threat posed by Furia surpasses that of your new alien enemy. The latter may be hostile towards you, but he will likely keep you alive but in captivity. The former is much less restrained in every way. Earlier, I told you that concepts, elements, and so on can dramatically alter your attitudes and behavior. Fire is heavily associated with passion, anger, impulsiveness, destruction, and more. The maker of the Fire Scroll is defined by all of these traits. If he ever deems you to be an enemy, he will use as much power as is necessary to kill his opponent. Vess got the message. He truly would not like it if any further meddling on his part caused Furia to lose access to the faith that kept her grounded and closer to her newfound humanity. In any case, once Cynthia was done with sharing her perspective on the aforementioned subjects, Vess brought up the most contentious topic in his mind: the system upgrade. He briefly summarized the current state of the Mech designer system and what he had done to trigger an upgrade. There were only a few days left before the 15-day time period had passed. Vess expected the system to return better than ever. The manifestation of the superior mother remained still for a time. She looked at Vess in a way that made him feel that she was examining the system directly. His best hope of solving the annoying soul mark rested in the system. It had access to so many powerful features that one of them must surely be able to provide him with a more viable solution. The manifestation of the superior mother remained still for a time. She looked at Vess in a way that made him feel that she was examining the system directly. Vess couldn't help but wonder about the theory he shared with the system. What was his mother's role in procuring it? How much did she know about it? And what was her relation to the legendary progenitors of Mechs? He had a lot of questions in mind, but he refrained from voicing any of them. He knew his mother would just brush them aside like many of the other questions related to her past. Part of it was because her death and subsequent revival caused her to lose a lot of memories. Another part of it was because she did not want Vess to dig up old and forgotten secrets. The Red Fleet already supplied you with one superclass material. The Evolution, which is working on delivering another superclass material. It is indeed of great significance if the system is able to absorb both of them. I am not familiar with these exceptional materials, but the information you have on them gives me a few clues on how they will be used. I expect the system to present me with a number of upgrade tracks related to improving the system's interaction with space. I don't know what to expect, but I think that expanding its internal space and giving me more extensive teleportation capabilities are among the options. His mother looked skeptical. Your thinking is too shallow. There is no guarantee that the system will follow its prior formula. Even if it does, it may try to force much more significant changes than a handful of functional upgrades. Do you have any advice on what I should pick? She shook her head. No, you are its sole user. It is your prerogative alone to make a choice. From the moment the system passed from my hands, I have severed all my remaining responsibility over it. You are the latest inheritor. Do not allow others to dictate how you should use your treasures. They will no longer be yours if you continue to be swayed by the opinions of others. In other words, Vess needed to grow a stronger spine. Her words lifted a burden from his shoulders. Thank you for your advice. I guess I will settle this matter on my own once it finally comes up. I don't know if I will make the wrong choice, but at least it will be a reflection of my own self. Cynthia smiled in approval. You are starting to understand. That is good. Once you become a domain shaper, you will become more prone to getting consumed by your own domain. Do not let this happen. You must master your domain rather than the other way around. You may be able to progress with greater ease if you conform yourself to the concepts and elements that comprise your domain, but you will pay an even greater price further into the future. Though Vess tried to maintain a skeptical mindset, he did not feel that she was lying about this subject. He strongly agreed with her message and preferred to remain in control over himself. Now that he thought about it, he already saw examples where expert pilots became so obsessed with their principles and convictions that their personalities changed right after undergoing apotheoses. Venerable Janzi Larkinson was the most definitive example of this phenomenon. Vess always wondered why certain expert pilots turned into different people, while others barely showed any changes to their personality. Now he knew. The degree of change was based on how extensively an expert pilot, or other cultivator, for that matter, allowed their domains to define themselves. How does this lesson relate to the system? Vess asked. Pay close attention to the upgrade tracks if the system presents them to you again, Cynthia said. Think about how much an option will benefit you or the system. You should be able to place the available choices in either of these categories. This should not only make it easier for you to make a choice that benefits you the most, but also gain an important insight on the ulterior motives of the system. If you suspect that all of the available options benefit it more than you, then that should give you a better understanding on how earnestly it is willing to serve you. A system that is not sincere about fulfilling its stated purpose has no reason to exist. That did not sound like a threat, but Vess was sure that the Mech designer system might interpret it that way, assuming that it was able to pay attention to this conversation. Perhaps his mother had just given the system a subtle nudge to behave. I never thought about the system from this angle. I will be sure to pay really close attention to this, Vess promised. I have a question, though. There are other ways to categorize the possible upgrade tracks. What if you can divide them into how much they will benefit me personally, and how much they can contribute to red humanity as a whole? Then you should choose the option that benefits you the most, Cynthia answered without any hesitation. You are not the sole savior of our civilization. Do not underestimate the will of the god pilots or the ingenuity of the star designers. Your greatest problem is that you are far too weak to possess enough agency over your own life. The Mechers, the Fleeters, and even an alien god king have successfully exerted their control over you. Do not allow this situation to persist. The sooner you become a master Mech designer and star designer, the sooner you can stand on your own in this dangerous galaxy. Any upgrade track that provides you with the best growth opportunities must be prioritized at all cost. That did not entirely sit well with Vess. His previous choice was a bit selfish, but Vess was also able to use the benefits of spiritual ascension to make several major contributions to human civilization. As a Mech designer, he felt obliged to seek additional ways to contribute to the Mech community and society as a whole. Doing so might not assist him as directly as he wished, but it would arm many other humans with the solutions they needed to repel the enemies that Vess was worried about. This was how Mech designers fought their battles. They never cared too much about improving their personal strength and fighting capabilities. Instead, they became better at arming other people with the Mechs they needed to smash their common enemies. Vess inwardly sighed. His mother was still an archetypical example of an old-school cultivator. She rejected the notion of developing a dependence on others and always emphasized the need to pursue personal power. Though he understood her viewpoints, that did not necessarily mean he agreed with them. He was his own person. He was not his mother. He refused to let her dictate his own choices. Chapter 59, 41 Ominous Undercurrents. Vess entered into a contemplative mood after his latest meeting with his mother. Her advice offered a lot of clarity. Though he wished she could have told him more, he had to admit that her advice was apt and relevant. However, her words also caused Vess to entertain doubts. It was so easy for him to behave like a good boy and follow his mother's advice and recommendations to the letter. Yet if he did so, he would behave more like his mother as opposed to himself. He may have inherited a few traits from his mother, but he grew up in a modern human society. Every time Vess encountered a vestige of humanity's ancient cultivation history, he frequently became confronted by a completely different human culture. So many people at the time struggled to compete with each other in a brutal contest for survival. The desire to monopolize the best resources available led to constant power struggles. Cooperation may be possible in certain cases. There was still plenty of room for honor, affection, duty, and even altruism. Yet when the most powerful gods of a society all turned out to be tyrants comparable to the subjugation king, then it was difficult for the cultivators below them to hold themselves to a higher standard. The individual struggle for power and eternity had become a central pillar of this tribal culture. As a product of modern human civilization, Vess did not like it at all. The 5 Scrolls Compact likely became responsible for its own downfall due to an inability to rein in all of the different personalities that abused their power and authority for their own gains. His mother's apparent past painted her as a murderous opportunist who was willing to betray her superiors, break her oaths, slaughter innocents, and sow terror in order to advance her own power. Though Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson did her best to paint the woman previously known as Cultmaster Original Sin in the worst possible light, Vess could not bring himself to deny that his mother was capable of committing these deeds. Though the present version of Cynthia Larkinson didn't behave nearly as deplorably, Vess was able to pick up plenty of clues through Veronica's eyes. His cyborg cat incarnation only possessed a limited understanding of the Oblivion Empire due to staying isolated on a single ship all of the time. This caused Veronica to only catch a small glimpse of the Oblivion Empire forged by Cynthia. This empire was anything but simple. It attracted ambitious and desperate Mech pilots like moths to a flame. Those who abandoned their previous lives and identities in human space became disturbingly loyal to the Lady of the Night at a remarkable speed. They fought and died against her enemies for a cause that did not really benefit them all that much. There were too many disturbing clues about the Oblivion Empire that Vess could not deny the uncomfortable truth any longer. His mother had turned into a despotic cultivator. Vess suspected that she engaged in a particularly insidious form of deity cultivation that was way more exploitative than any of his spiritual networks. In fact, Vess even suspected that she may have used his works as a template before twisting it to provide her with far greater advantages than what she deserved. Though Vess no longer considered himself a part of original humanity, that did not mean he lost all empathy towards them. His distant human cousins were still humans. The principle that every human possessed fundamental rights was too ingrained in his psyche for him to deny his mother's callous disregard towards ordinary folk. Ves wished he possessed the courage to confront his mother on this issue, but he never dared to do so. He already understood that the attempt was doomed to fail. Was this what it was like to live under the reign of a true god? He developed greater admiration towards god pilots. Their combat prowess was so enormous that they could easily topple the regime of a powerful state and rule it with an iron fist. Yet the fact that they clung to their honor and duty as protectors of the common folk was a miracle in itself. If Ves had a choice, he would much rather contribute to the rise of modern humanity than facilitate the rise of a despot. However, when that very same despot happened to be his mother, Ves found it extraordinarily difficult to cling to his values. Ves deeply cared about family. He had lost his mother once. He went through great lengths to bring her back to life. It would not be a mistake to claim that his mother was one of the most powerful products that he managed to restore. Unfortunately, taking credit for her return also burdened him with a sense of responsibility over his product. Cynthia had done far more than to take over the Nyxian Gap and build an empire that could help her defend against the enemies that rabidly sought to claim her life. Even to this day, the minions and the Cotter of the Five Scrolls Compact continued to invade the Nyxian Gap and wage a war of attrition against the Oblivion Empire. Though the frequency and the intensity of these battles had dropped to an extent, far too many soldiers of the Oblivion Empire sacrificed their lives just to buy time for Cynthia to recover her strength and complete her hidden schemes. Though Veronica was shielded from much of the affairs of the Oblivion Empire, she picked up enough clues on her mother's flagship to sense that a massive operation was in the works. It seemed that the Oblivion Empire had enough of remaining passive. The Oblivion Empress was likely preparing to launch a major offensive, but that was all Veronica was able to glean. She failed to gather any intelligence relating to Cynthia's goals, locations, assets, and timeframe. That unsettled her. Staying on the defensive was clearly not a long-term solution, but the bloodshed was bound to skyrocket once the Oblivion Empire launched a risky offensive. Perhaps Veronica had grown too comfortable with the status quo. She loved it that she finally managed to reunite with her parents. She did not want to ruin the stability of the present. "It's too bad those cultists refused to leave my mother alone," Ves muttered as he passed through a gate and stepped outside the perimeter of Diandi Base. His wife, along with her guards, had already reached the gathering spot in advance. She had plenty of reasons to arrive early. Ves rolled her eyes at the alien's translated speech. He still did not like what the Archie was saying, but Gloriana did not turn Heckle into a servile dummy. Every young and low-ranking member of the Archie race was trained to act in this fashion. Their archeshels were far too small and dull to elevate their status in their alien society. It was only through centuries of growth and selective feeding of high-grade materials that the more successful Archie rose in status and gained the respect they deserved. Archie society was quite fair and meritocratic when it came to social mobility. Of course, that did not prevent the emergence of aristocratic lines. Successful members of the Archie race became good at raising descendants who enjoyed many advantages during their childhood. The main advantage of these alien aristocrats was that they invested many generations into developing exclusive recipes of valuable materials. Special combinations of different materials could lead to the growth of exceptionally beautiful and powerful archeshels. Even if the size of an archeshel was not yet up to par, as long as it looked pretty enough, a young Archie could still rise above the lowest-ranking members of his race. This was one of the reasons why Gloriana managed to keep Heckle docile. His wife absolutely refused to transplant an archeshel on her back, yet she still needed to wear something in order to prevent Heckle from going mad. The exquisite arch glove was an acceptable compromise. Though Gloriana failed to turn it into a masterwork, it was well designed and possessed beautiful aesthetics. The cost of this hard-plated accessory could probably give first-class Mechs a run for their money due to the use of both face water and precious high-grade materials. One of the more notable traits of the arch glove was that the hyper materials were aspected towards metal. This not only made it easier for her to harmonize with Architect, but also strengthened her connection to any archie, as every member of this alien species ingested and incorporated a lot of metallic substances in their arch shells. Vess dismissed Heckle's greeting and presence. He did not come here to explore the mysteries of the archie and their advanced alien technology. There were more impressive and imposing pieces of tech that demanded his attention. So this is what you have decided to trade during the grand auction on Ector V. How typically male, Gloriana said in a flat and unassuming tone. I do not have too many problems with objects themselves. They are far more powerful than any other weapons in our possession. What I do take issue with is your judgment. Why did you commit thousands of kilograms of face water and valuable shares of the LMC for what amounts to toys for boys? Oh boy. Vess already anticipated this response from his wife. He could already tell during the grand auction that she would not be pleased by some of his choices, but he committed to his decisions anyway because it made sense from his perspective. He did not have any reason to apologize for the choices he made at the time. I managed to bring home plenty of strategic gains, honey. Both Starfarer Berth and the E-66 experimental yard have granted us genuine first-class shipbuilding capabilities that will generate greatest value for our clan over the long term. The Zeta-65 warp interdictor is based on exclusive tech that is expressly designed to counter transphasic technology and hunt down phase whales. Vess, his wife turned around and barked in his direction. I am not referring to those acquisitions. Obtaining shipyards was your original purpose, and the Zeta-65 comes with enough exclusive terms to retain its value over time. What I take issue with is these toys. She gestured her arm towards the objects that had just been delivered beyond the walls of Diandi Base. One of them was the long and slender container that held the Tier 3 destroyer Mech spear. The other was the Alpha Lifeguard first-class Masterwork support Mech. The final one was by far the biggest and most ostentatious of the bunch. This was because the Mechers had just delivered the Odhallan Sprius, a 350-meter-long juggernaut. The size of this outdated metal monstrosity was enormous. Even though it did not contain any extraordinary traits, its age combined with its titanic size already made it impossible for anyone to ignore its presence. Its imposing height and its humongous mass granted the juggernaut an overpowering physical presence that could easily diminish the stature of any other Mech in the vicinity. The Odhallan Sprius was so big that Vess had no idea where to store it. There was no space on the surface of Diandi Base. None of the underground spaces were tall enough to accommodate a mechanical monstrosity whose length was comparable to subcapital ships. Though the raw power of this metal beast was unimaginably high, its practicality was so abysmally low that Vess understood why juggernauts fell out of favor. I can explain, Vess said as he raised his palms in a placating motion. I did not buy this juggernaut because I wanted to play with a really awesome toy. There is immense strategic value in being able to field an actual juggernaut in battle. Chapter 59, 42 An Opportune Time. Though Gloriana faulted Vess' judgment and complained about his choices, she ultimately did not have too many objections over most of his acquisitions. The Alpha Lifeguard was a powerful first-class masterwork Mech that could provide ultimate protection to both Mechs and people. It had only grown more relevant than ever since Vess amazed Red humanity several times during his now infamous business trip. We do not have a qualified Mech pilot who can make full use of this powerful support Mech, Gloriana commented. We will have to borrow a Mech pilot from the Blue Jay fleet in order to enjoy its protection. Vess nodded in agreement. I have already issued a request. In the meantime, I have charged our clan with training or recruiting suitable pilots. It will not be easy to find the right pilots, because the Alpha Lifeguard requires special training in order to make full use of its remote shielding capabilities. All of the good first-class Mech pilots are tightly bound to their employers. Even if our clan manages to poach them, their loyalty and commitment are always in doubt. The less qualified first-class Mech pilots often possess slightly inferior genetic aptitudes, which makes it more challenging to maintain full control over a first-class Mech that is very dependent on micromanagement in order to realize its full potential. Are you telling me that it will take years before our clan is fully able to master the Alpha Lifeguard? Maybe longer than that, Vess admitted. I also want to upgrade it and convert it into a living Mech, but that is a huge undertaking. This is an advanced first-class masterwork Mech. Any upgrades we come up with must surpass a high-quality standard in order to retain the Alpha Lifeguard's special properties. Neither of us are ready for this. We need to promote to first-class Mech designers and build up a sufficient amount of experience before we can tackle such a project. Gloriana briefly grimaced. That is too long of a duration. It is not ideal to depend on a Mech that clearly has room for upgrades, yet will not receive any due to our own incompetence. However, I am confident enough that we will be able to give this powerful Mech the attention it deserves from us in a handful of years. Until then, we can depend on the protection that it can already cover. Master Goldstein is an excellent Mech designer by all accounts, and the work that he has adapted for private use still retains the essence of his design philosophy. While Gloriana clearly appreciated the Alpha Lifeguard regardless of whether it could be upgraded, she harbored greater concerns over the Tier 3 Destroyer Mech Spear. I know what this weapon can do, she said as she stared at the container that barely managed to keep the volatile weapon tame. Out of all of the melee weapons that we can equip onto our Mechs, I cannot think of anything more outrageous than this destroyer weapon. What I find questionable is the timing of this acquisition. You paid a heavy price to secure a weapon that no one in our clan is qualified to wield at this time. Even if one of our heroes finally managed to break through to Ace Pilot, it is not certain whether they are suitable to wield a spear. I think you are giving Ace Pilots too little credit, dear, Vess gently retorted. Ace Pilots can easily master the use of any weapon due to their superhuman capabilities. While I would have preferred to obtain a destroyer sword, the blade is far more expensive to fabricate than a spear that only needs a powerful spear tip. Personally, I am willing to keep this destroyer spear unused for a decade. Venerable Rosa Orphan is the most suitable candidate to wield this weapon. As soon as she completes her second apotheosis, I will not hesitate to give her the privilege to wield this weapon into battle. The native aliens won't know what they have in store. An Ace Mech armed with a Tier 3 Destroyer Spear should be able to overload any transphasic energy shield with much greater ease. Destroyer weapons were not optimized to neutralize energy shields, but that did not mean they were terrible at it. They still inflicted far greater damage on energy-based defenses, mainly due to their raw destructive potential. This was a strong reason for Vess to pay a lot to transfer it to his possession. The recent grand auction gave us a priceless opportunity to obtain a genuine Tier 3 destroyer weapon. It is unlikely the Terrans will give up any of the powerful destroyer weapons since they appear to be having trouble with producing more of them. Don't forget that the Terran Alliance only has a fraction of the high-end infrastructure of the greater Terran United Confederation. Red humanity did not lose a lot of knowledge, but getting cut off from humongous resources and high-tech industries of the Milky Way was devastating. There was a lot of tech in the Red Ocean that had become irreplaceable and in many cases unrepairable. It was still fine for the time being as the Great Severing was still relatively fresh. The technical problems related to getting cut off from the Milky Way were bound to become much greater in a decade or two. Red humanity had to speed up its technological conversion to ensure that all of the most critical machines and devices remained functional over the long term. Speaking of outdated Milky Way-derived technology, The Oedhalon Sprius was by far the most representative relic of the old galaxy. "The state of the juggernaut is better than I expected," Gloriana said, as she continued to examine the immense physical construction that was standing in a field next to Diandi Base. "That does not mean it is in a usable condition." The evolution, which clearly did not appreciate this trophy well enough to arrange proper maintenance in the decades it remained in her hands. Juggernauts may be built to withstand extreme stresses, but they should not be able to prevent the decay of its more delicate electronic and mechanical systems. "I did not acquire the Oedhalon Sprius to serve as an immediate boost to our defenses, Gloriana. Its present state is not good, but it doesn't really matter when we intend to redesign and rebuild it from the ground up. In fact, I can even argue that the physical juggernaut is not as valuable as the permit that comes with it. Buying this big machine has granted us a license to field a single juggernaut. So long as the dimensions of the Larkinson juggernaut did not diverge too much from the dimensions of the Oedhalon Sprius, it was very much possible to produce a brand new juggernaut. The Larkinsons just had to destroy the Oedhalon Sprius in order to comply with the terms set by the Red Association." Gloriana became thoughtful when she heard that. "That presents us with much greater leeway than I initially thought. Do you prefer to invest additional effort into preserving a part of the Oedhalon Sprius, or do you prefer to design a completely new juggernaut?" There were pros and cons to both possibilities, but Vess had already made his choice. "It will be troublesome, but I think it is ultimately worth it to overhaul and upgrade the Oedhalon Sprius," Vess answered. "Its history may be rather ignoble, but it is still a decades-old machine. The juggernaut had not been alive for all of this time, but its age is a form of accumulation in itself. I can make use of that to give the new and improved version of the Oedhalon Sprius a powerful head start." He did not have any concrete ideas to share with Gloriana. Whatever experimental ideas he came up with so far were not solid enough. Gloriana practically despaired when she thought about all of the time she needed to devote to redesigning such a powerful monster of a machine. "There is not enough time in our schedules to work on this juggernaut. Our workload is already high. There are far too many expert mechs that urgently require upgrades. Meanwhile, I expect our clan to produce more expert pilots in the following years. I am obliged to design proper expert mechs for all of them. In the meantime, I have to devote enough time on my studies, research as well as raising our children." Vess faced the same issue. The problem with the Oedhalon Sprius was that it required a massive time investment in order to convert into a powerful addition to the Larkinson clan's war arsenal. "Let's just leave it here for the time being," he decided. "It doesn't matter if we don't touch it for a decade or so. We can tackle this ambitious project when we have finally freed enough time in our schedules to upgrade it properly. By that time, we should have also mastered enough high technologies and new advancements to make it a lot stronger than if we embark on this project right away." His wife had no objection to this decision. It helped that there was no acute need for the juggernaut for the time being. Vess had also earned the right to colonize a valuable star system, but his clan was not even ready to do so. The preparations would likely take years, even if the Larkinsons enjoyed additional subsidies and support. Once the Larkinson clan established a proper first-class colony settlement, there was finally a reason to put a juggernaut to good use. The Oedhalon Sprius was designed to excel in planetary combat. So long as Vess and his wife added a lot of anti-orbit weaponry to its massive frame, it should be able to repel starships in orbit as well. Since there was no intention of upgrading the juggernaut, there was little point in sticking around any longer. Both Mech designers decided to turn around and head back inside Diandi Base. While Gloriana went back to the design lab in order to apply her latest insights on Architect on the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III project, Vess did not join her right away. He had a more important priority to deal with. His blood became increasingly hotter as he counted down the seconds. When Vess returned to his personal abode, he sat down on a chair and petted the gem cat that was dozing on a table. Meow. Hey again, buddy. I need you to guard me and remain alert. I don't know what is going to happen, but be ready to respond to anything. Meow. Lucky's condition had not been fully restored, but he was looking better than a week before. His digestion system was still working hard to digest the superclass alloy that continued to remain obstinate. Once Vess completed his preparations, he took a deep breath and settled in for an indeterminate wait. Roughly an hour later, he finally received the notification that he was waiting for all of this time. His entire consciousness shifted to a blank space. A vast gulf of emptiness spanned before his disembodied existence. It has become more complete and less flawed compared to its prior state. Vess was glad that his efforts weren't in vain. You are allowed to choose from one of 7 upgrade tracks, each of which share a relation to EE 343F00334R. They shall be presented to you one by one. If Vess was present in his physical body, he would have smiled by now. He had been looking forward to this moment. Chapter 59, 43, The Violet Refuge. The empty expanse around the consciousness of Vess began to change into a completely different setting. The void of deep space came into existence. Stars dotted the skies, though not ones that looked familiar. The illusion, for Vess recognized that he was not observing a location that existed in reality, presented a sea of stars that did not possess the red nebulas that defined the red ocean, nor the ubiquitous golden glow of Messier 87. Instead, a spherical boundary that glowed in a subtle shade of violet caged in this expanse of space. Vess had a powerful sense that the space beyond this violet boundary might look completely different from a vast expanse of space. What mattered was the space inside this violet energy bubble. It was not empty. Instead, it was filled with several large space stations and starships. The human-built space stations did not contain any familiar or unfamiliar markings. They looked rather generic if not for the fact that they were clearly built with the aim of providing long-term habitation in a fixed location in space. The spaceships also looked generic, making it look as if the system tried its best not to taint this illusion with biases or visions of a future timeline. Whatever the case, the collection of space stations and starships effectively formed a society that could easily host tens of millions of people. Shuttles and other space traffic showed that every ship and space station was very much active. Vess identified many forms of fixed defenses, but it was rather clear that the inhabitants weren't particularly afraid of getting invaded. The space within the violet energy bubble was protected somehow. It formed an oasis of safety in a cosmos that was filled with powerful enemies. The Violet Refuge falls under the control of the highest-ranking user of the Mech designer system, who can choose the anchoring coordinates, the entry and exit conditions, and more. The Violet Refuge will be limited in size at first, but many of its properties can be upgraded by spending ascension points. A pocket space. The first upgrade track amounted to a hidden refuge. Vess grew considerably less enthused when he heard that. He already had the Blinkhiverse. Sure, it was a completely imaginary space for the time being, but there was always a way to transform it into a material universe. Perhaps the biggest advantage of obtaining the Violet Refuge was that its physical laws and dimensions conformed to real space. A Mech built in this system-provided pocket space should work exactly the same in the rest of the cosmos. This was not necessarily the case in the Blinkhiverse. Some of its laws that governed its small reality diverged from the main universe. This granted Vess certain advantages, as he could do stuff that was not possible in normal space. Unfortunately, it could also lead to accidents and other compatibility problems if he shifted stuff from one universe to another. Vess was sure he could figure out solutions to these problems. The chance of accidents also shouldn't be too big, as the differences in laws of reality weren't all that big. How secure is this Violet Refuge? Can it block the tracking of my soul mark? he asked the system without producing any actual sound. Its volume, stability, detection avoidance, and defense against intrusion can all be improved to a high ceiling. The more ascension points the user is willing to spend, the more powerful it becomes. If there was one aspect about the system that Vess had confidence in, it was that it always attempted to deliver impressive results. Vess deduced that this may be an expression of the creator of the Mech designer system. Whoever made it probably shared a lot in common with Gloriana. Therefore, the Violet Refuge should be far more than a simple pocket space. It should truly do its name justice and provide Vess with a genuine refuge to hide against threats towards himself and his clan. Given all of the possible calamities foretold by the prophetic visions painted on the Zeal, Vess had plenty of reasons to believe that it was not redundant to prepare an extremely secure bolt hole for himself. No matter whether he needed safe harbor against humans or aliens, the Violet Refuge had the potential to shield him against many of his enemies. It also helped that Vess could apparently bring in a lot of people and objects into this exclusive pocket space. He could even turn it into a permanent habitat space. Generations of Larkinsons might grow up and die without ever venturing into real space. He understood why the system presented it as the first solution. The Violet Refuge probably offered the most direct solution to one of his greatest threats. If it became powerful enough to prevent the Subjugation King from tracking his coordinates or block his intrusion attempts, then Vess would gain lots of time to solve the dangerous soul mark in a more permanent fashion. That was already tempting enough for him to choose the first upgrade track right away. He refrained from doing so because he considered it to be a cowardly decision. Vess did not want to turn himself into a squirrel who dashed into his secret hiding place at the first sign of trouble. Sure, someone who possessed an affinity for darkness might consider this to be standard behavior, but Vess did not want to deal with his problem by avoiding confrontation all of the time. Besides, choosing the Violet Refuge meant that he would pass over 6 other upgrade tracks, any of which could offer more compelling options. Next, the illusion changed. The Violet Refuge disappeared. The environment changed to the system space that he was already familiar with. The same mountain top came into view always. The difference was that the white mists that obscured much of the surrounding terrain had receded by a huge extent. Vess found out that the available territory had expanded to include the rest of the mountain, as well as a large lake at the bottom. The lake immediately attracted his attention. He could immediately tell it was not a normal body of water. Instead, his incorporeal senses detected that the lake was filled entirely with face water. That was not even the best part. The lake was not calm. A fountain of face water constantly sprayed in the center. It turned out that the lake was more than a reserve. It was a face water wellspring. Different from other sources, the wellsprings inside the system space do not need to be supplied with materials. The initial generation of face water is relatively small at the beginning, but can be expanded by spending ascension points. The wellsprings can potentially be upgraded to produce as much face water as the entire red ocean dwarf galaxy. This was another powerful upgrade track. Being able to generate face water in a completely secure location immediately solved the constant shortage of face water. So long as the production rate became high enough, the Larkinson clan would never be short of face water ever again. What was even more promising was that face water generation completely cut off his dependence on the red ocean. In other words, if Vess and his people ever traveled to another galaxy like the Milky Way or Messier 87 one day, he did not have to worry about losing access to large sources of face water anymore. He could continue to reap the benefits of the red ocean's specialty product without actually remaining anchored to the dwarf galaxy anymore. This was an extremely powerful long-term benefit that would definitely justify this upgrade track. Having access to a source of face water also assisted his phase Lord cultivation. If he was no longer able to improve his true body through lightning baptisms, then he needed to grow it the old-fashioned way. The aliens did so through various means, but one of the most universal one was to steadily inject more face water into their bloodstreams. By doing this at a very gradual rate, the alien phase lords were able to increase their tolerance for higher concentrations of face water in a safe and stable manner. Naturally, the greater his face water concentration, the greater the demand for face water. Once his body proportions began to approach that of a small moon, he would need far more face water than he could ever plunder from an alien war fleet or stronghold. Vess knew that so long as he chose this powerful upgrade track, there was no need for him to rely on external sources anymore. Either the system would give him the option of procuring a PPS for a lot of ascension points, or he could just go without one and rely on infusing face water supplied by all of the face water wellsprings. In any case, Vess would become absolutely assured that he would gain abundant access to one of the most valuable and strategic resources of the Red Ocean. He even theorized that it may no longer be necessary for him to procure a face water production system. Either the system would give him the option of procuring a PPS for a lot of ascension points, or he could just go without one and rely on infusing face water supplied by all of the face water wellsprings. In any case, Vess would become absolutely assured that he would gain abundant access to one of the most valuable and strategic resources of the Red Ocean. On many occasions, the difference between victory and defeat was decided by access to resources. If Vess was willing to expose the fact that he could easily obtain far more face water than the rest of Red humanity combined, then he could gain a massive amount of leverage over the other human powers. He could potentially supply them with far more face water than the Red Cabal had access to. This would enable Red humanity to put up a far greater fight against the native aliens, as far more combat assets enjoyed the benefits of transphasic technology. Upgrade Track #2 definitely satisfied his personal interests, as well as the interests of human civilization. Still, an upgradable source of face water alone might not be enough to solve all of his problems. It might turn him into a much more attractive target instead. Another reason not to take this option was to consider whether its function largely became redundant so long as he was able to become a greater phase lord. If he was able to steal the PPS of a phase whale and implant it inside his body, he should definitely gain the ability to generate face water by himself. Sure, the production rate might not be as high, and his subsequent cultivation may proceed at a snail's pace, but he should at least be able to meet his own needs as well as that of his clan. Face water generation, therefore, wasn't as unique and irreplaceable as he originally thought. Besides, so long as Red humanity managed to win the Red War and take over the Red Ocean, the supply of face water across all of the conquered territories would become incomparable to current conditions. Vess concluded that this was a convenient but not quite essential upgrade track. There were many viable substitutes available, though they required a lot more effort and struggle to realize. Besides, Vess was not sure whether it was a good idea to build up an enormous dependency on face water. It had its strengths, but it might also limit the technological development of his clan in the long run. Hyper-technology had the potential to reproduce the powerful effects of face water in different ways. It just needed a lot of development before people figured out more sophisticated ways to manipulate space-attributed E-energy. In the end, Vess had to decide how much of his life should be dominated by face water. It was an exotic material that possessed much greater promise than what the phase whales had managed to uncover, but it required a huge commitment to realize its endless potential. Chapter 59, 44 Gate Bonanza. The system only presented 2 new upgrade tracks so far, and they were already powerful enough to be absolute game changers. Both of them were strongly related to the space element, just as Vess expected. This implied that once he completed another supply mission by submitting Yondu milk, the next round of system upgrades would probably be centered around biotechnology. the expanse of space shifted yet again. The mists that obscured the environment around the mountaintop covered everything else up yet again. The perspective shifted. Vess' consciousness appeared right in front of the time gate. The difference was that the gate in question looked a lot different than before. It had received a massive overhaul that caused it to become a lot bigger and thicker. Additional modules of indeterminate function had been added as well. The large gate activated. The view shifted to show a much larger portal floating in space. Vess instantly recognized it. How could he forget about the greater Beyonder Gate that was located in the Merion Ultima system in the Milky Way? No way. After a brief wait, the greater Beyonder Gate slowly activated. A large procession of human starships hailing from the Red Ocean slowly passed through the activated gate. Continuous upgrades can lead to the creation of an intergalactic gate network that can span across the cosmos. This looked and sounded quite familiar to Vess. Isn't this a way to recreate the Milky Way galactic gate network? Vess could understand the appeal of being able to support the creation of a new network of gates, especially if they fell under his control. However, the Red 2 should be fully capable of setting up a gate network themselves. Perhaps the only reason they hadn't already done so was because the Red Ocean was a lot smaller, so the demand for instant transportation was much smaller. The lesser Beyonder gates may be just a fraction as powerful as their greater counterparts, but they still required an immense amount of face water in order to function. Red humanity had better uses for face water than to build a mostly redundant gate network. Perhaps it made sense to set up a proper gate network if humans started to conquer a lot more territories. But for now, human-occupied space was so small that modern superdrive-equipped starships could easily cross from one end to the other end of human space in a matter of weeks or months. Vess did not actually possess much interest in creating his own gate network. The only promising part about the illusion presented by the system was the possibility of reconnecting to the greater Beyonder Gate located all the way in the Milky Way. This told him that if he chose this upgrade path, he may be able to offer salvation to Red humanity. If he could arrange an evacuation route back to the Milky Way, then he could save every human stuck in the Red Ocean from getting wiped out by the native aliens or enslaved by the Subjugation King. Sure, it may be a cowardly decision to run without putting up a fight to the very end, but no one would blame Vess and the others for running away from an incoming God King. Vess couldn't help but associate this upgrade track to the prophetic vision called the triumphant return to the Milky Way. Had he been responsible for helping Red humanity return to the Milky Way in this possible future timeline? That may very well be the case. The only point of uncertainty was that if he arranged for Red humanity's evacuation back to the galaxy they originally came from, this reunion would be anything but triumphant. He mentally shrugged. Who cares? If the alien God King can't be stopped, I can at least buy a lot of time for myself and my family. Getting soul marked by this tyrannical bastard was his fault. It was only fair that he would suffer the consequences of his own recklessness. What he couldn't accept was the possibility that he doomed the rest of his family. His children did not deserve to suffer for his mistakes. Each of them was special, and he just knew that the Subjugation King would take a liking for them. Aurelia was especially attractive because her companion spirit just happened to possess a powerful affinity for the light element. As a parent, he would do anything to save her from a predator. If he had to choose this upgrade track and figure out a way to reconnect to the greater Beyonder Gate in the Merion Ultima system, then that was a worthwhile endeavor. Still, does running away solve the problem? Not necessarily. He would just be able to bring himself along with much of what was left of Red humanity back to a low-energy environment. Though it would be nice to reunite with his mother and father with his main body, he feared that all he would do was to delay the inevitable. There was no way that the Subjugation King would settle for conquering the Red Ocean. Once he gained access to all of the face water available in the dwarf galaxy, the entire cosmos opened up to him. With his immense power and vast amount of alien knowledge, he would definitely find a way to jump all the way to the Milky Way. Once the God King arrived in the Milky Way, he would definitely seek to conquer the much larger galaxy, low-energy environment or not. Just the fact that Vess still bore the alien tyrant's soul mark would just make it a lot easier for him to dial in the right coordinates. Wait, is this the reason why I got chained up like a war criminal in one of the prophetic visions? He had no idea whether this was the case, but it sounded like a plausible scenario. To be sure, Vess did not think the Subjugation King or other invaders from Messier 87 would let off the Milky Way. They would find out the origin of the human race soon enough by capturing and interrogating a lot of people and aliens once they arrived in the Red Ocean. Vess did not even possess a lot of confidence that red humanity and original humanity, combined, could fend off a Subjugation King with access to lots of face water. The Milky Way was broken and devoid of energy that could give humans the edge they needed to defeat an actual God King. This is not that great of a choice. Those portals are all vulnerable to attacks, and they can't be built in locations where no human has reached before. Another point of criticism was that humans had already mastered this technology. Their Beyonder gates might not be as sophisticated, but they could do the job well enough. The main attractions of selecting this upgrade track was to build and control his own gate network and to recreate a bridge between the Red Ocean and the Milky Way. Vess was ready to move on and explore another possible choice. Next, his perspective went back to the time and space gate. This time, the device had been modified in other ways. It looked smaller but also more mystical. The transformed gate activated. It generated a portal that led straight to the streets of the capital city of New Constantinople Roman 8. The gate shut down, then activated a portal that led to an entirely different location. Vess could see that it led to the cat nest on Davut. The gate proceeded to repeat this routine. It opened up gates at other locations in the Red Ocean, both on land and in space. The time and space gate granted Vess the ability to relocate directly to the surface of different planets, to the interior of mobile starships, such as the Spirit of Bentheim. Vess already deduced that the time gate gained a portal generation function. This was not all. The best part about this was that the destination did not require an expensive and vulnerable portal. He could just program a destination and appear where he wanted. Upgrade path #4, portal exploration, transforms the time gate into a time and space gate. Allows for one-way transportation to locations and coordinates that you have previously visited in the past. The user must pay an increasing amount of ascension points to enable instant displacement across further distances and more difficult locations. Further upgrades can increase the maximum displacement distance, create one-way portals to destinations that the user has yet to visit, and increase the size of the time and space gate. The user can spend a large amount of ascension points to enable the creation of permanent portals and two-way portals. His enthusiasm for this upgrade track dropped a bit when he learned that he would have to pay ascension points for each passage to a destination without a portal. The advantage was still great. So long as he earned enough of them, he could potentially reach destinations that were normally inaccessible. He could already think of many possible uses for this. He gained the ability to move between different planets and fleets belonging to the Larkinson clan. He could instantly escape a losing battle before his enemies could kill or capture him. He doubted that anyone could stop him from getting away the instant he entered the system's space. He could sneakily move behind enemy lines and appear on a distant alien planet. From there, he could wreak havoc or steal a lot of valuable goods such as face water or architect. If he upgraded the time and space gate extensively enough, then he may even be able to hop to a different dwarf galaxy or arrive directly inside Messier 87. So long as Vess ensured that he maintained his distance from the likes of the Subjugation King, He could make good use of his ability to appear in other galaxies to plunder specialty resources and absorb valuable alien knowledge. Perhaps he might even be able to bring a small group of family to a galaxy that was so distant that it would take the subjugation king's centuries to arrive, even if he managed to enrich himself with a lot of face water. The problem is that this option is clearly a lot smaller in scale. He liked Universal Gate Network a lot more for providing powerful infrastructural support. It was a benefit that not only made life better for himself, but also read humanity as a whole. Portal exploration was a lot more limited in scale. He wondered whether it was only possible to pass through it from the system's space. Is there an upgrade that can allow me to generate this portal in real space? Vess grew relieved. He did not have to let others enter his system's space in order to pass through an active portal. That vastly reduced the risk of exposure. Despite the smaller scope and the constant need to pay ascension points for every activation, he actually took a liking for this option. He could get up to a lot of mischief with portal exploration. He could raid his enemies and disappear before he was ever in danger of getting caught. He could potentially leave the red ocean behind and hop to a neighboring dwarf galaxy that had never received human visitors in the past. So long as he had enough ascension points, the entire cosmos was within reach. The scale is a lot smaller, though. Would he be able to arrange an evacuation route for his entire clan? That sounded unlikely, unless he was willing to invest a lot of ascension points in upgrading this parameter. That was troublesome because AP was limited. Trying to upgrade capacity might cause Vess to have too few ascension points left to upgrade the maximum distance. There was no way he could have it both ways with how much AP he was able to earn. Unless I am not the only user anymore. Chapter 59, 45, A Growing Incentive to Share. Vess suddenly realized that many of the upgrade tracks promised a lot of powerful features, but only after investing a lot of ascension points. Wouldn't he be able to upgrade these powerful system features if he started to empower trustworthy Mech designers such as Gloriana and Alexa? His eyes lit up. This idea had a lot of merit. It is becoming increasingly harder for me to shoulder this burden alone. I can do a lot more with additional help. However, Vess quickly recalled the reason why he never went through with inviting another Mech designer to become a user of the Mech designer system. Others might end up hijacking the system from him one day. Though Vess did not value the system as much as everyone else, he could not deny that he possessed enough selfishness to keep it for himself. He did not trust anyone else with its power. If they ended up similar to the polymath and forgot the most basic principle of the Mech designer profession, then the new users of the system posed an enormous threat to modern human civilization. Yet, the allure of increasing AP generation had become a lot stronger now. The upgrade to the Mech designer system this time was clearly based around collective benefits this time. The 4 upgrade tracks provided so far increased the need for more AP. If the missions offered by the system did not present more lucrative forms of income, then the only way to further strengthen the new additions was to invite more Mech designers. Vess grew unsettled. When Vess decided to take a step back and examine the implications of the upgrade tracks that the Mech designer system presented so far, he eventually managed to identify a concerning pattern. Each of these upgrade tracks require astronomical amounts of AP to unlock their full potential. The immediate implication of the existence of these AP sinks was that Vess could no longer rely on himself to feed this bottomless pit. He would subsequently become incentivized to invite others to partake in the system. As long as they became users, they possessed the capacity to earn ascension points. The greater the group of users, the greater the rate of AP income. Vess might not even have to design Mech in person anymore. He could just sit back, relax, and spend AP on increasingly costly upgrades. No matter whether he opted for face water generation or portal exploration, as long as he brought in enough people, He would become assured that he would soon gain more power than ever before. Ves had been looking for ways to accelerate his growth and gain enough hard power to resist his enemies. The latest upgrade seemed tailored to solve his greatest concern. Ves felt reassured that the system exhibited signs that it was aware of his growing predicament. It showed a willingness to lend a hand by tailoring its upgrade tracks that could solve his problems. However, Ves found it difficult to put his complete trust in the system. What is your angle? From the moment he looked at this situation from a more critical angle, he suddenly made an important realization. This scenario started to look awfully familiar. The 5 Scrolls Compact used to operate on a similar business model. The members of this infamous cult toiled on the behalf of one of the sacred scrolls and got rewarded for their efforts. The Compact at its height had become extremely powerful. A huge amount of cultivators had fallen under the sway of the benefits provided by the sacred scroll. The holy sons and daughters received the greatest favor of them all and organized the remaining cultists to ensure they utilized their power and resources effectively to channel a large amount of contributions to the sacred scroll. The business model adopted by the 5 Scrolls Compact was not necessarily evil or nefarious. The reason why it ended up so badly was because the sacred scrolls had been made with impure motives in mind. Ves felt a lot more ambivalent towards the upgrade tracks presented by the system this time. If his suspicion was right, the following options were not going to be any cheaper. The point of this elaborate scheme was to channel the greatest benefits to the metal scroll, and so on. They needed to absorb a huge amount of resources in order to fuel the revival and return of their mysterious creators. It was a huge conspiracy from beginning to end. The users of the sacred scrolls had all been turned into glorified slaves. Neither the scrolls nor their creators had any reason to care for the well-being of their exploited minions. Ves felt a lot more ambivalent towards the upgrade tracks presented by the system this time. If his suspicion was right, the following options were not going to be any cheaper. They were practically set up in a way that incentivized a large increase in the user base of the system. Ves wondered how long he would be able to resist the urge to invite others to make use of the system. He had a strong hunch that the time where he was the only user of the Mech designer system was gradually coming to an end. His needs grew bigger with each passing year. His responsibilities had skyrocketed as well do his rapid rise in human society. Ves urgently needed to speed up Red humanity's growth as well as boost his personal power. He could not do so by relying on his own efforts. Though he was far from ready to invite other people to partake in the system, he was already beginning to think about possible candidates. Only 3 names came to mind. There's my wife. Though he frequently clashed with her on many matters, they also worked together extremely well. Ves had never doubted her competence and integrity as a Mech designer. Ves expected her to do well once she gained access to all of the features of the Mech designer system. That meant that she could start earning lots of AP very soon. On top of that, Gloriana also invested a lot of attention into her craftsmanship. Though she was not as good as him at the moment, she had learned a lot and was constantly making progress. She would have made a lot more strides in this area if she hadn't become sidetracked by Architect during the past few months. Once she managed to elevate her craftsmanship to the next level, she would probably be able to earn Radiant lottery tickets at a steady rate. More Radiant lottery tickets translated into more powerful goodies. Even if they weren't particularly useful to the Larkinsons, they could always sell them to others in exchange for other valuable concessions. Alexa Strion is my direct disciple. She has proven her trustworthiness already, and she is truly dedicated to the craft. The young journeyman was not only an extremely well-educated Terran Mech designer, but she also agreed with Ves on many matters. Her design philosophy was derived from his own, and her passion for living Mechs was genuine. She never gave him a reason to doubt her loyalty or motivation. That did not mean that their relationship might grow more competitive and adversarial in the future, but for now, she was firmly in his camp. As an upstanding member of the Larkinson clan, Vess trusted her to put the interests of the clan above the interests of other human powers. It did not seem reckless for him to induct her into the system one day. The third candidate is Marvane. He was far too young to work as a Mech designer, let alone make use of the system. It was not even certain whether Marvane was willing to continue his studies. If he decided to commit to this profession and graduate from a Mech design university, Vess was willing to induct him into the system. Vess had started to make use of the system shortly after he graduated from the Rittersberg University of Technology. It would be a nice family tradition if his son followed his footsteps. He feared that Marvane might develop a dependence on the powerful functions of the system right away, but its incentive structure was still reliant on designing mechs. Since Vess was able to escape this potential trap without receiving any special guidance, his son should be able to fend for himself. He was already smart in his own right. He also had his father watching over him at all times. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that this was the right course to go forward. He could no longer shoulder every burden by himself. It would be great if the people by his side improved faster once they gained access to the functions of the system. Vess mentally shrugged and decided to check out the remaining options. Let's continue. Show me the next upgrade track, please. The time and space gate changed yet again. This time, it became a little smaller, but the entire clearing had also changed. Tall black pillars had sprung up. Cages and holding facilities had appeared. Their presence all cast a more ominous light on the altered environment. The gate went active. As an active portal formed at an unknown location, a random alien being suddenly appeared. The alien did not look like any species that Vess was familiar with. The newcomer was equipped with transphasic technology, so it was obvious that he had been plucked from another location in the Red Ocean. While the alien still looked confused at how he ended up in this completely new mountain environment, the black pillars instantly went active. The alien screamed and dropped onto the ground. At the same time, a cage dropped on top of him and deprived it of its freedom. Once the alien lost the ability to resist, the cage floated up the ground and started to transport the new captive to the nearby holding facility. The gate activated yet again. This time, it spat out an alien Vess never expected to see on this side of the cosmos again. Is that an Osisith? The large Osisith was an insectile alien that possessed a large body that was covered by a sharp, purple exoskeleton. The alien's formidable stature and thick natural armor made it clear that it was part of a soldier subspecies. The reason why Vess managed to recognize the Osisith right away was because this was an infamously powerful race in the Milky Way. The Osisith ranked 5th among the 7 apex races. The insectile race had once ruled a large portion of the Milky Way. Despite the formidable combat prowess of this soldier subspecies, the black pillars instantly sapped it of much of its strength. Another cage formed around its large body and brought him to the holding family. The pattern repeated several more times. Each time the gate activated, a different alien being appeared, likely without permission, hence the need to restrain the new arrivals. At one time, the area around the gate expanded even further. After that, the gate spat out a phase wail. The old and powerful alien immediately grew angry. It put up so much resistance that it almost broke the cage. The acquisition process is based on principles that rules out precise targeting. This process can be improved by spending ascension points on upgrading the maximum range, narrowing the acquisition zone to a more defined region, increasing the upper strength limit, and adding options for more precise targeting of beings that possess specific traits. At its height, random being acquisition allows the user to obtain living beings across the entire universe. Damn! This was a powerful option. Vess could derive so many benefits if he was able to use random being acquisition to come into contact and capture all manner of powerful alien beings. Whether he wanted to steal their unique knowledge or harvest them for ingredients, there was huge potential in this option. This was especially the case if he upgraded it to the point where it could capture alien beings native to Messier 87. He could learn so much if he managed to get his hands on an alien engineer. However, the randomness of the acquisition process reminded him of capricious lottery draws. He was not entirely comfortable with the idea of turning the gate into another version of the wishing fountain. Chapter 59, 46 Portal Fantasy. The fifth upgrade track was definitely the sketchiest option that the system presented so far. The previous ones were all benign in nature. They allowed Vess to either build useful stuff or grant him capabilities that he could use for good or ill. Random being acquisition was different because it directly targeted random beings living throughout the universe. Nobody wanted to get kidnapped, brought back to a mysterious space before subsequently getting stuffed into a cage. This option was tailor-made for Vess if he wanted to grow his power by plundering the strength of other alien beings. He was sure he could gain access to plenty of solutions that would ease the process of extracting valuable knowledge and secrets from the minds of intelligent organisms. He might also be able to improve his ability to harvest unique or valuable resources from powerful captives. If Vess was able to use this upgrade track to capture phase whales and phase lords on a consistent basis, then it would be more than worthwhile for him to spend lots of ascension points. It would be even better if he was able to make the time and space gate powerful enough to kidnap aliens from Messier 87. This is not an easy option, Vess mentally frowned. The value of this upgrade track was directly proportional to his ability to extract value from his captives. If he wanted to make the most out of the ascension points invested in this upgrade track, he not only needed to get good at plundering everything of value from a captured alien. He also had to find ways to convert the acquired beings into loyal minions and subordinates. Vess suddenly recalled the old cartoon dramas that he used to watch when he was young. There was a period of time when the age-old portal fantasy genre enjoyed a resurgence for the umpteenth time. Ordinary people who lived in a normal society suddenly got transported into a completely different fantastical setting. After their arrival, they quickly utilized their modern ingenuity or their special powers to gain an advantage and rampage across their new environments. Although fantasy could never match reality, Vess had the impression that random being acquisition shared a close resemblance to all of those old stories. Is this a way for me to kidnap individuals with special abilities and hoodwink them into serving my cause? The universe was unimaginably big. The amount of galaxies spread across the cosmos easily surpassed 2 trillion. There was a huge variety of living beings out there. The vast majority of them comprised of little more than bacteria and other weak organisms, but the more powerful among them likely developed a lot of weird and unique advantages. The Alsha race became powerful by exploiting the power of worklaw crystals. The phase whales were able to make use of face water to grow their bodies to moon-sized proportions. The extinct Luminar crystal race invented an amazing form of high technology based on creating special crystals. The Archie had developed a powerful new tech base that worked on radically different principles from conventional technology. In short, there were lots of powerful alien beings out there that could contribute completely new insights and capabilities to Vess. From increasing the direct combat power of his personal retinue to providing groundbreaking technological advancements to red humanity, there was huge potential in this upgrade track. However, there were 2 dubious aspects about random being acquisition that made Vess hesitate about picking this option. The first one was that there was a strong element of randomness to the selection process. Who knew whether spending his ascension points would yield a profitable result? This was no different from gambling. The second dubious aspect was that random being acquisition was not entirely unique. Portal exploration allowed Vess, or a hand-picked capture team, to teleport to a completely foreign location and snatch valuable alien targets by themselves. Of course, the upgrade track needed a lot of AP investment in order to make this capture operation viable. Vess had to be able to generate a two-way portal to prevent himself and his people from getting stranded in the middle of hostile territory. Since this was a possibility, why should he favor the fifth upgrade track? Random being acquisition is a lot narrower in scope, but it does its job a lot better. There is no need to risk myself by venturing into dangerous places. So long as any alien being enters the system space, it should be easy enough to subdue the new arrival. The holding facility is a completely secure prison that can probably block all forms of tracking and detection. It should also offer solutions that allow me to extract much greater value from my captives than if I rely on ordinary means. That last part was extremely important to Vess. It was always difficult to interrogate different alien beings, as their differences made it difficult to figure out how to apply sufficient pressure on these unfamiliar species. The more extreme and divergent the aliens, the harder it became to understand them, let alone get them to spill their secrets. There's too much randomness in this option. Vess mentally sighed. The benefits may be unimaginably high if I can kidnap an alien inventor, but it can also cause me to waste a lot of AP in vain. Though Vess possessed a higher than average risk tolerance, that did not mean he lost his appreciation for stabler alternatives. He decided to set aside further considerations for later. He still had 2 more upgrade tracks to explore. Next, this time, the setting changed to show a random, untamed planet. The lush green environment showed that the globe supported a life-bearing ecosystem. The biodiversity of this planet was quite impressive. Exobests of many different varieties tried to eke out a living. Exotic radiation occasionally caused a few exceptional specimens to mutate and gain extraordinary power. The calamity beasts that rose up among the fiercest native organisms ruled over their respective territories like kings. Each of them sought to defend their lands, rule over their dependent tribes, and find ways to evolve into god beasts. It was quite an idyllic sight. Yet one day, all of that changed when a dimensional tier appeared above a certain region. The gap in the fabric of space released a flood of energies that originated from a completely different dimension from the material one. The energies spilling out from this gap had an immediate and catastrophic effect on the ecosystem. Many exobests and exoplants died out as they became exposed to energies that their bodies couldn't bear. Mass extinction soon engulfed the entire continent and subsequently the entire planet. The effect was the greatest on the side of the planet where the tier originated. The opposite side of the planet managed to escape the worst effects, but continuous exposure slowly caused the more powerful and resilient organisms to fall and die. Doomsday had come to the untamed planet. However, not everything was destined to end. Life always finds a way. Though more than 99.9999% of all species died out after getting exposed to foreign energies, a small proportion of exobests and exoplants somehow managed to adapt to the extreme circumstances. Many of them had mutated before and self-evolved fast enough to tolerate the foreign energies, especially when they resided on the opposite side of the planet. The more successful among them even managed to draw strength from the foreign energies, allowing them to grow stronger and gain fantastic new abilities. After an unknown amount of years, the untamed planet eventually managed to recover. The dimensional tier still spilled out energies that were absolutely lethal to ordinary life forms, but the ones that had managed to repopulate the globe had all developed an amazing tolerance for them. Many couldn't even live without the powerful energies anymore. Vess recognized the incredible value of these new species. Just like E-energy radiation, the energies supplied by the dimensional tier produced different kinds of mutations that could provide valuable reagents or exceptionally powerful exobests. Isn't this a replication of what happened to Eon Coronaroman 7? How could Vess forget his unforgettable adventure at the planet where the Starlight Megalodon had crashed? He had come into contact with so many wonderful and terrible phenomena while he stayed on the planet. From befriending Kalanxo to almost getting killed by Sigrund, the mission related to Eon Coronaroman 7 had forged his old self into the Mech designer he was today. Though a part of him still resented all of the trauma and suffering he endured, while he endeavored to retrieve a vial of life-prolonging serum, another part of him appreciated how much stronger he had grown after he came back with his life intact. The thought of being able to create more planets, like Eon Coronaroman 7, definitely held a lot of allure to Vess. The surroundings changed to show a completely different planet. This one was already colonized by humans. Billions of people lived across thousands of settlements spread across the surface. Another dimensional tier opened up above a random city. Unlike last time, the tier did not spill out any dangerous and lethal energies. Instead, the tier took the form of a portal that led into a very strange and alien space. The local humans quickly took charge of the area and cautiously explored the dimensional tier. Seeing that it did not introduce any direct harm to the planet and ecosystem, the humans first sent out probes, bots, and ultimately human field teams. After a lot of cautious explorations, the bots and field teams eventually exited the dimensional tier while holding all kinds of bizarre loot. The haul consisted of unstable crystals, strange metal ores, and living creatures that were neither carbon-based nor silicon-based. Soon, the humans confirmed that the dimensional tier led to a parallel but radically different dimension that was filled with all manner of strange resources. The local rulers quickly chose to construct a set of defensive fortifications and research institutions around the dimensional tier. Each haul brought back valuable goods that could not be sourced anywhere else in the Red Ocean. The researchers eagerly studied the strange items and eventually managed to achieve a few breakthroughs. Mechs that incorporated these bizarre materials started to show up. Each of them exhibited much better performance than comparable machines. The energy weapons of these strange Mechs bypassed transphasic energy shields entirely. The Mechs gained the ability to phase right through deadly attack salvos when activated at the right time. The strange machines were also able to launch missiles that spontaneously transformed everything around the impact site into shiny and reflective metal. All in all, the forces who fielded these abnormal Mechs clearly gained a lot of power by exploiting the resources taken from the other side of the dimensional tier. The different dimensions can contain all manner of energy, resources, or hazards. This upgrade track can be upgraded to increase the maximum size of the tier, prevent the passage of undesirable matter and energy, breach into more or less accessible dimensions, and create tiers at greater distances. At its height, and with heavy investment of high-quality resources, this upgrade track may gain the potential to breach into a completely separate universe. What? Much of the explanation provided by the system did not exceed his expectations, but that final part completely caught Vess off guard. Is this for real? The system essentially promised that he would gain the ability to travel the multiverse. Vess would no longer remain confined to the current universe anymore. Even though the amount of AP and resources needed to strengthen dimension breach creation would definitely be astronomical, it gave Vess hope that he would be able to escape the reach of the Subjugation King and any other enemies that he could not defeat in the foreseeable future. As powerful as God Kings may be, Vess doubted that they possessed the power to travel to a separate and fully formed universe. This was definitely another upgrade track with an extremely high ceiling. Chapter 59, 47 Fractalization. As Vess climbed his way to the upper ranks of human society, he gained access to increasingly more powerful tech. From linking technology to the EdNet, He earned the qualifications to make use of the best and most advanced technologies produced by human civilization. He even won the privilege to build and make use of his own battlecruiser recently. The benefits were immense. Vess became more motivated to contribute to the Red Association and the Red Fleet. As long as he furthered their goals, the Mechers and the Fleeters would not be too stingy with their rewards. Yet, there was only so much advanced tech and goodies that the Red Two could provide. They were all limited by the scarcity of resources and the shortage of brilliant minds in the new frontier. It was difficult to develop amazing new tech when working under heavy resource constraints. Dimension breach creation promised to solve one of Red humanity's fundamental problems. The solution: open a tier to an exotic dimension and figure out ways to farm the powerful matter and energy that resided on the other side. Sure, the danger factor of working with all of this dangerous stuff was extremely high, but the potential rewards were equally as lucrative. Though opening breaches to random dimensions could easily doom a planet or a star system, it could also grant the controllers a huge amount of wealth and other benefits. Vess saw great promise in this option. It not only had the potential to solve Red humanity's critical lack of resource availability, but it could even produce a more profound change on human-occupied space. If my suspicions are correct, then I might be able to turn all of human space in the Red Ocean into an artificial high-energy environment. It would be ideal if he was able to find and breach a hole that led into a dimension that was rich with E-energy, but Vess was not sure whether that was possible. No matter. There were many other higher dimensions available that contained all manner of other useful energies. As long as Vess managed to create enough breaches that led into energy-rich dimensions, the constant transfer of energy into the material realm would cause radical transformations to the environment. Vess believed that if he went far enough with this, he could potentially increase the energy density of human space to the point where it started to match the energy density of Messier 87. However, the risks were extremely high. Who knew whether the dimensions were devoid of bizarre alien predators and other existential threats? If he happened to open a breach that led into the wrong dimension, he may unwittingly unleash an ancient alien monster that could snuff out all life in the Red Ocean with just a single expression of its cosmic power. Vess relaxed a bit when he reminded himself that the system would probably implement enough safety precautions to prevent such accidents from occurring. He may have to pay a lot of AP in order to reduce the risks, but it was an acceptable price to pay. Dimension breach creation had already become one of his favorite options. Although Vess and other people needed to conduct a lot of research and exploration to figure out the best ways to exploit the dimensional tiers, the potential profitability was insanely high. The capacity to access other dimensions on a much wider and more consistent scale had the potential to supercharge the growth of Red humanity. The Larkinson clan could also monopolize dimensional tiers of their own. Vess would definitely try to open up access to dimensions that contained the most lucrative resources. There was no need for the Larkinsons to claim large amounts of territory that was difficult to defend. They could just fortify a couple of planets and continuously mine resources in different dimensions without worrying about running dry. Unfortunately, Vess did not think that opening up dimensional tiers would allow him to evade the pursuit of the Subjugation King. At most, it only gave him the ability to harvest powerful resources. It was up to him and the rest of Red humanity to figure out how to convert them into powerful products. In any case, Vess had one more upgrade track to consider. Next, the environment changed to show a copy of his own true body floating in deep space. Vess had grown really big as of late. His face water concentration measured at 3.8% last he checked. Even though that was still far from reaching 100%, he had made a lot of progress compared to his previous state. Replacing just 3.8% of his blood circulation could cause his body to exceed the height of a typical Mech by as much as 3 times. If this rate of physical growth remained constant at greater concentrations of face water, then a day might come where his body might become big enough to allow people to live on the surface. How absurd. Vess already guessed that the last upgrade track was related to promoting his phase lord cultivation. The illusion of his true body began to show unusual phenomena. He initially expected his true body to grow in size or display exotic new spatial abilities. It would make sense for the system to facilitate his body cultivation. It could do this by giving him the option to spend ascension points to increase his face water concentration. It could also increase his utilization of face water by implanting new face water organs and upgrading his existing ones. Perhaps it would even allow Vess, and potentially every other user of the Mech designer system, the option to purchase a face water production system without needing to hunt down a phase whale or greater phase lord. Instead of doing that, strange lines formed on his body. These lines grew increasingly thicker and more numerous. At a certain point, the space occupied by his true body suddenly started to fracture and break into cubes. What the hell is going on? Vess mentally wondered. His true body broke apart, but it did not actually come to any harm. Instead, the unusual transformation changed his body in such an odd fashion that it became a lot stronger than before. Powerful attacks slammed into the odd body, yet the attacks either reflected, broke apart, or simply hit nothing as the space blocks moved out of the way. Once the fractalized body went on the attack, it was able to break apart a powerful first-class multipurpose Mech by pointing a finger at its target. The illusion produced shadowy Mechs that began to attack the fractalized version of Vess. Powerful attacks slammed into the odd body, yet the attacks either reflected, broke apart, or simply hit nothing as the space blocks moved out of the way. Once the fractalized body went on the attack, it was able to break apart a powerful first-class multipurpose Mech by pointing a finger at its target. A second later, the Mech broke apart into tens of thousands of cubes of space and matter. Unlike Vess, the Mech clearly wasn't able to remain functional after all of its parts got diced before being physically separated from each other. The other hostile Mech quickly retreated and tried to take Vess down by relying on long-ranged attacks. The strategy was sound, but the fractalized version of Vess performed an even weirder move. A few blocks moved away from the rest and started to grow in size. Once these aberrant blocks grew big enough, they began to disgorge shadowy Mechs that had been stored inside a part of his body. These were clearly living Mechs of his own design, though Vess was not able to study their exact designs. What mattered was that the living Mechs quickly went into action and employed their own powerful weapons to fight against the distant threat. Since the friendly Mechs outnumbered the enemy one, the ones deployed by Vess quickly won the fight. Now that they had done their jobs, the friendly Mechs flew back and re-entered the strange space blocks, which subsequently rejoined its cube-shaped brethren. Vess' true body eventually re-emerged whole after all of the space blocks rejoined each other again. What the hell? This upgrade track can assist in promoting more advanced cultivation based on deeper, as well as alternate forms of spatial manipulation, at the cost of spending ascension points. The available services are not specific to phase lord cultivation, but can provide indirect assistance that can unlock more powerful or alternate forms of power expression. When a user has achieved great success in fractalization, it is possible for him or her to reproduce many of the actions enabled by prior upgrade tracks. Vess initially thought that the 7th and last upgrade track was just a really weird form of phase lord cultivation. It was more than that. If he interpreted this correctly, it promoted a powerful form of Kai cultivation based on the space element. If Vess ever managed to become powerful enough, he no longer needed to rely on the system to teleport to other galaxies or open dimensional tiers. This was because Vess effectively gained the power and expertise to accomplish these feats by himself. That is true power. Vess would be lying if he claimed that he was uninterested in grasping this power. However, he was realistic enough to understand that the amount of resources and effort required to reach this ultimate state was probably much greater than all of the other options. Cultivation was difficult. Vess needed to invest so much effort into Kai cultivation that he would not be able to devote as much time in Mech design or other productive activities. Fractalization is much more suitable for me if I chose to integrate the space element as a major component of my domain. Vess mentally frowned. He had ultimately settled on a different course. That made this upgrade track much less attractive, as he did not possess an innate advantage in this cultivation approach. If he chose fractalization anyway, then the system might transform Vess to the point where space became the fourth major element of his domain. Alternatively, Vess needed to do the hard work himself. This would not only take a lot of years, but also slow down his progression as a Mech designer. This is too big of a downside. The allure of being able to master the power of space in such a versatile manner was incredibly attractive to Vess. He was keenly aware that if he chose the other upgrade tracks, he would lose access to many of their benefits once he lost control of the system. That would not happen if he managed to make high attainments in fractalization. His cultivation belonged to himself, so he would still retain much of his strength even if he bid farewell to the system. This was a compelling reason for him to keep this final upgrade track into consideration. Besides, fractalization might not be the most suitable option for me, but what about other users? Vess could induct his children and other Larkinsons into the system. If they developed a powerful interest or affinity in the space element, he could encourage them to spend their AP on fractalization. Ever since he broke a psychological barrier that discouraged him from pulling other people into the Mech designer system, he began to think a lot more on how to maximize their participation. Anyway, now that I know what I can choose from, I need to figure out what I need the most before narrowing down my selection. It was rather amazing how just 2.353 kilograms of EE-343F00334R could open up so many wild possibilities. He was pretty sure that the Rubicon spatial transfer system utilized a much greater quantity of this superclass alloy, yet it was only able to make teleportation a lot more viable in combat situations. This meant that human technology was still too far behind. It was not as advanced as everyone thought. It became even more important for Vess to make the correct decision. An opportunity like this only came once. Choosing one upgrade track meant foregoing the benefits of the other ones. Let's see. Chapter 59, 48 The Power of Gates. Before Vess could make a selection, he first needed to define his goal. Only then would he be able to create a list of priorities that would help him rank the available options. What was his goal? Right now, his greatest shortcoming was lack of time. He could accomplish a lot more if he had more time to study cutting-edge science, design more mechs, raise his children, lead his clan, and engage in diplomacy. Alas, the system upgrade this time centered around space rather than time, so he could forget about any easy solutions. What else did he require? I'm already doing pretty well, he concluded. If I set aside my lack of time, I am not short on anything. My clan is growing, my subordinates are growing stronger, my Mech company is selling more products than ever, and I have become one of the most influential leaders of the younger generation. I'm also making good progress on advancing my design philosophy with the help of all of the insights I have harvested as of late. There were still a few issues that bothered him a lot. The shortcomings of human civilization in the Red Ocean constrained him increasingly further. Original humanity was extremely powerful due to having access to all of the population and resources of a large galaxy. As much as humans like to regard themselves as superior and better than all of the other sapient races, The cold, hard truth was that if the 7 apex races hadn't been so complacent and afflicted by inertia, they could have easily crushed human civilization in its inception. Red humanity was in a much worse position because the native aliens of the Red Ocean fully understood the threat posed by the extragalactic invaders. The fact that the Red Cabal quickly triggered their most dire emergency plan and transport their entire dwarf galaxy over 50 million light-years away was an overwhelming indication that they were frightened by the threat posed by humans. It made a lot of sense for the native aliens to unite their forces and go all out in destroying every human trace in their own home galaxy. Vess mentally scowled. I'm doing pretty well on a personal basis, but the human society that shelters me is in dire need of help. In the short to medium term, the native aliens were about to launch major offensives. By transferring and concentrating many of the existing warships that were previously dispersed throughout the Red Ocean, the Red Cabal was in an excellent position to win a grueling war of attrition. In the long term, the arrival of the Subjugation King and his powerful armada threatened to topple everyone, regardless of whether they were human or alien. Vess felt burdened by all of these expectations. He needed to tailor his choice to satisfy both short-term and long-term needs. Neglecting any of these priorities might cause Red humanity to suffer devastating losses that it could not recover from. Without the protection of a powerful enough civilization, Vess would lose the shelter that it offered. That is unless I go for the Violet Refuge. Out of all of the upgrade tracks, the first one clearly required the least amount of investment. So long as the shielded pocket space was large enough to accommodate all of the members of the Larkinson clan, along with a lot of friends and allies, it should be safe enough to serve as one of the few effective bolt holes for the human race in the Red Ocean. However, Vess did not like this solution at all. It was way too cowardly and reactive for his liking. It also became impossible to gain access to resources needed to sustain and progress a remnant society. Unless he gained the ability to open portals to distant destinations, there was practically no way for humans to leave the Violet Refuge and regain their old splendor. Vess couldn't help but compare the Violet Refuge to the pocket space that was previously hidden on Davut. The Peskins that previously lived and thrived on Davut Roman 7 got wiped out by the humans who came and swept away the weak and underdeveloped alien residents. Yet what the human colonizers failed to discover for years was that a small group of Peskin refugees successfully managed to enter the secret phase will enclave and escape the attention of the human invaders. The Peskins could have lived in the abandoned prison for a long time. However, their preparations were far too poor, and the evacuation proceeded with too much haste. The former rulers of Davut Roman 7 were not equipped to live in the pocket space over many generations. Perhaps that was why they eventually went crazy and chose to launch a brazen attack on the leading figures of Davitan society. Vess wondered what it would be like if he and his clan evacuated to the Violet Refuge. Would he and his fellow Larkinsons become so frustrated by the prospect of living in a violet cage that they would irrationally leave their protected habitat and launch poorly conceived revenge attacks? There was a very large chance that this might happen. Even if the most logical solution was to settle in the Violet Refuge for hundreds, if not thousands of years, Vess had no faith that people would be willing to live and die in this isolated space. Humans yearned to be free. Therefore, Vess already ruled out the Violet Refuge as a choice. He wanted to be more proactive even if that meant putting himself at greater risk. In terms of short-term value, Vess believed that face water generation provided the most straightforward benefits. Face water was a scarce resource that humans coveted a lot. Vess could never spare enough of it himself. Since face water technology had already reached a stage of maturity, there was no need to put in any extra effort to convert face water into useful applications. In terms of long-term value, pretty much all of the upgrade paths offered a lot of promise in a few decades and centuries. If he managed to live long enough, then the upgrade tracks would be able to deliver benefits that easily exceeded that of the original metal scroll. It was rather ridiculous that a fragment of the metal scroll had the potential to surpass the power of its original source. The system shouldn't be lying, Vess judged. He had a lot of confidence in the system's credibility. If it claimed that Vess would be able to move to the other side of the cosmos or breach the wall between different universes, then he did not have much reason to doubt these boastful claims. The key was recognizing that it took an astronomical amount of energy and resources to reach this end state. As much as Vess yearned to gain access to these high-end perks, he knew that it would take so long for him to unlock them that they were practically irrelevant to his current problems. I shouldn't let the promise of distant benefits sway my decision, he concluded. My long-term window only extends up to a century at most. I need to worry about surviving the coming of the subjugation king first before I have the luxury of dreaming about obtaining supreme power. In any case, as long as I grow strong enough, I don't need the help of the system to travel to other galaxies. Everything would become a lot easier for him once he became a star designer or the rank that came after that. The difficulty was getting to this point. That was the period where he needed the help of the system to tide him over. The Universe Gate Network is not really a suitable choice compared to the other ones. He frowned. The need to build actual portals in different locations is too resource-intensive. Each gate is at constant risk of getting sabotaged or destroyed, and it is highly doubtful that my clan will be able to retain possession over them. The only reason to choose it over the others is the promise of being able to reopen passage back to the Milky Way. That was not a sufficient reason for him to select the Universal Gate Network over the other fantastic choices. Running back to the old galaxy was barely better than hiding in the Violet Refuge, in his opinion. Both of these options were far too cowardly and reactive for his liking. The other ones are much better in this regard. Options such as face water generation and random being acquisition were useful all of the time. Both provided strong benefits at the beginning, but could steadily be upgraded so that they not only remained relevant as Vess grew stronger, but might also turn into his ultimate trump cards. Vess found it difficult to settle on a single choice among the ones that remained eligible. Each of them offered different pros and cons that caused them all to gain roughly equal weight in his eyes. I need to use other criteria to rank them further. Aside from ranking the upgrade tracks by their short-term and long-term value, he could also distinguish them by how much they benefited him personally as opposed to providing help to human civilization as a whole. The most selfish option was fractalization. It was just a means for the system to assist its users in practicing weird but incredibly deep cultivation centered around the space element. While Vess could think of plenty of ways that this could boost his power, it was very hard for this upgrade track to provide social benefits. He could only do so indirectly, by using his stronger comprehension of space to develop more refined applications of face water technology. That sounds nice and all, but there are more straightforward ways to uplift human civilization. Vess deeply understood that he could not save red humanity alone. He needed the help of other humans just as they needed his revolutionary innovations. There were numerous clever star designers and powerful god pilots out there that could exploit the benefits obtained by Vess far better than himself. He was not opposed to sharing his bounty so long as he received fair remuneration for his assistance. The Universal Gate Network provided a huge benefit to society, though the associated risks and dangers were too high for his liking. The gates were just too obvious to everyone. Anyone could launch an attack on them, and the loss would be great if any of them got destroyed. However, the Universal Gate Network also promised the most direct and straightforward way to reopen the only transportation channel between the Red Ocean and the Milky Way. Wait a minute. A very powerful idea came to mind. What if the two branches of humanity united once again? Vess believed that mankind's full potential would be unleashed once red humanity and original humanity reunited once again. The Great Severing had led to earth-shaking changes to human civilization in the Red Ocean, but only little over 2 full years had passed since the separation. That meant that there was still a chance for the two groups of humans to reconcile and make up with each other again. There was no need for red humanity to flee from the new frontier anymore. Instead, Vess believed that original humanity would never be able to resist the immense benefits brought by exotic radiation in the new galactic neighborhood. Every god pilot and star designer had been looking for ways to achieve their breakthroughs and reach the 4th major cultivation rank. The Milky Way may be big, but it was incredibly barren in terms of energy level. Only the Red Ocean, and possibly Messier 87, granted them hope of reaching the next rank. There were so many powerful true gods and brilliant talents that remained stuck in the Milky Way. Each of them could easily bloom and tap their remaining potential so long as they transferred to the Red Ocean and reinforced the outnumbered and beleaguered humans who were already holding the line. The Common Fleet Alliance also had plenty of reasons to increase their investment in the Red Ocean. The benefits of hyper-technology and face-water technology were too great for them to ignore. The first godship in the form of the Dominion of Man was an irresistible allure to every warship supremacist who had long grown tired of the same old technologies in the Milky Way. Vess grinned. So long as humanity was able to fight the Red War and repel the extragalactic invaders from Messier 87 as a united race, the odds of winning were much greater than before. Humans would stop cowering like rats and fully recover the pride and confidence they held before. The best part about this was that not even the Subjugation King could steamroll his way through the Red Ocean anymore. If 8 god pilots weren't enough to defeat the alien God King, then what about 20 god pilots? If 20 god pilots weren't enough to defeat the Subjugation King, then what about 100 god pilots? Even if the strength gap was too great for quantity to defeat this alien tyrant, then surely there must be a few very old and powerful god pilots who might be able to use the resources in the Red Ocean to advance to the mythical rank of God King Pilot. This is probably the best way to beat that slaving bastard and prevent him from hunting me down. Chapter 59, 49 AP Sinks. Vess grew a lot more enthused about the Universal Gate Network than before. Although there were many reasons to malign it, Vess valued this upgrade path for offering the most direct and straightforward possibility to reopen the Greater Beyonder Gate. Of course, it wouldn't be easy. Vess believed that he not only had to persuade red humanity to construct an entirely new gate, but also convince original humanity to change the settings of its old Greater Beyonder Gate and open it up for business again. This would probably require Veronica and Cynthia to make contact with the Big Two. There was no guarantee that the Mechers and the Fleeters from the old galaxy would be willing to play along, especially if they found out about the huge threat posed by the powerful alien civilizations of Messier 87. A more serious issue that Vess was worried about was the bad blood that built up between the two branches of humanity. Red humanity felt abandoned by original humanity. Many surviving communication channels went dark as original humanity recognized that their isolated and displaced cousins became targeted by enemies that they could not withstand. Not only that, but the leaders of the Red Association had witnessed how the Polymath conspired with their counterparts of the Mech Trade Association to sever the Kingdom of Mechs from the new frontier. These were all serious issues that did not bode well for any possible reunion. Even if there is the possibility of re-enabling two-way intergalactic travel, the two sides might not be able to bring themselves to reconcile with each other. That would result in a lot of tension and awkward situations. The political struggles would intensify, leading to a lot of infighting that ultimately distracted the humans from fending off the collective alien threats. Universal Gate Network can give me the power to reconnect the two galaxies, but it can't help me unite the two branches of humanity. That was one of the greater faults of this upgrade track. It relied too heavily on external help and did not provide a lot of direct benefits to Vess himself. He could not use this option to directly improve his personal power. The most he could do was to negotiate concessions in exchange for his gate-related services. In fact, this option may actually slow down my progress. At the beginning, this upgrade path probably wouldn't allow him to build gates that were impressive enough to be valued by the Red 2. Vess would have to invest a lot of AP into this upgrade track to make it useful enough. Besides, Vess doubted he would be able to open up gates to other galaxies without building a portal at the other destination. This was a huge logistical shortcoming. It meant that it was far too difficult for him to create a passage leading to Messier 87 or one of the many dwarf galaxies that orbited around the Golden Galaxy. Vess ultimately shook his head. I don't mind it if I have to make sacrifices to strengthen everyone else, but this is too cumbersome. There was a limit to his altruism. From his perspective, repeatedly sacrificing his interests was not noble. It was foolish behavior. He would have nothing left if he kept up with this behavior. By then, the people around him would not hesitate to betray him and abandon him due to expending all of his value. He was realistic enough to understand that if he wanted to make enough changes to society, he needed to expand his personal power. This was why he could not ignore this priority when he chose his next upgrade track. As far as personal power goes, face water generation, portal exploration, and random being acquisition are good choices. That was not to say they were only relevant to himself. He had the ability to choose whether to share his bounty to others. The important part was that he possessed most of the initiative. Of the three options, face water generation is the least versatile. It did not actually introduce anything new. It just solved a resource shortage in the most direct fashion possible. Face water held a lot of value. It was unlikely to become useless or irrelevant over time. Being able to obtain more of it was always advantageous. Yet, it is too simple. Vess disliked the lack of versatility and expanded options. Face water was powerful, especially if he was able to accumulate ever-increasing quantities of it, but its usefulness was eventually constrained by human technology and other limitations. The development of face water technology was still in the early to mid-stage. Human researchers managed to copy a lot of simple and readily available face water tech from the native aliens, but it would take centuries before they managed to develop truly amazing applications in this field. That was far too great of a time frame for Vess. If the best uses of face water only became available several centuries later, he probably wouldn't need to depend on this upgrade track anymore. If Vess wanted to convert his spoils into more immediate benefits, then portal exploration and random being acquisition sounded like promising options. Both of them shared a lot in common. Vess would still need to conduct a lot of research or delegate this work to others to convert his gains into useful benefits. However, the sheer variety of spoils meant that it would be possible to obtain benefits that Vess could use to boost his power in a shorter time frame than usual. There's still a risk of failure, though. Portal exploration only had the power to create one-way portals at the beginning. This was a serious constraint. Vess would either need to prepare an alternate evacuation channel or invest enough AP to unlock the ability to pass through the portal he originally came from. It was unacceptable for him to become stranded behind enemy lines. Random being acquisition offered a more specialized service and allowed Vess to capture a lot of useful aliens. It could probably become really good at its only function as long as he sunk enough AP into this upgrade track. Yet it was precisely because of its narrow functionality that he disliked it. The upgrade track did not introduce any means for him to move to another destination. It was not able to capture non-living subjects as far as he could tell. It also became difficult to guarantee that the AP spent on activating the time and Spacegate produced a profitable result. It would be rather painful to invest 100 AP, only to kidnap a useless low-caste Orvan laborer. Then again, the randomness of this option also made it possible for Vess to hit the jackpot. A slight investment might allow him to capture a phase lord or phase whale if he was lucky. Words mattered. If the system used the phrase random being acquisition, then the random factor was a core part of this upgrade track. Vess doubted that he could negate it entirely. Each use of the time and space gate was another time he pulled the lever of a slot machine. Vess did not find this to be undesirable in itself. What truly bothered him was that it became difficult to obtain exactly what he needed in a relatively short time frame. He could pull the lever 100 times, yet fail to obtain a single alien captive that possessed the properties he needed. However, if Vess was not in a hurry, then the sheer variety of alien beings that got kidnapped by the system would allow him to amass a collection of useful prisoners over time. So long as Vess was able to keep them under control, he would eventually be able to amass a large and diverse collection of useful captives. Due to his affinity for life, he was confident he could find ways to extract a lot of value from them. He could obtain all kinds of wonderful biological organs that he could implant into his mechs. He could indoctrinate the more pliable prisoners and have them fight on his behalf. Vess could even harvest the spiritualities of the more extraordinary beings to use as ingredients for his other projects. This is an excellent option if I want to design more biomechs. However, that was not in his consideration at the moment. That made this option a lot less attractive. I can already obtain all manner of powerful mutated beasts by acquiring them from hunting teams. I can also obtain plenty of alien prisoners from the expeditionary fleet. Random being acquisition doesn't actually present me with new possibilities. The only way to change that is to upgrade its acquisition range so that it can steal beings from other galaxies. How much AP would that take? Probably a lot. Even when the time and space gate became powerful enough, Vess would still end up paying lots of AP just to activate its acquisition function a single time. He mentally frowned. This is the greatest problem with portal exploration and random being acquisition. They constantly demand AP in order to show their value. The never-ending demand for AP was not a big deal if Vess opened up the Mech designer system and inducted other people. If he continued to monopolize it, then that was a different story. Earning AP was difficult and took time. He already had trouble with accumulating enough ascension points to purchase expensive but powerful enlightenment fruits. He could not bear an additional burden. If I want to earn the most profit for the least amount of AP investment, which one should I choose? Facewater generation was an obvious choice, but aside from that, dimension breach creation sounded really promising. It was not quite clear how safe it would be if he started to open dimensional tiers in random places. Who knew if there were monsters lurking on the other side? However, his expedition to Eon Corona Roman 7 a long time ago had personally exposed him to the possibilities of deriving strength from strange dimensions. He became more enthused about the possibilities of this upgrade track. It had the potential to transform red humanity's critical lack of resources on a wider scale. System, are the dimensional tiers generated by dimension breach creation temporary or permanent? They can still be removed through external intervention, but they will not close by themselves. If you invest a large amount of ascension points, the dimensional tiers can become impervious to damage, but they cannot be closed after they have been opened. That was both good and bad news. Dimensional tiers possess the same vulnerabilities as gates, if that was the case. They needed to be protected at all times to prevent others from destroying a lucrative source of power. The ultimate dimensional tiers should be permanent ones. Vess had no idea how it was possible, but the prospect of creating a permanent breach to a dimension rich with powerful energies could be an enormous game changer for humanity. However, Vess was unsure how much AP he needed to throw into this giant hole in order to get to this point. A part of him was also afraid of unintended consequences. There were good reasons why the different dimensions remained separate from each other. If Vess started to undermine the fundamental structure of the universe, the damage might become so great one day that reality itself would unravel. Maybe I need to rein in my ambitions and settle for temporary breaches for the foreseeable future. Dimension breach creation would operate a lot similar to portal exploration, if that was the case. The biggest difference was that the former allowed him to mine for resources in a different dimension, while the latter allowed him to harvest resources in a different material location. Either one is good. Chapter 59, 50 Swayed by Emotions. After an indeterminate time, Vess believed he spent enough time on analyzing his available options. He had studied their pros and cons, and had a good idea of how they would affect his life in the coming years. He roughly estimated how much they could benefit him on a personal basis, and how much they could contribute to the advancement of human society as a whole. Vess also figured out how much AP he needed to invest in order to harvest modest gains, and how much more he needed to spend in order to get to the really good stuff. Vess even kept his mother's advice in mind, and carefully studied how extensively certain decisions promoted the interests of the Mech designer system. It was difficult to make any definite judgments due to lack of information. If the goal was to revive the mysterious creator of the Mech designer system, then he believed that it urgently needed a greater supply of high-level energy as well as superclass materials. Energy was the basis of all power. Vess never really noticed it, but the system had to be running on an absolutely monstrous power source. However, he doubted that this was enough for it to fulfill its greater purpose. Being able to open a permanent dimensional tier to a hidden dimension filled with extremely powerful energies would definitely help the system solve its energy deficit. There are also materials to consider. The system had demonstrated many times that it was capable of converting energy to matter. Yet not all objects and materials were as easy to materialize. Superclass materials existed in a league of their own. They were miracles in material form that were not only exceedingly rare, but also much more powerful than every other exotic or hyper. Vess guessed that there were certain upgrade tracks that were much more effective at solving this shortcoming than others. Dimension breach creation, random being acquisition, and portal exploration all seemed like choices that benefited the system the most. Of course, that did not stop Vess from profiting as well. The important part was whether he got ripped off in the process. The amount of AP the system charges for its services will determine how much I am being taken advantage of, he surmised. The problem was that without picking an upgrade track, there was no way for him to evaluate these costs in advance. Vess mentally shook his head. Since that was the case, he should pay more attention to other criteria. All 7 choices scored differently in the aforementioned aspects. There was no obviously superior upgrade track that Vess could choose without feeling like he suffered a loss. However, there were a few choices that Vess ruled out right away. The Violet Refuge was too passive for Vess. Even if he gained the ability to create remote portals that could allow people inside to exit in another star system, he was not willing to bet whether this special space could keep a powerful god king at bay. Face water generation was too simple. It did not introduce any truly new variables that could lead to game-changing innovations. Vess already had access to other sources of face water. Even if the quantity was not as good, there was no need to be greedy. Universal Gate Network promised to reconnect the 2 branches of humanity, but it would take a lot of AP and cooperation from multiple parties to make this happen. Outside of that, building ordinary gates was largely dispensable. Fractalization was too weird and mostly redundant during the early stages. While it promised to give Vess the power to replicate the advantages of all of the other upgrade tracks, it would probably take thousands, if not millions of years of cultivation to reach such an impossible height. This left him with 3 remaining options. portal exploration, random being acquisition, dimension breach creation. It has to be one of these choices. Each of them had their strong points, and they all scored at least decently well in most criteria. Since Vess was not able to make up his mind by using his existing list of criteria, he needed to include additional considerations to make a fitting choice. Let's think about relevance. Which of these upgrade tracks complements my Mech design activities the most? His ability to design and build fantastic Mechs depended on many factors. Availability of special and unique resources was one of them. If Vess wanted to design powerful Mechs that possessed advantages that could not be matched by other works, then he needed to accrue a large amount of special materials. All 3 upgrade tracks in consideration could do this, but random being acquisition scored the worst in this aspect. It was inconsistent due to its random nature. This meant that there was no way to mass-produce a Mech that relied on a unique resource, such as worklaw crystals. It was also limited to beings that were available within a certain range from his location. That meant that Vess would only be able to kidnap aliens who resided in the Red Ocean for the time being. This was not unique, as he could easily commission the expeditionary fleet or a more powerful force to kidnap specific alien species on his behalf. The biggest upside to this is that it is a lot faster, more direct, and more convenient. Portal exploration demanded a lot more manual effort compared to random being acquisition, but it was also a lot more consistent. Since it did not include the word random, Vess assumed that it was possible to repeatedly form portals to a single remote location. This meant that it became possible for him or his organization to consistently mine the unique resources of a resource-rich planet. Of course, he first needed to become aware of such a valuable site, and that was not always possible. It also shared the same disadvantage of random being acquisition, that it only gave Vess a chance to extract resources from relatively common sources in the universe. Portal exploration only really came into power if Vess was able to upgrade it to the point where he was able to open 2-way portals across intergalactic distances. That was when Vess could harvest the specialty resources of other galaxies. Why bother to wait that long and spend a huge amount of AP on upgrades when I can start with mining specialty resources right away with dimension breach creation? The prospect of starting with harvesting completely foreign energy and matter exerted a strong attraction to a Mech designer like Vess. However, he quickly calmed himself down when he reminded himself that just because he gained access to a lot of weird new stuff, it didn't necessarily mean he could make good use of it all right away. He needed to conduct a lot of research in order to figure out the properties of strange materials. He also had to put a lot of thought on how to convert the resources into powerful new design applications. That took way too much work. Vess did not have the time to waste on figuring out the properties of so many oddities. I don't have to do all of this work alone, though. This was where the advantage of organization became prominent. He not only had access to a clan that could easily set up a bunch of new research institutions, but he also forged very close relations with the 4 major powers of red humanity. The Mechers, Fleeters, Terrans, and Rubarthans had so many scientists and engineers at their disposal that they could easily bear this burden. They might even pay him for the privilege of gaining access to the strange, but potentially powerful energy and matter of other dimensions. The Larkinsons could not digest the benefits of dimensional tiers alone. Vess needed to persuade all of the other human powers to cooperate with him to ensure that they did not waste this powerful opportunity. All of this sounds nice, but how easy is it to open up a tier to an energy-rich or resource-rich dimension? Vess did not study dimensional theory deeply, but most dimensions were completely empty and devoid of value. This was one of the reasons why starships that engaged in FTL travel did not crash into other dimensional space rocks while they traversed the higher dimensions. Finding a valuable dimension was a challenge in itself, Vess believed that he needed to pay a considerable price to discover a profitable dimension. This is a serious complication. It meant that Vess would not be able to make substantial gains in the short term. If the process worked as he anticipated, then he would have to breach random dimensions many times in a row before he finally hit the jackpot. How much time would this take? How much AP did he have to spend until he found the right dimension? All of this was obscured behind a fog of uncertainty. System, can you tell me whether dimension breach creation will help me find dimensions that are filled with desirable energy and resources? Vess mentally grimaced. Of course, the system wouldn't make it easy for him. Its refusal to provide additional context was practically criminal. He needed to work with what he got. Vess at least had enough confidence in the system to assume that dimension breach creation would not leave him with duds all of the time. Perhaps it would offer him a service to find a suitable dimension to breach. In summary, dimension breach creation took more time to prove its value than the other options. Whether it was finding a profitable dimension to breach or waiting for researchers to figure out useful applications, it may take multiple years to earn a serious return on investment. However, the profit potential of this option had a very high ceiling. This was especially the case if he was able to open a permanent tier to an energy-rich dimension. The example of Eon Corona Roman 7 continually captured his imagination. It was impossible for Vess to disassociate the sights he had seen on that abnormal planet with this upgrade track. This alone made dimension breach creation more attractive than the other options. He had witnessed the benefits in the past. A part of him yearned to recreate the splendor of that unforgettable planet. This is not good. I am letting my emotions sway my decisions. I can't make such a crucial decision by listening to my biases. Unfortunately, Vess was not a completely rational being. He was a Mech designer who often surrendered control to his overflowing passion. Vess definitely felt a greater attraction towards dimension breach creation. It was a more extreme form of gambling than random being acquisition. This was because it took a lot of time and effort to find a dimension of actual value. When Vess compared dimension breach creation from the other two options in consideration, he tried to determine whether there was any compelling reason to favor the latter. Portal exploration and random being acquisition are much easier to work with, but the potential profits are not as good. It is much more difficult to obtain unique resources that can provide completely different advantages than normal. Ultimately, his choice came down to whether he valued the unique resources originating from strange dimensions over more familiar benefits that could already be found in the material realm. If he favored the former, then he would have to settle for a future where his best works became increasingly weirder and more bizarre. If he favored the latter, then he needed to apply even more criteria to decide whether to go for portal exploration or random being acquisition. This was a difficult junction to be at. Vess was afraid of making the wrong choice. The lack of clarification meant that he had to make a crucial decision based on a lot of missing information. What should I choose? Each upgrade track had its own charm. It was truly too difficult for Vess to make up his mind.